Chapter 1. Year 1467 of the Ocean Calendar. South Sea, Airstan Island. When Baichen opened his eyes, the surroundings felt utterly unfamiliar. "My dear, it's a boy. Let us name him Baichen." A gentle voice spoke before him. With disheveled red hair cascading over his shoulders and a towering stature of 4.5 meters, the man donned a black and gold robe. Complemented by his ruggedly handsome features, he is none other than our protagonist's father, Arceus D, Emperor. "Baichen, Arceus D. Baichen, it sounds delightful," replied a golden-haired woman. Despite the evident fatigue on her face, it radiated happiness with golden locks, azure eyes, and a cherubic mouth. She was stunning beyond measure. "This is our protagonist's mother," Basyang Yunhan. The surrounding houses appeared ordinary, yet the attire of the couple suggested that they were not burdened by financial concerns. "Why don't you rest a while longer? Sleep some more, you deserve it," she said. Indeed, Baichen had traversed realms, having become an infant. After a brief moment of adjustment, he exclaimed, "I have truly crossed over. But what world is this? D, could it possibly be the world of One Piece? System. Oh, system. The standard equipment for a transmigrator." No matter how fervently Baichen called out in his mind, there was no response. In his previous life on Blue Star, Baichen was an orphan, solitary, and without companions. At the age of 23, he spent New Year's Eve alone, penning fanfiction for One Piece. With a sudden crack of thunder, a bolt of lightning struck, as if the heavens disapproved of his monotonous existence, whisking him away to this world. 5 years later, in the year 1472 of the Ocean Calendar, Baichen had fully accepted that he was in the world of One Piece and was well aware of the timeline. At this time, Rox was approximately 38 years old, Sengoku 29, and Garp 28. Roger was 27, Tsuru 26, Whitebeard and Zephyr were both 24, Akainu was 5, the same age as our protagonist. Characters of the Ocean Calendar. Year 1434, Rox was born. Year 1443, Sengoku was born. Year 1444, Garp was born. Year 1444, Rayleigh was born. Year 1445, Roger was born. Year 1446, Tsuru was born. Year 1448, Whitebeard was born. Year 1448, Zephyr was born. Year 1465, Dragon was born. Year 1467, Akainu was born. Mom, has Dad not returned yet? It's been so long since lunch, I'm starving." With his father's vibrant red hair inherited, Baichen pouted, feeling aggrieved as he rubbed his small belly. Though he retained memories of his past life, he seemed unnostalgic about that childhood. At this moment, he was thoroughly enjoying the joys of being a child in this loving family. "I'll be back soon." Dad said he was going to the back mountain to catch a big black bear for you to play with, she reassured. "Maybe he'll even bring back a tiger and a wild boar, and we can have a feast. Little Chun-Chun, be good, all right?" "Got it, Mom. I'm off to find Liya to play." With that, Baichen eagerly dashed outside. Liya, come out quickly. I'm here to play," Baichen called out, running in his pajamas. "Stinky Baichen, keep your voice down. You're so noisy. My mom is making cherry pie for me, and if you keep it up, she won't let you have any." Liya glared with wide eyes, stamping her feet in indignation. The black-haired girl wore a charming outfit adorned with various animal patterns despite her youth. Her beauty was already evident. "This is our female protagonist, Malak D. Liya." I'm sorry. I want to eat cherry pie too." "And Adora, I want some cherry pie as well," Baichen cheekily exclaimed. "Of course, little Baichen, Annie has prepared some just for you," Anadora replied with a gentle smile. With her long black hair elegantly pinned up, she embodied the quintessential beauty of the East-cultured and gentle, a woman of Jiangnan. This is our male protagonist's mother-in-law, the female protagonist's mother, Venus Adora. Annie is the best." Baichen beamed brightly. The two children spent a delightful afternoon atop a small hill behind their home. This was their special spot, surrounded by lush bamboo groves and their two homes within a radius of 500 meters. "Liya, when we grow up, I will marry you and protect you always," Baichen said, savoring the delicious cherry pie. "Absolutely not. You glutton." Liya's cheeks flushed crimson like an apple. As a transmigrator, Baichen naturally harbored romantic notions of a childhood bride. "Ha ha, No matter what you say, we will never be apart. Hee hee. I must head home now. My dad should be back soon. Baichen dusted off his behind and stood up. Please tell Anadora that her cherry pie is simply divine. After an afternoon of play with Liya, Baichen sprinted home, as Liya seemed to enjoy watching the sunset illuminate him, especially while he ran. Upon arriving at his doorstep, he indeed saw several massive figures. A fearsome black bear, along with the lifeless bodies of a wild boar and a tiger, creating a spectacular scene. My old man is quite strong, isn't he? I wonder what his true abilities are. He must be formidable. After all, he is of the D clan. And then there's Liya's father, named Malak D. Tian Yao. Baichen pondered, brushing off the dust from his clothes before entering the house. I wonder why these names were never mentioned in the anime of my past life. Perhaps it's due to the antiquity of this era? Or could it be that my arrival altered the storyline? He could only reflect on the anime of his previous life, repeatedly recalling significant events, afraid of forgetting them, and dared not write them down, for such knowledge was best kept to himself. Who knows what bizarre, superhuman abilities might exist? Hey, little Baichen, from now on, this black bear will be your companion. I'm off to prepare some barbecue, mwahaha, his father cheerfully declared, shaking his vibrant red hair, before tethering the black bear in the yard. The candlelight flickered, and the moonlight cast shadows upon the window. Soon, it was time for dinner. Baichen grasped a hefty tiger leg in his left hand and a succulent wild boar leg in his right. Despite being merely 5 years old, his appetite rivaled that of an adult, as if he innately mastered the secret technique of life restoration. Initially, Baichen felt perplexed by his peculiar appetite. However, upon realizing he was in the world of One Piece and of the D clan, he accepted it with equanimity. After all, as a destined lineage, it was only natural to possess some formidable or slightly monstrous abilities. Baichen's parents had never found his peculiarities strange, as if they had anticipated his extraordinary nature. Indeed, what a glutton! He eats so much. Liya, at home, observed Baichen's voracious consumption with a hint of concern. Her gaze lingered toward Baichen's abode as she softly murmured. Meanwhile, Anadora, watching Liya's reaction, silently sighed with admiration. Naturally possessing observation haki, the mental prowess of the Malak D clan truly lives up to its reputation. Suddenly, a resounding bang echoed. "I'm back." A towering man with green hair burst through the door, exclaiming. His robust physique exuded a primal aura, yet his features were strikingly beautiful, embodying a delicate charm. This is the female protagonist's father, Malak D. Tian Yao, while our little Liya perfectly inherited the virtues of her parents. You finally remembered to come home after being out for a week, right? Anadora pointed an accusatory finger at Tian Yao, her fury seemingly contradicting her usual gentle demeanor. Hee, it was that little brat Baichen who sent me to the ancient town to find this thing. He insisted I must find it to return, and merely the back and forth took me 2 days. That kid truly startled me. I wonder where he got that information. It's quite peculiar. The exquisitely handsome Tian Yao mumbled to himself. Protagonist, Arceus D. Baichen. Female protagonist, Malak D. Liya. Protagonist's father, Arceus D. Emperor. Protagonist's mother, Baichen Yunhan. Female protagonist's father, Malak D. Tian Yao. Female protagonist's mother, Venus Adora. This is a repository for thoughts. Let us all keep our minds collected. Some of the settings in this book may not align with the manga, such as when characters acquire their devil fruits. What is that, Dad? Liya inquired with curiosity as Tian Yao retrieved an oddly shaped fruit from his backpack. This is a devil fruit known as the treasure of the ocean, and it appears to be no ordinary devil fruit. What is a devil fruit, Dad? Liya pressed for answers. The devil fruit is a mysterious fruit found across the globe, which, upon consumption, endows the eater with extraordinary abilities that correspond to the specific type and nature of the fruit itself. However, it also invokes a curse from the sea, rendering the consumer unable to swim henceforth. The powers acquired by the eater are contingent upon the variety of the fruit, which can be classified into 3 distinct categories: paramecia, logia, and zoan. Yet, an individual can only obtain the power of one devil fruit and survive, Uncle Tiandao explained while shaking the devil fruit in his hand. Then this must be particularly precious quickly. Let's present it to Baichen, Liya exclaimed, swiftly grasping Uncle Tiandao's elegant hand. Uncle Tiandao, however, shook his head with a smile. Oh, silly child, Baichen likely tasked me with finding this for your sake. But this devil fruit is far too valuable. It should be given to Baichen, Liya insisted, shaking her head fervently. Very well, little Liya. Tomorrow we shall visit Baichen's home together to discuss the matter regarding this devil fruit. Besides, nightfall is swiftly approaching. Do you truly have the audacity to seek out your little Baichen? Haha. Father simply misses your mother immensely and wishes for a heartfelt embrace. Haha. Rest assured, the devil fruit is quite safe in my possession, Uncle Tiandao reassured her. Bad daddy, Baichen is certainly not my little Baichen. I shall ignore you. Liya pouted, stamped her foot, and then turned to run back to her room, wrapping herself in her blanket. Gluttonous Baichen, who would want to be your wife? How embarrassing. Liya muttered to herself, recalling Baichen's words from the afternoon. Her cheeks flushed. Dawu sighed. Ah, it seems Uncle Tiandao has returned. He must have been summoned by little Baichen to assist with some task. You certainly have your secrets that you keep from your father. Yet, the moment Uncle Tiandao returned, Dawu already discerned what he had brought back. A small shock coursed through him, sharing the same bewilderment as Uncle Tiandao, pondering how that rascal knew of the devil fruit's existence. It appears Aunt Tiandao will not be coming tonight. You and your mother shall learn of it tomorrow. You truly are unafraid of being reprimanded by Uncle Tiandao, little Chun-Chun, Yunhan remarked, affectionately ruffling Baichen's crimson hair. Baichen, with unwavering conviction, replied, Humph, he is my dearest Uncle Tiandao. How could he possibly bear to reprimand me? Baichen was certain that the devil fruit had indeed been brought back, and he did not perceive his father and Uncle Tiandao as simple individuals. He felt reassured that the devil fruit was safe with Uncle Tiandao. Moreover, he realized that his father was already aware of what it was. Yet it was best to wait until everyone was gathered to explain further. Otherwise, discussing it one by one would be quite the ordeal. As dawn broke the following day, the moment Baichen stepped out of his room, a sudden shadow rushed towards him from the side. In a reflexive response, Baichen leaped up and swung his fist at the shadow. With a dull thud, a reddish-yellow liquid splattered around as the head of a large black bear exploded. At that moment, Baichen finally grasped the situation. He roared, Father, is this the companion you prepared for me? Are you trying to get me killed? Baichen could not believe that his father would make such a rudimentary mistake of not securing the massive black bear properly. It was undoubtedly intentional. Did you not notice the extraordinary aspect? You're merely 5 years old. You just shattered the head of a black bear significantly larger than yourself with a single punch. Dawu remarked, his arms crossed calmly. Baichen, momentarily bewildered, acknowledged his strength, but had not anticipated it to be this formidable. Moreover, this was far from his full potential. It appears that my family's genes are quite extraordinary, I mused to myself. Ding! Congratulations, host, for your first successful hunt, activating the system Songzi. Baichen could not help but exclaim, What is wrong with you? Oh, it's nothing. I was just a bit excited to discover my own strength, Baichen quickly clarified. The quintessential golden finger of a traverser. When I first arrived in this world, I constantly lamented why I had come here with nothing. 5 years. Do you have any idea how I spent those 5 years? The initial notion of effortlessly ascending to the pinnacle of this world gradually faded away. Fortunately, my family's genes are quite impressive. Even without Songzi, I can still strive for supremacy, but now that Songzi has arrived, what a delightful windfall. Where is my novice gift pack, little Songzi? Baichen urgently inquired within his mind. Detection of malicious intent from the host has been noted. Distribution will be delayed. Song brother. No. Song lord. I just had a momentary lapse in judgment. That was not me. Song lord. This is truly myself. Ding. The novice gift pack has been delivered to the system space. Animal system mythical fruit illusory, beast type year beast form. Side effects fear of water, fear of fire, and fear of sound have been removed. System space granted, with infinite capacity. Living beings cannot be stored. How delightful. Baichen clenched his fists, suppressing his voice, silently exclaiming within. The year beast, Need I say more? In our glorious China, any exotic beast that arrives in this world cannot possibly be the weakest. Kaido's fish fruit mythical beast type Azure Dragon form is merely an ordinary four-clawed dragon. Moreover, since the author began writing near the new year, the year beast in this book is undoubtedly the strongest. No rebuttals allowed. Ha ha ha. Could it be that my crossing over on New Year's Eve signifies my identity as the year beast? The year beast form in this narrative will possess immense strength, endowed with powerful skills based on various games. Hey, don't dawdle. I need to discuss our D1 clan's responsibilities for your generation, as well as our family's abilities, Wu stated. Lowering his hands slowly at that moment, Liya's family happened to approach. Just in time, Liya and her family have arrived. Uncle Tian Niao and I will explain our respective family situations to you and Liya. As they entered the living room, Baichen and Liya sat upright. We, the Arceus D clan, represent physical prowess, the strongest physique in the world. There is no equal, Wu proclaimed proudly. Our Malak D clan embodies mental strength. The strongest mental prowess in existence, Tian Niao added. Aunt Tian Niao, no. Uncle Tian Niao, I understand the concept of physical strength, but could you elaborate on the significance of mental strength? Baichun's inquisitive voice chimed in. The robustly built and strikingly handsome man, whose face darkened like coal, replied, You little rascal, you will have your share of good days ahead. Upon saying this, he seemed to recall something and instantly brightened. Continuing, with sufficient mental strength, one can awaken the innate observation haki, and with rigorous training, one can achieve mind reading and precognition. In due course, you will gradually come to understand that Wu continued. Our Arceus D clan and your uncle Tian Niao's Malak D clan have relied on each other for generations. You must also uphold this bond in your generation. Of course, you two should have no issues with that. As they spoke, everyone began to laugh, with little Baichen joining in, while only little Liya's face turned a bright shade of crimson from shyness. Every 5 generations, our D1 clan produces a great prophet who ultimately sacrifices their life to foresee the future for the D1 clan. They have never been wrong, and this generation's great prophet is your grandfather. Arceus D Gaia, Wu said, seemingly lost in reminiscence. Uncle Gaia spent the last 20 years of his life conducting a grand prophecy. The subsequent 3 generations ensured the end of the chaotic era. The twilight of the gods, a period that does not include our generation, Tian Niao interjected. That Wu continued. Our generation's duty is to protect you, even in the final stages of our lives, ensuring your vigorous growth. As for which generation will ultimately conclude this chaotic era, it remains uncertain. It could be you, or perhaps your children or grandchildren, or even a collective effort across 3 generations. At this moment, Baichen felt a jolt in his heart. Was this not the tale of the destined child, Luffy, and the events of the previous 2 generations, culminating in the end of the chaotic era and the twilight of the gods? Grandfather's great prophecy seems rather mystical, as it pertains to the conclusion of an era. However, having traversed here, what relevance does the destined child hold for me? I, Arceus D Baichen, am the true destined child. I shall be the one to bring an end to this era. The future D generations are even unaware of their responsibilities, so how can they hope to conclude this era? This era shall be led by me. Suddenly, a terrifying aura surged forth, causing little Liya to faint immediately. Yunhan and Yudu also broke into a cold sweat. Yet, Wu and Tian Niao seemed utterly unfazed, bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha. At just 5 years old, he has awakened Conqueror's haki. What a little monster. My goodness, to awaken Conqueror's haki and possess such strength. Your mother and Aunt Yudu are no weaklings, yet have been affected so profoundly by you. Wu said, unable to contain his smile. Everyone regarded Baichen with eyes filled with admiration for the little monster. Noticing that Liya had fainted, Baichen quickly reined in his haki to help her up. Baichen was acutely aware of the importance of Conqueror's haki. In a world brimming with formidable opponents, possessing Conqueror's haki is indispensable for aspiring to dominance. Basic Conqueror's haki cannot be controlled. Intermediate Conqueror's haki can be wielded at will. Advanced Conqueror's haki allows one to target specific individuals within a crowd, and its powerful manifestation can even cause physical destruction. Moreover, the advanced form, Conqueror's haki coding, is an essential skill for the pinnacle of strong beings. It seems I have secured my ticket to entry among the top-tier strong. Awakening as an intermediate conqueror's haki. That is quite formidable indeed, Baichen thought to himself. When Liya regained consciousness, Tian Niao took the opportunity to explain the situation to her and Baichen, also offering a brief overview of the three types of haki. Although Baichen was already well informed, he feigned attentiveness, contemplating how Tian Niao's family had a significant advantage due to their immense mental strength. By the way, little Baichen, do you know what this devil fruit is that you asked me to find? It was quite a challenge indeed. Your uncle had to exert considerable effort, Tian Niao said. Taking out the devil fruit, Baichen glanced at it, confirming its identity. This is the animal-type bat fruit mythical beast-type vampire form. In the original story, it was the fruit acquired by the aloof red Baloric Lidfield in later stages. However, now that Baichen is here, this fruit will naturally change hands, and in Baichen's eyes, it is far more powerful than he initially imagined. It seemed perfectly suited for little Liya, and now that he knows of her formidable mental prowess, he believes it is undoubtedly meant for her. Coupled with Baichen's imaginative prowess as a traveler, this will surely be one of the strongest fruit abilities. Yet, what Baichen valued most was the ability to absorb life force. With her immense mental strength, Liya could significantly enhance her control over the fruit's abilities, and combined with her future exceptional observation haki, this alone is enough to be taken seriously. More terrifying than Katakuri in the future, and more developed than the aloof red of yore. Furthermore, with her continuously strengthening power and Baichen's imaginative guidance to develop this fruit, Liya's strength will undoubtedly not lag behind Baichen's in the future. The mythical beast-type vampire form is perfectly suited for little Liya, Baichen declared. Little Baichen, this rare fruit is yours to consume. After all, you were the one who discovered it. Little Liya quickly shook her head and insisted. Baichen gently ruffled little Liya's hair, smiling as he said, "Silly girl, this fruit was prepared for you from the start. Hurry and eat it before those two old geezers snatch it away." Di Wu and Tian Niao exchanged speechless glances at Baichen. Indeed, little Liya, you should consume this fruit. After all, this little rascal has never been so clear about his intentions. It is undoubtedly well suited for you. Di Wu said indulgently to Liya, while Tian Niao nodded in agreement. Both were thinking, convincing little Liya to be this little rascal's wife does not count as cheating. Xiao Liya, I have another devil fruit that suits me perfectly. So you can eat it without worry, Baichen said. What? Where did you get another fruit? Di Wu and Tian Niao exclaimed in astonishment simultaneously. Winky face. Suddenly, a devil fruit appeared in Baichen's hand as he remarked, I found this fruit on the beach not long ago. It seemed to be calling out to me, as if it had chosen me. Baichen uttered a little white lie. The five of them gazed at Baichen as if he had performed a magic trick by conjuring up another fruit. You brat, adding this fruit to the one you're giving to Xiao Liya. Why have you become so mysterious all of a sudden? Di Wu inquired, somewhat bewildered. Is there? Anyway, it's not a bad thing. Baichen awkwardly scratched his head. And the four adults, seeing this, did not press further. Xiao Liya, hurry up and eat it. You need to consume the whole fruit to become even stronger. All right, then I will eat it. Xiao Liya, don't listen to Baichen. The adults simultaneously intervened, but it was too late. Xiao Liya had already stuffed the entire fruit into her mouth, pounding her chest in a frenzy, her face flushed. The adults were in a flurry. But fortunately, in the end, Baichen picked up Xiao Liya and shook her a couple of times until the devil fruit slid down. As is well known, in the world of pirates, anyone can have an enormous mouth. Just a joke, ha ha ha. Everyone felt a mix of relief and danger. Thankfully, Xiao Liya swallowed it without tasting it. Yet the danger was all caused by Baichen. Xiao Liya was still unaware of the reason. As both sets of parents engaged in a mixed attack, and after a quarter of an hour, Baichen's pig-like face appeared before Xiao Liya. Ha! Baichen, you pig head. Baichen, meow, for little buzzers. Xiao Liya, how do you feel? Tian Niao asked. That I feel like my whole body wants to disperse, and it seems I can absorb others' blood to remain youthful forever, having just consumed the devil fruit. She could already sense how to utilize its powers. Xiao Baichen, aren't you going to eat your devil fruit? Yunhan gently inquired. Baichen produced his own devil fruit, mythical Zoan-type devil fruit, year beast form. With the side effects of fear of the sea, fear of fire, and fear of sound removed, he took a small bite. After all, having heard it taste like his father's flavor, our dear protagonist certainly wouldn't indulge too much. Why is it sweet? Did the Tsongzi remove the unpleasant taste side effect too? It wasn't mentioned, He pondered silently. In just a few bites, he finished it entirely. Baichen could never believe this was the original flavor. It must be that Tsongzi eliminated the taste. Yes, that must be it. The crowd wore expressions of disbelief. Winky face. Hey, you wouldn't have a different taste perception than others, would you? Why do you seem to be enjoying it so much? Diwu asked. His face filled with terror. In a way, perhaps my devil fruit is just a bit different, Baichen hurriedly explained. Yet everyone unconsciously took a step back from Baichen, while Xiao Liya looked perplexed. Yin Duo explained. The taste of a devil fruit is notoriously horrible, and only a single bite is necessary. There's no need to consume the entire thing. Your father was utterly disgusted when he ate a devil fruit back in the day. Baichen, you just want to see me make a fool of myself. Xiao Liya stomped her foot and shouted in anger. Saying this, she approached Baichen, intending to hit him. Aunt Yin Duo quickly restrained Xiao Liya and asked Baichen, what kind of devil fruit ability is it? Xiao Baichen, it's the mythical Zoan-type devil fruit. Year beast form, Baichen replied. Everyone pondered for a moment. Diwu furrowed his brows in confusion and asked, is this the devil fruit that Xiao Baichen claimed chose him? I've never heard of any mythical fruit before. Our little Qin Shun is quite extraordinary, indeed, Yunhan said softly, stroking Baichen's head. Baichen, how do you feel now? Is it the same as what I felt earlier? Liya asked with an innocent expression. I feel an overwhelming surge of power coursing through me. I've never felt this strong before, as if I could shatter a mountain with a single punch. This is often an illusion caused by an excessive increase in strength. Starting tomorrow, Uncle Tian Niao and I will begin training you, including your devil fruit abilities, physical strength, mental fortitude, and haki, until you have a certain level of self-defense in the sea. You must not proceed. Baichen seriously suspected that his father's notion of self-defense strength meant at least the power of a Navy rear admiral. He always believed that his father and Uncle Tian Niao were quite formidable. Stinky Baichen, get up, we're going to train. The next morning, Liya burst into Baichen's room, throwing back his covers and shouting. The group quickly made their way along the path to the back mountain. With Baichen appearing utterly sleep-deprived, Baichen, do you think training will be painful? Liya said, fearfully. Xiao Liya, pain is inevitable, but to grow stronger, it's a necessary ordeal, Baichen explained, patting Liya's head. I will definitely become stronger and protect you, Liya declared, clenching her fists like a champion. That's great. I will also protect little Liya. As they journeyed to the back mountain, it seemed there were many towering beasts lurking in the woods. But they dared not approach, deterred by the aura emanating from Diwu and Tian Niao. Soon, they arrived at a large flat area halfway up the mountain, clearly suitable for training. It was evident that Baichen's father and Uncle Tian Niao had hastily prepared this training ground the day before. Baichen contemplated quietly. Today's training content is focused on honing devil fruit abilities. Dad, let me handle the training for the devil fruit abilities. I have a training regimen that will also assist Liya. Before Diwu could finish speaking, Baichen hurriedly interrupted. You brat, are you sure you don't need your father's help? Diwu exclaimed in surprise. Diwu, since Xiao Baichen has his own ideas, let him take charge. After all, both of these devil fruits were brought by this little rascal. Perhaps his training will indeed surprise us, Tian Niao remarked, looking forward to how Baichen would conduct the training. You can handle the training of the devil fruits on your own, but you must also help Liya train well. Don't just focus on yourself. Diwu sternly instructed. I am very strong. Baichen confidently waved his fist. All right, we all know you're strong. So Uncle Tian Niao and I will go nearby to build a resting area. Diwu chuckled. Liya appeared to trust Baichen completely. Baichen, teach me quickly. I want to become strong. Liya, first try to tap into your abilities based on your instincts. Soon, Liya transformed into many bats and scattered in all directions. After reverting to her human form, Liya jumped up, her face beaming with excitement. Baichen, I can fly. The view is so expansive now. The scenes seen by these bats are flashing in my mind. Liya, this is the advantage of your strong mental power. If it were anyone else, their brain would never be able to process so many images. The focus of your training at this stage is to shrink the bats as much as possible during transformation. The smaller and more numerous, the better. Only when they resemble dark red mist will the task be deemed complete. This isn't something that can be mastered in a short time, even if your mental power is strong. Without sufficient physical strength to support it, you shouldn't rush, just do your best. I understand, Baichen. I will work hard. Liya nodded earnestly. Baichen was contemplating that one day, if the sky were filled with bats resembling mist. What difference would it have from elementalization in the nature type? This reflects the advantages of modern thinking. Others would never consider that the Zoan type could achieve elementalization in such a direction, as they wouldn't even think along those lines. This little Baichen's mind is indeed quite ingenious. He is capable of thinking of this. Tian Niao tapped the iron nails on the wooden board and remarked to Di Wu. As if it has anything to do with you. Can you think of using it this way? The celestial bird scoffed. Little Tongzi, do you have any recommendations for the training direction of my devil fruit? Baichen silently inquired in his mind. Little Chinzi, mind your attitude that I possess detailed information about the abilities of the fruits, so why should I share it with you? Come on, Tongzi, I was just joking. Please, share some insights. That's more like it.as of now. This mythological fruit grants you 5 innate skills and 1 hidden skill. The first allows you to deal equal damage to surrounding targets upon landing after jumping and striking a target. The system's voice echoed in Baichen's mind. 1 attack, 2 damages, 1 directed at an individual, the other at a group. Coupled with the enhancement of your physical strength, you will undoubtedly be a formidable warrior. Perhaps the strongest among them. How impressive, Baichen thought to himself. The second innate skill is instantaneous movement, with a current range of 5 meters, but it cannot transport others, should you encounter a force stronger than your own. The teleportation may fail. Wow, a warrior with mobility and agility. Techniques like the 6 styles shave pale in comparison. The third innate skill allows you to manipulate the air pressure within a 5-meter radius, while transformed into the beast form, enabling you to float or fly. With further development of the fruit's abilities, you could even control air pressure without transformation. The fourth innate skill, fire control, is acquired by eliminating the fruit's side effects, but it can only be utilized in transformed state. The fifth innate skill ensures that if the host dies, their soul memory is preserved, allowing for body reconstruction after 3 days, usable only once in a lifetime. Aside from the fifth skill, the range and intensity of the other 4 skills can increase with the host's own capabilities. The hidden skill, Beast's Horn, allows for the summoning of a lightning tribulation from the Eastern cultivation world, absorbing countless bolts of lightning, currently in an inactive state. Baichen shall be invincible in this world from now on. Ha ha! Baichen exclaimed uncontrollably. Liya, Di Wu, and the celestial bird turned to him, startled by the outburst. Ha ha! It's nothing, everyone. I just recalled something joyous, Baichen quickly explained. The others looked at him with expressions akin to that of a lunatic, as if they had grown accustomed to Baichen's eccentric demeanor. Tongzi, how do I activate the hidden skill? Baichen inquired of the system. You need to absorb the strongest lightning attribute energy from this realm to activate it. Is it the lightning energy from the thunder fruit? Baichen continued to question. While the thunder fruit is powerful, it is insufficient to activate this skill. Compared to the Eastern lightning tribulation, the energy of the thunder fruit is akin to that of a child. Baichen pondered, if the thunder fruit won't suffice, then what will? Isn't the strongest offensive capability represented by the thunder fruit? The system responded, there exists an energy attack within this realm capable of achieving the activation state of the hidden skill, known as Tianwang. However, be advised that due to the overwhelming power of the Tianwang energy, the host will require a slumber of 36 years post-absorption. Tianwang? Isn't that one of the 3 ancient weapons? It possesses lightning attributes. The Sea King is the mermaid princess Baichen, and the Underworld King is an extraordinarily massive ship. Yet, both have either perished or have not been remade. Thus, the Tianwang must be in the hands of the world government. Otherwise, how could they dominate this world for 8 centuries? Baichen contemplated. Perhaps that war could yield this energy, but a 36-year slumber? That will be difficult to arrange. Baichen realized how to acquire this energy, but still needed to carefully consider the aftermath of obtaining it. The two eagerly commenced training their fruit abilities. Di Wu gazed at Baichen, who was floating mid-air in his transformed state, and asked in bewilderment, he can fly without wings? This fruit is unfamiliar to us. Its mystery and might are hardly surprising, responded the celestial bird. Liya's fruit is already quite formidable, yet this brat's fruit is also impressive. Baichen's pursuit of training his fruit abilities seems justified. He appears to possess greater understanding than we do. Look at little Liya. The results are already quite evident in such a short time. However, it seems her stamina is lagging, Diwu noted. Perhaps under our training, it won't be long before she reaches the level that Baichen mentioned. The element transformation of a zoan-type devil fruit could terrify others at sea. Diwu remarked to the celestial bird regarding the two youngsters who were continually transforming. Let's not overthink it. Let's just enjoy some tea and later give that brat Baichen a good thrashing. Thinking of that little rascal who tricked my Liya irks me, the celestial bird replied darkly. Diwu chuckled. That rascal may lack many virtues, but his tongue and vision are commendable. Just thinking of how little Liya will someday be my daughter-in-law brings me joy, The celestial bird could only roll his eyes in response. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was noon. Baichen, little Liya, come over here that I have a task for you. Our lunch will consist of roasted meat. You two need to venture into the mountains to capture a wild beast. Diwu stated nonchalantly. But can we really do that? Liya asked, beads of sweat still glistening on her forehead. Don't worry, Liya, we can definitely manage. I can punch a black bear to pieces. Baichen declared with confidence that, I believe in you, and I will strive to assist. Liya replied, clenching her fist. As the two turned to enter the forest, Diwu and the celestial bird immediately concealed their presence. Liya and Baichen instantly sensed a surge of unrest among the forest beasts, which seemed to bristle with resentment. Within 10 minutes, the two discovered a wild boar as their target. Liya, we can hunt that wild boar drinking water ahead, Baichen whispered. You don't need to take action this time. Just rest, he added, wiping the sweat from her forehead. All right, but Baichen, please be cautious. I will keep an eye out for you, Liya said. Don't worry. A wild boar can't harm me, Baichen replied before quietly advancing. When he was about 20 meters away from the boar, he executed 4 consecutive instances of instantaneous movement, pausing briefly in between, until he arrived behind the wild boar. Baichen leaped into the air, raised his fist, and shouted, Little New Year, burst fist. He struck down fiercely onto the boar's back. Upon landing, he swiftly unleashed his skill, causing the ground within a 5-meter radius to sink by 2 centimeters. The wild boar was struck again, letting out a spray of blood before falling silent. Just as Baichen prepared to boast about his prowess to Liya, a figure leaped out from behind him, a massive tiger, much larger than the previous black bear. Baichen was caught completely off guard, even unsure of what was happening, until he heard Liya's shout, Baichen. A terrifying and powerful aura erupted from Liya, instantly causing the enormous tiger behind Baichen to freeze in place and collapse. Alarmed, Baichen turned to see the tiger thud to the ground, while Liya also fainted. Diwu and the celestial bird, having sensed this aura, rushed to Baichen and Liya's side within moments. What happened to Baichen? Did Liya just release Conqueror's haki? Diwu inquired urgently. Baichen explained, I just killed that wild boar, and suddenly a tiger appeared from behind me, ready to attack. Before I could react, I heard Liya call my name. She awakened her Conqueror's haki to save me, but it seems she exhausted herself and fainted. The group hurriedly carried Liya to the cabin for rest. When Liya regained consciousness, the celestial bird asked, Little Liya, how did you activate your Conqueror's haki? You even saved little Baichen. I only remember feeling that Baichen was in danger, and my mind was solely focused on preventing anything from happening. Then this power erupted from within me, she recounted. Liya weakly uttered that it seems that Liya is quite remarkable. Diwu comforted. Liya quickly remembered that this was the same Conqueror's haki as Baichen's. Fortunately, little Liya was born with observation haki, granting her a unique perception of danger. Otherwise, Baichen would indeed have been in a precarious situation. Although he would not perish, sustaining serious injuries was certainly unavoidable. Tian Yao remarked, Indeed, I have yet to sense any ominous presence. Thanks to Liya, Baichen hurriedly replied to her. Diwu rapped Baichen on the head. You rascal, do you possess no foundation in observation haki at all? You can't even sense a hint of danger. It could be said that misfortune brought good fortune, as our little Liya has awakened her Conqueror's haki. Baichen, you take good care of Liya here while your father and I fetch the prey to roast. Tian Yao instructed Baichen. Understood. Liya, you are truly amazing. Liya proudly turned her head and replied, Of course, I am Liya. After finishing their lunch and resting, everyone gathered in a small circle. Diwu announced, This afternoon will be for physical training. I will be responsible for Liya's training. Leave Baichen's training to me, Tian Yao added with a different smile. Father, why must Liya and I train separately? Baichen questioned, puzzled, because our family's methods of physical activation differ. So your uncle Tian Yao will oversee your training, while I will handle little Liya's. Then why aren't you responsible for my training and Uncle Tian Yao for Liya's? Baichen pressed further. With a loud thud, Diwu delivered a powerful punch to Baichen's head. Why are you so full of questions? Your Uncle Tian Yao can't bear to see Liya suffer. Moreover, he is eager to train you. He is well-versed in our family's training methods, Diwu explained. Uncle Diwu, your strikes are rather heavy-handed. Liya scolded angrily. Ha! Both Diwu and Tian Yao burst into laughter. It appears that little Liya is quite concerned about Baichen. Tian Yao teased. I am not. I do not care about Baichen. Liya replied, her face turning a shade of crimson. All right, enough chatter. Action. You take Baichen to train on the other side. I will stay here to train with Liya. Diwu instructed Tian Yao. Uncle Diwu, how should I train? Liya inquired. Liya, do you fear hardship? Diwu asked. I do not fear. I will become strong and protect Baichen. Well said, Liya, just wait a moment. I in the span of 3 to 5 breaths. Diwu returned, but he brought back a massive stone that was several times larger than Liya. Although Liya's physical prowess, being AD, was incomparable to Baichen's, she was certainly much stronger than the average person. Right? This afternoon's training involves running up the mountain with this stone on your back. I will accompany you until you can no longer move. Diwu stated to Liya, I am not afraid. I will prove it to you. Uncle Diwu. Ha ha ha. Our Liya is truly remarkable. Although this may be somewhat challenging for you now, it is indeed the best and fastest way to enhance your physical abilities. Once your stamina improves, it will also benefit the development of your devil fruit powers. Prepare yourself for a night of immobility. I will not go easy on you. Little Liya, Diwu said to her. Uncle Diwu, you underestimate me. Liya exclaimed as she struggled to lift the stone larger than herself. Trudging up the mountain with great difficulty, it seems that little Liya's perseverance is quite commendable. Diwu murmured as he followed closely behind her. 10 minutes ago. Uncle Tian Yao, let us begin training quickly. I am eager to grow stronger, Baichen exclaimed. Hee, is that so? I hope you still feel that way later, Tian Yao replied, his smile not quite reaching his eyes. Baichen instantly sensed something was amiss. Very amiss. Why did his father say that Uncle Tian Yao was eager to train him? What benefit could training Baichen possibly bring to Uncle Tian Yao? Uncle Tian Yao, what kind of training method will I undergo? Baichen asked, a cold sweat forming. Your Arceus D's training method has always been rather. But before Tian Yao could finish, he swiftly swung his fist towards Baichen. Baichen was so caught off guard that he didn't even have time to use his teleportation ability. It was simply too fast. In less than 10 minutes, Baichen lay on the ground, bloodied and gazing despairingly at the sky. Your Arceus D's training method has always been straightforward. That is, to take a beating. Extracting the strength within you through continuous blows. Tian Yao explained, seemingly in high spirits as he addressed Baichen. Back in the day, your father trained so hard that he didn't dare return home. Trembling at the sight of your grandfather. How could Uncle Tian Yao be so strong? Baichen thought in astonishment, even though he was currently unclear about the power levels in the vast sea. Nevertheless, he felt that this was at least equivalent to an elite rear admiral or even an admiral's strength, right? After all, his own physical prowess was already impressive, combined with the devil fruit powers. Yet he found himself utterly unable to react, only able to endure the blows. His father and Uncle Tian Yao were indeed formidable. Uncle Tian Yao, who is stronger, you or the Navy admirals? Baichen asked weakly from the ground. Oh, you little rascal know about the Navy admirals? You seem quite knowledgeable. For you, that is still too far off. Perhaps after a few years of training, you can understand better if one were to observe closely. They would notice that when Baichen spoke of the admiral's strength, a hint of disdain and even contempt flickered in Tian Yao's eyes. Rest for 10 minutes. Then continue. Tian Yao instructed Baichen. Baichen, utterly disheartened, no longer wished to respond to his dear Uncle Tian Yao. Would this torment last an entire afternoon? No, it couldn't be that every day would be like this. No, it couldn't be that for several years to come. He would have to endure this. The more Baichen thought about it, the more he felt like closing his eyes and waiting for death. Whoever loves whom, let them love. Whoever wants to traverse, let them traverse. I am done. Lying here and sleeping. What could happen? Would Uncle Tian Yao beat me to death? What rivalry, what mighty beings of the sea, What 3 admirals? What 5 elders? What void thrones? What do they have to do with me? Baichen, sleeping and slacking off sounds quite appealing. Time's up. Get up. It's time for the next round. All right, Uncle Tian Niao, feel free to drill me. Our dear protagonist and author share similarities. Both are masters of words. Yet the body remains earnest. Bang, bang, bang. As Tian Niao pummeled Baichen, he muttered some words that if one listened closely, it seemed to be, "You tricked little Liya. She's only 5 years old. You tricked her into being your wife? And said you're the most important person to her. What about her parents? Sneakingly calling me Aunt Tian Niao. Come on, let us see if you have any energy left to deceive her after this." Another round of pummeling ensued, and Baichen truly wished for a swift end to his suffering. Why can't I even touch Uncle Tian Niao? Am I just destined to take a beating? Let this world be destroyed. Of course, these were merely thoughts he kept to himself. Uncle Tian Niao, are you intentionally trying to provoke me? Why do you keep hitting my face? Baichen, with his pig-like visage, struggled to articulate his question. Huh? What are you saying, little Baichen? You are my nephew, and I am your dearest Uncle Tian Niao. How could you think of me that way? I am doing this to make you strong. The pain inflicted upon you is felt in my heart. What I said earlier was that to grow strong, hardships are essential. I am motivating you. You probably just couldn't hear me, Tian Niao replied. Rest for 10 minutes. Then we will proceed to the next round. After saying this, Tian Niao departed, leaving Baichen, filled with thoughts of world destruction, lying despondently on the ground, wondering how little Liya was faring. Surely she wasn't enduring the same fate. This simply will not do. Upon returning home this evening, I shall have a serious conversation with my father about how a girl could be subjected to such violence. At this moment, Baichen seemed to have completely forgotten his father's words regarding their differing training methods. Yadwa, Yunhan, Tian Niao exclaimed loudly upon arriving home, calling out for the mothers of the 2 children. What's the matter, dear? Both responded in unison. Ha ha. Tonight, both families should prepare more meat, and then each of you should bring out the medicine for Xiao Baichen and Xiao Liya, so they can take a medicinal bath later. With that, Tian Niao hurried off, eager to continue his punishment of Baichen, his face beaming with joy, wrinkles dancing with delight. Uncle Tian Niao, you're back so soon. Aren't you going to continue with your tasks? Baichen cautiously inquired. What's the matter with you? Did you think I was about to start working? Let me tell you, for the next few years, barring any unforeseen circumstances, both your father and I will have nothing but time to train you. Tian Niao exclaimed with excitement. Quickly, let us move on to the next round. You still have the energy to speak, which means the intensity is still 2 low. 2 flowers bloom, each representing a branch. Xiao Liya, why don't you take a break? You've done remarkably well. This is just the beginning, so don't rush. Let us take it step by step, Diwu said with great concern for Xiao Liya. Uncle Diwu, please don't go easy on me. I'm here to train. Please supervise me properly, not let me rest, Xiao Liya replied, her determination unyielding, even as Diwu felt a pang of sympathy, yet had no choice but to continue. Let us pause running for a moment. Next up is squats, still with stones on our backs. 2,000 squats followed by 2,000 push-ups. I, Baichen, have endured. It's over. I am indeed extraordinarily strong, Baichen shouted, even as he struggled to stand. This kid I sent too bad, Tian Niao murmured with a smile. As the afternoon training concluded, it was time to take them home for a medicinal bath. Medicinal bath? What kind of medicinal bath, Uncle Tian Niao? Baichen inquired. That you'll find out when we get back. With that, Tian Niao lifted Baichen as one would a small child and hurried back. Pig-headed Baichen. When the 2 children met, Liya erupted into laughter. Although she appeared relaxed, a closer look would reveal that she was trembling all over. Only Diwu recognized the remarkable strength of this little girl's resolve. Yunhan, Yadwa, bring over the large tub, both called out to their wives simultaneously. They then set down the 2 little ones and worked together to bring over a curtain, preparing to enclose the area for the large tub. Once Yunhan and Yadwa had brought the tub, Yadwa expressed concern for the 2 children. Today must have been quite painful. Later, take a good soak to recover your bodies. Her gaze towards Baichen seemed to carry a hint of sympathy. Yunhan added, our little Qinshun and Xiao Liya are the best. They will undoubtedly become a couple that everyone envies in the future, strong and deeply in love. Blushing, Xiao Liya shyly protested. Oh, auntie, please don't say such things. Who is in a relationship with that stinky Baichen? A wave of laughter erupted, and Liya secretly giggled, her face flushed with shyness. Only Baichen, feeling it inappropriate, exclaimed, "What? We're both soaking together. Do we have to wear clothes? Isn't this moving too fast? Today marks your final lesson. You must retrieve the Heart Lotus from the mountaintop," Di Wu stated calmly. The Heart Lotus at the summit was one of the reasons Di Wu and Tian Niao chose to settle there. Specifically prepared for Baichen and Liya. Soon, Tian Niao will guard the Heart Lotus, and your task is to work together to retrieve it despite his obstacles. Di Wu continued. What exactly is the function of the Heart Lotus? Dad? Baichen asked curiously. That Di Wu glanced at Baichen and replied, once you obtain it, your uncle Tian Niao will explain. Baichen thought to himself, with Uncle Tian Niao's guidance, Liya and I might just succeed. If we fail this challenge, Dad won't let us set sail? Baichen, don't be reckless. We need a strategy, Liya remarked, looking at Baichen. All right, Liya, I won't act as I did before. Let us discuss our strategy before challenging Uncle Tian Niao. Besides, we have a secret move this time. Uncle Tian Niao will surely be caught off guard. Baichen replied with a hearty laugh. We will first. Then finally, the two little ones conspired in whispers. Hiding from Tian Niao. These two truly believe that this challenge is so easily overcome, Tian Niao muttered to himself as he ascended the mountain. Thus, we can certainly do this. Let us set off. With that, Baichen manipulated the surrounding air pressure, propelling himself towards the summit. Liya transformed into countless bats, closely following Baichen. Upon reaching the mountaintop, they found Tian Niao already there, standing next to an exquisitely pure white lotus. As if the mountain existed solely for its presence. Let me tell you both, if you fail this challenge, you cannot set sail, whether as navy or anything else. Lacking self-defense capability is, before Tian Niao could finish his sentence. Baichen and Liya exchanged a glance and nodded. In an instant, Liya conjured a dark red domain composed of countless small bats, enveloping the entire mountaintop. Bat domain. Upon closer inspection, it appeared as if a mist had formed, rendering the origin of its composition indistinguishable. At that moment, Tian Niao felt as if his body was being suppressed by some unseen force. Before he could even begin to move, his stamina began to wane. What an absurd ability. A weakling probably wouldn't even be able to resist before losing all vitality, Tian Niao mused to himself. Little New Year's Eve punch. Baichen suddenly moved behind Tian Niao. His entire arm enveloped in armed haki, striking down upon him with great force. Tian Niao, relying solely on his physical prowess, managed to absorb the blow. However, upon landing, Baichen's impact caused the entire mountaintop to sink significantly, as the soil beneath the Heart Lotus was completely disintegrated. At that moment, within the domain, Liya swiftly transformed her form to reach the Heart Lotus, extending her hand toward it. Seeing that Liya was about to grasp it, Tian Niao unleashed a terrifying aura that surged towards her. Liya felt the sweat dripping from her forehead and the pressure against her outstretched hand. Simultaneously, a powerful force erupted from within her. And not just one. Baichen, from a distance, also unleashed his conqueror's haki towards Tian Niao. In that instant, Liya felt the pressure lessen, and she was on the verge of seizing the Heart Lotus. Yet it was still too late. Before she knew it, Tian Niao had appeared in front of her, delivering a punch infused with armed haki that sent her crashing into Baichen's side. Uncle Tian Niao's conqueror's haki is truly unfair. Clearly, we have all advanced to a higher level, yet we still face suppression. Baichen remarked to Liya that I didn't realize Dad was so formidable. And let us not forget he is a devil fruit user. But we were so close just now. Let us keep going. Liya wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and said. With that, Liya formed another domain, continuously siphoning Tian Niao's life force and channeling it into Baichen. This is beginning to feel quite unfair, Tian Niao thought, as he coated himself in armed haki, doing his utmost to suppress the loss of vitality within him. Beast transformation, flame of destruction. Baichen, transformed into a beast, unleashed flames comparable to magma towards Tian Niao. Tian Niao had no choice but to secure the Heart Lotus at his waist and continuously dodge. Yet how could he evade Baichen's instantaneous movements? Heavenly descent, Baichen shouted, and a surge of flame struck fiercely against Tian Niao's back. In an instant, Tian Niao realized he had sustained considerable burns. But he seemed unconcerned. After all, He could rely on Xiao Liya to replenish his vitality later. This was also why everyone was unafraid of injuring one another. Moreover, Tian Niao possessed the abilities of a devil fruit user. I can't believe you managed to wound me. Had this been anyone else, they might not even be able to move now. You truly infuriate me, little Baichen. Divine funeral, Tian Niao declared, suddenly appearing in front of Baichen. His flowing cherry blossom haki enveloping his fists as he rained blows upon Baichen. Baichen could only step back defensively, unable to even utilize his instantaneous movement, as if he were locked in place. Could this also be a result of the conqueror's haki? Isn't this pure cheating? Baichen said in a distressed manner. Tian Niao fiercely struck towards Baichen. Bang, bang, bang. Baichen's body curled up like a shrimp, continuously smashing backward until he had penetrated 700 or 800 meters before finally coming to a halt. This mountain appeared exceptionally solid. Had it been any ordinary mountain, it would have surely been shattered by now. That punch directly rendered Baichen's beastly form unsustainable. Life. Bestow. Liya softly uttered "At" that moment. The domain encompassing flora and fauna seemed to rapidly lose vitality, while a magnificent surge of life energy flowed relentlessly into Baichen's being. Under Baichen's guidance, Liya was no longer limited to drawing life force only from animals. She could now also extract it from plants. Before long, Baichen, whose clothes were tattered, stood up and inquired, "Why couldn't I even evade that punch, Uncle Tian Niao? This is a lesson for you two today. The advanced application of Conqueror's haki to lock onto your enemy. Your father and I refer to it as divine burial. Unlike the power of binding haki that enhances oneself, this force is conferred upon the vicinity of the enemy, rendering them unable to escape. It's considerably more complex than binding haki. You two still have much to learn." Tian Niao responded. "Baichen, if this continues, we won't stand a chance. Use that move." Baichen nodded. At this moment, Liya's domain form had completely dissipated. Countless tiny bats began to swarm towards Baichen, and soon he appeared to be clad in a majestic dark red armor. "Uncle Tian Niao, this is the fusion technique that Liya and I developed," Baichen exclaimed towards Tian Niao. "What is this? Fusion? I've never seen you two use that before," Tian Niao inquired. "Huh? If you had seen it. How could we possibly be here now? Liya and I created this move several years ago, secretly training and saving it for battle against you. We're now immensely powerful," Baichen declared excitedly, with a slight exertion of his legs. The ground shattered like a spider's web. Baichen instantly teleported in front of Tian Niao. New Year's strike. Shatter. Countless fists rained down upon Tian Niao. "Damn. What's happening? Why is my life energy draining so much faster now?" That's the formidable nature of the fusion technique. By attacking through the armor, the power to absorb life energy is far greater than that of the domain. However, it lacks the extensive range of the domain. Therefore, we must strive for a quick resolution. Otherwise, this kid will only grow more spirited. Tian Niao said urgently. In an instant, Tian Niao leapt into the air, his figure appearing even more massive. Divine bird descends. Tian Niao shouted, spreading his arms as green flames erupted from his body, and a colossal green divine bird manifested in the sky. The sharp claws formed from his legs lunged towards Baichen's figure. This was Tian Niao's devil fruit ability, the Zoan-type bird fruit, mythical beast form. Not only did it possess the regenerative capabilities of a phoenix, but it also excelled in speed. Previously, during training, Uncle Tian Niao seemed to prefer relying on his physical prowess rather than utilizing his fruit abilities against Baichen. Today, however, he appeared intent on achieving a swift victory, thus unleashing his more formidable powers. Uncle Tian Niao's beastly form felt far more imposing than the phoenix of the Whitebeard Pirates' 1st Division captain, Marco, from the previous world. Yet, for some unknown reason, the divine bird's form matched the color of Tian Niao's hair. What a quirk! Truly, Uncle Tian Niao is remarkable. Is this yet another unavoidable technique? Baichen murmured. Baichen had no choice but to transform into his hybrid form At this moment. Not only was he adorned in dark red armor, but flames also flickered around him, as if the very ground was on the verge of melting. The strongest form of a Zoan-type devil fruit user, the hybrid form, physical shield. The instant their bodies collided, they seemed to be locked in a stalemate. However, the surrounding plants could not withstand the pressure and shattered into fragments. One could scarcely imagine that a 15-year-old boy could achieve such a level of combat. Tian Yao and Baichen were evenly matched as they separated. That you're quite impressive, Baichen. After merging with little Liya, you've enhanced significantly in all aspects. Yet, this doesn't seem to be your true combined strength, does it? Tian Yao remarked that of course not. We are far from our most powerful state. I look forward to it. Tian Yao replied, transforming once more into his divine bird form and charging towards Baichen. Without Liya's life force augmentation, Baichen in his hybrid form would likely have reverted to his human form several times over. New Year's strike, shatter. Baichen continuously engaged with Tian Yao, yet his stamina showed no signs of waning. Their figures blurred into a flurry of motion, especially Baichen, who perpetually teleported around Tian Yao. Still, Tian Yao managed to keep pace. Tian Yao began to launch unrestrained attacks against Baichen. After all, Baichen and Liya, upon merging, had grown immensely powerful. He could not afford to falter at this critical juncture. It seemed he would need to exert more effort to expedite the conclusion of this battle. Prolonging it would be highly disadvantageous. With that, Tian Yao transformed into his hybrid form, fully intent on securing a swift victory without holding back. Tian Yao, devour the sun. In his hybrid form, Tian Yao's fists appeared immensely powerful, delivering relentless strikes upon Baichen with the invincible technique of divine burial. Yet, Baichen's physique was formidable as well. Especially after the fusion, this was no mere sum of parts. It was a clear case of 1 + 1 equating to greater than 2. Great New Year's strike, shatter the heavens. At this moment, Baichen's fists were subtly imbued with the essence of conqueror's haki. This was a move Baichen had recently devised, even stronger than New Year's strike, shatter. The author admits to being terrible at naming. Little New Year, Great New Year, huh? The two engaged in another fierce exchange, yet Baichen still found himself at a disadvantage. This is absurd. I can't even suppress Uncle Tian Yao. Not bad, but still insufficient. Little Baichen, is this the extent of your power? Tian Yao's mocking voice echoed. Suddenly, Baichen's figure teleported backward, leaving Tian Yao puzzled as to his intentions. Since you wish for a swift resolution, let us settle this with this move. Baichen caressed the dark red armor adorning him and said, here it comes. Little Liya, let us use our technique. Upon hearing this, Tian Yao seemed eager to witness the true fusion technique of the two youngsters. Preparing himself in his hybrid formed at that moment, Baichen's armor appeared to come alive, swirling around him in a continuous flow, lifting him into the air. Baichen's palms suddenly opened towards the sky, and Tian Yao felt an eerie chill run down his spine. This is dangerous, Tian Yao thought to himself, a warning from his observation haki. The sky gradually turned a dark red, and the energy sphere in Baichen's hand grew ever more potent. Fusion technique, Blood Shadow Devour. Here it comes. A dark red sphere, the size of a mountain, hurtled towards Tian Yao. It was truly astonishing. As Tian Yao marveled, his body surged towards the energy sphere, Sky Dance. This was one of the signature moves of Tian Yao's hybrid form. Just as the two forces made contact, boom, a thunderous sound reverberated across the entire island, leaving the residents in a daze as they gazed at the highest mountain, utterly bewildered. Where did the mountain go? The residents trembled, glancing around in confusion. They had always known that two incredibly powerful families trained there daily, yet never had the commotion been so extreme. It felt as if the world was ending. The very earth-shattering. This was Tungsten Steel Mountain. Its hardness was incomparable to that of ordinary mountains. How remarkable it was to push Tian Yao to such an extent. Diwu gazed at the now-vanished mountaintop. Murmuring, "It seems our child has grown," Yunhan said with pride, looking at Yaduo. Indeed, time flies. The synergy between little Baichen and little Liya feels truly extraordinary. Yunduo replied as the dust settled. A disheveled figure emerged, blood streaming from his arms, his body in tatters, and much of his green hair singed. You two are indeed remarkable. However, this level is still insufficient to bring me down. Tian Yao addressed the figure lying on the ground. Uncle Tian Yao, haven't you noticed what's missing from me? Baichen coughed up blood, a weak smile gracing his lips. Missing what? The armor. Where is the armor transformed by Liya? Tian Yao asked nervously. Dad, according to our agreement, you have lost. Suddenly, Liya appeared, holding what could only be the Heart Lotus. Tian Yao helplessly touched his waist. When did this happen? Ha! Baichen never truly intended to defeat you, but we possess a certain level of self-awareness. Our combined technique is indeed formidable, yet it is insufficient to genuinely vanquish you. Thus, our initial objective was to procure the Heart Lotus from your waist, the moment you clashed with that smelly Baichen. I had already released the armor form and entwined myself around your waist. However, you were completely oblivious at that time. After all, that move is not so easily countered. Poor Baichen suffered quite a bit after the armor form was released. Nevertheless, his physique is surely robust enough. Allow me to provide treatment, and coupled with his inherently monstrous constitution, he will soon recover. Liya explained slowly to Tian Yao. Tian Yao sighed. I didn't expect to be outwitted by the two of you. However, a victory is a victory. Regardless, this is your merit. Truly, you are the children of me and Emperor Wu. Haha. Tian Yao laughed proudly. Now that you two are venturing out, I have complete confidence. You are well equipped to protect yourselves. You should consume both Heart Lotuses, 1/2 each. They are truly valuable. After consuming them, you will immediately feel the effects. Initially, when your uncle Emperor Wu and I discovered this legendary item, we couldn't ascertain its true nature. It was only when your mother mentioned that this mountain is the fabled tungsten steel mountain that everything began to align, confirming that this is indeed the legendary Heart Lotus. Back then, there were guardian beasts, but your uncle Emperor Wu and I dealt with them. Haha. Tian Yao chuckled while speaking to Liya. Baichen and Liya each took half of the Heart Lotus and consumed it. How remarkable! Baichen exclaimed after finishing the Heart Lotus. I can sense your joy at this moment. Baichen, aren't you feeling the same? Liya? She replied with laughter. Tian Yao elaborated. Upon consuming the Heart Lotus, one transcends ordinary perception, able to sense each other's life-threatening dangers and accurately detect one another's locations. Regardless of whether the other is joyous or sorrowful, such emotions can be sensed, and when the bond reaches a certain degree, one might even achieve occasional telepathy. Why occasionally? Because constant telepathy would be somewhat abnormal. Oh, how wondrous. Let me give it a try, Baichen mused inwardly. What are you thinking about now, you pervert, Baichen? Liya shouted. Her face flushed with anger. Are you certain you wish to join the Navy? Emperor Wu inquired it that moment. Emperor Wu, Yunhan, Baichen, Tian Yao, Yadhua, and Liya sat together, discussing the future paths for Baichen and Liya. Indeed, I must leverage the Navy's power. It is impossible to achieve my goals solely on my own. Moreover, currently, the seas are dominated by either the Navy or pirates, are they not? Baichen stated calmly. At present, Dorg is only 17 years old, having acquired the sea circle history after the year 1500, leading the brave army to attack the southern seas Germa Kingdom and expelling the king. Subsequently, after Bartolomeo Kuma and Jinny joined, the brave army transformed into the revolutionary army. What about those celestial dragons? The Navy is tasked with serving them. Tian Yao questioned Baichen. Humph, a bunch of trash. I joined the Navy not to serve them, but to pave the way for my own future plans, Baichen retorted disdainfully. Can you share your plans with us, little Chinchin? Yunhan asked. First, join the Navy. Eliminate pirates to earn military merit, and at the very least, achieve the rank of Rear Admiral. Cultivate trustworthy subordinates, and when the opportunity arises, I will establish a new Navy faction to overthrow this filthy regime. Baichen outlined. Opportunity arises? Emperor Wu asked, puzzled. This I cannot disclose for now, but in the future, Liya will inform you, Baichen said, teasingly. Why will Liya tell us and not you? Yadhua posed a crucial question. Baichen, maintaining an air of mystery, replied, Aunt Yadhua, you will understand when the time comes. The battle at Goddess Valley cannot be revealed 2 years in advance. It would only seem unrealistic when the system indicated hidden skills. Baichen had already devised that the battle at Goddess Valley must acquire the energy of the Heavenly King. The Eastern Thunder Calamity possesses energy far surpassing the Thunder Fruit. Moreover, once activated, it has the ability to absorb myriad thunders, making facing the Heavenly King much simpler. Furthermore, once Liya achieves the ability to transfer life force to others, Baichen's concept solidified in his mind. With Liya present, the subsequent periods of slumber would pose no issue. Baichen and Liya's family need not worry. What about you, Liya? Do you share the same thoughts as Baichen? Yadhua asked Liya. Of course, Mom. If I'm not around, Baichen won't be able to take care of himself. Liya declared proudly. In truth, during their training, Baichen had discussed these matters with Liya multiple times, and she consistently affirmed that they must undertake this together. Liya was aware of a portion of Baichen's plans and understood that he would have a prolonged period to cultivate a remarkably powerful ability, during which she would be needed. Although she found it hard to comprehend at first, she chose to trust Baichen. Over the years, Baichen and Liya had become akin to family. In the future, I will require the strength of both Dad and Uncle Tian Yao. Baichen stated, "Your grandfather said that our generation's duty is to protect you. When would we need to lend our strength?" Emperor Wu inquired, perplexed. "You foolish dad. When we need your strength, isn't it to protect us? Without you, we could be in peril," Baichen exclaimed vehemently. "That does make a certain degree of sense. Baichen has grown up. Perhaps it is time to heed his words." Emperor Wu, Tian Yao mockingly remarked. "With such formidable power, how could one not utilize it? Baichen does not fully believe in the so-called prophecy. Could a prophecy predict my existence as a transmigrator?" Baichen mused inwardly. "Moreover, in my plans, Liya is the most crucial element. Of course, you stinky Baichen. Without me, you could accomplish nothing." Liya declared, prideful. "Could you not elaborate a bit more, little Chinchin? This will only worry your mother." Yunhan implored Baichen. "Mom, do you not trust your son? Besides, Liya and I have already attained sufficient strength to protect ourselves. If you doubt it, ask Dad or Uncle Tian Yao," Baichen responded, playfully. Indeed, barring unforeseen circumstances, self-preservation should not be an issue. Moreover, Baichen and Liya have grown sufficiently. It is time for them to venture forth, rather than remain confined on this small island for a lifetime. Emperor Wu gently stroked Yunhan's golden hair. "What will be your attitude towards pirates?" Emperor Wu suddenly inquired. "Kill," Baichen answered succinctly. "And what about those pirates who do no wrong?" Tian Yao also asked. "Kill. Those who do not engage in wrongdoing cannot be called pirates. They are more aptly termed adventurers of the sea. Yet, if they fly the pirate flag, they are pirates, and thus, they must be killed," Baichen responded assertively. The aura of Conqueror's haki seemed to emanate uncontrollably from him. "Wasn't Luffy, the protagonist from the anime of my past life, merely an adventurer? And yet, during the Impel Down incident, how many heinous criminals were released for Ace's sake? What damage did those individuals inflict upon the common folk of this world? And what about those who followed him afterward? Were they all innocent? Pure nonsense. Furthermore, the Navy captures devil fruit users merely to imprison them, claiming they fear the powers of the devil fruit spreading. Do only pirates gain powers upon acquisition? Are there no Navy personnel? Does everyone who acquires power become immensely strong? Absolute folly. Once Baichen resolved his path, he had already discarded mercy. The four adults appeared taken aback by Baichen's murderous intent. Yunhan hurriedly asked, "What about the common folk? Of course, I must protect my dear mother. A commoner? You don't think I would harm anyone, do you? My thoughts are quite healthy. Do not let your imagination run wild," Baichen retorted. Upon hearing this, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. As for little Liya, she declared, "Whatever Baichen does, I shall do. Whatever Baichen says, I shall follow. Since you've all made your decision, we will undoubtedly support you. If you encounter insurmountable obstacles outside, return to us while you are still young." Tian Yao addressed Baichen and Liya. "Absolutely, Uncle, Dad." Both heirs Shao responded in unison, with little Liya's unparalleled ability to make you age. "It would indeed be strange otherwise. Let us go together to see that so-called void throne," Baichen mused silently. "Then let us feast. Tomorrow, Liya and I shall set sail." "Hooray, hooray!" Liya exclaimed, raising her fists in excitement. It seemed that with heir Shao around, life would never be dull. Cheers. Within half an hour after Baichen's proposal, a lively banquet had already commenced. 6 filled glasses clinked passionately together, spilling wine all over the table. Seemingly echoing the joyful faces of the 6 at the table, this was a farewell toast, symbolizing the growth of Baichen and Liya. Glasses clinked and laughter abounded. "Stinky Baichen, let me tell you. If you treat me poorly in the future, you'll be in trouble. If you flirt around, you're finished," Liya drunkenly warned Baichen. "Hee, little Liya, give me a kiss, and I promise I will only love you and treat you well." Baichen teased playfully. "Muah." Liya suddenly planted a firm kiss on Baichen's cheek, causing everyone else to feel immense happiness, except for one person. Tian Yao's delicate, feminine face seemed to darken. a feeling akin to a prized vegetable being trampled by a pig. As for Baichen, he was somewhat bewildered. He was merely joking. In the past, when he said such things to Liya, she would only punch him. Could it be that a tipsy Liya was different? Glancing down at Liya, he found her already resting her head on his shoulder, murmuring in her sleep, "Stinky Baichen, don't run, I want to hurt you. I'm coming." This little Liya certainly couldn't hold her liquor. It was likely her first time drinking so much. Baichen couldn't suppress a smile. "Baichen, how are we going to set sail?" Liya, with her long black hair tied high in a ponytail and clad in a black robe, eagerly inquired, glancing at Baichen, who was laden with supplies. Baichen helplessly replied, "Little Liya, we can simply buy a regular fishing boat in the nearby town. Once we set sail, there will be plenty of boats to choose from." Liya joyfully exclaimed, "Great, I'll follow your lead." Half an hour later, little Chin-chun, you must take good care of Liya, understand? Don't let anyone bully her. Little Liya, keep a close eye on Baichen. Understand? Don't let him flirt around. Let Baichen handle the dangerous tasks. Your supplies contain enough food for a week. You must reach another island for resupply before it runs out, got it? There's plenty of money in the supplies, so don't worry about expenses. This navigation chart will take you directly to the doldrums. Don't forget the sailing knowledge we taught you. The doldrums can be perilous, so you must protect little Liya, understood? Once you reach paradise, you can buy record pointers and navigation charts for various islands. Yunhan and Yaduo seemed to tirelessly remind Baichen and Liya of the precautions. Reluctant for them to leave, paradise, indeed, was the name for the first half of the Grand Line. For those with formidable strength, it truly was a paradise. Rest assured, their strength is not something to worry about. As long as they don't fall into the sea, they will be fine. Emperor Wu spoke expressionlessly to everyone, though the corners of his eyes were slightly moist. Indeed, we have all grown up. The fledgling eagles must learn to soar. Though Tian Yao said this, he couldn't help but feel a wave of sadness at the thought of little Liya leaving. Dad, Mom, Uncle Tian Yao, Aunt Yunduo. Don't worry. Our abilities will keep us safe in the doldrums, and I will take good care of little Liya. Baichen proclaimed like a grown-up, "I'll take care of you, stinky Baichen." Liya huffed, pouting her cheeks defiantly at Baichen. 3 days later. "Little Liya, are we going in the right direction?" Baichen asked dully, sprawled on the deck. Liya pouted, "Didn't you say you understood sailing knowledge?" Baichen awkwardly chuckled. "Hee, isn't it thanks to your remarkable memory? If you know it, it means I know it too. The direction is correct. If you sail more swiftly, we should reach the doldrums in about 10 days. We need to find an island to resupply in these 2 days. After all, you eat so much. This is supposed to last a week." Liya nearly wanted to punch Baichen in frustration. The imagined fun was non-existent. Life at sea was filled with boredom and idleness. Moreover, Baichen and Liya's little boat was quite small, lacking any entertainment facilities in Baichen's eyes. This way of life was sheer torture. He could not comprehend how those pirates managed to sail for months on the ocean. "Stinky Baichen, where are we heading after we pass through the doldrums? We need to first obtain a record pointer to Gaia Island." Above Gaia Island lies the legendary Sky Island and the Golden Country. "Wow, is it made entirely of gold? How do you know so much?" Liya asked excitedly. "Hee, actually, I am not from this world. This world was merely a story in my past life. So I know everything. If you don't wish to say, then don't. You're lying to me again." Just then, a ship appeared in their line of sight, flying a pirate flag. "Liya, our new ship has arrived." "It looks much better than ours," Baichen exclaimed, standing up immediately. Before long, the two ships had drawn closer. A rather imposing vessel came into view, approximately 15 meters wide and 40 to 50 meters long. A petite three-decker painted in yellow and green. The deck was covered in lush grass, one side adorned with orange trees, while the other featured a fishing area, giving it a luxurious appearance. "Captain Blackbear. The ship ahead doesn't have a pirate flag. It must be a fishing boat. Let us seize it," a lecherous underling said, ingratiating himself to the figure ahead. "Ha, my dear crew, we are the notorious Black Bear pirate crew with a bounty of 10 million. Prepare yourselves." The burly captain of the Black Bear pirate crew licked his lips, exhilarated. In this era, it was not yet the age of exploration, and a bounty of 10 million was indeed considerable in the South Sea. "Captain, the girl on that ship is incredibly beautiful. We cannot let her go." Underling number 2 exclaimed excitedly. "Such a vile heart. Baichen, let me handle this. I can't take it anymore," Liya said to Baichen. Little Liya, don't damage the ship. This is our new vessel, Bat Domain. Liya suddenly transformed into countless little bats, surrounding the enemy ship completely. What is this? The lecherous underling trembled nervously. This must be a devil fruit ability. What do we do now? The captain wiped the sweat from his forehead in less than a minute. Everyone on the ship lay quietly, their bodies desiccated like mummies, commonly referred to as corpses. Little Liya's ability to absorb life force through the Bat Domain had become increasingly formidable. Wow, Baichen, this ship has so much food. We no longer need to worry about supplies, Liya exclaimed warmly after absorbing their life force. Baichen quickly jumped onto the ship and, utilizing air pressure control, tossed the crew members into the sea, the pirate flag fluttering away in the wind. Who would have thought that my attitude towards pirates would also rub off on little Liya? Seeing the look of enjoyment on her face made Baichen shudder slightly. Wow, Baichen, look, there's an entertainment room, a gym, and a huge kitchen. Hee, I told you so. Liya. On the vast ocean, there are boats everywhere. Baichen happily chimed in as well. Wow, there are 2 large bedrooms here. Liya exclaimed as she reached the 3rd floor. After saying that, she eagerly urged Baichen to bring her living supplies from their old ship to change over. Moments later, the 2 of them lay comfortably on the chairs of the new ship's deck. Stinky Baichen, what about our old ship? Are we just abandoning it? Liya asked, puzzled. Liya, watch me perform a magic trick, Baichen replied, standing up and waving his hands at his small boat, which then vanished into thin air. How did you do that? Teach me, Liya exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she tugged at Baichen's collar. Ahem, Liya, this is the power of my devil fruit, which I discovered just a couple of days ago. Now I can create a storage space on my body where time does not flow, so we can store our food there without worrying about it spoiling. At this moment, Baichen finally revealed this matter to Liya, though he cleverly attributed it to the abilities of the devil fruit. Why can't my devil fruit do that? Liya said, feeling aggrieved. Silly Liya, if I have it, it means you have it too, Baichen gently replied, stroking Liya's hair. Upon hearing this, her forlorn expression began to fade. Liya seemed particularly fond of this ship, lying on the deck and gazing at the orange tree on one side, her eyes half closed. Basking in the warmth of the sun, let's have a fishing competition, Baichen exclaimed excitedly as he ran from inside the ship to the deck, holding 2 fishing rods. These are the fishing rods I found in the storage room. Come on, let's compete. Ha. Fine, I'll beat you, Stinky Baichen. I'm Liya. Liya, my room is really cold. I can't sleep there. How about I sleep in your room tonight? We used to do that all the time when we were kids. Baichen shrugged, leaning against the door frame. Get lost. How many times do I have to say it, Stinky Baichen? Absolutely not, Liya said lazily, unceremoniously throwing her pillow at Baichen at the door. The sky was clear and bright. After 10 days of sailing, Baichen and Liya finally reached the doldrums. During this time, whenever Baichen grew bored, he would take the whole ship flying in the sky, significantly faster than normal sailing speed. The food obtained from the new pirate ship meant that they no longer needed to search for islands to replenish their supplies, that it felt as though their lives had improved considerably since switching to the new ship. No longer aimless as they had been in previous days, the very least. Each night Baichen would find ways to sneak into Liya's room, as if his own room held some great terror. However, the imagined prosperity of piracy was not evident. Perhaps it was because the great age of exploration had not yet begun. Thus, the only encounter they had on their journey was with the notorious Black Bear pirate crew. Liya, once we pass through the doldrums, we'll reach paradise, Baichen said, leaning back against the deck chair and speaking softly. Hurry up and steer the ship through the doldrums, Stinky Baichen. I can't wait. Liya's eyes sparkled with excitement. Why do I feel like you're so thrilled? Liya? Am I? No way, ha ha ha. It seemed that the pirate crew they encountered a few days ago had thoroughly stirred the devil within Liya. Soon, Baichen controlled the surrounding air pressure, causing the entire ship to float and slowly drift toward paradise. If he could not do this, they would have to head toward Reverse Mountain to enter the first half of the Grand Line. That journey would take far more than just a few days, which was why Baichen had never considered setting off that way. Having the ability to do so, why would he choose otherwise? Baichen certainly did not see sailing across the sea as an enjoyment that a sea king. Liya asked, gazing down at the massive creature below. Domai, that octopus seems to be the size of half our island. That's terrifying. The octopus below appeared significantly larger than an average sea king. A gentle sweep of its tentacle could easily capsize a pirate ship. So, Liya, aside from us, I doubt anyone else could pass through the doldrums like this. Except for that golden line fellow. Recently, Baichen had briefed Liya on the formidable figures currently roaming the seas. Liya expressed her confusion, wondering why, despite growing up together, Baichen seemed to know everything. Seeing Baichen's expression of unspoken burdens, she refrained from pressing further, for she believed that if Baichen could share it, he would. Hee, Baichen, you're amazing. Baichen seemed to expend little energy, effortlessly passing through the doldrums without any danger. Liya, let's stop at that island ahead and see if we can buy a log pose for Gaia Island. I certainly don't want to sleep on the ship tonight, Baichen said without a hint of nostalgia. Although they had been on the ship for quite some time, it seemed Baichen still did not quite understand the life at sea. A short duration was manageable, but as time passed, the solitude began to weigh heavily on him. Sir, this is Long Ring Island. The log pose for Gaia Island is readily available for purchase in town. So, sir, there's no need to worry. Why not take a good rest tonight? A young attendant's sycophantic voice came from behind. We're quite fortunate. We are not far from Gaia Island, Baichen whispered to Liya. It was no wonder the attendant was so obsequious. Baichen had given him a small piece of gold, enough to keep an ordinary person comfortable for a month. It was also no surprise that Baichen was unaware of the prices. Having never worried about money throughout his life and not caring how much he spent, the two found a luxurious hotel in town and enjoyed a good night's sleep. Baichen tipped the hotel owner generously. Yet the owner seemed oblivious to the underlying message. Thus, as expected, he provided two of the best rooms for the notorious Baichen. Liya remarked that stinky Baichen truly has a thieving heart. While Baichen spent the night sulking, seemingly unable to comprehend why the owner was so foolish. Sir, what would you like to do first? Purchase supplies, or would you like me to show you the sights of the island? Or perhaps by the log pose? Early the next morning, the young guide was already waiting for Baichen and Liya. One could not neglect a customer like the notorious Baichen. Take us to the place where we can buy supplies, Baichen said gloomily, still irritated by the hotel owner from the previous night. Are there any pirates on this island? Baichen inquired. Sir, there are basically no pirates on this island. You might encounter a crew every 10 days or so, but they would all be chased away by the island's navy. Baichen appeared even more dejected as for why Baichen did not join the navy at the naval branch. He felt that, firstly, the current task was to head to Gaia Island, and secondly, it would be ages before the naval branch could promote to the headquarters. Wouldn't it be better to report directly to the naval headquarters? Wow, Baichen, this outfit looks amazing. Wow, Baichen, this looks delicious. Wow, Baichen, this seems so fun. Baichen waved his hand grandly, declaring, buy it all. Have everything sent to the hotel, and then let the hotel owner send it to the ship later. All right, stinky Baichen, don't be so glum. Muah, Liya, look at this. It's also quite lovely and looks great to wear. Buy it all. Liya, this would look stunning on you. Boss, pack it all up. The innocent young boy Baichen was so easy to deceive. Was a simple kiss all it took to win him over? Baichen thought to himself that if any of you reading this were in his shoes, you would be unable to resist as well. It was not merely talk. The shopping spree lasted for quite a while, but it seemed to do little to quell Liya's excitement. Baichen declared that they had bought enough. The hotel could not accommodate any more. So they had to stop. They purchased 3 log poses for Gaia Island, just to be safe, as Liya appeared to have little trust in Baichen. Liya, let's head straight for Gaia Island. Baichen had previously expressed his disdain for life aboard a ship. Yet now he seemed eager to return to it. He remarked that he would rather stay on the vessel, drawing closer to my dear Liya, reveling in our little world together. The attendant, familiar with the situation, mentioned that just yesterday he had met with the formidable Abu at the harbor, securing a lucrative order from the wealthy patron. Baichen, can we linger a little longer? It feels as though there are so many things left to purchase. Liya pouted at Baichen. Liya, once we acquire the gold from the Sky Island, we can buy anything your heart desires. Baichen coaxed her, speaking to her like a child. All right, then. As the ship set sail, Baichen waved his hand to stow away the supplies, though Liya's accessories remained in her cabin. How much longer until we reach Gaia Island, Liya? Baichen inquired, playfully toying with the ship's orange tree. If you keep pulling at the orange tree, its leaves will fall off. Soon after, Liya replied, in 3 to 5 days, we shall arrive. If you find it too slow, you can fly the ship there. Sparkling with bling, Liya lounged in her chair, seemingly enamored with shiny objects. Baichen, do the bracelets look beautiful? How about the earrings? Or the dresses? They pale in comparison to Liya's adornments. Liya, look ahead. So many ships. After a day's journey, Baichen suddenly spotted a dark mass ahead and excitedly waved to Liya. Liya, quickly use your observation haki. Baichen, it's a pirate ship pursuing a convoy of merchant vessels, and they are capable of launching exceptionally large bombs. Liya relayed the information she sensed. Baichen furrowed his brow. Could it be him? Liya, I must accelerate. The first great fish of the new world has arrived. This shall be our battle for fame. With that, he manipulated the air pressure, propelling the ship swiftly toward the merchant fleet. Annihilate all obstacles before me. A shout erupted from the pirate ship, followed by a cannonball, vastly larger than a standard projectile, hurtling toward the merchant fleet. Little New Year crushing fist, a figure of incredible speed appeared, striking the oncoming cannonball with a single punch. The merchant fleet remained unscathed, while the pirates were left bewildered, uncertain of what had transpired. Who are you? The Navy, the leader of the pirate ship, glared at Baichen, his face darkened. Who dares to obstruct us? Another figure roared in anger. The merchant vessels fled as if encountering a savior, glancing back to discern the identity of their hero, Captain Bondi Wald, notorious as the World Destroyer, with a bounty of 200 million berries alongside his first mate, Banjiek. Baichen gently descended back onto his ship, standing side by side with Liya at the bow, his gaze coldly fixed on Bondi Wald. The naval warships, ruthless pirates, and innocent civilians were all caught in a cycle of destruction, earning him the moniker World Destroyer. Years later, Bondi Wald's bounty would soar to 500 million. Betrayed by spies planted by the world government, he was captured and imprisoned in a frozen state at Impel Down for 30 years. During Luffy's chaos at Impel Down, he escaped, seeking vengeance against the world. You know who we are, yet you dare to block our path. The Navy has never heard of you. Who exactly are you? Bondi Wald sensed that despite their youth, the adversaries before him were formidable. Otherwise, they would not have dared to act so boldly. Others would have fled at the mere sight of him. Who am I? When you descend into hell, someone will surely enlighten you. Baichen spoke with an eerie detachment, as if addressing the deceased. Liya, leave the others to you. I'll handle this, Captain At that moment. Liya's eyes sparkled with uncontainable excitement. Although Bondi Wald did not comprehend the implications of hell, he sensed it was far from a compliment. Regardless of who you are, annihilate all obstacles before me. Mo, 30-fold cannon. Yet, Baichen remained unmoved, allowing the cannonball to strike him. With a thunderous explosion, smoke enveloped the area, revealing Baichen unscathed. Your power is still lacking. You cannot even wound me. Now it's my turn. Baichen brushed off the residual gunpowder from his shoulder, speaking nonchalantly. Little New Year crushing fist. Baichen instantaneously appeared before Bondi Wald, delivering a powerful punch imbued with haki. Bondi Wald quickly covered himself in haki, sensing the immense strength behind the blow. Boom, boom, boom. The ship's cabin was left riddled with large gaping holes from the force of the impact. Impressive indeed. But this won't kill me, Bondi Wald said, wiping the blood from his forehead. Liya, Baichen called softly. Bat domain. The entire ship was enveloped in dark crimson mist, causing the lesser pirates to collapse into desiccated husks, while a few capable subordinates continued to resist. What in the world is happening? I feel my strength draining. Banjiek grimaced at Liya. Coat yourselves in haki, Bondi Wald shouted to his remaining men and Banjiek. Your subordinates are surely doomed. Let's see if you can escape, or perish together. Baichen's cold voice echoed in Bondi Wald's ears once more. Don't underestimate me, brat. I am the captain of the Wald Pirates, the World Destroyer. Mo 100-fold. As Bondi Wald ramped up his speed, he unleashed a flurry of punches at Baichen. Now, this is more interesting. Baichen caught each of Bondi Wald's relentless blows, taunting him all the while. Try taking another punch from me. New Year shatter. Baichen leaped and delivered a devastating blow to Bondi Wald's head. Despite Bondi Wald's 100-fold speed, he could not evade the punch, resulting in his entire arm being obliterated. His expression darkened as he clutched his mangled limb, staring at Baichen in disbelief, as if questioning why his strength, despite being formidable, was insufficient to overcome the opponent. Wald, run, live to carry on our dreams. Banjiek's last words echoed as Liya drained his life force, leaving him a lifeless shell. Why? Why? I only wish to eliminate those who stood in our way with my brother. Why did you have to kill him? Bondewald collapsed to the ground, screaming in anguish. Little Liya, look, these are the vile pirates, devoid of compassion, mercilessly slaughtering the innocent. Yet they question the world when their own are slain. It is truly repulsive, Liya remarked, seemingly grasping why Baichen sought to eradicate all pirates. Die. Let us die together. If I cannot survive, neither shall you. Bondewald cackled maniacally. Continue your chatter. I am eager to see how you proceed. Seizing the moment while Baichen and Liya conversed, Bondewald leaped into the air, brandishing a cannonball and a blade, invoking his devil fruit powers to launch a fierce attack at Baichen and Liya. MOMO 100-fold speed. MOMO 100-fold cannon. MOMO 100-fold slash. Destruction upon the world. A colossal slash, accompanied by a cannonball the size of a mountain, hurtled toward Baichen and Liya on the ship. In that moment, Baichen could have easily teleported away, yet he chose not to abandon Liya. Although he believed she could withstand the blow, he simply did not wish for her to face it. Moreover, Baichen was eager to test his own strength upon the vast ocean. Liya, watch closely. This punch will be quite spectacular. Subsequently, Baichen, donned in a crimson and black robe, fearlessly charged towards the impending assault from above. At that moment, Liya gazed resolutely at Baichen, her faith unwavering in him. A thunderous roar, reminiscent of a celestial being, echoed through the air, followed by a cataclysmic collision of their attacks. Bang! Boom! The ocean erupted in a violent explosion. Liya, employing her domain, shielded both her vessel and the ship of Bondewald beneath her feet. The two engaged in combat upon Bondewald's ship, while Liya remained on the deck of her own. What was that? A divine being. The little heroes must triumph. The merchants, far from the battlefield, knelt upon the deck, fervently praying for their champions. As the assault waned, an unscathed figure emerged. Why? Why are you unharmed? Bondewald trembled uncontrollably with his remaining hand that he realized his journey upon the sea had reached its end. For his strength had utterly waned. Go down and seek the king of hell, you wretched scum of the earth. With that, Baichen transformed into a fiery, unicorn-like creature akin to a Qilin, exhaling an intensely scorching flame that surged towards Bondewald. The year beast's inferno. Brother, our voyage concludes here. I am filled with rage. Why must such monsters appear in paradise? Bondewald stared, wide-eyed, at the fiery onslaught, then despairingly closed his eyes. Little Liya, it's over. Let us set sail once more. Baichen gently said as he alighted on the enemy's ship, tenderly stroking Liya's hair. Emichum. And let us not forget the treasures aboard the ship. Liya joyfully nodded in response. 10 days later, at the Marine headquarters in Marineford, a robust man with a broad chest, tanned skin, and hair resembling a mountain peak sat gravely in the chief's seat. A stitched scar marked his left eye, and he wore a sleeveless black shirt adorned with medals, a deep green armband, and a white and dark gray coat. This was Admiral Steelbone Kong. Below him sat the current Marine Admiral, known as the strategist, Sengoku, alongside Vice Admirals Garp, Zifa, and Tsuru, all of whom served during Sengoku's tenure. At this moment, Zifa was still a Vice Admiral. He would be promoted to Admiral 2 years after the God Valley incident. Have you all heard? In the Long Ring Land Sea area, the infamous world destroyer Bondewald's pirate crew has been slain by these 2 young individuals, leaving no trace. His subordinates have all been turned to mummies. Speak your thoughts, Steelbone Kong proclaimed as he tossed 2 photographs onto the table. Admiral Sengoku adjusted his glasses, contemplating for a moment before speaking. It is said that those 2 young individuals acted against Bondewald to protect the merchant ships. Moreover, the surviving merchants claim that after their victory, the 2 sailed towards Gaia Island. The merchants, grateful for their aid, have widely publicized their deeds and even illustrated their likenesses. Their ship did not fly a pirate flag to effortlessly slay Bondewald. They must possess at least the strength of a vice admiral, if not greater. None can ascertain whether they exerted their full power. I recommend a thorough investigation into their backgrounds at all costs. If they harbor a sense of justice, we must employ every means to recruit them into the Navy. Vice Admiral Tsuru nodded in agreement, adding, Indeed, I support Admiral Sengoku's suggestion. Furthermore, we should seek out the merchants from that time for a more detailed understanding of the situation. Vice Admiral Zifa, wearing sunglasses, furrowed his brow. Might their methods not be a tad too ruthless? Steelbone Kong's gaze shifted to Garp. Ha! I believe they are right. Garp chuckled heartily, scratching his nose. The others exchanged exasperated glances at Garp's antics. Steelbone Kong rose, decisively stating, "In that case, this mission shall be entrusted to you. Investigate their backgrounds and locate the merchants. If they possess a sense of justice, we must do everything possible to draw them into the Navy. As for your concerns, Zifa, I find them unwarranted. If they were excessively violent, the merchants would not have emerged unscathed. Moreover, they appear to be protecting the merchants. We can discuss their approach to pirates in detail once they join our ranks." Admiral Sengoku, Vice Admiral Garp, Vice Admiral Zifa, and Vice Admiral Thru all stood and saluted. Understood. In the New World, on Hive Island, a brutish figure with hair braided and radiating in all directions arrogantly propped his legs upon the conference table. Below him sat the 1st Division Captain, Edward Newgate, the 2nd Division Captain, Don Quixote da Flamingo, and the 3rd Division Captain, John. Also present were official members Charlotte Linlin, Wang Ji, Silver Axe, and the trainee crew member Kaido, all sitting upright. "Have you all heard? A remarkable newcomer has emerged upon the seas. Will they become a pirate or a marine, I wonder? Ha ha, but it matters not. If they stand in our way, we shall eradicate them. Ideally, they would join our crew. I am destined to become the king of the world. Ha ha." Captain Rox D. Zebek bellowed with unrestrained laughter. This was a crew born from a gathering of treasure seekers, each member possessing a fierce individuality. Even among comrades aboard the same ship, betrayal and violence were commonplace, epitomizing brutality. The members would later become feared pirates or the Four Emperors. Captain Rox aspired to become the king of the world, even daring to challenge the world government, and would later instigate the God Valley incident 2 years hence to in the New World, aboard the Roger Pirates. "Hey, Rayleigh, let us recruit those two into our crew. They appear so young, with boundless potential," GOLD. Roger proclaimed, stroking his exaggerated mustache while wielding the supreme grade sword. Ace, childishly addressing Silver's Rayleigh. "Roger, how many times must I say it? Our current mission is to thwart the expansion of the Rock's pirates. And could you refrain from forging a bond with Garp?" Rayleigh felt a mix of affection and exasperation for his captain. If Rox continues on this path, no one will ever see the light of day. Rayleigh insisted. "I see. Well, that's unfortunate, for they are two remarkable newcomers." GOLD. Roger awkwardly scratched his head and chuckled. The first battle of the New World concluded perfectly, and Baichen and Liya, unaware that their deeds had garnered the attention of various factions through the merchants they saved, remained blissfully ignorant. Even if Baichen were to learn of it, he would merely exclaim, "Well done," for Baichen's aim was to make a name for himself, subsequently joining the Navy, all while swiftly attracting like-minded companions, amassing resources, and building his power in preparation for his ascension. To Baichen, the true conflict was never the God Valley incident. Rather, it was merely a means to acquire formidable skills, with Liya's abilities bolstering his confidence. Baichen, having traversed through time, was truly the prophesied child of destiny, determined to alter this wretched world instead of waiting for the so-called savior, Joy Boy. As the saying goes, it is not Joy Boy who saves the world, but rather those who change it who are Joy Boy. Doflamingo once said, "Justice has never been just, for it is only the victors who embody justice." The forthcoming era would be known as the Era of Baichen. When the time for the destined child arrived, the world-shattering battle would become Baichen's ultimate objective. "Baichen, ahead lies Gaia Island. How shall we ascend to the Sky Island? Shall we fly directly?" Liya inquired, peering through a telescope at the horizon. "Indeed, little Liya, we shall fly straight up. Although there are turbulent air currents that could carry the ship, it is far too perilous. However, there's no rush. There are tasks to attend to before we ascend to the Sky Island. I have heard that Gaia Island is a haven for pirates," Baichen replied, plucking leaves from the orange tree on the deck. "Are we about to embark on another grand adventure, Baichen? Let us hurry." "Hee, I can hardly contain my excitement." Liya's eyes sparkled with a newfound glimmer. Baichen felt as though he had truly unleashed a demon. "Hee, how many can we slay once we ascend? Little Liya, just watch as I summon them all to seek us out." "Ha." Baichen plucked a leaf from the orange tree and placed it over his eyes, reclining on the lounge chair as he mischievously spoke. "Have you heard the news?" "I heard it. Did you hear it too?" "What about you? Did you hear it?" "I heard it as well. The formidable figure who eliminated Bondi Wald will arrive tomorrow." bearing 2 devil fruits and 500 million berries to recruit crew members. It is said that those who gain approval and become crew members will receive both devil fruits and berries. So why is no one rushing to seize this opportunity? Are you out of your mind? That's the person who killed Bondi Wald. I simply hope that they will take a liking to me tomorrow. With such a powerful captain, what is there to fear in the future? But I heard that the other party isn't a pirate. They bear no pirate flag. Are you foolish if they're not pirates? Why would they be recruiting partners? Are they planning to trick us into being killed? They're not devils. Your brain just isn't functioning well. Tonight, the people of Gaia Island are destined for sleeplessness. This afternoon, Baichen and Liya merely spent a little gold, igniting a frenzy among the pirates of Gaia Island. The devil fruits are surely a hoax. How could there be so many? At this moment, both adults and children on Gaia Island have already learned that a significant figure will come tomorrow to recruit crew members, constantly discussing it. Heaven, open your eyes. Why are they all pirates? Why even my 2-year-old grandson is not spared? At this moment, an old farmer who has just been plundered by pirates kneels on the ground, tears streaming down his face. Liya, are you ready to welcome our partners tomorrow? Baichen asked Liya, clutching his stomach in laughter. You are truly wicked, Liya replied, though the sparkle in her eyes could not be concealed. Liya, may I sleep in your room tonight? There are mice in mine, and I'm scared. Get lost. Before Baichen could finish his sentence, he was already thrown out. Time reveals a person's true heart. Baichen's relentless desire to enter Liya's room is something many companions should aspire to. Tomorrow will truly be a feast for the senses. Baichen rubbed his hands together excitedly as he made his way to his room. But why is Liya always unwilling to let me into her room? Is it that she doesn't trust me enough? That shouldn't be the case. Lying on his bed, Baichen shook his head, his red hair swaying. Forget it. Forget it. Sleep is the most important thing. The next day at noon, in a square on Gaia Island. I am Arceus D. Baichen, and this beside me is my wife. Malak D. Liya, Baichen proclaimed loudly to the thousands gathered below. Although Liya cursed Baichen 1,000 times in her heart, she did not refute him at that moment. Lord Baichen, choose me. I am very strong. Lady Liya, I can be your maid. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura erupted from Baichen, pressing down upon the crowd below. Bang, bang, bang. One after another, people collapsed. That moment, Baichen slightly released a hint of Conqueror's haki. It was merely a hint, for if he had unleashed more, few would have remained standing below. My God, it's Conqueror's haki. A person, bracing themselves on their knees, exclaimed. The scene fell silent for a moment. Then erupted. Oh, Lord Baichen. They went completely wild. This is a true powerhouse. Baichen pressed his hands down, and the square fell silent, as he first used his Conqueror's haki to intimidate before better communication could take place. Firstly, my companions shall not be weaklings. Those who have fallen do not deserve to be here. And you all, I want to see if you possess any courage. Kill all those who have collapsed. A towering man, 5 meters tall, without hesitation swung his large blade at the fallen, and soon many followed suit. You bastard! Why are you chopping down those beside me instead of yours? In the frenzy to showcase their bravery, the slaughter in the square escalated. Little Liya, look, this is what pirates are, brutal and inhumane. Unfortunately, they are all mere small fry, nothing significant. Though he said this, Baichen was quite satisfied. After all, true strong ones are scarce. How could he possibly encounter them all? You are even more pirate-like than the pirates themselves, and yet you still give others hope. Why not just drain them dry? Liya rolled her eyes at Baichen. Isn't it too boring? I'm just trying to find some fun. If you suck the life out of them right away, where's the enjoyment in that? Minutes later, the square was eerily quiet. A river of blood flowing. Ordinary people catching a whiff of the scent would likely retch uncontrollably. However, those present gazed upon their Lord Baichen with fervent eyes. Very good. You have all performed excellently. You have passed the first test. The next is the second test, and those who pass will become my partners. Baichen generously praised the crowd. Long live Lord Baichen. Let us begin quickly. I can hardly wait. The square was filled with desire, greed, and bloodlust. Liya, Baichen softly spoke to Liya. Liya nodded and stepped forward, gently saying, Bat domain. A dark red hemispherical barrier suddenly enveloped the remaining pirates. As long as you can pass this test, then you will be my partners. Enjoy yourselves. You refuse of the sea. Baichen raised his hands and shouted loudly. What is happening? Why does Lord Baichen refer to us this way? Confusion filled the minds of everyone present. I feel myself growing weaker. Damn, what is happening? Our life force is draining. Ah, the cries of anguish echoed, each one a testament to their suffering that I want to withdraw. If this continues, I want to survive. I want to withdraw. Devil, you are a devil. Many cried out in terror. Humph, let Liya send you to hell if you wish to withdraw. Baichen looked at the people he regarded as ants, responding in a voice only he could hear. In mere minutes, no living soul remained in the square, only lifeless corpses, their mouths agape in horror, their expressions exaggerated, making it difficult to discern whether they died from fear or from their life force being drained. Or perhaps both. Liya returned to Baichen's side, her eyes slightly squinted, relishing the sensation of absorbing a vast amount of life force at this moment. Her stunning smile and enjoyment starkly contrasted with the gruesome scene below. In the distance, the bolder residents who had been secretly watching stood frozen in place, wide-eyed, incredulity washing over them as they replayed the events in their minds as though this is Lord Baichen's true purpose. A trembling voice emerged. This isn't about gathering partners. This is a massacre of pirates. Many residents trembled, cold sweat pouring down, while Baichen was seen as their savior. In their eyes, he was more terrifying than a devil. Only a boy of about 10, appearing as if he had found a savior, clenched his fists and stepped toward the blood-soaked square. The hellish scene seemed to have no effect on him as he moved forward. Step by step, toward the front, he aimed to be the first. Ha ha, just kidding with you all. All right, little Liya, we are now ready to head to Sky Island. Let us not scare the lovely residents of the town any longer. Baichen gently said, stroking Liya's hair. If it weren't for the horrific scene before us, who wouldn't he praise the pairing of celestial beings? You stinky Baichen, how dare you call me your wife just now? The proud girl immediately donned an air of arrogance, completely shedding her earlier demonic demeanor. Ha ha ha, just kidding. Little Liya, besides, if you don't marry me, who else would you marry, huh? You better die, stinky Baichen. Liya's beautiful hand struck Baichen fiercely. Just as the two boarded their small boat, ready to set sail, a young voice called out from behind, Lord Baichen, please allow me to follow you, even if it costs me my life. Grant me a chance. Baichen and Liya turned to look at a figure with two horns protruding from its forehead, resembling sharp blades, stood before them. Its skin was extremely pale, as if devoid of life. With a robust neck, pointed ears, and arms much longer than those of an average person, kneeling on the ground. Despite sounding young, the height of the individual approached 3 meters. Baichen looked at the figure, feeling an uncanny familiarity. What is your name? Baichen gazed down and inquired. The gentle voice of Moria arose under the moonlight. Baichen pondered. No wonder this felt so familiar. Was this not the future Shichibukai? However, the shadow fruit was rather unimpressive, and his development of it left much to be desired. While his physical prowess was equally lacking, that it was no surprise that he was defeated by the newly emerged protagonist. Yet, this fellow lacked proper guidance and placed immense value on emotions, which was indeed a commendable trait. Baichen seemed to recall something amusing, and with a surge of advanced conqueror's haki, he overwhelmed those who could see him, causing them to faint in awe. That I cannot allow you to disrupt my plans, Baichen remarked with a smile. Where is your homeland? Baichen appeared to seek confirmation of his identity. That it is the West Sea. My entire family was abducted by pirates, and I endured a life of servitude aboard their ship. My parents perished from the torment they suffered. I just arrived here, and I alone managed to escape and survive. Moria replied, his forehead slick with cold sweat, yet utterly sincere. He understood this was his chance to alter his fate, one he could not afford to miss, even at the cost of his life. Have you consumed a devil fruit? Baichen inquired. Lord Baichen, I lack the ability to acquire a devil fruit, Moria answered, having at least made it from the West Sea to the Grand Line. Aware of what a devil fruit entailed, yet he had not yet obtained the shadow fruit from the original storyline. What are your thoughts on the future? Baichen seemed particularly interested in the youthful Moria. His curiosity piqued further upon hearing that he had not consumed a devil fruit. Lord Baichen, I wish to eradicate all pirates, to slay everyone who stands in my path. I desire my own companions. At that moment, Moria's demeanor appeared markedly different from that in the original narrative. Baichen surmised that the series of challenges Moria faced against Kaido had drained his youthful vigor. Eliminating pirates is no issue, and seeking companions is not wrong. However, in my eyes, the innocent are blameless. I can grant you power, even one of the mightiest forces in existence, and I will provide you with the means to grow stronger. But are you willing to follow my lead, even at the cost of your own life? Should I command you to perish?" Baichen's gaze bore into Moria's, searching for a hint of hesitation within his eyes. "I am willing," Moria declared without a moment's pause, "that if Lord Baichen can bestow upon me power, I would not hesitate, even if it meant my demise." After uttering these words, Moria fervently bowed before Baichen. "Come aboard my ship, my companion Moria." Baichen extended his hand before Moria. "Yes, Lord Baichen, call me Captain." "Yes, Captain." In that moment, Moria's eyes brimmed with hope, brimming with excitement, his hands trembling as he eagerly followed Baichen and Liya. "Baichen, you seem to hold young Moria in high regard. What is the reason for this?" Liya inquired, observing Moria diligently cleaning the deck. "This fellow possesses considerable potential and demonstrates a deep appreciation for bonds. Moreover, I have an intriguing idea that I wish to test," Baichen explained while partaking of the food on the table. Once Moria completed his chores and filled his belly, the trio stood side by side on the deck. "Our next destination is Skypiea," Baichen declared, gesturing upward, causing the entire ship to ascend slowly. Moria rushed to the edge, gazing at the shrinking ground in awe. Truly, Lord Baichen, or rather, Captain Baichen, possesses unfathomable strength. "I shall ensure to clear all obstacles from Captain Baichen's path." Moria himself was unaware that when Baichen announced their journey to Skypiea, he harbored no doubts about its existence. Seemingly placing unwavering trust in Baichen's party set sail for Skypiea. News of the massacre at Gaia Island spread across the seas with unparalleled swiftness that the Marine headquarters in Marineford. Arceus D. Baichen and Malak D. Liya, though they exhibit a propensity for violence, undoubtedly possess a sense of justice. Furthermore, the investigation report has emerged, revealing no issues with their backgrounds that we must enlist them into the Marine ranks. Sengoku, this matter is entrusted to you? Understood. At Rock's pirate crew, I never anticipated such brutality against pirates. You better not fall into my hands, D. I too am a D, and I shall be the one to reshape this world. I am the king of the world. Rox clenched two photographs tightly in his hands, veins bulging on his forehead. The crew remained silent, each lost in thoughts of how they might torment this newcomer. Only Whitebeard felt an unsettling sense of foreboding. Meanwhile, aboard the Roger pirates, "Rayleigh, are the appearances of these two a boon or a bane for us?" Roger asked, his brow furrowed. "Roger, regardless of whether they are good or bad. It does not affect our current situation. Our primary concern remains how to deal with Rock's pirate crew," Rayleigh replied, though his expression suggested he bore a heavy heart. "Ha! You speak wisely, Rayleigh. Do not dwell on it too much." Roger replied nonchalantly. On the Red Line, at Mariwa, 5 elders gathered, their expressions somber, starkly contrasting their lofty status. These were the Gorosei, the leaders of the world government comprised of celestial dragons, wielding the highest authority. They were J. Garcia Saturn, Marcus Mars, Topman Vita Neres, Izo Vita Nahiro, and Shepherd Saint. "Should we report to Imsama?" Izo V. Neres, wielding the supreme cursed blade, Ikadai Kitetsu, spoke slowly. "That I believe it is unnecessary for now. We are not yet affected by their actions. Rather, I deem Rox D. Jibek and Joel D. Roger to be of utmost importance. Moreover, it seems the Marines are keen on recruiting them, which could be advantageous for us in the future. Damn it, the DS are never at ease." J. Garcia Saturn exclaimed, striking the floor with his staff. This moment, the names of Baichen and Liya spread across the seas, known as the bloodthirsty angel Malak D. Liya and the crimson beast Arceus D. Baichen, so much gold. We are rich. Liya shouted, her excitement palpable. As for Moria, he stood utterly dumbfounded, motionless. "What? You wish to inquire about the old woman charging at the entrance and the god of Skypiea?" Gone fall? With a single use of conqueror's haki, they all laid down in silence. Baichen had no intention of meddling in the conflict between the Scypians and the Shandians. It was merely an ancestral grudge. Moreover, upon arriving at Skypiea, Baichen instructed little Liya to activate her powerful observation haki to locate the rumble fruit. Henceforth, the dire conditions of Enel's reign over Skypiea would not arise at this moment. Enel had yet to be born, and Baichen could not intervene in his future existence. Baichen waved his hand, and a myriad of gold coins were drawn into the system space. Moria, who am I? Where am I? Is this dream not real? Baichen did not conceal his intentions from Moria, for he regarded him as a valuable ally with significant potential in his plans. Briefly mentioning the fruit's capabilities, Baichen, I want to buy countless accessories. I want them to sparkle. Liya's fervor had not yet waned. Ha! Little Liya, buy as much as you desire. We shall never exhaust our wealth. Baichen had not forgotten his plan for a new navy, without a source of income. Claiming to establish a new navy separate from the world government would be folly. As for what to do once they ran out of gold. Decades of military funding were already secured. Should victory be achieved, there would be no concern for finances. Simple taxation would suffice, provided the world was no longer mired in suffering but thriving. As for Baichen's defeat, perhaps he would not even have a life to worry about such matters. As the saying goes, once I am gone, let the floods come. Moria, come here, Lord Baichen. What is it? Moria stammered, still processing the astonishing sights he had just witnessed. This is the rumble fruit, one of the most powerful nature-type fruits. It possesses the strength to elevate you beyond your current station. Baichen suddenly produced the thunder fruit from his hand and addressed Moria. Is this for me, Boss Baichen? It's far too precious. I haven't contributed anything yet. Moria responded, incredulously. You are our comrade, Moria. Without strength, what use is there in discussing contributions? Do not be overly sentimental. Consume it quickly. Moreover, there are significant tasks ahead that I entrust to you. Moria's eyes glistened with unshed tears. He had never anticipated that Baichen would place such trust in him, handing over such a valuable devil fruit without hesitation. At that moment, a singular thought filled his mind. No matter what Boss Baichen intends to do, I must clear the obstacles for him. Whoa, Boss Baichen. Just tell me what task you need. I must prove myself worthy of your trust. The towering figure, nearly 3 meters tall, could no longer contain his emotions and began to weep. Baichen patted Moria on the shoulder and whispered, All right, Moria, how can a man cry so easily? After you finish the devil fruit, I will explain to you how to develop its powers. Cough, cough. Seeing Moria's ashen complexion, Liya recalled when Baichen had tricked her into consuming an entire devil fruit. Bang! That hurts, Liya. Why did you hit me suddenly? Baichen exclaimed, bewildered. I just wanted to hit you. Is that a problem? What's with your attitude? Ha, it's fine, little Liya. Hit me as you please. Baichen seemed to realize the reason behind her actions and instantly transformed into a sycophant. Grinning widely that moment, Moria dared not speak. Understanding that when deities clash, mere mortals should step aside, he covered his throat and gazed at the sky, suddenly feeling that the taste of the devil fruit might not be as unbearable as he had imagined. Silently, he mused, well, at least it's better than sister-in-law's punches. Moria, why are you running so far? Do you wish to rebel? Come back quickly. I'm coming, Boss Baichen. The sky over there was beautiful, and I couldn't help but linger a bit longer. Baichen rolled his eyes. All right, now let me explain the capabilities of this devil fruit to you. He endeavored to recall how Enel from his past life as anime developed his powers. And with Baichen's insights, a wealth of knowledge flooded into Moria's mind. By the way, go fetch some paper and a pen from the ship. Write down what I just explained. A good memory is not a substitute for a poor pen. I will also discuss the methods of haki training with you. Baichen knew well that the thunder fruit greatly aids in the development of observation haki. Half an hour later, that's all for now. Remember it well and practice diligently, especially in the aspect of refining your body with thunder methods. Regardless of how well you develop the fruit's abilities, your physicality must not falter. Moria closed his notebook and nodded solemnly. Now, let me tell you the most crucial matter. When encountering pirates, kill them. However, do not throw your life away recklessly. Only engage with those you can defeat. If you deliberately massacre innocent civilians, I will not spare you. Of course, during battles, some collateral damage is sometimes unavoidable. After descending from Sky Island, find a place to train your abilities thoroughly, then join a Navy branch. Remember, it's a branch. Execute our justice. You must wait at least 2 years before entering the Navy headquarters. After we leave the island, we shall part ways. Remember, we have never met and do not know each other. Moria looked up, puzzled. Moria, this is a vital part of my plan. In the coming years, focus on enhancing your strength and rank. One day, I will contact you. Boss Baichen, I will act according to your plan. Though Moria felt confused and saddened, he understood that he must not delay Baichen's scheme. The fact that boss entrusted him with such an important plan filled him with uncontainable excitement. Also, do not return to Gaia Island. When you join the Navy, keep your distance up. By the way, you don't know anyone on Gaia Island, do you? No, boss Baichen. I only just arrived on Gaia Island the other day and escaped while the captain and the others were engaged in battle with you. I was the only slave left on the ship. The others were all killed by you, so no one knows me. Moria seemed to grasp the reason behind Baichen's inquiry. That's good, but still. Do your best to avoid Gaia Island to prevent unnecessary trouble. Baichen held deep trust in Moria, believing without doubt that betrayal would not occur in the future, during the days they remained on Sky Island. Baichen and Liya rigorously trained Moria, enabling him to swiftly comprehend the training methods Baichen had shared. During this time, Liya curiously inquired about a particularly sturdy boulder. Baichen explained to the two what the poneglyph was. However, he emphasized that these matters were trivial compared to the importance of personal strength. Baichen genuinely believed this. After all, the poneglyph merely spoke of the Sea King, a fact he was already aware of. Furthermore, he had no interest in the so-called blank history of the 100 Years. Raftel, just a child's game. The victor claims the throne, whose victory isn't drenched in blood. Thus, personal strength remains paramount, just like the scholars from O'Hara. Lacking power yet desiring to unveil the world government's shrouded secrets, it was inevitable that the government would not spare them. To be precise, no ruler from any world would allow you to research disgraceful history. Otherwise, how could they continue to dominate the lower classes? Awakening the lower classes and enlightening the world about the sinister history of the blank 100 years should be left to future figures like Drago to develop gradually. At this moment, Drago should still be with the Navy. When the time comes, he can be persuaded. The spirit of modern socialism leaves many confused and full of zeal. Baichen aimed to secure formidable combat power, targeting the 5 elders and the one seated upon the throne of void. Liya, Moria, it's time to set off, Baichen said softly, rising to his feet. Baichen, are we leaving so soon? I haven't had enough fun with little Moria yet. Hee, boss Baichen has spoken. We should hurry and depart, lest we waste time. Duang. I've said it several times. Little Moria, refrain from making those peculiar noises in my presence. Understood, sister-in-law. Moria, with 3 new bumps on his head, stood tall and saluted. While Baichen's training had been beneficial to Moria, once Liya arrived, it became a matter of her mercilessly beating him. In these few days, Moria had thoroughly learned what it meant to receive care from his sister-in-law. As for Baichen's indifference, he thought, I too do not desire that kind of care from Liya. Half a day later, at Paradise, Moria, let us bid farewell here. Remember what I told you, and strive to grow stronger. Baichen waved his hands, revealing a fishing boat before them, the very vessel he and Liya had used to set sail, preserved to this day. Moria watched the two depart from the fishing boat. Bowing deeply 3 times in the direction they had vanished, Baichen forbade Moria from shedding tears, and Moria managed to hold back his emotions. Only he understood the feelings in his heart. Baichen and Liya were like a beacon of light in a long, dark night, warming Moria for the days to come. Boss Baichen, I will surely grow stronger and clear the path ahead for you. Moria clenched his fists tightly, whispering words only he could hear, the traces of tears barely visible in his eyes. Where are we headed now, Stinky Baichen? Liya continued to play with her sparkling jewelry while lounging on a deck chair. At that moment, Baichen, who was fishing, replied slowly, we are preparing to head to Marineford. Our reputation should have already spread. It's infamous. Rather, Stinky Baichen, you have no self-awareness, Liya retorted without reservation. Stinky Baichen, what are you waiting for? Hurry and steer the ship directly there. 10 days later, at Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Sengoku, through. Where do you think those two have gone? Our intelligence organization has no news whatsoever, Sengoku sighed. We must bring those two into the Navy. Although they are somewhat bloodthirsty, there's no doubt they harbor a sense of justice. Fleet Admiral Kong rubbed his furrowed brow as he spoke to Sengoku and Tsuru. Admiral Kong, you are putting too much pressure on yourself. Although the situation at sea is indeed dire, however, you should also take a moment to relax. After all, we wouldn't want your body to falter before anything else. They asked for the whereabouts of Arceus D. Baichen and Malak D. Liya. I believe there is no need for you to worry at all. Given their attitude towards pirates, they are inevitably aligned with us. It is merely a matter of time. Hepping analyzed rationally. Indeed, Marshal Kong. I also feel there is no rush, Warring States added. This was originally your responsibility, Warring States. Now I find myself burdened with concern. How can you still speak so casually? Kong snapped at Warring States. Nevertheless, Hepping makes a valid point. Let us set this aside for the time being. Garp, are you sleeping again? Warring States shouted at Garp to divert the conversation. Garp opened his eyes and responded with a dull murmur. What is it, Warring States? At that moment, the door to the conference room was abruptly flung open. Report, Marshal Kong. A young soldier gasped. What is it? Steelbone Kong expressed his dissatisfaction at the interruption of the meeting. Report, Marshal Kong. A ship has appeared above the Navy headquarters. In the sky. We do not know whether it is friend or foe, the soldier hurriedly stated. Garp quickly stood up, donning his vice admiral's coat. How could it possibly not be an enemy if they are at our doorstep? It must be that guy Shiki. Marshal, allow me to capture him and take him to impel down. With that, he rushed out of the conference room, followed closely by Kong, Warring States, Hepping, and Zephyr. This is Marineford. Far more magnificent than it appears on television, Baichen murmured as he gazed at the imposing Navy headquarters below. What television? You have been here before, haven't you? Liya inquired, puzzled. You misheard. Little Liya, I meant that the Navy headquarters looks far more grand than depicted in the newspapers. There are quite a few people here to welcome us as well. Let's descend, little Liya. Baichen skillfully maneuvered the vessel downwards. Kong and the others watched the descending ship with confusion. It was not Shiki's vessel. It was hardly their fault for not recognizing it, as the merchants had only disseminated images of Baichen and Liya during their first visit, without sharing any details about the ship's appearance. Merely stating that there was no pirate flag. During the second incident at Gaia Island, the onlookers had fainted, leaving them unaware of which ship Baichen had departed on. Moreover, at that time, Baichen had docked the ship and flown directly to the square with Liya, causing no one to notice whose ship it was at that moment. There were no signs of the three admirals in the square. Sakazuki was only 15 years old this year, the same age as Baichen. While he had only joined the Navy at 23, having been a disciple of Zephyr, alongside Borisolino, as one of Zephyr's first students. As for Aokiji, he joined even later. Red Beast Aruz D. Baichen, Bloodthirsty Angel Malak D. Liya, are you here to wage war or to join us? Steelbone Kong, upon finally discerning the faces on the deck as the ship descended, spoke solemnly. At this moment, Kong could not ascertain the true intentions of the visitors. Oh, is that what Liya and I are now called on the high seas? It does sound quite pleasing, Marshal Kong, that we are indeed here to join the Navy, for the current Navy is far too timid and lacking in any semblance of courage. What did you say? Have the audacity to repeat that. Garp, unable to contain his temper, bellowed, isn't it true? Do you wait until pirates have slaughtered your families before you feel anger? Can those civilians afford to wait? As Baichen criticized the Navy, his gaze intentionally drifted towards Zephyr. While Baichen acknowledged Zephyr's considerable contributions, he scoffed at the notion of not killing pirates during the early stages. What did you say? I will not allow you to insult the Navy like this. Garp, do not act impulsively. Before Kong and Warring States could intervene, Garp had already charged at Baichen and Liya at this moment. Zephyr's expression also darkened, as he felt that Baichen's bloodthirstiness was in direct opposition to his sense of justice. He even sensed that Baichen's words were somewhat aimed at him. Liya, you should rest on the ship for now. Baichen softly instructed Liya as Garp approached, then swiftly took flight towards Garp. Baichen was eager to test the legendary Iron Fist Garp's true strength. Not yet 2 years later, Garp's power was nearing that of an admiral. But he had not quite reached that level yet. This was not to say that Garp was weaker than Warring States. It was merely that at this period, Warring States had just been promoted to admiral, while Garp's growth had lagged behind him slightly. Soon after, Garp's strength would catch up to and even surpass Warring States. This is merely a narrative necessity, so please, hold back your criticisms. Kid, if you look down on the Navy, you will pay the price. Garp hurled his coat aside as his fist was already en route. Fist of the bone impact. Just as the words left his lips, Baichen and Garp's fists collided. In terms of physique, Baichen had no fear of anyone. The surrounding new recruits felt as if they were suffocating under the pressure, and Warring States hurriedly dismissed the onlooking recruits. The two had already engaged in combat, and stopping was no longer an option. They required a large space to avoid harming others. As the pressure dissipated and they separated, it was evident that Garp's expression was grim, while Baichen appeared utterly relaxed. It was clear who had the upper hand. How extraordinarily strong. Garp is at a disadvantage. At that moment, Kong, Warring States, Zephyr, Hepping, and the others were all taken aback. They were all well aware of Garp's formidable strength, although they understood that Baichen was powerful. They never anticipated him to be this strong. At that moment, Liya's gaze was serious, prepared to intervene should the Navy resort to underhanded tactics. She would not allow anyone to bully Baichen. You are indeed very strong. But that does not justify your disdain for the Navy. Garp's fist, imbued with haki, relentlessly struck towards Baichen. However, the intensity of Garp's haki seemed to be on par with Baichen's. They were merely a fraction short of causing internal damage. Presently, both of them wielded haki that merely wrapped around their fists. Yet, the collective astonishment of the onlookers, including Garp, was palpable to Garp's age. Baichen's age, they were practically monsters. Liya remained composed as she observed the two, unwavering in her faith in Baichen. Fist of the bone impact. Once again, the two engaged in a flurry of blows, and Garp's expression grew increasingly serious. Vice Admiral Garp, you are indeed formidable, D. Oh, not mock me. Kit. Fist of the meteorite. Garp's movements quickened, gradually shedding any restraint. However, for someone capable of instantaneous movement like Baichen, it was still not fast enough. New Year's punch. Shatter. Baichen shouted, his fist colliding fiercely with Garp's as they battled. Soaring from the ground to the sky and back down again. Baichen even began to rely less on his instantaneous movement, engaging Garp purely through physical prowess. This seemed to be a flaw of the Arceus D. Lineage. When they brawl, they truly brawl. The two separated, and as the dust settled, a figure with red hair slowly stated, Beast Transformation. Inferno. Beast Transformation. Inferno. A giant beast resembling a Chilan, with a majestic mane of red fur and a single horn atop its head. Baichen unleashed a torrent of molten flames towards Garp. Haki. Full coverage. Garp hurriedly enveloped himself in haki to withstand the blow, knowing that Baichen's attack was formidable. The ground was scorched, creating a crater. And as the flames billowed, a disheveled figure gradually emerged, clothes tattered, hair singed, and blood trickling from his mouth. Garp endured, yet the state he found himself in was one he had never experienced in all his years. You truly are powerful, kid, but at this level, I won't be going down. Suddenly, Garp charged at Baichen once more, his force shattering the floor beneath him. Iron fist. Bone collision. This was Garp's full-powered strike. However, to Baichen, speed was irrelevant. As for power, well, let us see. Baichen, having reverted to his human form, suddenly halted his advance, grinning excitedly. Let me see just how powerful your punch really is, physique. Divine shield. He chose to take the hit head-on. The onlookers were left in shock, and Garp was equally bewildered, as his fist could not be retracted at this point. Baichen stood ready, fully aware that despite his choice to absorb Garp's blow with his physique, he could not underestimate the force behind Garp's fist. After all, this was the legendary Iron Fist Garp's full-strength attack. Boom! The moment Garp's fist struck Baichen, his feet dug deeply into the ground, and his body was thrust backwards for several hundred meters. Deep grooves appeared on the floor, and dust swirled into the air. The crowd observed the scene in hushed silence, contemplating that Garp must have triumphed. Yet, Liya appeared utterly unconcerned. Moments later, a figure clad in a flowing black and crimson robe with striking red hair, Baichen, emerged slowly. How could this be? How could he merely have a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth? How could he possess such strength? Kong's expression grew increasingly grave. Baichen's prowess exceeded their wildest imaginations. Truly formidable. Garp. No wonder you are renowned as the Iron Fist. That Garp's mouth fell agape in disbelief. He knew all too well the magnitude of his own full-powered strike. One could say it was capable of sinking a small island. Yet, at that moment, Baichen's demeanor and that piercing look on his face felt like a dagger plunging deep into Garp's heart. What was the secret behind his extraordinary strength? If you can withstand this attack, I shall concede defeat, Baichen remarked, wiping the blood from his mouth. Wait, Baichen, that's enough? We are not enemies. Sengoku's urgent voice pierced the tension. Yet, Baichen seemed oblivious. Leaping high into the air with Garp in his sights. Great New Year's greetings, Heavenly Breaker. Sengoku swiftly countered Baichen's assault, shouting, Great Buddha form Buddha's shockwave. A golden hand of the Great Buddha released a shockwave toward Baichen. Exuding an overwhelming pressure, Bat Domain energy absorption, I won't allow anyone to interfere with his battle, not even an admiral. At that moment, a clear sound echoed as a dark red hemispherical barrier intercepted Sengoku's shockwave. However, in that fleeting instant, Baichen had already reached Garp, his fist crashing against him. Bang! Bang! The impact sent Garp careening against the plaza floor of Marineford, his eyes glazing over, utterly defenseless. Garp lay motionless on the ground, bloodied, with a gaping hole in his chest where Baichen had struck. Damn it! The Marshal isn't here to join us. He intends to kill Garp. Zephyr, veins bulging, rushed toward Baichen while shouting at Kong. Sengoku, in his great Buddha form, prepared to launch an attack on Baichen as Crane ascended into the air, using moonwalk, and everyone braced to confront Baichen. The strategist Sengoku had completely lost his composure, consumed only by rage for his injured friend. Wait, you all should check on Garp's condition first, Steelbone Kong commanded, his expression grim yet composed. After all, he believed there was no reason for Baichen to become an enemy. Yet, his stance remained poised for an imminent strike. Suddenly, Baichen's voice rang out. Hey, does Garp look dead to you? He is merely unconscious. I held back at the last moment. I wouldn't let myself be struck without retaliation. Besides, I came to join you. How could I possibly kill my own comrade? As the crowd hurried to check on Garp, only Steelbone Kong remained, vigilant. How is Garp? Kong inquired, his gaze fixated on Baichen. Admiral Kong, Garp is indeed fine, but he will require ample rest. At least a week before he can get up, Crane reported after assessing Garp's condition that a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd, their expressions shifting from confusion to anger, then ultimately to astonishment as they regarded Baichen. Thank you, Liya. Baichen turned to her with a foolishly sweet smile, fully aware that Sengoku's strike was far from easy to receive. 3 hours later, in the Marine Headquarters conference room, Steelbone Kong, Admiral Sengoku, Vice Admiral Zephyr, Vice Admiral Crane, Baichen, Liya, and the now conscious Garp, seated in a wheelchair, gathered together. The atmosphere was tense as everyone cast suspicious glances at Baichen and Liya, primarily directed at Baichen. Must you all be like this? First and foremost, I declared upon my arrival that I came to join the Marines if the Marines permit various forms of justice. Why can't they allow mine? Am I not allowed to express my personal views now that I've joined? It was Vice Admiral Garp who initiated the attack. Should I simply stand by and be hit without retaliation? Clearly, I was the victim here, Baichen lamented. You're distorting the concept. Zephyr slammed his hand on the table, shouting that in truth, Zephyr's character was not typically so impulsive. He was simply struggling to control his emotions upon witnessing Garp's injuries. While Sengoku remained composed in contrast, wherein lies my error? Is it not the Marines who were too timid? Otherwise, why are there still so many pirates across the seas? Why do countless civilians continue to suffer? Baichen pressed on. I have even heard that Vice Admiral Garp has developed a bond with Joel D. Roger. Please, take a good look at yourselves. Are you still the Marines? Reflect on your reasons for joining the Marines. Was it to protect the common folk, or to pursue wealth and power? And Vice Admiral Zephyr, your unwillingness to kill merely emboldens the pirates. Pirates murder without consequence, and you deem this acceptable? Baichen held a deep respect for Zephyr, yet he found it difficult to admire the earlier version of him. If you cannot tolerate my methods, then perhaps we should not remain as Marines. Baichen's thunderous voice reverberated through the room, leaving the others visibly unsettled, the atmosphere thick with silence. After a moment, Steelbone Kong spoke. You have yet to join the Marines, so you may not fully grasp our difficulties, but you will come to understand in time that as long as you harbor a sense of justice, you are welcome to join us, and I can grant you and Ms. Liya the rank of Rear Admiral right now. Your abilities undoubtedly extend beyond this, but this is the highest position I can offer without military merit. Everyone's sense of justice varies, which is understandable. However, we will be colleagues moving forward. Do not act as if you are enemies. That it was indeed Garp who struck first, and as Marines, it is natural that your words felt a bit harsh. I hope you will not take offense as Kong finished speaking. Garp and Zephyr wore displeased expressions, yet remained silent. Baichen scoffed inwardly. Difficulties? Was it not merely the celestial dragons striving to maintain their so-called balance? There was little backbone in Kong's stance as an admiral. Sengoku's heavy voice broke the tension. Baichen, no. You shall henceforth be addressed as Rear Admiral Baichen. You frequently speak of your sense of justice. Could you enlighten us as to what it truly entails? My sense of justice. Baichen leaned back in his chair, responding nonchalantly. From a young age, I believe that one's actions in life need not be constrained by mere words. One need only look within to discern their true thoughts and act with a clear conscience. However, I later realized that being born into a chaotic world translates to suffering for ordinary people. Those without strength are but ants beneath others' feet. Yet, those who perpetrate heinous acts are, in my eyes, merely ants as well. They have evaded justice their entire lives, and all I seek from them is one thing: their lives. Evil cannot be mitigated by mere forgiveness. It must be met with terror, instilling fear of the consequences within them. It must be such that they dare not allow such thoughts to take root in their minds. Baichun's conqueror's haki surged forth with overwhelming force, seemingly evolved, exuding an aura more potent than ever before, his resolve solidifying. Evil must be addressed at its roots. Tackling the source is the strategy that ensures the stability of this world. If I must define justice, you may call it the justice of slaughter, or perhaps the justice of root restoration. Let us save the ceremony for another time, Baichen concluded, departing with Liya as the others remained entranced by the residual aura of Baichun's murderous intent. Steelbone Kong's expression grew increasingly solemn, as if contemplating the potential for Baichen to commit acts of grave insubordination. The justice of slaughter, the justice of root restoration. Baichen, what do you truly mean? The concept of roots, Sengoku pondered, cold sweat trickling down his brow, yet he uttered not a word. Fixating intently on Baichen and Liya as they exited, the uncertainty of their joining weighed heavily on Garp's mind. Garp, are you still concerned about this? Focus on healing your wounds. Regardless, it is undoubtedly a calamity for the pirates. This will alleviate some of our burdens, Hiru rationally remarked. Zifa remained silent for an extended period before rising and departing without a word. His mind heavy with doubt. Could it be that I was truly wrong? No, that cannot be. Everyone deserves the right to forgiveness. The meeting came to an abrupt conclusion with Baichen's departure, while Steelbone Kong and Sengoku appeared as if they were attempting to fathom Baichen's true intentions. Their expressions laden with gravity. Garp, however, was blissfully unconcerned and chose not to dwell on it. Hiru, even if he had thoughts, would refrain from voicing them. After all, many matters are better left unspoken, as they could lead to disaster. 3 days later, at an isolated location in Marineford, Major Baichen, may I inquire why you summoned me? The earnest young Dorg inquired while respectfully greeting Baichen. No need for such formality. I am aware of who you are. Dorg, the son of Vice Admiral Garp. Today, I have come to present you with a gift that I sincerely apologize for the incident with your father the other day. With that, Baichen tossed a book with a crimson cover, which Dorg hurriedly caught. A look of confusion etched on his face. Given that he and Baichen were complete strangers, he found it perplexing. Do not ponder too much. Open it only when you have truly found your own path. Of course, this is merely a suggestion. Whether you heed it is entirely up to you. That I have high hopes for you, as your gaze is unlike any other, devoid of apathy and brimming with compassion for all beings. However, you may still be uncertain about which path to choose. Also, the contents of this book should remain a secret. No one else should know, not even Garp. Remember, it is for your eyes alone, Baichen added cryptically before giving Dorg a light pat on the shoulder and departing. Left in a state of bewilderment, Dorg pondered the meaning behind Major Baichen's words. What did he mean by his own path? What was the significance of his attitude toward pirates? Unable to resist, the young Dorg opened the crimson-covered book, only to become increasingly captivated by its contents. That it wasn't until a gentle breeze swept through that he snapped back to reality, suddenly alarmed, his heart racing as he quickly scanned his surroundings, fearful that someone might witness his actions. Thank goodness, that was close, he exclaimed, wiping the sweat from his brow before hastily departing. The very book Baichen had gifted him clutched tightly against his chest. Prior to Baichen's arrival, Liya had already ensured that the vicinity was clear of onlookers. With Liya's observation haki, even if someone attempted to spy on him, they would be uncovered in a timely manner. 2 days prior, the awarding ceremony had taken place in Marineford Square, and now both Baichen and Liya held the rank of Rear Admiral, assigned the mission to head to the North Sea. Typically, new recruits accumulate military merits by stationed at the Sabati Archipelago or at a branch beginning with the letter G along the Grand Line. This often leads to promotions within a few years. However, Baichen and Liya were directed to the North Sea, much to Baichen's feigned outraged eye in the marshal's conference room. Following the ceremony 2 days ago, Baichen exclaimed, "If we have been granted the rank of Rear Admiral, why are we being sent to the North Sea instead of the Grand Line? Are you attempting to sideline your colleagues? Is this your version of justice?" His performance was flawless as he slammed his hand onto the table. While Liya quietly enjoyed the unfolding drama beside him, Marshal Steelbone Kong frowned and retorted, "Major Baichen, mind your tone. Both Sengoku and I are your superiors." Sengoku adjusted his glasses and interjected, "Major Baichen, Major Liya, you are misunderstanding the situation. The world government has specific deployments concerning the Rocks Pirates and the Roger Pirates, and you are well aware of the strength of those two crews. Thus, should you venture into the New World or the Grand Line, it would severely disrupt the world government's plans. Consequently, the order for you to head to the North Sea comes directly from above, and we have no authority to alter it. Then I must possess the authority to mobilize all naval branches in the North Sea. I require the power to construct a new naval base and to recruit personnel." Baichen asserted, seemingly conceding, as if unable to oppose the world government's orders. His demands were not unreasonable. The ranks in the Four Seas are notably lower than those in the headquarters, even if Kong and Sengoku remained silent. Baichen, as a Rear Admiral, could issue commands that the branches would have to comply with. The only contentious point was the right to recruit personnel. However, upon reflection, Kong and Sengoku realized that constructing a new naval base would inherently require recruitment. "We can grant you that authority, but the funding for the new naval base must come from your own resources. The finance department currently cannot support you. Moreover, recruitment will only apply to the new base. The authority to recruit for other branches still lies with headquarters." After a brief moment of contemplation, Kong agreed to Baichen's requests. "The official documents will be issued tomorrow. You, Major Baichen, will serve as the commander of the North Sea, while Major Liya will be the deputy commander. You will have the authority to mobilize all branches in the North Sea, the right to construct a new naval base, and the power to recruit personnel for the new base." Upon hearing that the order came from the world government, Baichen understood that preparations against Rocks had commenced. Even the formidable Rocks of 2 years hence would merely be considered a slightly larger fish in the eyes of the world government. Baichen recognized that his presence would indeed influence the narrative. The commander of the North Sea had emerged. The world government likely believed that Baichen and Liya would disrupt the balance of power at sea, thereby jeopardizing their plans. However, they remained oblivious to the fact that the net would only close 2 years later, and by then, Baichen would be an unpredictable variable. Moreover, neither the world government nor Kong and Sengoku grasped the reality that, even if they assigned Baichen to guard the Sabeti archipelago or any branch of the Grand Line, he would find a way to request a transfer to the Four Seas. The vastness of the sky allows for distant ambitions, granting Baichen the autonomy to make many decisions for himself. Otherwise, as demonstrated by the very first command from his superiors after receiving his promotion, compliance was hardly negotiable. Thus, heading to the North Sea was precisely what Baichen desired. Furthermore, as he was well aware of the North Sea's hidden potential, he recognized its promising prospects. It wasn't until yesterday that Baichen recalled Dorg's existence. The future Revolutionary Army would undoubtedly be a force to be reckoned with. That night, Baichen meticulously pinned down some modern philosophies to present to Dorg the following day. Undoubtedly, this method of introducing revolutionary ideas would create a tremendous impact on this world. And the future Revolutionary Army would likely differ vastly from the one depicted in the previous anime. Its strength would be undeniably formidable. The only uncertainty lay in how powerful it would become. Additionally, Baichen annotated the locations of certain historical texts within the book, leaving it to Dorg's capabilities to uncover them. Regarded as the most notorious criminal, viewed as the singular individual capable of toppling the world government, the leader of the Revolutionary Army had overthrown numerous kingdoms, marking him as the #1 enemy of the world government. Could one not claim he possessed the capability? Yet, it remained uncertain how much Baichen would influence Dorg's path. After all, prior to the true ignition of the fuse, the book Baichen provided would undoubtedly serve to thicken the fuse, rendering it more flammable. As for the issue of the destined child, Luffy, Baichen had already subtly hinted at the matter. If it could not be changed, then so be it. All he could do was hope that Dorg would not harbor resentment towards him in the future. After all, Baichen and Dorg were comrades on a shared path. "Liya, we shall set forth for the North Sea tomorrow. However, I have stated that it only requires the two of us to go. There is no need for additional personnel or organization. Upon returning to the accommodations arranged by headquarters, Baichen addressed Liya. Marshal Kong has already reported to Marineford. Tomorrow we shall directly sail from above Marineford, without needing to traverse the ocean floor. However, Baichen, we are entirely in the dark regarding the situation in the North Sea. We know nothing at all, Liya exclaimed. You need not worry about that. As long as others are informed, that suffices. Sometimes, when we lack certain resources, yet others possess them, even if they are not as formidable as we are, those resources can still become ours. Baichen imparted his unburdened philosophy of thievery to Liya. Then which branch shall we visit first? Liya inquired, playfully swinging her legs while lying on the bed. We shall visit no branch. We are headed to the Germa Kingdom in the North Sea. I have already instructed the Marshal to issue orders to all the branch bases in the North Sea. A month hence, a conference shall be convened in the Kingdom of Germa, yet we must arrive ahead of time. After all, it is imperative to familiarize ourselves with our esteemed subordinates before the meeting. Additionally, we need to finalize the location of the naval base and expedite its construction as much as possible. Baichen is acutely aware that, at this moment, Germa is under the nascent leadership of Vinsmoke Judge, who is merely 16 years of age. The future of this young scientific prodigy piques Baichen's interest, particularly as he is the progenitor of Sanji, the protagonist of our tale. However, it is inconceivable to take him as a subordinate. Rather, one might resort to coercive measures akin to those employed by the future Don Quixote, Doflamingo, and Kaido. Indeed, the birdcage judge is a proud man, consumed by an insatiable thirst for power, vanity, and an utter disdain for the weak. It is likely that, even at this tender age, he harbors ambitions of dominion over the North Sea. Forcing his pregnant wife into surgery and transforming his own offspring into emotionless beings marks a path that diverges fundamentally from Baichen's OW, and it remains uncertain when he will join forces with the likes of Vegapunk and Queen under the banner of the illicit research organization embodies. Yet, these matters hold little relevance for Baichen, as he may not even be recognized as a member of the Navy by that time. Evidently, you seem untroubled, Baichen, Liya inquired with puzzlement, despite the fact that we are no longer within the Grand Line. Liya, my original intention was to traverse the four seas. Moreover, they have graciously permitted us to venture into the North Sea, which is ripe with potential, Baichen replied. Once we arrive in the North Sea, we shall assume leadership, free from the burdens of consideration that plague us here. Liya has grown accustomed to Baichen's prescient insights and has never found him lacking in delivering on his promises. Upon receiving the communication from headquarters, the commanders of the North Sea branches swiftly understood that they had now acquired formidable superiors, none other than the illustrious Red Beastals D, Baichen, and bloodthirsty Angel Malak D. Liya, who are respectively the Supreme Commander and Vice Commander of the North Sea. Remarkably, these two individuals have garnered titles even before attaining the rank of admiral, entering the Navy as rear admirals. The lethargic faction sensed that the headquarters was poised for significant action but remained indifferent. Conversely, the radical faction erupted in excitement. Given that their superiors belonged to the same camp, the corrupt faction began to seek escape routes and even contemplated collusion with pirates. Yet, without exception, all were preparing to attend the inaugural meeting with their new superior in the Kingdom of Germa, albeit perplexed as to why it was not convened at a naval branch, but rather in a foreign kingdom. Admiral Sora found himself equally baffled, but Baichen explained that the new base was intended to be constructed in that vicinity, necessitating an advance reconnaissance of the terrain. Sora could not voice any objections. For as a rear admiral visiting the four seas, it would indeed be somewhat inappropriate. Such trivial matters did not warrant excessive concern. However, just as Baichen was preparing to depart for the North Sea on the morrow, a peculiar youth, towering at 3 meters, was relentlessly training a group of individuals at the 68th Naval Branch in the West Sea. Indeed, this was none other than the young Moria, whose journey from the Paradise to the West Sea remains a mystery. Unlike his original portly form, this incarnation of Moria, forged through a regimen of lightning-enhanced training, has become increasingly robust. Upon enlisting, the colonel in charge of the naval branch treated Moria like a beloved son upon learning of his possession of the Goro Goro no Mi, the Rumble Rumble fruit. Every request was met with unwavering compliance. to the extent that he nearly offered his own position to Moria, who initially found such treatment disconcerting. However, he soon accepted it with equanimity. Recognizing his own burgeoning strength, the colonel eagerly anticipated the day Moria would capture a notable pirate, at which point he would relay Moria's achievements to the headquarters, well aware that Moria's abilities would inevitably lead him to a position at headquarters, bringing him a measure of glory and perhaps even a promotion to brigadier general. The highest rank within the 4 Seas naval branches is that of colonel or brigadier general, 3 ranks below that of the headquarters. Only Moria himself understood that he would seek every conceivable excuse to decline the summons to headquarters. Whether for the purpose of eradicating West Sea pirates or further honing his skills, it would be 2 years before he would make his way to headquarters at this moment. Moria is undeniably formidable within the West Sea. Yet he trains with reckless abandon, a spirit that has inspired many. Despite his recent enlistment, he has begun to exhibit nascent leadership qualities. Moria is acutely aware that, should he wish to assist Baichen in the future, his current prowess is far from sufficient. There remains ample room for growth. During breaks, Moria often reflects on Baichen's counsel, and regardless of his fatigue, he rises the next day invigorated, continuing his training or pursuing pirates. His contrasting attitudes toward pirates and civilians increasingly mirror those of Baichen. Their brief time together has profoundly influenced Moria. Baichen, is this merry Geos? Liya inquired, gazing at the opulent abodes of the celestial dragons. Indeed, little Liya, this is the dwelling of those swine, Baichen replied, his gaze unwavering as he regarded the structures. High and mighty, regarding others as mere insects, they wield the privileges of the world government. Priding themselves as the progeny of creators, Baichen and Liya's vessel had just navigated the layers of scrutiny at the Mary Geos lift, poised to proceed directly to the North Sea. Mary Geos features a lift that grants access to both the North Sea and the West Sea. Typically, merchants must apply months in advance and pay a substantial fee. The advantage lies in avoiding the perilous currents of Reverse Mountain, thereby increasing safety and expediting travel. Though the cost is exorbitant on their journey to the North Sea, every pirate who crossed paths with Baichen and Liya met their demise, as the names of Red Beast Rear Admiral Baichen and Bloodthirsty Angel Rear Admiral Liya instilled dread among the pirates of the North Sea. Upon learning of their impending arrival, King Judge of the Germa Kingdom found himself utterly bewildered, entirely at a loss for understanding. 15 days later, within the royal palace of the North Sea's Germa Kingdom, a youth adorned with a metallic helmet and flowing golden locks sat heavily upon his bed, gravely inquiring, Rear Admiral Baichen, Rear Admiral Liya, what is the meaning of your presence? You arrive unannounced in my chambers. Is the Navy declaring war upon the Germa Kingdom? Is such behavior sanctioned by the Navy? Though his words seemed accusatory, the tremor in Vinsmoke Judge's voice betrayed his youth. He was not the formidable figure he would become decades hence. And the pressure of facing the renowned Baichen was immense. Should we engage in conflict? What then? Vinsmoke Judge, you are but a non-member of the world government, accustomed to tyranny in the North Sea. What are you to threaten me? Baichen's voice was ice-cold, as he continued, consider your own predicament. Do you possess the standing to issue threats? Your father has passed, and within a mere year, you have regained control of your family. Including the intelligence, research, and combat sectors, you have ascended to the throne of the Germa Kingdom, with ambitions to restore Germa 66 to its former glory over the North Sea. Furthermore, you are a scientist. Am I mistaken, Judge? Liya stood by Baichen's side, who occupied Judge's rightful seat, delivering his words with chilling detachment. What nonsense are you uttering? Our nation is merely an ordinary one. Is this how the Navy treats us? Judge gulped, his innermost ambitions laid bare, unable to feign indifference. Baichen, devoid of emotion, addressed Judge. Do not speak of your inconsequential kingdom to us any longer. You are not a member state, and the world government cannot save you. While threats may hold some weight, to me, you are but an ant. Since you recognize Liya and me, you should understand our methods. I am not speaking to you as a Navy officer. Vinsmoke Judge, I now present you with a choice. Serve me, Als D. Baichen, or face death. Baichen's proposition was not to serve the Navy, but to serve him personally. Judge grasped Baichen's intent. Yet how could he acquiesce willingly? He is, after all, the king of Germa. Soldiers, soldiers. Quickly, before Judge could finish his command, Baichen seized him, dragging him from the bed and forcefully pinning him beneath his foot. Go on, continue shouting, and see if any soldiers come to your aid, scream. Long before entering the chamber, the formidable conqueror's haki of Baichen rendered all the soldiers at the entrance utterly unconscious. With a resounding crack, the scapula of Gaji shattered, as Baichen cruelly twisted his foot upon Gaji's shoulder. A cry of agony reverberated through the room, as Gaji resembled a small lamb under the gaze of a predator. Utterly devoid of any power to resist, filth should be buried in the depths of the ocean. Do you wish to be interred there, Gaji, were it not for the slight usefulness you still possess? Do you truly believe you are in a position to bargain with me? You wish to resist? Go ahead, show me what you can do. Are you not seeking to dominate the North Sea? Do you not yearn to restore the glory of Germa 66? Come now. You lack even the capacity to resist, so be obedient. Do you understand? Baichen lightly patted Gaji's face and whispered "At this moment." Gaji's pained expression was heart-wrenching. He had connections with several branch-based commanders and was aware that the headquarters had dispatched him here for a meeting. He had anticipated that Baichen would inform him of his arrival, allowing him to prepare a feast to placate Baichen and his companions. However, he was unprepared for Baichen's blatant disregard for decorum, arriving unannounced and taking control of him directly. Major General Baichen. I am the king of the Germa Kingdom. Are you truly certain you wish to treat me in this manner? Gaji, gritting his teeth, looked at Baichen with unyielding resolve. And from where do you derive the confidence to speak to me so? Gaji, never mind. I am disinclined to continue this conversation. Baichen lifted Gaji with ease. 10 seconds. Submit or perish. As Gaji listened to Baichen's indifferent tone, he contemplated whether to gamble on the chance that Baichen would not dare to kill him. I submit. Ultimately, Gaji lowered his proud head, his pallor evident. Why must you endure such suffering? Do you not understand that without strength, all is in vain? Rest assured, if you diligently serve me, your Germa Kingdom will remain unscathed. As for your personal affairs, I could not care less. But should I discover that you have harmed the common folk, your utility will count for naught. Do you comprehend? Baichen's conqueror's haki bore down on Gaji, causing him immense discomfort. Understood, Major General Baichen, Gaji stammered, drenched in sweat. Now, take this, consume it. Once a year, failure to do so means death. As long as you are of use to me, I shall not let you die. Of course, you may also examine your health afterward. Do you not understand? See what you can discern. Ha ha ha. Baichen chuckled heartily, tossing a small pill to Gaji, who, albeit reluctantly, had no choice but to comply. Arrange for us 2 rooms. I will require 3 days to obtain the data on the commanders of the North Sea branches, including details as trivial as their age when they wet the bed. Do you understand? Understood, Major General Baichen. At this moment, Gaji was as docile as a kitten. As for his inner thoughts, did they matter? At least Baichen was indifferent. Gaji would likely never comprehend, even unto his dying day. How this was the Navy to be. Why, what right did he become a member of the Navy? He was more pirate than any pirate. Soon, Baichen and Liya were led to the doors of their respective rooms. And Liya dismissed the escort, activating her observation haki to prevent anyone from approaching. What did you give him to eat? You foul Baichen, she inquired, perplexed. Ha ha ha. It's the candy you bought and left on the ship. Merely to frighten him. But look, does he dare gamble with his life? Baichen replied, scratching the back of his head with a grin. You truly are wicked, you foul Baichen. However, I must admit, you were rather handsome in your domineering demeanor. Liya teased. Haha, when have I not been handsome? Liya, enough of that. You foul Baichen. Hurry back to your room and rest. I want to go to your room. Get lost. All right then. TSK. Liya, look at these people. They are rather capable. Baichen reclined on a lounge chair on the lawn outside the room, poring over a stack of documents. It was now the 3rd day of Baichen and Liya's stay. And this morning, Gaji had delivered the necessary documents to Baichen, attending to him with utmost care and hospitality. Baichen's primary objective in coming to Germa was to harness their intelligence capabilities. Otherwise, it would be akin to navigating blind. These people are truly detestable. Foul Baichen, you must not let them escape unpunished. How are they any different from pirates? They are even more loathsome. Just look at these branch commanders. Liya seethed with anger as she gazed at the documents in Baichen's hands. No rush. Every action has its consequences. However, I have indeed identified a few promising individuals. It's a pity they are somewhat aged. Otherwise, they would be worth cultivating. Baichen had not encountered them in his previous life's anime, likely due to their glorious demise or natural death. Liya, fetch me the Din Din Mushi. I need to communicate with Fleet Admiral Kong. Baichen said with a hint of mischief, and Liya instantly recognized Baichen's ulterior motives. After a brief moment, a Din Din Mushi resembling Kong's visage was connected. Hello, Major General Baichen. Is there something you cannot resolve? Fleet Admiral Kong's voice came through, his expression somber. Fleet Admiral, I am transmitting a document to you. Please review it. After a full 10 minutes, Kong's voice broke the silence. Can you assure me of the authenticity of this information? There must be no errors. His face was etched with concern. Rest assured, my information is flawless. Baichen was confident that Gaji would not dare to play any tricks at this moment. Even if Gaji intended to act, it would require the rekindling of his buried ambition, and for now, both Baichen and Liya were present as Baichen anticipated. The information was indeed indisputable, detailing which branch commanders were allied with Gaji. In a desperate bid for survival, Gaji would not hesitate to betray these individuals, whose life is more valuable than their own. Major General Baichen. These individuals must be brought back to headquarters for punishment. The voice of Admiral Sengoku resonated through the Din Din Mushidara. Admiral Sengoku is present as well. May I inquire what kind of punishment awaits them upon their arrival at the Navy headquarters? Is it demotion or imprisonment? Baichen inquired, feigning innocence that we will certainly implement fair punitive measures. Sengoku replied calmly that fair? If I am not mistaken, some of those individuals have connections to the headquarters vice admirals, correct? Pray tell. How is that fair? Baichen's mocking tone pierced through the air. The Din Din Mushi fell silent for a moment before Kong's voice re-emerged. Major General Baichen, we will treat this matter with utmost seriousness. We will dispatch personnel to escort them back to headquarters, and this is why pirates thrive. It is due to your incompetence. Escort them back to headquarters? I think not. I am now the commander of the North Sea. And how to deal with them is entirely my prerogative. Baichen's audacious tone struck hard against Sengoku and Kong. Smack. Major General Baichen, do you have any idea what you are saying? You are defying higher authority. An enraged Kong slammed his hand upon the table. That it's not that serious. Fleet Admiral, I too am administering justice fairly. That it's just that I am not as indecisive as you. Major General Baichen, these individuals must be dealt with by headquarters. Sengoku's voice rang out once more. Yet Baichen disregarded him entirely, abruptly hanging up the Din Din Mushi. For Baichen, the course of action was entirely his to decide. It was merely a matter of reporting, or rather, notifying as for their thoughts. Did they hold any significance? Not in the slightest. Baichen had already obtained what he desired. Would the headquarters strip Baichen of his position? That was a matter for another day. Even if certain individuals were dealt with, there would be ample evidence to support it. Private action could not be claimed, since Baichen had communicated with headquarters. They could not retaliate. At worst, it would be deemed insubordination, yet that could not be held against Baichen and the Navy headquarters, Marineford. The situation was recounted as Sengoku reiterated the events that had just transpired. With the high-ranking Kong and the likes of Garp, Saru, and Zifa present, I see no issue with entrusting those individuals to Major General Baichen for handling. The evidence is substantial. Even if there are connections here, such wanton behavior cannot be tolerated. We should be more concerned that Major General Baichen has already begun disregarding orders. What will happen in the future if this continues? While it is understandable that young people cannot abide by such matters, this should not be allowed to transpire, Saru stated calmly. Saru, you are correct. I believe the most pressing issue is Major General Baichen's insubordination. If this continues, how shall we address it? In response to the warring states, General Baichen remarked, as long as he remains within the naval ranks and continues to apprehend pirates, we can only express our criticisms verbally. After all, if we were to dismiss General Baichen over these matters, it would not bode well for the Navy. He continued, from my observations, a portion of the lower-ranking recruits have begun to idolize General Baichen. He continued, unless General Baichen makes significant contributions, we will refrain from granting him further authority as for the overall command in the North Sea. It remains uncertain whether it is beneficial or detrimental. Kong rubbed his temples and said, General Baichen's series of actions have evidently begun to unsettle us. It is futile to withhold power now, for Baichen seems quite content with his current standing in the Germa Kingdom. Gaji, Baichen commanded, I entrust you with a task. Find an island suitable for constructing a naval base in the North Sea. It must not only be expansive but also conveniently located, avoiding any remote locales. General Baichen, I am aware of an island that fits all criteria, Betel Island. However, there is one issue. Gaji hesitated, casting a glance at Baichen. What issue? Baichen inquired, furrowing his brow in confusion. The island is infested with pirates, and there are no indigenous inhabitants left. Moreover, I have heard that large-scale boxing matches have been taking place there in recent months. Ha ha, Gaji, is that truly a problem? You still do not understand me and Liya well enough, Baichen retorted. Have the construction team contact me and head there first. The more hands on deck, the better. Money is no object. I want to see a fully completed new base within a month. You needn't worry about the pirate issue. I will resolve that before the construction team arrives. Later, please provide me with the coordinates for Betel Island. I have but one requirement. The workers must possess strong skills, work swiftly, and deliver quality results. Very well, General Baichen. Our kingdom's construction teams are quite exceptional. All our palaces have been built by them, and their expertise is beyond reproach. Gaji eagerly sought to secure the project, envisioning that the base Baichen intended to construct would far surpass ordinary facilities. This would undoubtedly yield substantial income, even for a nation. Although such matters typically fell under the purview of the Minister of Finance, the minister lacked the authority to engage in discussions with Baichen. Ha, Gaji, as long as the skills are up to par. Feel free to summon everyone from your kingdom. The profits belong to you, and as long as my requirements are met, money is no concern, Baichen declared grandly, entirely unconcerned about the expenses. The wealth acquired from the Sky Island was, quite frankly, inexhaustible. Some may wonder why Gaji wasn't apprehensive about Baichen's ability to pay. From Gaji's perspective, it was clear his life was in Baichen's hands. Even if Baichen were truly out of funds, would Gaji dare to refuse him? It was more prudent to deploy his own men. Even in loss, it would be minimized if Baichen did pay. It could generate considerable income for the kingdom. 3 days later, Liya clung to Baichen's arm, playfully coaxing, "Stinky Baichen, let's hurry and set off. I'm so bored." Baichen chuckled in response. All right, Liya, please stop tugging. I promised, didn't I?" For days, Liya had been insisting that Baichen take her to Betel Island. However, Baichen explained that the construction team had only just departed, and there was no need for haste. Ultimately, he could not resist Liya's enthusiasm that day. Thus, they summoned Gaji, and Baichen adjusted his black and red robe. Addressing Gaji, "Gaji, we are heading to Betel Island to deal with the pirate situation. Are you certain there are no indigenous inhabitants left?" "Yes, General Baichen. Our intelligence in Germa has rarely failed. It has become a haven for pirates," Gaji affirmed. Baichen nodded and then said to Liya, "Then let us depart. We must also design the base plans according to the terrain." Liya, linking her arm with Baichen's, replied, "Woohoo! Let's go. I'm so bored." With that, the two flew toward the warship anchored by the shore, armed with the coordinates provided by Gaji, setting off for Betel Island. I've missed the sea breeze after so many days away. Haven't you, little Liya? Baichen mused as they stood quietly at the ship's bow, gazing into the distance. Indeed, Liya exclaimed. Stinky Baichen, don't you think the situation at Betel Island resembles that of Gaia Island back then? I feel it might even be more dire, considering that Gaia Island still had its indigenous populace. Fear not, little Liya. All will become clear once we arrive. That I hope Gaji's intelligence is accurate, Baichen reassured her. But I do hope there are more of those scoundrels at sea. It would alleviate our boredom. The two exchanged a knowing smile as they journeyed toward Betel Island. The salty air enveloped them. Strangely, they encountered no pirates, which puzzled Baichen. Little Liya, why haven't we run into a single pirate? He asked, perplexed. Foolish Baichen, have you forgotten what Gaji said about the boxing matches at Betel Island? The nearby pirates must have flocked there for the excitement. Who would remain at sea when such festivities are afoot? Ha, Liya, you're so clever. Why didn't I think of that? Baichen rubbed his head. Laughing awkwardly, prompted by Liya's insight, Baichen decided against a leisurely approach to Betel Island, opting instead to manipulate the atmospheric pressure, propelling the entire ship directly to their destination as they neared Betel Island. Liya, in a sudden burst of excitement, urged Baichen to anchor the warship in nearby waters, and the two flew ashore. They ensured the warship remained within Liya's observation range, so there was no concern of losing it. At the boxing arena on Betel Island, Baichen and Liya donned masks to avoid recognition. Their faces and reputations were notorious among pirates, especially among the smaller ones, who would tremble at their names. They stealthily entered the arena, eager to witness the commotion. Curse it, they all deserve to die. This boxing match is a fight to the death, with participants being young individuals abducted by pirates from various islands. Most are no older than 20. This sentiment echoed among the host and the numerous pirates present, without a shadow of a doubt, and they were merely there for amusement. Ultimately, only one would emerge alive. Suddenly, Liya clenched her fists, seething with rage. Yet, at that moment, Baichen's gaze was fixed on a youth in the arena, clad in a striking red shirt and wielding a sword that a bright white hat adorned his head. Emblazoned with the word justice, his piercing eyes burned with fierce determination, his mouth set in a grim line, resembling someone ready to take on the world. Baichen, as if discovering a treasure, whispered to Liya. Little Liya, our journey here has already yielded immense rewards that if there is anger to be unleashed, let all the pirates on this island descend into hell for their transgressions. Their mere existence in this world is repugnant. Just ensure that the young captives forced into this match, especially the one in red, remain unharmed. With that, the two simultaneously removed their masks. As the necessity for disguise had waned, all the pirates present were marked for death. Domain, great darkness. Liya's furious voice resonated, invoking a technique she had never employed before due to its inherent cruelty. Unlike her previous bat domain, which merely siphoned the life force of others, leaving them as lifeless husks. Domain, great darkness intensified Liya's mental assault. The minds of the afflicted would feel as if they were being mercilessly churned, enduring agonizing torment, a fate worse than death. But today, Liya could not concern herself with such matters. Let this detestable scum suffer and perish. Suddenly, the entire island was enveloped by a dark red hemispherical barrier, leaving the crowd bewildered as they gazed skyward. In an instant, screams and cries of agony erupted. A scene that could only be described as hellish. Ah, what is happening? My brain. Ah, hurry, whoever you are. Please let me die. Fast, fast, let me die. Even in the most infernal hell, one might find it hard to imagine a scene as terrifying as the one unfolding at this very moment. The remaining 152 young captives on the island gathered together, their expressions a mixture of bewilderment and fear as they surveyed their surroundings, where a dark crimson barrier encircled the entire isle. Leaving them utterly perplexed about the events that had transpired, the cacophony of shrieks, cries of anguish, and sounds of terror heightened their anxiety, plunging them into a state of utter disarray. Chaos began to ensue, order disintegrating, yet they soon found a semblance of calm, for before them appeared a figure, with disheveled red hair cascading down and clad in a black and crimson robe, instilling in them an overwhelming sense of security. It was as if the mere presence of this figure rendered them impervious to any calamity that might befall them. In that moment, the group of youths seemed to comprehend that those facing retribution were none other than pirates. The very ones who had captured them, the same pirates who had come to this place to revel in the thrill of the contest. They sensed that this very figure, this man, would guide them out of their torment, bestowing upon them a second chance at life, allowing them to become true individuals. The red-clad youth gazed intently ahead, his eyes gleaming with recognition. He knew who this was. This was his idol. Gradually, the sounds on the island began to fade, and the dark crimson barrier receded, revealing before them a harrowing sight. Countless corpses, all desiccated and piled high like a mountain. The expressions etched upon each lifeless face spoke of unimaginable suffering, their silent pleas for death going unanswered. This ghastly tableau profoundly impacted the minds of the young onlookers, leaving an indelible mark that they would carry with them into their twilight years, a memory forever etched in their consciousness. As time passed, another figure emerged beside the man, with her raven-black hair elegantly tied up and a striking black and red robe exuding authority. Her exquisite features resembled those of a celestial being. Together, they appeared as a pair of divine lovers. Turning to face the assembled youths, they began to speak. I am Arceus D. Baichen, proclaimed the man, and I am Malak D. Liya. We apologize for our tardiness, allowing the pirates to run rampant for so long and causing you so much suffering. We are truly sorry. Upon uttering these words, the pair bowed deeply before the young audience. Overwhelmed by emotion, many of the youths broke down in tears, clutching their heads in despair. Baichen and Liya, witnessing the anguish of these children, felt a profound sadness in their hearts, despite being only 15 themselves. Yet, in this moment, they exuded warmth akin to that of adults. You need not apologize, Major Baichen. All of this is the fault of the pirates and the inaction of the Navy. You are a hero. You are our savior, exclaimed the red-clad boy, his gaze fervently fixed on Baichen. D, oh, you know me? Baichen asked, astonished that this boy recognized him. The young man replied, the pirates who encounter you are met with inevitable death. You are true heroes. My name is Sakazuki, and my aspiration is to eradicate all pirates. Please allow me to follow you. Major Baichen, I will train with all my might. Please let me follow you. The resounding voice of Sakazuki echoed, prompting a majority of the others to kneel on one knee in a show of allegiance to Baichen. And what about you? Baichen inquired, turning to the remaining youths still standing. I apologize, Major Baichen. Please forgive me. My parents are waiting for me at home. One boy wept, wiping his tears. Me too. Me too. Baichen understood. Those who wished to follow him were either orphaned or had lost their parents to the pirates, while the others still had their families intact. Are your parents still alive? Baichen asked the kneeling youths one by one. They confessed that their parents were gone, and he noticed that Sakazuki's demeanor changed notably at the mention of parents. His eyes devoid of life. Baichen recalled that in his previous life, Sakazuki had harbored a deep-seated hatred for pirates after losing his parents to them. The painful memories seemed to haunt him still, leaving a psychological scar that had not healed. Baichen gently patted Sakazuki's head and addressed the standing youths. Rest assured, those of you with living parents, I will take you to the Germa Kingdom, where I will arrange for merchant ships to escort you home, as long as you remain within the North Sea. You need not worry for your safety, that I can only apologize to those from beyond the North Sea, as I lack the means to ensure everyone's safe return. However, you need not fret about the costs. I will provide sufficient funds for each of you. Thank you, Major Baichen. That is more than enough. We are truly grateful. The youths who had been standing now knelt fully, expressing their gratitude. They understood that this was the utmost Baichen could offer. Securing the safe passage home for those in the North Sea would already require tremendous resources and effort. They were not ungrateful souls. Please rise. Follow this big sister to our warship and take some time to rest, Baichen instructed, signaling to Liya to lead a portion of the group away. Among those kneeling in loyalty to Baichen, including Sakazuki, there were 110 individuals. Suddenly, Baichen's demeanor shifted, becoming imposing. Are you certain you wish to follow me? It will be arduous. Death may come easily. To follow me means putting your lives on the line. I cannot guarantee when my own life will end. Are you truly ready to follow me? Baichen's voice boomed, releasing a hint of conqueror's haki to test their resolve. That we pledge our lives to follow you. Lord Baichen, Sakazuki's determined gaze met Baichen's. That we pledge our lives to follow you. Lord Baichen. Following Sakazuki's lead, the crowd echoed their fervent cries. Baichen was taken aback. It seemed that even at this nascent stage, they were already beginning to rally behind Sakazuki as their leader. Truly, future admirals were not to be underestimated. He exuded both charisma and authority. Very well. You are all commendable. Now, let me impart my principles to you. I hold an unwavering stance against pirates. The moment they hoist their flag, they are deemed pirates, regardless of their deeds. My attitude remains singular. Kill. Can you all uphold this? Yes. Good. Now, let me clarify my stance towards civilians. Protect. Our mission is to annihilate pirates while safeguarding civilians. Can you fulfill this? Yes. The fervor in their voices waned noticeably, and Baichen understood the reason why. His intent was primarily to guide Sakazuki, for he knew that Sakazuki's future mindset could become warped, where he might prioritize killing pirates over protecting his comrades. However, it appeared that many of them harbored similar issues, leading to a gathering of troubled youths. That I understand that many of you not only despise pirates, but have also been wronged by civilians. However, do not forget that if you wish to follow me, you must become part of the Navy. If you cannot adhere to this, you will never don this uniform. Moreover, some of you may, in your pursuit of killing pirates, disregard your own comrades. Such behavior is absolutely intolerable in my ranks. Even if the pirates escape, you must not forsake your fellow soldiers. At that moment, Sakazuki raised a question. But what if the pirates get away? Sakazuki, the lives of your comrades far outweigh those of the pirates, do they not? Even if your ally is weak, their life is still more precious than that of a group of scoundrels. Just like today, if Liya and I had chosen to eliminate the pirates, we could have just as easily taken your lives without a second thought. Would you still be standing here to speak now? In my eyes, you are all currently as weak as can be, are you not? Do you understand my point, Sakazuki? Baichen gently patted Sakazuki's head. Sakazuki nodded, albeit with confusion. Baichen knew that altering a person's mindset was not an overnight endeavor. It would take time. I recognize that many of you still have not shifted your perspectives, but that is all right. Just remember my words and follow my guidance. Remember, kill pirates, protect civilians, and value the lives of your comrades above those of the pirates. Should you fail to grasp this, even if you choose to follow me, I will not accept you. Do not worry. You will have time to reflect on the journey to Germa. Even if you change your mind later, I will not hold it against you. However, once you choose to follow me, you must adhere to my commands. You still have time to make a decision. There is no need to rush. Baichen subsequently led a group of contemplative young men towards the harbor, where the boy taken by Liya was also waiting, as Liya had to first retrieve the ship. When everyone gathered, they unconsciously divided into two factions. One group wished to return home to find their parents, while the other expressed their desire to follow Baichen. All right, the warship has arrived. You all board the ship and wait for us for a while, at most an hour. Rest assured, if any danger arises, we will come to your aid immediately. There is no need to worry about safety. Baichen addressed the assembly as he gazed at the slowly docking warship. The young men boarded the vessel, their thoughts drifting towards the temporarily absent Baichen and Liya. Some pondered how to explain the events that had transpired to their parents upon returning home, while others from affluent families considered whether they could financially support Major Baichen in the future. Others reflected on Baichen's recent words. Liya, let us first clear out the treasures from these pirate ships and see what valuable items we can find. Then we can map the terrain of this island from the air. Liya's eyes sparkled with excitement as she urged Baichen, hurry up, don't waste time. The two quickly located the gathering place of the pirate ships and casually selected one to board. Look, this ship is filled with gold. Ha! Liya exclaimed in a fit of exhilaration. Baichen, there are only 3 ships left. Today's haul has indeed been substantial. That it turns out that robbing is more profitable than any legitimate endeavor. Ha! Baichen shared in the excitement, relishing the fortune that had come without effort. This ship is completely empty, save for 2 wooden crates. What a miser, Liya disdainfully remarked. Baichen, don't indulge too much in the riches. You might forget the taste of rice. Let us see what's inside. They proceeded to open one of the crates. Wow, Baichen, Liya, it's a devil fruit. What? You have one too, little Liya. Don't mimic my speech. Be quiet. The two fell into a synchronized silence. Little Liya, the fruit I hold is white. I'm not sure what type it is, but it resembles the smoke fruit. If it truly is the smoke fruit, then I must apologize to the future smoker. Baichen mused inwardly. Even with memories from a past life, he was uncertain about the fruit, as not every item was common knowledge, especially the myriad of devil fruits. Look at mine. It's a vibrant red. But I have no idea what type of devil fruit it is. Do you recognize it? Liya presented her devil fruit to Baichen. Could it be that Akainu obtained his devil fruit here in the original story? Baichen thought, recalling that this particular fruit was the Logia-type magma fruit. Liya, yours is the Logia-type magma fruit. It's exceptionally powerful, belonging to the most potent category of attack. Wow, then we've struck it rich today. 2 Logia-type devil fruits. Ha! Indeed. What an unexpected delight. I still have the better luck. Liya declared proudly. Of course, who could match my little Liya's fortune, right? Soon, the last few ships were thoroughly plundered by the duo, with all valuable items stored in the system space. Let us go, little Liya. Use your memory to capture the shape of this island. It's fortunate that your brain is so useful. Naturally. I am Liya. Little Liya gradually lost herself in Baichen's praise, completely oblivious to the fact that she was merely a free laborer. Baichen and Liya navigated the warship back to the Germa Kingdom with the group of boys. They encountered a construction crew heading to Baichen Island. Baichen instructed them to prepare adequately, stating that they would commence work as soon as the blueprints arrived. Upon returning to the Germa Kingdom, Baichen directed Gaji to mobilize combat personnel and merchant ships to escort those boys wishing to return home. The North Sea's contributions, while substantial, could not match the resources provided by the Germa Kingdom. Protecting them was the best they could do, given their limited capacity. As they departed, The boys aboard the ship gazed intently at Baichen and Liya, determined to memorize their faces, after arranging accommodations for those wishing to follow Baichen. He summoned Gaji to his residence. Gaji, you seem quite at ease with me. You haven't inquired about finances at all, Baichen joked. Haha, Major Baichen. Of course, I trust you. Gaji internally cursed, fearing he might have to shoulder the entire financial burden. Don't worry, I want to make you pay. With that, Baichen waved his right hand, revealing a courtyard filled with gold. This. Gaji was rendered speechless at the sight, too stunned to ask anything further. Do you think this gold will suffice to send those boys home and cover the costs of constructing the naval base? I intend to transform the entire island into a naval base. Absolutely, Major Baichen. With this gold, not only can we build a naval base on one island, but we could easily construct another. Gaji's eyes widened at the sight of what could be considered equivalent to a decade's worth of Germa Kingdom's total revenue. The surplus is yours to keep. I will provide the blueprints tomorrow. Remember my requirements. Understood, Major Baichen. I will gather the construction personnel within the country and head to Baichen Island immediately. With this gold, I could summon the entire workforce of the kingdom. One must seize the opportunity when it arises. That night, Liya pointed at a massive blueprint and asked, "What is this area and that one?" Baichen spent a good part of the evening sketching a rough outline of what he envisioned constructing, integrating Liya's insights regarding the terrain. Naturally, the details would be left to the construction team. I will explain everything to you, Liya. Since Baichen Island is relatively square, the central area will be designated for office use, ensuring easy access to all locations. The northwestern section, with its complex terrain, will serve as a training ground for new recruits. The southwestern area will consist of dormitories and recreational facilities, including shops, bars, and restaurants. The northeastern section will be designated for combat training, suitable for intense and destructive training sessions. The southeastern side will host a seaside training ground, with some picturesque areas left unplanned for leisurely strolls. After all, one cannot remain tense at all times. Taking in the scenery, exploring the streets, or sneaking in a rendezvous is beneficial for one's well-being. The island will be surrounded by iron walls, instilling fear in any potential invaders, and will feature a dock, ready to set sail for capturing pirates at a moment's notice. At this point, Liya inquired. But what about the captured pirates? Where will they be imprisoned? We do not require a place for their confinement. Pirates deserve death, and there is no need for them to prolong their existence. Baichen replied coldly. From the moment Baichen chose this path, he had resolved to cast aside mercy, even if it meant facing widespread condemnation. In any case, I will always support you. Thank you. Little Liya, Baichen affectionately stroked her head, feeling fortunate to have a woman who supported him unconditionally. The following morning, Baichen handed the blueprint to Gaji, urging him to expedite preparations for the construction to commence. Mandating completion within a month, without concerns about financial constraints as Gaji departed, he murmured incessantly, and if one listened closely, they could catch his incredulous remarks. What a wasteful spender. This is a naval base. Not even the headquarters is this extravagant. Truly a spendthrift. Can one be so reckless with their wealth? At the Germa Kingdom's training grounds, Baichen and Liya observed the young men, led by Sakazuki, who had assembled neatly in formation, awaiting Baichen's address. Tell me your choice. Are you certain you wish to follow me? Baichen's voice resonated coldly. Major Baichen, perhaps my inner thoughts are somewhat frigid, but I will hold myself to your standards. I will transform my mindset. I shall reserve my coldness solely for pirates. I swear to follow Major Baichen to the death. Please, Major Baichen, train us to become stronger. With Sakazuki's declaration, the crowd echoed in unison. Each individual having made a resolute choice. It is evident that the perspectives of a select few, including Sakazuki, are gradually beginning to transform. Rome was not built in a day. Patience is key. Excellent. From this moment forth. From now on, you shall be my comrades. The absence of your loved ones matters not. Liya and I shall be your family. Henceforth, refer to me as Boss Baichen. A resounding affirmation of yes. Boss Baichen echoed in unison. Ha, splendid. Next, I shall conduct a ranking match. Do not fear for your lives. Liya will provide healing. I need to witness your true capabilities. Moreover, you must recognize the disparities among yourselves. Do not aim too high while lacking the foundation. Even among companions, you may find yourselves perpetually trailing behind others. Do not lose heart during such times. As long as you exert yourselves within your abilities, life will hold no regrets. The top 2 in this ranking match shall receive devil fruits. I trust you all know what a devil fruit is. These 2 I possess are of the Logia type. Baichen harbored no concerns regarding the ownership of the magma fruit, for Sakazuki is destined to be a formidable admiral. Even at the tender age of 15, he displays monstrous potential as anticipated. Sakazuki claimed first place. However, to Baichen's astonishment, the second place was secured by a seemingly frail girl, with her short black hair, elongated brows, piercing eyes, a prominent nose, and a hint of freckles adorning her cheeks. Her slightly upturned lips exuded an air of cleanliness and decisiveness. "What is your name?" Baichen inquired, assisting the girl who had just lost to Sakazuki in the finals. "Boss Baichen, my name is Aaron," she replied breathlessly. "Splendid, truly remarkable," Baichen encouraged, his gaze warm upon Aaron. Another promising talent, one not seen in the original work, emerged as the winds of change stirred by Baichen's butterfly wings began to take effect. After Liya provided healing for everyone, Baichen departed with Sakazuki and Aaron. Though envy lingered among the others, they understood this was a hard-won victory, leaving no room for discontent in Baichen and Liya's courtyard. Baichen addressed Sakazuki and Aaron. "I shall establish a new naval branch on Betel Island, and I need you to lead the remaining individuals well. Think of it as your future foundation. You must accompany each other, becoming trustworthy partners. This is the magma fruit, belonging to Sakazuki, and this one, if I am not mistaken, is the smoke fruit, also of the Logia type. While its offensive power may not rival that of the magma fruit, its control capabilities are indeed more formidable. I shall assist you in honing your devil fruit abilities." Aaron indeed possessed the smoke fruit, prompting Smoker to inquire, "What should I do then?" Baichen patiently explained how to utilize these 2 fruits, incorporating techniques that the future Sakazuki would develop, sharing them with the current Sakazuki amid laughter. Baichen infused many of his own ideas into the discussion about the smoke fruit, akin to Liya's domain abilities, including methods to infiltrate smoke into the human body for internal damage, and so forth. In truth, Baichen's assistance to Liya in developing her fruit abilities was also inspired by the smoke fruit. This devil fruit, if properly cultivated, holds immense potential. Most critically, Baichen worried that, upon acquiring their fruits, they might neglect physical training, continually emphasizing the importance of their physical prowess. In the ensuing days, Baichen and Liya diligently trained the youths. They focused tirelessly on building foundational strength, refraining from teaching advanced techniques such as haki. They intended to commence instruction once they settled into the new naval base. During this period, Baichen admonished both Sakazuki and Aaron, as they seemed inclined to overly rely on the power of their devil fruits. The others looked on, exhilarated by the sudden might of Sakazuki and Aaron, each fervently training in anticipation of the next opportunity. It was clear that, in Baichen and Liya's absence, this group would be led by Sakazuki and Aaron. Aaron executed her tasks with remarkable efficiency, even surpassing Sakazuki in some aspects, though her strength still trailed behind his. As time slipped away, many youths had been safely returned home. News of Baichen's deeds spread across the North Sea and the Grand Line. Some were moved to tears, others remained indifferent, while many began to fear him. Predominantly, however, the populace expressed gratitude toward Baichen, their acclaim largely stemming from these sentiments. Recently, the number of pirates in the North Sea had sharply declined, as many feared becoming targets of Baichen and Liya. Despite the fact that the two had yet to establish a naval base or initiate any operations, various factions convened to discuss Baichen's recent actions, yet the outcome remained inconclusive. After all, for pirates, venturing into the North Sea to provoke trouble would only invite disaster. For the Navy, a significant portion of the lower-ranking soldiers excitedly praised Baichen and Liya, although Kong harbored reservations about Baichen's methods. He acknowledged that Baichen had indeed enhanced safety in the North Sea, resulting in fewer pirates. Gaji, tomorrow marks the day when the leaders of the northern branch bases arrive, right? Let us hold the meeting outdoors to avoid soiling your palace. Major Baichen, some individuals have already arrived and wish to seek your permission for an early audience. No need. I am already well acquainted with everyone's profiles. We shall convene tomorrow, as there is no pressing need to forge closer ties. Gaji seemed to comprehend Baichen's rationale for conducting the meeting outdoors, retracting his neck and departing quietly, in the presence of this bloodthirsty Navy officer. Gaji had grown exceedingly compliant. The following midday, outside the Germa palace, discontent began to surface among some as they questioned, Major Baichen, what is the meaning of holding the meeting here? Yet, the majority remained indifferent. Do you believe you have the right to question where Major Baichen holds his meeting? Brigadier General Porter, Baichen's voice cut through the AI. In a wonder the pirate problem near your 142nd base remains unresolved. Do you perhaps negotiate with pirates while attempting to apprehend them? Those who supported Baichen began to voice their discontent. What do you mean, Brigadier General Gat? Are you slandering me? As the two argued, an oppressive atmosphere enveloped the crowd, making it difficult to breathe. It seems you harbor grievances against me, Brigadier General Porter of the 142nd Naval Base? Baichen whispered into Porter's ear. I didn't mean, bang. Before Porter could finish, Baichen struck him down with a single punch, rendering him lifeless. The crowd swallowed hard, bewildered by Baichen's actions. How could he possess the authority to execute a base commander? Major Baichen, is this really appropriate? A weak voice dared to question. Brigadier General Ryan of the 98th Naval Base, your laziness is an affront to your retired AS. For my actions, they require no validation from you. Baichen called for Sakazuki and Aaron, who swiftly distributed evidence of Brigadier General Porter's collusion with pirates to the assembly. Only then did the crowd grasp Baichen's rationale for executing a base commander. Nonetheless, even in light of this revelation, the majority still deemed his actions as improper. I understand that many of you have questions, but do not fret. I will elucidate everything in due time. I have obtained permission from the naval headquarters to directly address the corruption of the Northern Branch base commanders. Even permitting lethal force, Liya shot Baichen a sidelong glance, silently critiquing his claim of having received permission, which was clearly an act of self-assertion. Since you have all gathered here today, do not think of leaving or escaping. Rewards for merit, entertainment for the uninvolved, and penalties for wrongdoing. With that, Baichen began to teleport to various individuals, each time delivering a fatal blow. Moments later, silence engulfed the gathering. Those already lying on the ground had no chance to retaliate and were swiftly silenced. The members of the lazy faction were left in disbelief, yet dared not utter a word, while the radicals gazed at Baichen with fervent admiration, discontent with the previous attendees. The corrupt factions had been eradicated. All present were wiped out. Baichen glanced at Sakazuki and Aaron, who promptly disseminated the profiles of those executed, each one guilty of colluding with pirates. Now, let me impart to you the rules of the North Sea from this moment forward. Or rather, my rules. Baichen wiped the bloodstained hands and slowly addressed the crowd. As long as you remain within the North Sea, as long as you are still part of the Navy and don this uniform. If you conspire with pirates to oppress civilians, there is but one outcome. That is death. There is no need for the Navy headquarters to haul you back for punishment, for I shall ensure you will have no chance of returning to the headquarters at all. Do not entertain thoughts of connections within the headquarters. Even the mightiest cannot save you. As I declare, if you are dissatisfied, then bear it. You may reach out to your network within the headquarters and see if you can have me removed. As long as I am in the North Sea, it shall be a day of unrest for the pirates, and potentially for you as well. I am aware that the majority of you are merely getting by, reluctant to capture pirates yet unwilling to oppress those beneath you. However, from this moment forth, you must either request a transfer from the North Sea or dutifully suppress your lethargy. As for the scoundrels I have dealt with earlier, they are to be received and merged into the nearest branch. If no nearby branch exists, then the vice commanders of each branch shall be notified to take over at my words are concluded. Who is in favor and who opposes? Sakazuki and Aaron stood in stunned silence, their minds reeling. This was Major Baichen, the one they chose to follow. They felt a surge of fervor, recognizing that only such a person was worthy of their allegiance. Yet, the atmosphere remained eerily quiet. Even the radicals did not utter a word, while the complacent began to contemplate their futures, either to depart or to serve under Baichen. After a full 5 minutes, a voice finally broke the silence. Major Baichen, I, the base commander of the 66th Navy Branch, GAT, firmly support Major Baichen's strategy. Major Baichen, I wholeheartedly support Major Baichen's strategy. Once a few took the lead. Many responded in kind. Baichen understood that some would likely request transfers upon returning, but he did not mind that as long as those capable of action remained, that was sufficient. Moreover, Baichen would recruit more personnel himself. Very well, since there are no objections, let us proceed with the next arrangements. After Baichen concluded, Sakazuki and Aaron led a group of individuals to bring forth boxes that gleamed with golden treasures. Baichen believed that no reward could match the satisfaction of gold, ensuring that those who diligently captured pirates would not live in poverty. Collaborating with pirates for a meager profit was a fool's errand that could cost one their head. Capturing pirates would bring wealth without the fear of being hunted down by Major Baichen. The choice was obvious. I have stated that merit will be rewarded. Base commanders whose names are called may come forward to receive their rewards. These are my personal tokens of appreciation. Henceforth, there shall be no concerns about military funding or finances. Merit brings fortune. The boxes of gold were distributed, causing Gat to feel a pang of regret. What waste, such extravagance. Where did all this gold come from? By evening, the first North Sea Navy conference concluded in haste. Murder, speech, and the distribution of wealth, all simple yet profoundly impactful on the hearts of the attendees. With Major Baichen at the helm of the North Sea, the future appeared promising, as Gat remarked to his aide while departing from the Germa Kingdom. This meeting undoubtedly imparted a stern lesson to all, particularly the radicals who harbored great animosity towards pirates. As the saying goes, when a bird dies, it ascends to the heavens. In this moment, even those with dissenting opinions fell silent, though many might return to the Navy headquarters to lodge complaints against Baichen's actions. Such endeavors were destined to be fruitless. Baichen disregarded even the air marshal, and the lowly subordinates could not hope to reach him. Those who did not align with him would inevitably be transferred away from the North Sea. From then on, the North Sea would resonate with but one voice, the voice of Baichen. Days later, at the training grounds of the Germa Kingdom, Baichen urged the young recruits, "Is this where you throw in the towel? Have you forgotten your initial aspirations? Do you still desire power?" Baichen trained them relentlessly, imparting numerous combat and assassination techniques without reservation, and their physical prowess surged at an astonishing pace. Particularly, Sakazuki and Aaron's talents left others in awe, not merely their devil fruit abilities, but their sheer physicality. Baichen had not anticipated Aaron's exceptional talent, though he understood Sakazuki's. Why had Aaron never mentioned it before? Yet Baichen decided not to dwell on it. After all, changes were natural, and the enhancement of strength was paramount at that moment. Gat approached. "Major Baichen, Major Liya, the construction of Bada Island has been completed." "Timely indeed. Gat, it seems things went smoothly," Baichen replied, turning to Gat. "Major Baichen, do you still not grasp the power of money? After the incident at Bada Island, no one dares to seek trouble there." Gat had profited immensely from the project, but Baichen felt indifferent. As long as the work was done well, that was sufficient. "Everyone, prepare yourselves. Our base has been completed. We are ready to set forth. Long live Major Baichen." "Gat, I have told you that I will not meddle in your personal affairs. However, remember my bottom line. As for the medications you consumed earlier, they were merely tricks to deceive you. As long as you do not breach my bottom line while in the North Sea, you need not worry. After all, you command an entire nation. However, your ambitions must align with your capabilities. Otherwise, they will only lead to your downfall." Gat watched Baichen and Liya depart with the group. He pondered his thoughts. This incident had not cost him anything. In fact, he had profited handsomely. Yet he found himself bewildered by Baichen's true nature. Contemplating his own ambitions, he murmured, "With someone like you in the North Sea, what aspirations can I hold? But will someone like you remain here for a lifetime?" Clenching his fists, Gat left the training grounds. "Stupid Baichen, we finally have our own territory." Liya playfully clung to Baichen's arm. Seeing this, the others instinctively slowed their pace. During their recent training, whenever Liya grew bored, she would use the pretense of training to unleash her wrath upon them. This had left them with lingering shadows of fear. For while Baichen fostered their growth, Liya merely played with them. Rebellion, such thoughts never crossed their minds. Even together, they could not contend with her. "Moria, I am familiar with this. It's the affection from the big sister." Others would covet it. Upon hearing Liya and Baichen converse, the group distanced themselves, eager to avoid experiencing any more of that affection. "Hey, Sakazuki, why do you always wear such a sour expression? Is someone in debt to you?" Aaron inquired of Sakazuki, genuinely perplexed as to why he never smiled. "Humph, what good is a smile?" Sakazuki replied sternly. "Indeed, look at Major Baichen. He looks so dashing when he smiles." Aaron countered. "Sakazuki, do you not seek a girlfriend?" "Sakazuki," Aaron pressed on. Women will only hinder my progress, Sakazuki retorted. Look at Major Baichen and Sister Liya. Their bond is strong, and their power is formidable, Sakazuki. Why are you silent, Sakazuki? Sakazuki. Come on, Sakazuki. Silence. Eren, do not speak further. Do not think I will not hit you. Stop comparing me to Major Baichen. Why are you so full of questions today? Ah, you cannot compare with Major Baichen. Sakazuki. Wow, Sakazuki, look, is that still Bata Island? Eren resumed her barrage at Sakazuki. Baichen and the fleet arrived at their destination in less than a day, leaving everyone in awe of the imposing steel fortress that would be their future base. It was utterly astonishing. The island was surrounded by towering steel walls, evoking fear in any would-be challenger. When the base was initially constructed, Baichen had already contacted the headquarters to request a fleet of 30 warships. They were expected to arrive shortly. A single warship could accommodate 800 personnel. Thus, 30 warships could carry up to 24,000 people, while typical bases only possessed around 68 warships. Naturally, the air marshal had initially objected. But after a heated debate, approval was granted. The presence of Baichen truly transforms Beihai. The influx of pirates entering the Great Waterway through Beihai can be significantly alleviated, and the headquarters need not dispatch additional forces. Undoubtedly, Baichen's verbal threats play an indispensable role, such as his ultimatum to requisition naval vessels from other bases in Beihai if the headquarters fails to comply. Most importantly, he has also provided a substantial amount of gold. As for the relationship with superiors, one might wonder if Baichen ever cared. What truly matters is what one possesses, and one's own strength is paramount. Upon entering the base, Baichen instructed the construction crew to familiarize the youths with their new surroundings. Eliciting continuous exclamations of awe, Sakazuki, Eren, you two will be responsible for assigning everyone's dormitories later. Today, take the time to get acquainted with the base. Tomorrow, both of you will attend a meeting in the conference room. Understood, Boss Baichen. After giving his orders, Baichen departed with Liya, leaving the youths to explore with an air of novelty. Where are we headed, Stinky Baichen? Liya, I had Gaji construct a multitude of standalone villas on the island. Those who achieve military merit will be able to exchange them for a villa. Naturally, we are off to our very own standalone villa now. Stinky Baichen, we finally have a place to call home. As Baichen and Liya made their way through the residential area, they noticed that many of the shops lining the streets were vacant. Gaji had already contacted these merchants, who set up shop prior to the conscription. Only a few establishments were currently operational, but they were more than sufficient, having been requested by the construction crew to enjoy the initial benefits. That one is Liya's. Baichen pointed to a house that was both simple and sophisticated. The pair soon entered their exclusive abode, which even boasted a small courtyard. The yard was adorned with lush greenery and a carpet of grass, exuding a warm and inviting ambience. When Liya opened the door to her room, she turned and embraced Baichen, sobbing with gratitude. Stinky Baichen, thank you. The room's arrangement mirrored that of Liya's home, proving that men can indeed appreciate the finer details. The following noon, in the conference room of the Badar Navy branch, Baichen, Liya, Sakazuki, and Eren sat together. Eren, will the reporters arrive tomorrow? Baichen had arranged for this week's prior, ensuring the base was completed reliably on schedule. Yes, all major newspapers from Beihai will arrive punctually tomorrow. I have also arranged accommodations for those who arrive early, and I have confirmed the conscription materials with Major Liya several times. Excellent. You will be fully responsible for the reception of the reporters and all matters related to conscription. We must sweep the entire Beihai region with this recruitment drive. Understood. Boss Baichen. Baichen recognized Eren's capabilities, knowing she could handle any task efficiently, and her combat prowess was commendable as well. He found himself relying on her more and more. Sakazuki, your duty is to elevate the combat power of the Badar base. You will be the base commander, but make sure to heed Eren's advice. She will be the deputy commander. Sakazuki respected Eren's ability to get things done and was not keen on managing trivial matters, preferring instead to focus on enhancing his own strength. In a moment of curiosity, Sakazuki asked, but what about you and Major Liya, Boss Baichen? We do not occupy positions within the base in our absence. The base will be fully under your jurisdiction. All right, I trust in your abilities. Your positions are unassailable. However, the individuals beneath you may not be so reliable. Now, let us proceed to the training grounds to find them. After issuing his instructions, Baichen led Liya Sakaski and Aaron toward the training field. Though they were perplexed as to why Baichen and Liya were not taking on leadership roles, they obediently followed orders. Upon their arrival at the training grounds, they found everyone running laps. Although they had yet to don military uniforms, their demeanor was far from that of mere recruits. They resembled a seasoned regiment as soon as the assembled group spotted Baichen and his companions. They rushed to form ranks, awaiting his address in silence. Baichen surveyed the crowd with satisfaction and began to speak. Tomorrow morning, personnel from various newspapers will arrive at our Badar Island. In 2 weeks, we will hold a grand conscription across Baichen. My purpose here is to inform you that many fresh recruits will soon join us as the first batch to follow me. I do not wish for any of you to be overshadowed by the newcomers. There will also be a ranking competition to determine your positions. The Badar branch will have ranks such as Brigadier General Commander, Brigadier General Deputy Commander, Colonel, Lieutenant Colonel. For the next few weeks, you all shall train with relentless determination. In the days to come, I will teach you haki. Do not bring shame upon me when the new recruits arrive. Welcome them warmly. Do not engage in exclusionary tactics. Any new devil fruit I acquire will be distributed based on military merit. Now, continue your training. Understood, Boss Baichen. The response was unified and resounding, and the group resumed their training with renewed vigor. The following day, the arrival and departure of reporters was flawlessly managed by Aaron.in just one night. The third day saw an overwhelming flood of newspapers sweeping across Baichen. The sensational headlines ignited the entire region. The voice of this legendary man. Slay pirates, protect civilians, his noble cause, twice ambushing pirates, justice or bloodlust, the unprecedented recruitment of the strongest brigadier general, the unparalleled Badar branch of Baichen. Why is Brigadier General Baichen in Baichen? Will there still be pirates in Baihai's future? What charm does this widely supported Brigadier General possess? The brainwashing rhetoric, coupled with grandiose images of ironclad fortifications, attractive salary packages, standalone villas, and various luxurious amenities on the island, set the entire Baichen ablaze. Son, don't you want to become a Navy officer? Look, Brigadier General Baichen is recruiting. You fool, you're going to the 54th branch to become a Navy officer. Are you out of your mind? Don't you know Brigadier General Baichen is recruiting? Get to Badar base. What? You're asking me if I want to be a pirate? Get lost. Don't let me catch you saying you know me. I am heading to join Brigadier General Baichen's Navy. Mom, I'm preparing to head to Badar Island for the recruitment. What? Too dangerous. Are you not a man? A true man should act thus. Captain, I want to back out. There's no future in being a pirate. Look at the recruitment conditions in the newspaper. Countless young individuals packed their bags, leaving their hometowns to journey to Badar Island. Drawn by the presence of Brigadier General Baichen, at the training grounds of Badar Navy Base, Liya lounged in a chair, leisurely sipping the beverage Aaron had prepared for her, while a straight-backed group of youths, led by Sakaski and Aaron, listened intently to Baichen's words. From today onward, I will teach you haki, which is essential for becoming a true powerhouse. Haki is divided into 3 categories: armament haki, observation haki, and conqueror's haki. Among these, armament and observation haki are the most common and practical. As for conqueror's haki, it is possessed by only a select few. It is innate, although some may have the potential but never awaken it in their lifetime. Today's lesson will focus on armament haki. The first step to mastering armament haki is to learn the technique of hardening. Suddenly, Baichen raised his arm, enveloped in armament haki, and brought it crashing down before Sakaski. Ouch, that hurts, Boss Baichen, Sakaski exclaimed, clutching his head while puffing on a cigar. This is the fundamental technique of armament haki. Mastering this will render you impervious to ordinary firearms and blades. Moreover, it is crucial for countering the abilities of Logia-type devil fruit users. I trust you all have faced off against Sakaski and Aaron. Their bodies are impervious to your attacks without haki. Armament haki is classified into 3 levels. Beginner, hardening, which is the most common form, involves covering the surface of the body or weapons with haki. The most evident sign is that the covered area turns black, enhancing both attack and defense. Intermediate, binding type, referred to as flowing cherry by the strong. This name is quite fitting, as this stage allows haki to be projected outward, coiling around the body or weapon, forming an invisible armor that boasts superior attack and defense. Advanced, internal destruction type. Currently the highest level of armament haki, allows the haki encasing the surface to strike the enemy internally, causing internal damage to their body to in the initial phase. It is imperative for you to master the art of armament haki, specifically the technique of hardening. Should you fail to grasp even the basics of this skill, you will lack the qualifications to serve as mere soldiers in the new world. Envision channeling the power within you into your hands, concentrating it there. Baichen suddenly noticed a commotion below. Baichen, do you see that what AI Lin and I are demonstrating is armament haki? Sakazuki and AI Lin raised their darkened hands in inquiry. It appears you both possess considerable talent. The reason for this is that you have long accumulated this power within your bodies, and only today have you learned to unleash it. That my own experience in mastering armament haki was far from as effortless as yours. Ha ha ha. Baichen and Liya indeed invested a significant amount of time in their training. However, considering they were only 10 years old at the time, their words might be rather disheartening for these individuals. Throughout the day, Baichen dedicated himself to instructing everyone on how to activate armament haki, the simplest method being to endure blows. Unfortunately, only Sakazuki and AI Lin succeeded in mastering it. After all, it is unrealistic to expect everyone to be a genius. The first 3 days were devoted to Baichen teaching armament haki, followed by 3 days of Liya instructing observation haki, as Baichen's proficiency in observation haki is quite difficult to articulate. On the 7th day, Baichen summoned Sakazuki and AI Lin to the seaside for specialized training, while Liya continued to guide the others in their training. Liya recognized that this was not a time for play. Unlike when she had bullied little Moria, instead, she took on the role of a mentor, guiding everyone in their training of haki at the seaside training ground. Baichen announced, from today onward, you and AI Lin will no longer train with the others. Until the day of conscription, I will train you both individually. You have essentially mastered the basics of armament haki and observation haki in just a few days. You are indeed gifted. You will train your physical prowess on your own. And I will now teach you about developing your devil fruit abilities. Additionally, we will engage in training to resist seawater. You too, attack me with all your strength. Do not hold back. Upon hearing this, the two quickly retreated, fixing their serious gazes on Baichen as they prepared to strike. Baichen transformed into his beast form, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Underworld Dog. After a brief pause, Sakazuki extended his lava-covered arm to assault Baichen. Fully aware that Baichen's strength was beyond his current capability to harm, thus he did not intend to hold back. Smoke Domain. Suffocation. AI Lin also unleashed the effects of her domain. Though its impact on Baichen was minimal at this moment, Baichen, feeling their attacks, enveloped his entire body in armament haki to avoid contact with the lava, while in his beast form. He possessed the ability to control fire, hence, the heat from the lava did not affect him. As his own flames were of a similar temperature, AI Lin's smoke domain proved ineffective against Baichen as well. For his armament haki was sufficiently powerful, and her control over the smoke was still inadequate. Little New Year. Exploding fist. Baichen landed a punch on one of them, who clutched their abdomen and groaned in agony. Why do you not continue your assault? Why wait for me to attack you? Can you defeat an opponent with just one move? And what of your physical training? Where is your awareness of dodging during my attacks? To begin with, Sakazuki, your movements are still too slow. The moment you launch your attack, your charging time is overly prolonged. An enemy will not grant you such time. Your fruit possesses immense destructive capability. Continue to develop your area attacks, but in one-on-one combat, you must concentrate that destructive power or create an environment from which your opponent cannot escape. As for you, AI Lin, the same applies. Why wait for Sakazuki to attack before you make your move? Perhaps you believe that a joint assault yields greater power. However, consider the time it takes for Sakazuki to attack, and your smoke domain must be further enhanced. You need to ensure that you are everywhere and nowhere at once. Manipulating the smoke to infiltrate your enemy's body, which necessitates an increase in your control. Otherwise, its effects will remain insufficiently potent. In the days that followed, Sakazuki and AI Lin truly experienced the meaning of being at the mercy of fate. In the mornings, they faced Baichen's relentless strikes, followed by critiques of their shortcomings. In the afternoons, they were thrown into the sea under the guise of seawater resistance training, and in the evenings, they had to engage in their own physical conditioning. However, through their encounters with Baichen, the improvement in their haki became increasingly evident, and Baichen sensed that AI Lin was indeed endowed with the qualities of a commander. The onlookers in the training ground initially felt sympathy for Sakazuki and AI Lin's plight. However, after Liya began to exert her influence, the tides of sympathy shifted dramatically. Baichen's level of brutality was nothing compared to Liya's. Neglect your training? Prepare to have your life force extracted, only to be tortured before it is returned to you. Still struggling to master armament haki? Try enduring 18 hours of relentless beating, and the results will be unmistakable. After all, Liya was also guiding them in unleashing the energy within their bodies. In just over 10 days, 6 individuals awakened their armament haki, while 4 achieved observation haki. However, none had yet attained the dual mastery of haki. Even the most grueling training cannot yield such results for everyone in a mere span of days. Not everyone possesses the innate talent of Sakazuki and AI Lin. Time is essential for maturation. Recently, the island of Badar has become increasingly vibrant, with shops and establishments opening their doors, including hotels, bars, restaurants, and clothing stores. Many aspiring recruits for the Navy have also begun to arrive, awaiting the day of conscription to fill out their applications and undergo strength assessments. At the Badar Island training ground, a dense throng of 20,000 newcomers stood together, a feat accomplished after AI Lin led them through an entire day of registration. Among them were several individuals of questionable character seeking to infiltrate the Navy for their own gain. However, AI Lin announced that reporting a person would yield rewards, with no upper limit, and with Baichen's command, who would dare to fear them, from an initial pool of 40 to 50,000. The numbers were dramatically reduced to 20,000, now gathered at the training ground in a cacophony of chaos. Suddenly, a cloud of smoke ascended, and the surrounding temperature soared, making it difficult for everyone to breathe. As 2 shadowy figures emerged before them, silence, form ranks, await the arrival of Major Baichen. Sakazuki's fierce voice echoed throughout the training ground. The crowd, witnessing Sakazuki's partially lava-formed body, understood the gravity of the situation. Yet a few individuals still whispered among themselves. Smoke domain, suffocation. Without a moment's hesitation, AI Lin controlled the smoke to infiltrate the bodies of those still speaking. Several individuals gasped in agony, clutching their throats in a futile attempt to breathe. Their faces paling as they writhed on the ground. It was only when AI Lin withdrew the smoke from their bodies that they began to recover. That moment, the crowd comprehended the reality of their situation. This was not their home. This was Badar. The training ground fell into an immediate state of order and quietude. The expressions of the onlooking veterans were barely containable, for the newcomers were evidently unaware of Sakazuki and AI Lin's true nature. While Sakazuki might appear fierce, he rarely took drastic measures. However, should one provoke AI Lin, they would soon learn the meaning of suffering far worse than death. Unbeknownst to them, 2 figures appeared at the forefront of the training ground, Baichen and Liya. Liya, Sakazuki, and AI Lin are increasingly embodying their roles. Indeed, Baichen, they will undoubtedly prove themselves worthy in the future. Major Baichen. Major Liya. The crowd erupted into cheers upon sighting the 2 figures. The fervor surpassing even that of a fan convention in Baichen's past life. He raised his hand, and the crowd instinctively quieted down, for Baichen's presence outweighed that of Sakazuki and AI Lin in their eyes. I understand that many of you are filled with passion, perhaps inspired by my example or driven by a deep-seated animosity towards pirates. That I also recognize that many of you possess considerable strength in your hometowns. However, what I must convey to you now is that you are the Navy. In the face of pirate rampages, you will find yourselves in far greater peril than ordinary civilians. Are you prepared to confront this challenge? Baichen's serious voice resonated throughout the training ground. Yes, we can do it. We will slay the pirates. We will protect the civilians. The resounding chorus echoed back, as the fervent individuals found a kindred spirit in Baichen. Excellent. Let us grow stronger together. I will lead you to restore peace to the North Sea. Allow your hometown to take pride in you. They all knew that our Badar base was newly established, eagerly awaiting the infusion of fresh blood such as yours. Starting from the rank of Brigadier General, all positions will be determined by your capabilities. Here, there is no notion of 3-year recruits. Your strength will dictate your standing. I can directly confer military ranks. I hereby announce that a comprehensive ranking competition for all soldiers will commence in half an hour. The specific rules will be elucidated by Eileen. Immediately following, the formidable Eileen, who has instilled fear in the newcomers, will take the stage to explain the regulations. Baichen seems intent on showcasing Eileen and Sakaski, as the roles of base commander and deputy commander are indeed tailored for them. Over the course of 3 full days, the competition has revealed the truth of the saying that there are always greater heights and more formidable individuals beyond one's ken. Sakaski's first place and Eileen's second place are indisputable, leaving the challengers demoralized and disheartened. Sakaski's technique, the dog bite Red Lotus, made the disparity painfully clear. Even those who have mastered the armament haki dare not provoke him. Eileen's opponents in each match have found themselves in dire straits, as the sensation of suffocation is not something everyone can endure. After just a few rounds, no one was willing to challenge the two any longer. A few newcomers have also grasped the armament haki or observation haki. While several possess the abilities of Zoan and Paramecia devil fruits, these individuals, alongside the seasoned veterans who have mastered haki, dominate the field. Regrettably, no Logia devil fruit users have made an appearance. The positions assigned by Baichen based on strength have elicited no dissent. It is clear that the true hierarchy remains predominantly in the hands of the veterans, with only a handful of newcomers at the upper echelons. After all, they have undergone devilishly rigorous training, and failing to achieve such results would indeed be unusual. However, the one person Baichen is particularly concerned about has yet to appear. Have you not yet obtained a devil fruit? Or do you believe our paths diverge entirely? I truly cannot fathom you, whether in this life or the previous one. Borisolino, Baichen pondered the matter of the yellow monkey in his office, for the Pika Pika no Mi is undeniably a formidable power. Yet he had not seen Borisolino's arrival. Nevertheless, it matters not. Moria with the rumble fruit, Sakaski with the magma fruit, and Eileen with the smoke fruit are more than sufficient, Baichen murmured to himself. Recognizing that these individuals are crucial to his plans that moment, a gentle knock sounded at the door of Baichen's office. Come in, Baichen. It is time for you to lead the newcomers in armament training this afternoon. Sister Liya taught observation haki the day before yesterday. The veterans, including Eileen, continue to address Baichen as boss and Sister Liya, while the newcomers respectfully refer to them as Major Bai and Major Liya, which elicits considerable envy among the newcomers. Following the arrangement of positions, regular training is primarily conducted by Sakaski and Eileen, though the instruction of haki is still led by Baichen and Liya, as their experience ensures effective teaching. Initially, they established a schedule of 1 weekly session for armament haki and another for observation haki. Thank you, Eileen. You truly bear the brunt of the workload, considering that Sakaski is merely a powerful brute. You are the one who must manage the myriad affairs of the base. I hear you have been spending quite a bit of time with Sakaski lately. Is there any truth to that? Should I have a word with him? Baichen, he is merely slightly more exceptional than other men. There is no need for your concern, Eileen replied, her composure unwavering. It is indeed you, Eileen, who has the patience to deal with that headstrong fellow. Come, Eileen, I need to discuss a few matters with you. Eileen, clutching her documents, followed closely behind Baichen, her demeanor strikingly graceful, while it is truly Sakaski who remains oblivious to everything. You must maintain control over the intelligence network of the Germa Kingdom. Whether through incentives or threats of force, rest assured, Kaji will not dare to act against us. Just proceed with the task. Understood, Major Bai. I will personally handle this matter with Sakaski. Eileen swiftly noted the details in her notebook. By the way, Boss Bai, the warships from headquarters have begun arriving over the past few days. How should we proceed with them? I have already discussed it with Liya. She will be conducting a course on navigation, including the methods for operating warships. During this period, allow the newcomers to familiarize themselves with the operation of the vessels, while keeping 5 ships on standby for emergencies if there is nothing else. Eileen, you may return to your duties. You are welcome to attend my classes. After training the newcomers for a while longer, you and Sakaski will need to lead everyone out to sea to capture some pirates. Understood, Boss Bai. I will not let you down. With that, Eileen gathered her materials and sought out Liya, while Baichen proceeded towards the training grounds. Indeed, the more capable Eileen proves to be, the more responsibilities Baichen assigns her. However, Eileen never perceives it as burdensome, but rather as an honor. The older soldiers, numbering over 100, harbor a blind admiration for Baichen that defies reason. 3 months later, at Beidou Base, in Baichen's office. Sakaski, Eileen, you have both performed admirably. Prepare to lead 2/3 of our forces out to sea for a hunting expedition. It is time to assess the results of our training over the past few months. After a month of hunting, we will gather all our forces to besiege Whitebeard Island. They dare to intrude into the North Sea, abandoning their main base, and they shall not be permitted to return. Baichen addressed the two, having fully acquired the intelligence organization under Kaji's purview. Boss Bai, will taking action against the members of the Rocks Pirates have any repercussions? Humph, what is there to fear? We shall eliminate them all alongside Boss Bai. Eileen's foresight is commendable, while Sakaski remains as impulsive as ever. Eileen, I understand your concerns about potential impacts on our upper management's arrangements. However, this is not our concern. Any issues that arise will be dealt with by them, that we cannot neglect our hospitality towards guests in our territory. Baichen recognized that the arrival of Rock subordinates in the North Sea was undoubtedly their own decision. After all, Rox has been preoccupied with expanding his influence and has little time to monitor the North Sea. Prepare to set sail. Let the scum of the North Sea experience true fear. Baichen declared, rising from his seat. Understood. Boss Bai, Sakaski, and Eileen each commanded 10 warships to set off, marking the first cleansing operation in the North Sea since the establishment of Beidel Base. Both understood the importance of this mission and the necessity of asserting Beidel Base's dominance, that in Sakaski's fleet in the North Sea. Great fire. Sakaski transformed his arm into a colossal fist composed of magma, simulating the explosive force of a volcanic eruption as he launched his fist forward. During the time of the three admirals, Sakaski's technique possessed enough power to instantly shatter and vaporize icebergs many times larger than even giants. While his current strength may not be at that level, it is still not something ordinary individuals can withstand. Following the explosion of the Great Fire, it transformed into countless volcanic projectiles, hurtling towards the pirates ahead. 10 minutes later, report to Rear Admiral Sakaski. This is the 13th pirate crew we have encountered in the past half-month. All have been eliminated, Sakaski's aide reported with wide-eyed reverence. Throughout the half-month voyage, Sakaski would first allow his soldiers to engage in battle with the pirates, only stepping in if the opposition proved formidable. His men bore witness to the birth of a true demon. Prepare to head towards Whitebeard Island. Sakaski adjusted his hat and said coolly to Eileen's fleet in the North Sea. Report to Rear Admiral Eileen. The pirates ahead have been eliminated. No need for you to take action. Eileen's aide reported respectfully. Unlike Sakaski, who left no enemies standing, whenever Eileen engaged, her foes often found themselves wishing for death. For those who witnessed, the psychological impact was far more potent than direct killings. All right, prepare to head towards Whitebeard Island to regroup with everyone. There are no signs of pirates in this vicinity. We cannot afford to miss Major Bai's orders. Eileen replied, sipping her coffee leisurely. This hunting expedition was not merely to expose the newcomers to bloodshed. It was also the first such operation for both Sakaski and Eileen. They encountered no particularly powerful pirates, as all who faced Sakaski and Eileen were swiftly sent to the depths of hell. And their reputations began to resonate throughout the North Sea at Whitebeard Island. Lord Wangji, should we not return to Hornet Island? Lord Rox is unaware of our prolonged stay here. One of Wangji's most capable subordinates, Gil, expressed his exasperation. Gil, what are you worried about? Captain John has yet to fully uncover the treasure. Do you have any idea of the cost I incurred to obtain the treasure map from him? A towering figure, robust and imposing, with a thick beard concealing his strong jawline, boisterously declared his presence. This was Wang Ji, one of the crew members of the Rocks Pirates, a crew that had been vanquished in God Valley. Yet Wang Ji had survived and subsequently ascended to notoriety as a pirate. With a furrowed brow, Jill expressed his concerns. Lord Wang Ji, the Navy from Beidel Island has recently been hunting pirates across the seas, and I fear they may come here. After all, the North Sea Beidel base belongs to that individual. Wang Ji scoffed in disdain. Humph. Jill, it appears you have lost all your courage. What about Baichen? He is merely a junior. What is there to fear? If he dares to come, let him witness the might of the Rocks Pirates. Perhaps, if I capture him, Captain Rocks will grant me the position of captain. Ha ha ha. Jill felt exasperated by his superior's attitude, fully aware of Baichen's formidable strength. Despite all he had accomplished, Wang Ji remained utterly unconcerned, a true brute. You should worry not only for yourself, but also for those under your command. Not everyone possesses strength. Yet, Jill understood that voicing such concerns would be futile. The crew aboard the Rock ship shared little in the way of camaraderie. They were united solely by self-interest. Lord Wang Ji. I still recommend we leave. Silence, Jill. If you lack the courage, then depart on your own. It's a shame you are one of my generals. I should have brought Heil with me. With that, he urged his crew to continue their quest for treasure according to the map. Jill felt powerless. After all, he was under Wang Ji's command, and once one joined the Rocks pirates, leaving was no simple matter. He could only pray that the legendary red beast Baichen was not as powerful as rumored, or that he would not make an appearance here. Little did they know, Sakazuki and Eren were already en route to this location, and to avoid unforeseen circumstances, Baichen and Liya would also be arriving, as they were indeed members of the Rocks crew. Baichen had resolved to capture Wang Ji upon seeing him in the North Sea, for it was now Baichen's territory. One could not simply come and go as they pleased. At Betel Base, Liya cheerfully exclaimed, "Stinky Baichen, look at the sunset ahead. It's so beautiful." Leaning against Baichen's shoulder, they sat by the undeveloped shore of Betel Base. "Indeed, little Liya, I am glad we chose to preserve this place. And fortunately, there are still few who come to disturb us. Stinky Baichen, aren't you worried about them?" Baichen gazed into Liya's eyes, smiling as he replied, "Liya, do you not yet comprehend the abilities of Eren and Sakazuki? They now possess strength rivaling that of a rear admiral. The pirates of the North Sea are no match for them. According to intelligence, Wang Ji from the Rocks Pirates is still on Whitebeard Island. So there is little to fear. True, their strength has indeed progressed rapidly. Their talents are exceptional. Little Liya, yet none possess talent as great as yours. Your Malak family truly has an unfair advantage that I in a few days. We must also head to Whitebeard Island. Sakazuki and Eren alone will not suffice. Little Liya, see, there is no one nearby. Stinky Baichen, what are you thinking again? Go away. Baichen, big brother, Liya, the crew of Wang Ji is on the island. How shall we proceed?" Eren inquired of them. Sakazuki and Eren, having obliterated pirates, arrived at Whitebeard Island, while Baichen and Liya had reached there the night before. "Stinky Baichen, they are disregarding us completely. As if we do not exist. Liya, they are merely a bunch of fools, truly believing themselves invincible. Sakazuki, Eren, lead the soldiers onto the island. Ensure the civilians are evacuated. Understood. Baichen, big brother, with Sakazuki and Eren at the forefront." The petty pirates on the island had no capacity for resistance. Great fire, smoke domain, suffocation. Quick, inform Lord Wang Ji. The navy has arrived. Faced with the massacre wrought by Baichen and his crew, the pirates could only flee. Hoping their leader would come to their aid, Baichen and Liya did not engage from their warship. These adversaries served merely as training for their subordinates, and their sole focus was on Wang Ji. "Liya, what do you think gives Wang Ji such audacity? Logically, he should not be this foolish. Who cares, Stinky Baichen? Leave it to me. It has been ages since I could unleash my full potential." Liya began to buzz with excitement as she eyed her quarry. "Liya, let Sakazuki and Eren engage him first. After all, it is not easy to find opponents of strength in the North Sea. Let them have a taste of it. Wang Ji, the navy from Betel Island has arrived." Jill rushed to report to Wang Ji upon receiving the news that I sensed it long ago. "Jill, they are merely useless individuals. If they die, so be it. Humph, these navy fools truly do not know their own limits. They dare to seek us out. Let us go and confront them." With that, Wang Ji downed his drink and led his men out to battle. Upon sensing Wang Ji's emergence, Baichen and Liya disembarked from the warship, prepared to shield Sakazuki and Eren. 3 minutes later, the two factions met. Most of Wang Ji's underlings had already been eradicated by Sakazuki and Eren. "You must be Baichen. Are you ready to die? Do you dare to trouble my lord Wang Ji?" Wang Ji arrogantly declared, his hands tucked into his pockets. "What do you mean by silence?" Wang Ji shouted in anger upon noticing Baichen's lack of response. That a fool indeed. Baichen rolled his eyes, bemused by the sheer lack of intelligence that had allowed Wang Ji to survive this long. Mistaking Sakazuki for Baichen, "Sakazuki, Eren, you engage him first. After all, it is rare to find sparring partners who can push you to your limits. Little Liya, let us observe from the sidelines," Baichen said. Taking Liya by the hand, "Fallen Hound, White Fist." Upon hearing the command, Sakazuki and Eren launched themselves at Wang Ji, fully aware that in order to improve, they must confront formidable opponents. Wang Ji had intended for Jill to engage. As they were merely Baichen's subordinates, having him fight would be a blow to his pride. Scanning the area, he could not locate Jill. "Damn it! Jill, you treacherous wretch, Wang Ji had no choice but to confront Sakazuki and Eren. Jill, glancing back at the fray, cursed, "Foolish Wang Ji, if you seek death, do not involve me. You possess no intellect at all. I refuse to play along." Little New Year, crushing fist. Suddenly, a fist descended from above Jill, catching him off guard and obliterating him. "You nearly escaped, little insect." While Wang Ji battled Sakazuki and Eren, Baichen commanded the remaining soldiers to eliminate the rest of the pirates, leaving only Wang Ji standing on the battlefield. Liya remarked that a small insect had escaped, and Baichen could not allow that to happen. While Wang Ji's strength may be comparable to that of a vice admiral, his subordinates were decidedly subpar. Baichen found this perplexing. After all, they were the Rock's pirates. How could they be so weak? Tiger Fist. Wang Ji unleashed a powerful punch directed at Sakazuki and Eren, both of whom wore grave expressions as they faced him. This was the strongest opponent they had encountered since joining Baichen. Both their haki and observation skills paled in comparison, and his devil fruit powers rendered them at a disadvantage. Canine Bite. Crimson Lotus. Sakazuki's arm transformed into lava, elongating into a dog's head to attack the enemy. The molten construct snapping at its target. Ignoring his own injuries, Sakazuki was singularly focused on vanquishing his foe. Even in a 2-on-1, the fight proved arduous, yet he refused to retreat. Smoke Domain, Suffocation, Domain, Vision Denial. Eren wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and pressed on, attacking Wang Ji alongside Sakazuki, maintaining the 2-against-1 rhythm. Moreover, the Domain, Vision Denial technique was a newly learned skill that Baichen and Liya had instructed Eren on. By continuously thickening the fog, Eren could maintain control, ensuring the enemy's vision remained obstructed while remaining unobstructed herself, effectively keeping the dense fog closely tethered to the enemy. Even if the enemy constantly shifts positions during battle, it necessitates an extraordinary level of precision and control. Baichen proposed the idea, which was to be further explored by Liya and AI Lin. Theoretically, whatever AI Lin is capable of, Liya should also be able to achieve. "You little brats, your strength is still insufficient. Let Baichen and me handle this. Ha ha ha." Wang Ji maintained the upper hand, his body marked by burns from the lava, yet it hardly hindered him at this moment. Sakazuki and AI Lin were both battered and bruised. But for them, achieving such results was quite commendable. Upon reflection, it had only been a few months since Baichen and Liya led them, and they were already clashing with the upper echelons of the CS power. "I am tired of playing with you, Dai." He laughed maniacally, pierced through. Wang Ji had realized he was being used as a practice opponent and prepared to unleash his full strength to eliminate the two. At that moment, Sakazuki and AI Lin stood side by side. Yet Wang Ji's fist was aimed squarely at AI Lin. There was no time to evade. AI Lin stared at the rapidly approaching fist, her mind blank, when suddenly a figure appeared before her. Sakazuki. He stepped in front of AI Lin. Hey, do you really think so little of us?" Liya, still standing in front of Sakazuki, effortlessly absorbed the full force of Wang Ji's punch. Unscathed, Sakazuki. AI Lin's eyes brimmed with tears as she gazed at him, at a loss for words. "Hey, don't get the wrong idea, AI Lin, that I'm not here to save you. I merely wish to experience just how strong he truly is." Sakazuki replied awkwardly to Liya, and Baichen observed the two in silence, their smirks revealing everything at that moment. Wang Ji looked at Liya, who had effortlessly blocked his punch, with a serious expression, as if he finally understood that they were stronger than him. And there was also Baichen. Even his usual arrogance faded as he realized he had truly encountered an insurmountable obstacle. "Let us make a deal that I possess a treasure map of Whitebeard Island, which is the reason for my presence here, but I will give you the map if you let me go," Wang Ji said. Gazing intently at Liya, Liya glanced back at Baichen. "Fool, killing you is also our gain to Liya. Do not let him escape." Upon seeing this, Wang Ji turned and fled without another word. Knowing he was in grave danger, his arrogance had ultimately led him to disaster. "You think you can just run away? Not so fast." Domain energy absorption. The dark red domain enveloped Wang Ji, as Liya was determined not to let a worthy opponent slip away. "Damn it! My energy is depleting." Wang Ji cursed inwardly, hastily covering himself with Busashoka haki. Realizing escape was futile, he abandoned that thought that if that's the case, let us die together. "Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" Tiger Fist. His haki-clad fist lunged at the barrier of Liya's domain. attempting to shatter it with sheer force. Observing this, Liya retracted her domain, her eyes glinting with mischief. It had been a long time since she had engaged in a fist-to-fist combat. She had always played a supportive role, draining the minions with her domain. But those who underestimated Liya's physical prowess were truly blind. She simply couldn't compare to Baichen. Yet this did not mean she was weak. Did they truly believe that the training with Emperor Wu and Tian Niao in previous years was mere child's play? The clash of their fists ignited Sakazuki's bloodlust. Is this all the power you possess, Wang Ji? Where do you find the audacity to wreak havoc in the North Sea? Kicking techniques, fist attacks, and swarms of bats incessantly assailed Wang Ji, the battle intensifying. Yet it was evident that Wang Ji remained in a defensive position throughout. Neither his Busashoku nor Kinbunshika haki could rival Liya's capabilities. How can you let me go? I'm a member of Rock's crew. Aren't you afraid of retaliation? Wang Ji shouted desperately at Liya, a notorious pirate being utterly overwhelmed in the North Sea. Just garbage. Your pleas are futile, as Baichen would say. Go to hell and repent. Just look at your crew. Do they dare come to the North Sea for revenge? Humph. Pathetic, Liya declared, not granting Wang Ji a moment's respite. One side grew increasingly fatigued, while the other thrived. There was no comparison. Then let us die together, Wang Ji declared, abandoning all defenses, aiming to land a full-force punch on Liya, willing to take someone down with him. Tiger fist impact. Even his Busashoku had waned, leaving only his fist as the focal point of his strength. Bat transformation absorption. Liya transformed into countless small bats, not forming a domain, but continuously flying towards Wang Ji's fist. This was not only Liya's defensive technique, but also a means to absorb her opponent's power. Wang Ji's punch weakened progressively until it came to a halt. At that moment, he comprehended his utter defeat, devoid of any glimmer of hope. While others fought with overwhelming destructive power, Liya's combat resembled art, meticulously conserving her strength. How could scum like you easily succumb? Enjoy your fate. Great darkness. Liya's mental energy relentlessly bombarded Wang Ji's mind, forcing him to confront the brutal reality of impending death. Kill me, Wang Ji cried out as he slammed against the floor repeatedly, until finally, he breathed his last, the future pirate king. Dead. Liya, it seems your strength has grown even more formidable. Ha ha ha. Baichen approached Liya, tousling her crimson hair. Humph, not as fast as your stinking progress, Baichen, Liya retorted haughtily. Sakazuki, AI Lin, if you cannot move, focus on recovering. If you can, arrange for someone to clean this place up. And as for the treasure map Wang Ji mentioned, let us not pass up free money. Find it. Assemble at the Beidou base. With that, Baichen wrapped his arm around Liya's slender waist and departed. Understood. Baichen, boss, Sakazuki, and AI Lin responded solemnly, their appearances disheveled, yet their spirits remained high. Sister Liya is truly powerful. We still have much to learn, AI Lin remarked. Indeed, we must become stronger, Sakazuki replied, determination evident in AI Lin's gaze as they watched the departing figures. Half a month later, in the conference room of Beidou base, Baichen, Liya, Sakazuki, and AI Lin sat together. This is the report on battle losses since the hunt, boss Baichen, AI Lin said, handing over the document. Training is still insufficient. We lost dozens of brothers, Baichen stated gravely. If the other divisions or the Navy headquarters were to hear this, they would only assume it was mere boasting. The North Sea had undergone a full 2 weeks of hunting, even venturing to Whitebeard Island to eliminate the crew member Wang Ji. Such a record, with merely dozens of casualties, would be regarded as an overwhelming victory anywhere. Yet Baichen remained unsatisfied. For those who sacrificed, their families shall receive compensation. We must ensure they have no worries, so the world knows they are heroes. AI Lin, you shall handle this matter. Spare no expense if any rats try to pilfer the compensation. They are to be executed on the spot, regardless of their rank. Sakazuki, you are responsible for enhancing everyone's training. They are still not strong enough. Remember, this is only the North Sea. In the future, you will inevitably face the headquarters and the Grand Line. Understood, boss Baichen, they replied in unison. Boss Baichen, what should we do with the few devil fruits and treasures found on Whitebeard Island? AI Lin inquired. Devil fruits will be distributed based on military merit. Those who do not wish to take a devil fruit may exchange it for berries. Additionally, those with sufficient military merit will be granted purchasing rights for the island villas. The remaining treasures will all be allocated as compensation. We must ensure everyone knows that joining our base comes with no worries. Understood, Boss Baichen. The North Sea hunting operation of Baichen Base quickly spread throughout the seas, causing pirates in the North Sea to cower in fear. While those whose families had joined Baichen Base proudly boasted about it. This operation was dubbed the Baichen Hunt. The names of Major Baichen and Major Liya became known far and wide. While Sakazuki and AI Lin's reputation soared. At the Marine headquarters in Marineford, the familiar group gathered once more, discussing the familiar faces. Fleet Admiral, do you think Major Baichen's actions will impact the world government's plans? After all, a key member of ROX was killed in the North Sea. Sengoku expressed his concerns. What's done is done. Let us see how the world government reacts. Kong replied, arms crossed on Hive Island. At the ROX headquarters, Captain, we must eliminate this Baichen. Otherwise, everyone will know that our ROX pirate crew is easy to bully. John roared in fury. Humph, if you have the guts, go to the North Sea and stir up trouble there. Let us see if you can come back. Wang Ji is nothing but a fool, arrogant and self-important, truly believing himself to be the best in the world, Shiki remarked without reservation. What do you mean by that? Shiki? John slammed his hand on the table, angrily questioning Shiki. Enough about the North Sea for now. We must continue to bolster our forces. Let us not forget who our ultimate target is. Let Baichen flaunt for a while. Why did Wang Ji go to the North Sea? Isn't it because of your deception? John, you money-hungry fool. Dying is better. He is useless, Rox decisively concluded. The others dared not speak, silently enduring their grievances. Only Newgate felt increasingly uncomfortable within this pirate crew, gradually nurturing a longing for a family. The Mary Geos. The five elders were seated together. Will Arceus D. Baichen disrupt the balance of the seas? Should we strike him down? J. Gore Lucius Satan slowly inquired. It is merely a small disturbance in the North Sea. It poses no significant threat. However, we do need to take action, as I have heard they have disobeyed orders multiple times. Topman Vachali suggested. Agreed. Sakazuki, your training proposal is commendable. Let us proceed with its implementation. Baichen remarked while gazing at the training plan submitted by Sakazuki. This moment, Baichen, Liya, Sakazuki, and Aaron were all convened in the conference room, discussing new training methods. That insufferable Baichen. Those fools lack observation skills and need extra practice. Liya lamented with frustration. Liya continued to serve as the instructor for haki training. In truth, everyone as haki had improved rapidly. Yet Liya remained unsatisfied. As the discussion progressed, suddenly, with a loud bang, the conference room door swung open and a man clad in a white suit and wearing a mask entered, and the moment Baichen laid eyes on him, he understood the situation. I apologize, Major Baichen. I could not stop him. The lieutenant at the door said with self-reproach. It's all right. You may leave now, Baichen waved dismissively. Sakazuki and Aaron were seething with anger, ready to strike. This was a blatant disregard for their authority. Whoever he was, he must be dealt with. Do you wish to make a move? I am Ito Kenta, a member of the World Government's CP organization. Representing the highest authority. Before he could finish his sentence, Liya appeared before him, faster than Sakazuki and Aaron. She delivered a powerful punch to Ito Kenta, and still not satisfied, she forcefully pressed him to his knees. What do you intend to do? I am here to issue orders on behalf of the world government. Ito Kenta growled from the ground, glaring at Baichen. Even among the future warlords of the sea, his strength would rank as average, yet he had not anticipated being rendered powerless and brought to his knees by Liya, and now he was seething with rage. Liya, if he cannot speak, then teach him how to speak. Baichen said softly, entirely dismissing the man. Life force absorption. Liya's nails pierced into his neck, and Ito Kenta was utterly unprepared for such an assault, failing even to activate his haki. Previously, when he visited the Navy headquarters, he had been so arrogant, never imagining that someone would dare to strike him. Liya repeated the process 4 or 5 times, nearly draining his life force, akin to multiple deaths. Soon, Ito Kenta knelt on the ground, drenched in sweat, his face a mask of terror, gasping for breath. Can you speak properly now? Who do you think you are? Be a dog if you must. But where do you get the audacity to be arrogant? Baichen said coldly. Major Baichen, I am here to convey the message of the world government. Ito Kenta, now weak yet sincere, spoke. He was genuinely terrified, having never encountered such a madman. Not even Marshal Kong would dare treat him this way. You claim to know how to speak properly. Then what else with the bravado? Speak. What does the world government want you to convey? Baichen sat back, crossing his legs, appearing utterly unconcerned. The world government says you should engage in less slaughter, as it would disrupt the balance of the seas. They also mentioned that some pirates could be spared if necessary. You, Sakazuki, and Aaron stood up, ready to refute, but Baichen's gaze silenced them, and they begrudgingly returned to their seats, confused and unwilling to comply with Baichen's stance. All right, I understand, now leave. Next time, remember to knock politely and speak respectfully. Otherwise, I'll have to teach you how to speak. And that can be exhausting. Baichen waved his hand, and Ito Kenta hurriedly departed, wishing to linger not a moment longer, terrified that Baichen might go mad and kill him. He was eager to return to Mary Geos to report Baichen's conduct, for he must ensure Baichen pays a price. Major Baichen, why do we heed his words? After the CP members left, Sakazuki asked in confusion. You two should calm down and listen to Baichen. Liya advised Sakazuki and Aaron. Sakazuki, who said we must listen. We do as we please. Do you wish to keep him alive? Now is not the time for that. Let it be as if he never existed. All the pirates I captured at the Badar base shall be executed. They do not deserve to live and waste resources. That man was a member of the world government's CP organization, serving only the celestial dragons and the world government. Baichen explained their identity to the two. This is the filth of the world government. Do you understand? They only care about balance. Everything is for the preservation of their power. Even a dog holds such arrogance. All thanks to the incompetent navy at headquarters. Rest assured, Sakazuki, there will be a time for you to act. For now, we cannot turn against them. The moment is not ripe. Baichen pointed coldly at the table. Understood, Major Baichen, Sakazuki replied glumly. Baichen had yet to acquire the energy of the Celestial King, which required the battle at God's Valley. Thus now was not the time to confront them. Following this incident, Baichen realized that his subordinates held no fear of the world government, which was a good thing, unlike Sakazuki in the previous life, who served the world government tirelessly. How could Baichen's subordinates be shackled by the world government? Except for Baichen and Liya, everyone else's words were worthless. This was also the reason Baichen wanted Liya to deal with Ito Kenta thoroughly, ensuring his subordinates knew how to treat these people. Not like the future Navy's incompetence they asked for how Ito Kenta would report back to the five elders upon returning to Mary Geos. Baichen cared little. Not killing him was already sufficient. If he were to treat him with kindness, that would not be Baichen. What could the world government do? At this moment, Baichen's North Sea had already been forged into an ironclad unit. Unless the world government stripped Baichen of his position and declared war, but would the people of Badar Base and the North Sea agree? Thus, Baichen remained unfazed, for the world government could do nothing. Upon returning to Mary Geos, Ito Kenta stood respectfully on the side, reporting on this operation, embellishing how Baichen disrespected the world government. The five elders wore grim expressions, wishing they could immediately kill Baichen to vent their frustrations. It had been a long time since anyone dared to treat the world government this way. You may leave for now. Lucia Satan ordered Ito Kenta to depart. His position must be stripped. He has shown utter disregard for us. Damn D. They truly are not the compliant type. Shepherd T. Peter, clad in a deep red suit, without a bow tie, with golden hair and beard, and a scar on his chest, spoke angrily that it is not yet the time. The priority now is still rocks. Once we deal with rocks, we can turn our attention to Baichen. Perhaps we will need to enlist him to confront rocks. For he cannot tolerate pirates, and his strength is formidable. After dealing with rocks, we can then strip him of his position and scatter his subordinates across the seas and headquarters. He won't be able to rise again. Topman Vacheli, dressed in a deep green suit, bald with 2 mustache curls and a birthmark on his forehead, rationally stated, agreed that a year later, at Badar Base, Baichen's office. This is Badar Base. Major Baichen, please give your orders. Clad in a major's coat, his red hair tousled, having been at sea for 1 year and 9 months, Baichen now exuded the aura of a person in authority. Major Baichen, have we received the orders from the world government and headquarters via fax? The Air Marshal of the headquarters spoke with a grave expression. Understood. Air Marshal, I will handle the handover and head to the naval headquarters shortly. With that, Baichen abruptly hung up the phone. Showing no regard for the Air Marshal's authority. Xiao Liya, we are finally bound for the headquarters. It is indeed time, Baichen remarked, stretching his limbs as he addressed Liya. You sly Baichen, Wasn't this all part of your plan? Liya shot him a glance, her tone teasing. Baichen nodded, rising to take Liya's hand as they exited the office. Half a month prior, the world government and the naval headquarters had issued a notice, relieving Baichen and Liya of their posts as commander and deputy commander of the North Sea. They were summoned back to the naval headquarters in Marineford. However, during this final period, Baichen and Liya had meticulously trained the personnel at the Battle base, particularly in the mastery of armament haki and observation haki, leaving them with an unforgettable final training session. Baichen was acutely aware that after this farewell, their next encounter would herald a new era. 15 minutes later, in the conference room of the Battle base, 5 individuals awaited Baichen and Liya's arrival. Sakazuki, Irina, Shiochi, Wayna, and Mark were present. The latter 3 were the most formidable individuals in the base, second only to Sakazuki and Irina. Shiochi, a colonel at the Battle base, possessed the Wind fruit, a Logia-type devil fruit that granted him the power to control air currents and unleash devastating hurricanes. Wayna, also a colonel, wielded the pollen fruit, a paramecia-type devil fruit capable of causing decay and rot in her enemies through the release of pollen. When combined with Shiochi's abilities, they formed an almost invincible duo, capable of lethal precision. Mark, another colonel, had acquired the Momo fruit, the very devil fruit once held by the notorious Bondi Wald, awarded to him as a trophy during a hunting expedition. Baichen had meticulously briefed Mark on Bondi Wald's training direction and his own insights. These 3 had gradually emerged as key figures within the core circle of the Battle base. Boss Baichen, sister-in-law Liya. Upon seeing Baichen and Liya, the group rose to welcome them. Please, take your seats. Today, I have something important to discuss with you all, Baichen announced as he approached his seat. After a brief silence, he addressed them. From now on, the North Sea will be entrusted to you. What does this mean, Boss Baichen? Are you leaving? What are you planning to do? We can help. Is there something urgent you need to attend to? Sakazuki, Shiochi, Wayna, and Mark expressed their confusion. However, Irina was already aware of Baichen and Liya's impending departure. Baichen gestured to her not to divulge this information, as it would only serve to heighten their sorrow. Liya clapped her hands and said, "All right, let me explain the situation. The headquarters has summoned Baichen and me back. Henceforth, we are no longer the commander and deputy commander of the North Sea. This means that the Battle base, and indeed the entire North Sea, will be entrusted to you. That I am confident you will not disappoint us." Sakazuki stood up in anger, exclaiming, "What is the meaning of this? Haven't you and sister-in-law Liya done enough?" "Calm down, Sakazuki. Even without orders from the headquarters, Liya and I must go. That I have my own plans." Baichen reassured him, then turned to Irina. "Please report on the base's combat capabilities. Currently, the Battle base has 3 users of Logia-type devil fruits, 15 users of paramecia-type devil fruits, and 50 users of Zoan-type devil fruits. There are 209 masters of 2-color haki and 565 masters of single-color haki," Irina reported without hesitation. Baichen expressed his satisfaction, stating, "With such strength, the base is not only formidable in the North Sea, but could also hold its own in the Grand Line and the New World. We can rest assured leaving it in your hands. Furthermore, our 5 hunting operations against the pirates have thoroughly shattered their morale. Our reputation now instills fear in all." Unbeknownst to them, the Battle base had grown remarkably strong, and the living standards of the North Sea's populace were now among the highest across the seas. After a moment of contemplation, Baichen solemnly continued, "I need you to remember my next words. They are of utmost importance. That in the coming months, there is a high possibility that orders may come down from above to dissolve the Battle base's forces. You may be reassigned to the Grand Line, the headquarters, or other seas. But remember, do not resist. Follow the orders when the time comes. I will return at some point in the future to gather you again, and I hope you will always remember your original intentions. When that time comes, I wish to fight alongside you once more. Also, regardless of any news you may hear about me in the future, do not take any action. Everything must await my return. It's alright if you don't understand what I'm saying now, but you must remember, follow my instructions. Is that clear?" "Understood, Boss Baichen," the group replied, their expressions laden with concern. Their minds struggled to comprehend the implications of Baichen's words. "Irina, Wayna, pay extra attention to what I just said. I have my doubts about these guys. As for the others, relay my intentions to them. Liya and I will depart from Marineford this afternoon. It is imperative that you remember what I said. It is crucial, Baichen stated with gravity. Received, boss Baichen. They all nodded in agreement, determined to remember his words, even if they remained perplexed. All right, that's enough for now. Get back to your duties. There's no need for you to see us off this afternoon. Just remember what Baichen said, Liya interjected, sensing the somber atmosphere. Later that afternoon, at the port of the Battle base, Baichen and Liya sat aboard a warship, preparing to set sail for Marineford. Xiao Liya, they were quite obedient. They didn't come to see us off. Let us go. A new journey is about to begin, Baichen said, ruffling Liya's hair. You sly Baichen, are you secretly crying? I can see your eyes are red, Liya remarked, her own eyes puffy. Of course not. I'm nothing like you, Xiao Liya, a crybaby. I am a man of great resolve, Baichen declared, thumping his chest with pride. As their warship pulled away from the shore, a synchronized sound of footsteps echoed, revealing countless figures. It was the personnel of the Battle base. Salute! Sakazuki shouted with all his might. May the mountains and rivers remain untroubled. May the journey ahead be smooth. The voices resonated across Battle Island, as Baichen and Liya turned to face the crowd, witnessing smiles, tears, the setting sun, and the evening glow. Let us taste new tea with fresh fire, and seize the moments of youth with poetry and wine. Baichen understood the reasons behind the world government and headquarters summoning him. Firstly, they were likely preparing to take action against rocks and required Baichen's strength. Secondly, the North Sea had become Baichen's domain, a situation they could not tolerate, and after this battle, they might target the Battle base. Thirdly, the world government might use this opportunity to eliminate Baichen. As the celestial dragons would not tolerate anyone challenging their authority, Baichen had initially intended to undertake some audacious actions in the forthcoming battle, hence he felt little concern regarding the orders from the world government. However, the higher-ups of the Navy were undoubtedly aware of something and may even have plans to deal with him, which disgusted Baichen, feeling reduced to a mere pawn. Of course, all of this was mere speculation. Yet Baichen was certain he was not far from the truth that on their journey to Marineford, Baichen shared all his thoughts and conjectures with Liya, even outlining his strategies for the impending battle. As she was the key to the plan to Marineford, Baichen exclaimed, Xiao Liya, we are back here again. Do you remember the last time I defeated Vice Admiral Garp so thoroughly? Ha! You truly are quite mischievous. Stinky Baichen, haha. One must wonder how they will approach us now. It's genuinely amusing, remarked the two as they stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the bustling crowd of Marineford. Marshal Kong. Must it truly be this way? Sengoku said anxiously as he observed the warships ahead. Sengoku, mind your position. This matter must remain undisclosed to anyone, Kong admonished, firmly patting Sengoku's shoulder. Major General Baichen, Major General Liya. A portion of the crowd erupted in uncontrollable cheers upon spotting Baichen and Liya, who were idols in the eyes of many newcomers, especially among the people of the North Sea. During their time in the North Sea, they had vanquished pirates to the extent that none dared to show their faces, earning Baichen deep admiration from many soldiers. Ha! Look at that little Liya. It seems we are quite popular after all. Baichen teased. Who would take a liking to two such peculiar individuals as us, Stinky Baichen? It is merely our accomplishments that evoke such fervor, Baichen retorted. Who would dare to insult oneself in such a manner? Before long, the warship docked, and Baichen and Liya stepped onto the land of Marineford amidst a sea of eager gazes, making their way towards Kong, Sengoku, and others. Welcome back, Major General Baichen, Major General Liya, Kong greeted with a smile. Marshal Kong, what is all this? We are merely major generals, and yet the entire high command has come to greet us. Are you attempting to overwhelm us with flattery? Baichen replied coldly. Damn it, what do you mean by that? Baichen, Garp, recalling their last encounter and feeling a surge of animosity, was stirred by Baichen's unfriendly tone, especially considering Garp's current formidable strength. Ha! Major General Garp, you remain as irritable as ever. It was merely a jest. Liya and I are simply taken aback by all this attention. Ha! Baichen chuckled. Enough? After such a long journey, Major General Baichen and Major General Liya must be weary. Let them rest well first, Sengoku interjected, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Yes, after resting, we shall report on the specific conditions of the North Sea, Kong said coolly before departing. Anyone would likely wear a sour expression after such an encounter with Baichen, let alone the fleet admiral. The crowd dispersed quickly, Yet many newcomers continued to observe Baichen and Liya from a distance. Their formidable and notorious reputations deterred many from approaching, even those who admired Baichen. Conversely, Baichen and Liya greeted everyone warmly as they soon returned to their quarters. "Stinky Baichen, why did they all come to welcome us?" Liya inquired, puzzled once they were back to "It is just a little trick from Marshal Kong." "Not only that, little Liya, we might even receive promotions, but according to your reasoning, Stinky Baichen, aren't we ultimately enemies? Why would they promote us then? Because we are still part of the Navy, you fool." "Liya, if we do not receive promotions, we obstruct the advancement of many others. Just imagine, if we remain stagnant while others rise, the subordinates would surely recognize the disparity in our contributions," Baichen explained, pinching Liya's cheek. For some time, Baichen had been consciously fostering Liya's ability to think independently. However, the outcome was subjective, much like Baichen's rather unimpressive observation haki. The following day, in the Marineford conference room, Major General Garp, "Why are you so irritable? If someone reprimands you again, it would be quite unfortunate." "Haha," Baichen teased as he and Liya entered the room. "You scoundrel, let us have another round," Garp exclaimed, filled with rage. "There will be opportunities for that." "Ha ha ha ha," Baichen arrogantly declared as he took a seat. "Oh, Major General Zifa, how do you view the current state of the North Sea? How do you assess your own lack of action? Everyone deserves a chance at forgiveness." Zifa retorted, clenching his fists in anger. Indeed, Baichen replied with a barely perceptible smile. He contemplated whether he could sway Zifa to his side in the future, though it seemed inconsequential, as Zifa's combat prowess would not be top tier by then. "Admiral Tsuru remains as beautiful as ever," Baichen remarked, turning to Tsuru. "Ouch. Liya, please let go. Have some mercy on me," Baichen exclaimed as Liya tugged at his ear upon hearing him mention Tsuru. "Puffed." Tsuru chuckled at the scene. "All right, everyone, cease the banter. Marshal Kong will be arriving shortly." Sengoku's words were directed primarily at Baichen. Soon, Kong arrived, and the meeting commenced. Baichen dutifully reported on the accomplishments in the North Sea. As he spoke. Even those who had previously been at odds with him found themselves rendered speechless, for Baichen's governance of the North Sea had been nothing short of exemplary. It was almost unbelievable that such results could be achieved in just over a year. Zifa and Garp remained silent, particularly Zifa, who once again questioned whether his sense of justice was right or wrong. "Zifa, just be yourself." Tsuru seemed to sense Zifa's turmoil and offered comforting words. Kong, with an inscrutable expression, remarked, "Indeed, Major General Baichen, you have truly astonished us." Although the words were complimentary, one could not discern a smile on the marshal's face. Baichen inwardly scorned Kong, considering him rather small-minded, after a brief silence. Kong continued, "Undoubtedly, Major General Baichen and Major General Liya have performed exceptionally well, even beyond imagination. I propose that they be promoted to the rank of Vice Admiral, with the ceremony to be held tomorrow." The assembly understood that Baichen and Liya were entirely deserving of this honor, yet they were still taken aback. Both were under 17. Moreover, they had only been in the Navy for a little over a year. Such occurrences had never been seen before in history. However, no one dared to oppose. The essence of this meeting was to facilitate their promotion, just as Baichen had surmised. If they did not ascend, what would become of those beneath them? The following day at noon, Marineford's awards square was teeming with people, as nearly everyone from the headquarters had gathered. Today marked the promotion of Baichen and Liya to the rank of Vice Admiral, making them the youngest Vice Admirals in history. Liya had just completed her ceremony but chose not to speak, believing that Baichen's words would suffice, for his persuasive abilities were undeniably potent. "I am Arceus D. Baichen. You have likely heard of me. The world deems me ruthless, a slayer of pirates, devoid of humanity. I wish to clarify here. All that has been said is accurate. I am indeed that kind of person. However, my brutality and cruelty are reserved solely for pirates. The chaos in this world partially stems from pirates, leading to shattered families and countless tragedies. In Baichen's heart, he believed that the root of the chaos lay with the celestial dragons and the nobility. Thus, pirates were merely a fraction of the problem, but one must act within their capabilities. The immediate task is to eradicate pirates. The era of the New Age is truly the twilight of the gods. When you step onto an island and discover it has been completely ravaged, you will realize that pirates are unworthy of being called human. They are merely more powerful beasts. When you find your 3-year-old child ruthlessly slain, You will understand that they treat human lives as mere games. When you are enslaved like a common thrall, you will wish to eradicate these scoundrels. Therefore, as long as I draw breath, there shall be no refuge for pirates. Even if the world despises me, fears me, loathes me, or insults me, so be it. You may observe the current state of the North Sea and see whether pirates dare to show themselves. Witness whether the lives of the North Sea's people have improved. Reflect on the oath you took upon joining the Navy, and recall your initial ambitions. Consider your true objectives. Baichen's thunderous voice resonated throughout the island, igniting a fervor among the youth. Their paths began to emerge before them. Baichen poured his limited ink into the manuscript. His intention was straightforward: to cultivate a greater number of kindred spirits on this shared journey. Even if it was merely planting a seed at this moment, it would eventually flourish. Oh, Vice Admiral Baichen, Vice Admiral Baichen. Amidst the jubilant cheers echoing through the arena, the words of Baichen resonated profoundly, captivating all present at this moment. Even those high-ranking officials who were at odds with him could not deny the compelling nature of his speech. Yet, amidst the fervor, one individual remained quietly contemplative. This was Dorg, still entrenched within the naval ranks. Clenching his fists in silence, he had perused the crimson tome gifted by Baichen countless times. All that remained was a mere spark to ignite his resolve. Partial reason, Dorg noted Baichen's choice of words, seemingly grasping the underlying implications. Baichen was aware that Dorg had fortified his convictions only after witnessing the actions of the celestial dragons. And he had no intention of altering this trajectory. That on one hand, he recognized that this moment was inevitable. The longer it took to arrive, the more intense the ensuing flames would be. On the other hand, Baichen was preparing for the impending battle and could afford no missteps. With less than 3 months remaining as the award ceremony concluded, the crowd dispersed swiftly. The seed of resistance sown by Baichen would, to some extent, influence the future in Moria. The 5 elders knelt respectfully, their heads bowed in deference, quietly awaiting the directives of their king. Suddenly, a voice resonated within the room. Though no figure was visible, the power had been fully amassed. It was time to extinguish the lights upon the sea, including the unforeseen variable that was Baichen. Prepare some pure offerings for me. Their duty has come. Once the ethereal voice fell silent, the 5 elders retreated with utmost reverence, their eyes averted. Moments later, they convened to discuss the Rock's pirates, their faces betraying no hint of concern, instead exuding confidence. The power was now ready to be unleashed. It was time to tighten the net. Baichen was to be allowed to expend his final vestiges of energy. As he harbored animosity towards pirates, it was opportune for him to hinder the expansion of the Rock's pirates. Shortly, I shall dispatch a message to the naval headquarters to assign him this task. Regardless of how much chaos he might instigate, it would no longer affect the plan. The permanent pointer and the news of God Valley had already been disseminated. Let the Perming family prepare the offerings. According to the plan, it was their turn to contribute. Dressed in a deep blue suit, with flowing white hair and a long beard, Marcus Mas Saint addressed the assembly. In the naval headquarters conference room, Baichen and Liya stood prominently alongside Admiral Steelbone Kong, General Sengoku, Vice Admiral Garp, Vice Admiral Tsuru, and Vice Admiral Thefat. It appeared that Baichen had entered the inner circle. However, both he and Liya understood that they had never been of the same faction, unless someone were to change their allegiance later on. Baichen, Liya, the world government has issued orders. You are to proceed to the vicinity of Hatchin Island in the New World to thwart the expansion of the Rock's pirates. Their influence has become excessively formidable and must be curtailed, Admiral Steelbone Kong stated, holding documents from the world government before them. Baichen scoffed, unable to conceal his disdain. That I fail to comprehend the utility of you inept fools. Since joining the Navy over a year ago, the influence of the Rock's pirates and the Roger pirates has only grown. If the Navy is composed of individuals like you, it would be better to disband it entirely. Your incompetence is appalling, yet you prattle on about justice. It's utterly revolting. He turned to Liya. I shall head to Hatchin Island. Liya, let us depart. That I fear that lingering among such ineptitude will render us equally powerless. With that, Baichen took Liya's hand and left without a backward glance. Garp, Sengoku, and Zifa were unable to restrain their urges to retaliate. Baichen's words were venomous, striking with formidable force, and none could endure it. It was akin to being trampled underfoot. However, they were halted by Kong, who wore a grim expression as he admonished, "Now is not the time for conflict. The orders of the world government must be adhered to." Yet, it was evident that Kong's demeanor was far from pleasant, his eyes flickering with an inscrutable light. Following the awarding ceremony, the reputation of Baichen and Liya soared once more, heralded as the youngest admirals in history, two of them, no less, augmented by Baichen's exploits in the North Sea. Various news outlets fervently reported this information, reaping substantial profits, as the sensationalist titles reminiscent of the Bardar-based recruitment began to circulate. With many outlets eager to emulate, shocking, who is the youngest admiral in history? The secrets of that man that must be revealed. Astonishing. What abilities does he possess? Just as the world was once again astounded by Baichen and Liya being dubbed the youngest admirals in history. The two were already en route to Hatchin Island. "Stinky Baichen, you lost again. Huh? You're on dish duty tonight," Liya proclaimed proudly. "Liya, you cheated. How could you use observation haki to fish?" Baichen protested. Rising in exasperation, "Is there a rule against it?" Liya replied with an adorable yet questioning expression that pierced Baichen's heart. "Fine, I'll wash the dishes." He conceded that I refuse to accept defeat. I want to continue. The two engaged in a fishing contest aboard the warship, reveling in the joy of competition, with only Baichen and Liya present. For Baichen, bringing along those lacking in strength to the vicinity of Hatchin Island would be a burden. Moreover, he had his own agenda, including others was akin to installing surveillance on a ship, utterly pointless. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that although their warship was headed towards Hatchin Island, its speed was not particularly swift. After 3 days at sea, Baichen continued to refine his plans, unhurried in his endeavors. When the world government issued orders, Baichen had already surmised their intent. They aimed to target Rox, orchestrating a scenario where he and Rox would engage in mutual destruction. The Navy's claims of ignorance were mere pretenses, as they allowed the situation to unfold. Thus, Baichen's criticism of those at headquarters was far from unwarranted, merely because they were under the jurisdiction of the world government. They had nearly become its lapdogs, alienating their own comrades due to the influence of the world government. How could a navy that did not protect its non-member nations claim to uphold justice? What capacity did such a navy possess? The world government seemed to have calculated Baichen's disdain for pirates, presuming he would be compelled to act. However, as Baichen had previously expressed to Liya, "Though I am reckless, I am not a fool. The world government believes it can manipulate me. We shall see who ultimately suffers the consequences." Hatchin Island. "Very well, Stinky Baichen, are you certain about collaborating with the Rox pirates?" After finishing their fishing, Liya reclined in a lounge chair, addressing Baichen. "Liya, it's not collaboration. It's more about exploitation, and not of the Rox pirates, but of Rox himself that I have little regard for the others. It remains to be seen if Rox possesses the requisite strength. If he does not, he will simply be discarded." "Stinky Baichen, what do you mean? Please elaborate," Liya inquired, perplexed. "Little Liya, first you must understand that the Rox pirates are a crew united solely by their interests. They could easily betray you at a critical juncture. Furthermore, Rox himself is devoid of emotion, willing to do whatever it takes to achieve his goals, viewing his crew merely as tools. Our objectives may align, but our intentions differ. As long as my bargaining chips or strength are sufficient, he would not hesitate to sacrifice his own men. Even if I wish to exploit him, it depends on whether he possesses enough strength. I hope this so-called strongest pirate is not merely a hollow title. Otherwise, they shall all descend into oblivion." Baichen, brimming with confidence, explained to Liya that since embarking on his voyage, both his conqueror's haki and armament haki had reached the pinnacle of mastery, thus justifying his self-assured declarations. Over the past 2 years at sea, he felt that his growth in strength rivaled that of several years of prior training. Perhaps, with the passage of time and the fortification of his physique, latent powers previously undiscovered during his training began to manifest, leading to this sensation that in fact, upon his first arrival at Marineford, when Baichen expressed his sense of justice, he realized that his conqueror's haki had indeed advanced. During his year in Badar, there was no doubt that his armament haki had also achieved the capability for internal destruction. His fruit abilities were nearing awakening, with only the activation of hidden skills remaining. Baichen had already mastered techniques such as the Conqueror's Binding and the Divine Burial, created by Emperor Wu and Tian Niao. Currently, Baichen was uncertain of the full extent of his strength, as no one, not even Garp, was worthy of facing him at full power. As his abilities grew, he gradually gained a deeper understanding of his father and Uncle Tian Yao's strengths. He felt that he could now contend with both of them. However, it puzzled him why such powerful individuals chose to live in obscurity on unremarkable islands, their names not even whispered across the seas. After much contemplation, Baichen surmised that the reason must lie in their recognition that they could do nothing against the world government. For the world government possesses the celestial dragons. This aligned with Baichen's own conjectures. Yet, he speculated that there must be formidable restrictions on the celestial dragon's powers. Baichen appeared to trust Liya's abilities. Believing she would not fall too far behind, he had noticed her remarkable capacity for learning since childhood. It's worth noting that individuals of their age in the pirate world could still be in their prime at over 40. Wielding peak strength. Liya, how has your training with that ability progressed? Are you able to execute it? Baichen asked, reluctantly putting away his fishing rod after failing to catch a single fish. Stinky Baichen. I am the genius, Liya. Is there anything I cannot accomplish? I mastered it 6 months ago, Liya proudly declared, lifting her chin. Ha! As expected of my Liya, truly impressive. When the time comes, I will need you to arrange things well with my parents. Baichen said gently. Stinky Baichen, you really have no fear of retribution. If everything goes according to your plan, I can assure you that Uncle Di Wu and Aunt Yunhan 1T let you off easily. Moreover, I don't entirely agree with you, Liya pouted, showing her discontent. Liya, you must understand that there are many things in life that one simply must do. Of course, we can live carefree, but then I would not be myself. Baichen replied. All right, I understand, Stinky Baichen. I will handle it, Liya retorted, still dissatisfied. Ha! Little Liya, when we achieve our goal, I will marry you. I will arrange the most extravagant wedding, so the entire world knows you are my wife. Baichen, with the flair of a dreamer, spoke grandly. Humph, don't try to brainwash me, Stinky Baichen, though Liya protested. Her smile betrayed her joy. As the two exchanged sweet words, Liya's observation haki suddenly detected a pirate ship in their vicinity. Causing her expression to turn serious, Stinky Baichen, there is a ship slightly ahead of us, and it feels very dangerous. The people aboard may be quite powerful, Liya said, her face solemn. Upon hearing Liya's words, Baichen pondered. There are not many who could instill a sense of danger in Liya on these seas. Could it be that it's Rock's ship? Baichen, it is Gold Roger and Silver's Rayleigh. However, there are only the two of them. I do not see any other crew members, Liya clarified as their distance closed, her observation haki revealing their identities. Roger, that disgrace of the deed at Lineage. It's a pity I cannot eliminate him entirely. Baichen muttered. If all went smoothly, Baichen would acquire the power of the celestial dragons and fall into slumber, awakening only with the dawn of the new era. Hence Gold Roger could not perish just yet. The minor characters mattered little, but for such significant events, Baichen preferred not to alter the course of fate, to avoid unraveling the entire narrative. They asked for the potential devastation the age of pirates might wreak upon the world. That was beyond Baichen's concern. However, this disgrace of the deed at Lineage would not encounter us unscathed. Liya, let us go meet these two fellows. With that, the pair soared towards Roger's ship, which bore the Jolly Roger of a skull with flowing golden mustaches. The prow was adorned with mermaids and a large cannon facing forward, featuring 3 masts draped in red sails with vertical stripes, and a massive round egg at the center. Theoro Jackson. Rayleigh, someone approaches. I sense their strength, Roger stated, gripping Ace and frowning at Rayleigh. Huh? What is happening, Roger? Rayleigh, still unaware of the situation, questioned. Moments later, 2 figures appeared on Roger's ship, and the 4 exchanged intense glances, the atmosphere thick with tension. Observing the imposing presence of the 2, Roger finally spoke. Vice Admiral Baichen, we are not enemies, are we? Since we are both headed to Hive Island, you must also be intent on thwarting Rock's expansion. Just as Rayleigh and I are. Hence, there is no need for conflict. When did the refuse of the sea acquire the right to bargain with me? You, Gold Roger, are nothing of consequence, Baichen retorted disdainfully. Are you looking down on us? You are merely a vice admiral, Rayleigh said, his expression darkening. Had it been anyone else, Roger might have already attacked. However, the overwhelming danger emanating from Baichen and Liya deterred him from making a move. Yet, no one could bear the insult from Baichen. Rayleigh, It seems we are not held in high regard if that is the case. Then let us settle this, Roger declared to Rayleigh. Swift wind. Roger unleashed a flying slash aimed at Baichen, while Rayleigh charged towards Liya. Knowing Baichen and Liya were formidable, Rayleigh seemed to place greater faith in his captain. Perhaps this was the allure of Joel D. Roger. Liya, ensure that Rayleigh merely survives. The rest is up to you, Baichen said, unfazed by the incoming attack. Hee, stinky Baichen, if survival is all that matters, then we are in for some fun. With that, Liya also charged towards Rayleigh. Baichen stood his ground against the attack, curious to gauge the strength of the future pirate king at this moment. He was both confident and reckless. Physique shield. Boom. As Roger's strike connected with Baichen, the ship erupted with numerous cracks, for it was made from the legendary atom wood. How could it possibly withstand such an assault unscathed? What manner of monster are you? Roger exclaimed, incredulous at Baichen's unscathed form. Your attack power is rather lacking. Why not try my fist? Baichen retorted, teleporting beside Roger, delivering a devastating punch imbued with the power of internal destruction. Roger hastily raised ace to block Baichen's attack, but he was caught off guard. Bang! Bang! Although Roger managed to defend himself, he was unable to control his body, stumbling backward and crashing against the ship's wooden planks. Truly formidable. Just one blow, Roger coughed, blood escaping his lips as he spoke slowly. He realized Baichen's strength was exceptional, feeling both the danger he posed and aware of his numerous legendary feats that were impossible to ignore. Yet, he had not anticipated such overwhelming strength. Fortunately, the ship crafted from atom wood could still endure the clash between the four of them. Had it not been so, they would have had no choice but to fight on the open sea, which was evidently impossible given the absence of nearby islands. Once this realization dawned on them, the group made an effort to temper their destructive power. After all, although neither Roger nor Rayleigh had consumed devil fruits, this was their own treasured ship. For Liya, losing the ship would certainly spell danger. After all, if it proves challenging to locate an island nearby, Liya's stamina may not sustain her flight indefinitely, that a few days might be manageable. But what about 10? On the other hand, Baichen is evidently indifferent. He fears not the sea, having eliminated the side effects of his fruit from the system. Yet, for Liya, the situation remains rather unfriendly. Thus, everyone collectively moderates their destructive capabilities. Life force. Absorb. Liya's arms relentlessly assault Rayleigh, with each contact depleting his vitality incrementally. From the onset of battle, Rayleigh sensed something amiss and quickly enveloped himself in haki. This action reduced the rate of life force loss, but his stamina could not return to its peak condition. That in stark contrast to Rayleigh's predicament, Liya appears rather at ease, even beginning to toy with him. Bat Domain. Energy Absorption. Bat Mirage. Absorb. One moment she transforms into a domain state. The next she morphs into numerous bats to obstruct Rayleigh's attacks, rendering his every strike impotent. How infuriating. What devil fruit ability is this? Illusory Light. Rayleigh roars in anger while launching an attack at Liya that he feels an unbearable frustration, barely able to exert 5 or 6 parts of his strength, constantly being toyed with by Liya. Regardless, Baichen has instructed Liya not to kill Rayleigh. Therefore, Liya naturally begins her playful torment, as Rayleigh is still too young and his power has yet to reach its zenith. Once I've had my fun, I might consider informing you, Mr. Rayleigh, do put in a bit more effort, or else I might inadvertently end your life. That would indeed be a troublesome matter. Liya's smile grows increasingly wicked, her eyes gleaming with a predator's excitement. Have you seen enough, Roger? After a brief exchange between Baichen and Roger, the two have been intently observing Liya and Rayleigh's battle. Roger, witnessing Rayleigh at a disadvantage, feels a deep concern. Yet, he knows he cannot intervene. Once he does, Baichen will undoubtedly react. Vice Admiral Baichen, let us negotiate. If we cease hostilities, it won't be so easy for you to kill us. That I'm still at my peak stamina. Roger speaks slowly after a moment of silence. This is not Roger's usual demeanor, but he finds himself in a helpless situation. Having exchanged merely one strike with Baichen, he recognizes the formidable nature of his opponent, perhaps even surpassing his own strength. Still, he cannot help but worry for Rayleigh, who remains in a precarious position against Liya. Should he and Baichen become ensnared in a fierce clash, could Rayleigh perish at Liya's hands? This notion is intolerable, prompting him to voice his concerns to Baichen. Why are you pirates always so self-righteous? Do you really think you're in a position to negotiate? Baichen retorts with a smirk. Now, enjoy watching your dear first mate suffer. New Year's blessing, shatter. With that, Baichen resumes his assault on Roger, intent on leaving no room for negotiation. Roger, realizing that Baichen is unyielding, continues to engage. His frustration boiling over. If he could only defeat Baichen, everything would fall into place. Flying wings. Roger's swordsmanship relentlessly targets Baichen, but after the initial engagement, Baichen deftly evades with his teleportation. A stark contrast to Roger's relentless attacks. How can he be so fast? Roger seethes with indignation, perplexed by Baichen's extraordinary prowess at such a young age. Great New Year's blessing. Break the heavens. Roger lands another blow, his body reeling backward, blood spilling forth. The atom tree appears to be unable to withstand the onslaught. The area where Roger collided now a ruin. Roger realizes that if he does not unleash his full strength, he risks being left behind, a fate unacceptable for the future pirate king. Divine evade. Roger swiftly adjusts. Unleashing his full power, he can no longer concern himself with the state of the ship. If he loses his life, nothing else matters. Roger wields his supreme blade, one of the 12 techniques, Ace, launching a rapid, haki-imbued slashing attack at Baichen. Impressive. You're almost at the level of my father and Uncle Tian Niao's divine burial. Possessing a hint of inevitability, yet it's still insufficient, Baichen charges forward to meet Roger's assault, his speed increasing with each teleportation. Although he manages to evade the majority of the attacks, a few land, leaving him with some wounds, none of which are fatal. What kind of physique is this? Sweat beads on Roger's forehead as he realizes he has never encountered anyone who could withstand his attacks with merely superficial injuries. A monster. Great New Year's blessing. Break the heavens. Baichen, too, seems to grow enraged, having not sustained injuries for quite some time. No opponent has managed to reach this level against him. Each punch Baichen delivers to Roger lands with devastating force, overwhelming Roger's defenses, leaving him to counter feebly. Divine evade. Divine your mother. Flying wings. Cursing, Roger realizes that mere names are useless without action. Baichen has already knocked away half of Roger's dark, flowing beard, his garments tattered and bloodied. Yet, Baichen is also covered in blood. The difference lies in the severity of their injuries. Battles among the strong in the pirate world can rage for days and nights, underscoring the importance of physical endurance. Amid their fierce confrontation, the tumultuous waves crash against the ship, the sound of violent impacts echoing across the sea. The ship trembles as Roger's pirate vessel, Oro Jackson, ultimately succumbs to the relentless assault, splintering into two and scattering debris across the ocean. Baichen and Roger have fought for nearly 4 to 5 hours as they part. Roger finds himself crouching on a massive plank of the ship's wreckage, gasping for breath, his gaze fixed intently on Baichen. Baichen seems to share his sentiment. Unwilling to continue the battle, he cannot kill Roger at this juncture and gradually loses patience. Roger, accept this blow. Regardless of whether you live or die, I will allow you to depart, Baichen declares before charging toward Roger. Beast transformation. Inferno, transforming into a unicorn form, Baichen locks onto Roger, unleashing a torrent of intense flames from his mouth. The power of this attack eclipses all previous ones, reflecting Baichen's enhanced abilities and the perfect refinement of his techniques. Damn, why does movement feel so cumbersome? Divine evade. Roger, too, exerts all his strength against Baichen, feeling as though his restraints have been suddenly lifted. This is, of course, Baichen's intention. It would be absurd for Roger to perish here. The clash of Roger's assault and Baichen's flames creates a fierce collision. Energy waves radiating across the sea. Undoubtedly, Baichen's flames prove far more formidable, breaking through Roger's defenses and striking him with ferocity. One side of Roger is engulfed in flames, his body trembling as he cries out in agony. The surface of the sea ignites, seemingly evaporating countless gallons of water, the atom tree ablaze. Baichen manipulates the air pressure, extinguishing the flames as a solitary, battered figure lies on a fog-covered plank. Drenched in crimson blood, his left arm has vanished, leaving only a gaping wound that continues to bleed profusely. Roger hovers on the brink of unconsciousness, his pallid complexion marked by a mixture of sweat and blood. Baichen pays Roger no further mind, aware that in this pirate world, especially against the future pirate king, he cannot die. Turning his attention to Liya, He observes her idly swinging her legs and playing with her nails. With a figure beneath her, Silver's Rayleigh. Rayleigh, at this moment, appears not yet fully unconscious, his skin wrinkled and resembling that of a dying elder. What misfortune has befallen Rayleigh at Liya's hands, to be in such a state? Baichen suddenly feels that his own battles are child's play in comparison. When it comes to cruelty, Liya reigns supreme. What did you say, stinky Baichen? I'm so bored after fighting for so long. This guy isn't strong enough. He'll be finished soon. Humph. Liya pouts as she approaches Baichen, wrapping her arm around his. Isn't it just because you're too formidable, Liya? Of course, stinky Baichen. Liya replies cheerfully. Liya, that fellow Rayleigh cannot die yet. Restore some of his life force. Oh, by the way, he has lost his left arm, and he was not Roger's right-hand man. Now, his right arm has been severed as well. Indeed, if Roger were to perish, the future of the great age of exploration remains uncertain, and it is truly difficult to ascertain the extent of Rayleigh's influence in order for their plans to unfold smoothly and for the new era to arrive without hindrance. They cannot afford to perish at this moment. Watching the departing Baichen and Liya, Rayleigh, rejuvenated by the injection of vitality, slowly swam to Roger's side and assisted him to his feet. The two leaned against each other, both touching the site where their lost arms once were, gazing in silence at the departing figures. That it was as if the world had opened a grand door for them, only to have it cruelly shattered. They did not comprehend why Baichen and Liya chose not to eliminate them. Rayleigh, do you believe our dreams can truly be realized? With such individuals in existence, Roger articulated his innermost thoughts. Shedding his previous carefree demeanor. I do not know. After a prolonged silence, Roger suddenly erupted into laughter. Rising to his feet, he extended his hand to help Rayleigh up, optimistically declaring, Rayleigh, fortunately, those fellows are not present. Otherwise, we might have lost our comrades, which can be considered a stroke of luck. Rayleigh gazed at Roger in this moment. This was indeed his captain. Firmly grasping Roger's hand, he smiled and replied, Yes, it is indeed fortunate. Captain Roger. On Hive Island, Captain Rock stated, We are aware of the time and place, and we have obtained the permanent pointer. However, it is evident that this information has been deliberately leaked by the world government. Their likely intention is to ensnare us all, so should we still proceed with our actions? John, the 3rd Division captain, adorned with 2 swords at his waist, a crimson coat, and flowing lavender hair, spoke with a worried expression. Why should we refrain from acting? If these details are so easily accessible, then it would not be the world government. We, Newgate, and Shiki are all aware of the implications. This is merely a gamble to determine who will emerge victorious in the end. Our plan is flawless. We must bait the world government into their own trap. You need not concern yourself with these matters for now. Simply follow my arrangements later. For the time being, focus on organizing your treasure. Do not squander your life in vain. Rox calmly stated while puffing on his cigar, clearly devoid of his previous arrogance. As John departed, he touched his sword, appearing deeply contemplative, his thoughts a mystery to all. I hope this group does not falter, Rox murmured to himself, aware of the precarious situation aboard his ship, yet time was of the essence. Missing this opportunity may lead to an indefinite wait for the next one. Thus, even knowing it was a trap, they had to leap into it. Newgate, have the Navy reached out to you? The 2nd Division captain of the Rocks Pirates, the Golden Lion Shiki, with his explosive yellow hair and cigar, bore the unmistakable visage of a lion as he questioned Newgate with a grave expression. Days prior, the world government and the Navy had contacted Shiki and his comrades, with the multitude aboard Rock's ship. It was uncertain how many were infiltrators from the world government and Navy. Their intentions were clear, to render Rock's crew ineffective or even turn them against him. The entire Grand Line was aware that the Rocks Pirates coalesced under Rock's might and various interests, rendering such actions unsurprising. Shiki, your inquiry suggests they have indeed contacted you. Why do you not inform Captain Rox? Edward Newgate turned to Shiki and asked. The future of the 4 emperors, hailed as the strongest man in the new era, bore a crescent-shaped white mustache, earning him the moniker Whitebeard among later generations. Newgate, do not attempt to test me. There are few aboard this ship who would truly lay down their lives, yourself included. My allegiance to Rox is not for the sake of death, and does Rox genuinely consider us his subordinates? Even if, hypothetically, Rox succeeds, what then becomes of us? What is our fate? Shiki's words left Newgate in silence. After a moment, he sighed. Shiki, My current desire is to have my own family. In truth, I feel a growing aversion, even disdain, for this pirate crew. Yet, I cannot betray them, unless Captain Rocks were to fall, at most. He trailed off. However, Shiki comprehended Newgate's unspoken meaning. Newgate, our thoughts align. What a wretched world we inhabit. Shiki reflected aloud. Having obtained the answers he sought before departing, he harbored no concerns about Newgate's potential to betray. To put it bluntly, the members of the pirate crew each had their own motives, with true loyalty residing only among the uninformed underlings that on an unknown island in the New World. Captain Roger. Vice Captain Rayleigh, what on earth transpired? Who possesses the capability to inflict such harm upon you? Did you engage in combat with Rocks? The ship's doctor, Kurokas, whose hairstyle resembled flower petals, hurriedly examined Roger and Rayleigh's injuries. Astonished by the strength of their assailants, soon, more individuals gathered, all expressing their outrage and vowing to avenge the two to everyone. Please calm down. Kurokas, can you treat our injuries? Roger inquired of Kurokas. I regret to inform you, Captain Roger, Vice Captain Rayleigh, that I can only prevent your conditions from deteriorating further. Complete healing, or the regrowth of severed limbs, is simply impossible, Kurokas replied, shaking his head as he regarded their wounds. Nonetheless, I appreciate your efforts. Kurokas, thank you, Roger responded with a smile. Captain, what exactly happened? Someone nearby called out, and Roger had no intention of concealing the truth. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly recounted, on our way to Hive Island. Rayleigh and I encountered Red Beast Baichen and bloodthirsty Angel Liya. Their animosity towards pirates was palpable, and upon our meeting, we immediately engaged in battle. Unfortunately, Baichen proved to be more formidable than I anticipated, and I failed to protect Rayleigh. What? They could achieve such a feat, and they are merely commodores? Even Garp could not accomplish such a thing. The crowd erupted with questions, and Kurokas's gaze fixated on Roger, as if seeking answers. Rank does not dictate everything. Baichen and Liya likely harbor conflicts with the Navy that we are unaware of. Otherwise, they would not be dispatched alone to Hive Island. Their objective must be to thwart the expansion of the Rocks pirates. From what we understand, no pirate who falls into their grasp survives. We remain in the dark as to why they spared our lives, Roger explained, shaking his head. Rayleigh then added, remember, if you encounter these two, your first action should be to flee. It is not dishonorable. Losing your life is what truly lacks worth. Heed my words, they are not ordinary commodores. Even the immensely powerful Garp cannot be compared to them. Roger concurred. Indeed, Rayleigh speaks the truth that if you find yourselves alone with them, your immediate course of action should be to escape. You currently lack the power to contend with them. After a brief exchange among the crew, Roger's carefree voice soon rang out. Listen up, everyone, do not dwell on the negatives. It is a stroke of fortune that Rayleigh and I have returned alive. Let us commence a feast. What is one arm? After all, do we still have that sea king we caught last time? Bring it out for the banquet. Following the events surrounding Roger and Rayleigh, news of the incident swiftly spread throughout the pirate world. For this involved Gold.Roger and Silver's Rayleigh.At this moment. The Roger pirates undoubtedly held the second rank in the vast ocean. Beneath the formidable presence of the Rocks pirates, the captain and vice captain have both lost their arms. This is akin to a cataclysmic explosion. The reputations of Red Beast Rear Admiral Baichen and Bloodthirsty Angel Rear Admiral Liya have ascended to unprecedented heights that I in this moment, regardless of whether they belong to the Navy, the Rocks faction, or any other group. All who receive this news are left in a prolonged state of shock. However, the protagonists, Baichen and Liya, are sprawled on deck chairs aboard their warship, basking in the sun, utterly indifferent to the chaos unfolding outside. Even while at sea, they glean such news through the newspapers. Baichen remarks, standard procedure, no need to panic. Stinky Baichen, go fetch me some cucumber slices. All right, little Liya, comes the reply. The pair has lingered in this maritime expanse for several days, seemingly in no rush to head towards Hive Island. In Baichen's words, if we don't take the time to enjoy ourselves now, we may find it difficult to do so later. 3 hours later, Stinky Baichen, are we going to continue like this? What about Hive Island? We've already delayed for too long, Liya inquires, perplexed. Little Liya, are you sure your eagerness isn't merely a pretext for slaughtering pirates for amusement? When did you ever exhibit such diligence? Baichen gazes skeptically at Liya. Stinky Baichen, am I that kind of person? I command you. Depart immediately. Take the ship and fly over. Liya exclaims in exasperation, clearly irritated by Baichen's words that hit too close to home. All right, little Liya, we shall set sail at once. 3 days later, the duo gazes upon Hive Island, showing no intent to conceal their presence as they boldly dock their warship in the harbor. The moment the patrolling personnel spot the warship, they swiftly relay the information upwards. The harbor is now teeming with pirates, albeit minor ones, lacking any significant figures among them. These Navy fools truly do not know their place. Do they not realize this is the territory of the Rocks pirates? How dare they swagger in? Brothers, prepare to let these oblivious Navy fools enjoy our hospitality. Charge, onward. Many among them seize their weapons and charge towards Baichen and Liya's warship. Little Liya, it seems these ruffians do not regard us highly. Should we not show them a thing or two? Baichen turns to Liya this moment. Liya remains unresponsive, instead licking her lips, and Baichen instantly comprehends that her interest has been piqued. The demon Liya is unleashed. Bat's domain energy absorption. A dark red hemispherical barrier formed by Liya envelopes everyone in an instant, in a mere few minutes. The once cacophonous harbor descends into an eerie silence. Save for the cries and pleas of the unfortunate, all that remains are lifeless corpses, their faces contorted in agony. When Liya returns to Baichen's side, she wears a look of insatiable delight, causing Baichen to shudder. Shall we proceed as such? The Rocks pirates will inevitably come seeking us. Let us first clear away the trash, Baichen states, grasping Liya's hand. Stinky Baichen, let us go. Wherever they tread, not a blade of grass remains unscathed, as Liya indulges herself thoroughly. After all, the absorption of so much vitality brings her comfort, while simultaneously augmenting her strength. They're coming, Stinky Baichen. Liya remarks, her gaze fixed on the horizon. Having sensed the approach of Rocks pirates. It seems our cover has been blown rather swiftly. Let us test the true strength of this so-called overlord. Shall we, Liya? 3 minutes prior, while Baichen and Liya were engaged in their slaughter, core members of the Rocks pirates convened to discuss the very duo, deliberating on the strategies for the battle at God Valley. Upon receiving word that Navy personnel were rampaging in the harbor, the assembly believed it to be an auditory hallucination. This was the stronghold of the Rocks pirates. Yet, the members under Rock's command, including Rocks himself, quickly associated the chaos with two names, Baichen and Liya. After all, in this era, it is only Arceus D. Baichen and Malak D. Liya who possess such audacity, especially following the incident of both Roger and Rayleigh losing their arms. The members of the Rocks pirates, particularly the captains of the divisions and the formal crew, are well aware of Baichen and Liya, truly audacious. Shiki, admire their boldness, roared the Golden Lion, Shiki, laughing heartily, showing no signs of empathy for the fallen weak. Come, my comrades, let us discern the meaning behind these two's actions. They truly believe the Rocks pirates are mere soft persimmons. Their arrogance surpasses all. With that, Rocks led his crew towards Baichen's location. Upon their arrival, they found the pair entirely at ease, showing no signs of trepidation regarding their safety. Welcome, Arceus D. Baichen and Malak D. Liya. I am Rocks D. Jibak. Haha. Rocks spread his arms wide, addressing Baichen and Liya. Rocks, you truly are not a sight for sore eyes, Baichen retorted, flipping his hair back. Humph, how brazen you are to come to my stronghold and commit slaughter. Newgate, test their mettle, Rocks commanded Newgate. Although Newgate harbored no fondness for the current pirate faction, his nature compelled him to follow such orders. With a swift motion, Newgate wielded his supreme blade, the Tsung Yun Xia. Charging towards Baichen and Liya. Airquake. The blade's edge formed a pocket of air, clearly indicating Newgate's concentrated strength. Yet, in the face of Newgate's assault, Baichen showed no inclination to engage. After all, Liya had previously expressed her desire to fully unleash her potential. Bat's transmutation absorption. In an instant, Liya transformed into countless bats, ready to meet the attack head-on. However, the scene envisioned by Rocks and his crew did not unfold, including Newgate himself, who could not fathom the outcome. Newgate's strike failed to create even a ripple. Had it not been for the knowledge of Newgate's formidable nature, Rock's crew might have thought it all a performance. After failing to land a hit, Newgate returned to Rock's side, having merely sought to gauge the opponent's strength, without any intent for a life-or-death duel. It seemed Rocks shared this sentiment. Initially, upon hearing of Baichen and Liya, He contemplated recruiting them as subordinates. Yet, after several failed attempts at ambush, he began to consider the possibility of eliminating Baichen if the chance arose. However, as Baichen and Liya's renown grew, Rock's perspective appeared destabilized. He understood that each D is unique in their own right. Quite impressive, Newgate. Your attack bore no fruit? Shiki inquired, astonished. There are not so many empty vessels out there. Shiki, observe their age and strength. We've merely grown old. Rox bellowed in laughter. Seeing the situation unfold, Rox was equally astonished. Newgate's prowess was undeniably top tier. You think you can simply strike and depart? Let me have a taste of your abilities. Darkness, darkness. Liya transformed into countless bats, unleashing a mental shockwave upon Newgate, for it was not in her nature to merely withdraw after a strike. Upon sensing Liya's incoming assault, Newgate instinctively sought to envelop himself in haki. However, the thought was misguided, for this was a mental assault. While haki of Conqueror's spirit could provide some defense, armament haki would prove futile. By the time Newgate realized this, it was too late. Liya's mental shockwave descended upon him. In mere moments, Rox and Shiki beheld Newgate, now half kneeling on the ground, sweat pouring from his brow as he leaned against Song Yun Xie, gasping for breath, as though he had just faced a great terror. What is happening, Newgate? What ails you? The Golden Lion, Shiki, exclaimed in shock, unable to comprehend the situation. It is a mental assault. Shiki, Rox elucidated. Indeed, a mental attack. It can only be defended against with Conqueror's haki. However, by the time I realized what was happening, it was already too late. How terrifying. I would never wish to endure such an attack again. Newgate stood up, his gaze towards Liya and Baichen now complexed. He did not expect that Baichen had not even made a move. And yet Liya had already caused him considerable trouble. He had thought that his strength would suffice, without concern on the high seas. Hey, can it be that extraordinary, Newgate? Let me give it a try. The Golden Lion Shiki, clearly skeptical, expressed his desire to test it himself. You shouldn't go. It might be even more challenging for you to handle. Mental attacks are not easily received. Those with weak mental fortitude either become imbeciles or die upon contact. Rox intervened to stop Shiki. Hey, is that for real? This feels like cheating, Shiki complained. Although his body instinctively halted its advance, Rox's insight and strength were beyond reproach, and if he said it was indeed difficult to handle, it confirmed the formidable nature of their opponent. This is the Rox pirates, and they're not that impressive. Are they, Baichen? Liya whispered to Baichen as she returned to his side, linking her arm with his. Yet, everyone present heard her, and no one dared to refute her words, as even Newgate remained silent, rendering others even less inclined to speak up. Liya, do not underestimate others. He simply lacks understanding of the situation. Which is why he suffered. When it comes to life and death struggles, everything changes, Baichen rationally remarked to Liya. Vice Admiral Baichen, what exactly do you intend by coming here? I do not believe your aim is merely to eliminate a few minions. If you seek to keep us all here, you know that is impossible. Even if you are strong, it is unlikely you can kill me, Rox confidently stated, an unusual calmness about him that left his crew perplexed. Even the likes of Golden Lion Shiki, Edward Newgate, and John, the division captains, could not comprehend this deviation from Rox's usual demeanor. Yet Baichen understood Rox's intent. He wished to converse in this era. Only the two of them truly had the standing to discuss matters that others would not dare to contemplate. Rox had been observing Baichen for long enough to know that this individual could never become a loyal dog of the Navy. He must have his own agenda for being here. Rox, let us depart to an island for a duel. I wish to see the true strength of the sea's overlord, Baichen declared, pulling Liya's hand as he prepared to leave. Come, everyone, watch this battle from a distance. Do not be arrogant. Observe the strength of others, and witness what a true powerhouse is. Without hesitation, Rox acquiesced to Baichen's request. The crew of the Rox pirates, witnessing their captain's unusual behavior, dared not inquire further, as they too were eager to witness the clash between Baichen and Rox. After all, Rox's strength could easily overpower everyone aboard, and if even he regarded Baichen with such respect, there was no doubt concerning Baichen's prowess. A quarter of an hour later, on a deserted island near Hive Island, Baichen and Rox stood side by side, yet strangely did not engage in battle, instead conversing as old friends. Liya, Newgate, Shiki, and others watched from the shore, puzzled as to why the two had yet to clash. However, they dared not approach the island to investigate, merely fixating on the unfolding situation. When Baichen spoke to Liya, His words had been somewhat vague. Now Liya, observing the island from the warship, felt no concern for Baichen. Vice Admiral Baichen, summoning me alone cannot be a simple matter. I am curious about the meaning of your. Why did you join the Navy? You cannot possibly be one of those celestial dragon's lackeys. Rox expressed his curiosity. For some reason, upon meeting Baichen, he did not feel like an adversary, even lowering his guard while speaking. Rox was astonished by his own behavior. After all, he was always cautious, even aboard the ship. Rox D. Jibek, when I first heard of you, I scoffed, deeming you mere detritus of the sea, destined to be swept away by me in due time. However, my perspective has gradually shifted. Although I still see you as filth and a parasite, you should understand that we differ from others, Baichen replied, fixing his gaze on Rox, though his words were insulting. Rox showed no signs of anger, instead smiling as he responded, I understand your meaning, Vice Admiral Baichen, but I also recognize that I am indeed the garbage of the sea, unlike your protection of the innocent. I disregard such matters, pursuing my goals by any means necessary that we both comprehend our missions. Unlike the foolish Gordita Roger or Monkey Dita Garp, Rox replied with an air of dominance, eager to discern Baichen's thoughts. On what grounds? Is it because of your disunited pirate crew? Or do you truly believe the world government is unprepared? Or is it based on your brutality? Such foolish notions, Baichen scoffed. Then what exactly does Vice Admiral Baichen mean? I need not conceal my intentions from others. I have no desire to communicate with those Navy dogs, Rox said, settling down as he spoke. You seem quite relaxed, unconcerned for your own safety, using the guise of world domination to overthrow the celestial dragons. You possess both strength and ambition, though I still see you as scum. I must admit that throughout the ages, you are the only one of the D. clan capable of achieving such a feat. Yet, you remain inadequate. The true era will be dominated by me. Even if you were to succeed, it would amount to nothing more than the next iteration of the world government. Baichen's conqueror's haki unconsciously surged forth. Then I am quite eager to hear your insights. Vice Admiral Baichen. Rox's own conqueror's haki erupted, standing in equal measure against Baichen's. Both of their haki were merely exploratory, yet they could sense the immense power emanating from one another. It was no surprise that Rox was indeed a formidable figure. As it begun, the onlookers outside the island felt the surge of haki, mistakenly believing that the two had commenced their battle. You need not know my thoughts. You shall not have the time to know them. Survive after God Valley, and then we can talk. However, I must inform you that I will also participate in God Valley. Baichen stated slowly. You know, Rox raised an eyebrow in astonishment. Just some underhanded tactics from the world government. Why would I not be aware? Baichen replied disdainfully. The world government will surely summon me to join in the God Valley against you. And ultimately, they may even seek to eliminate me alongside you. While your objective is to dethrone the celestial dragons, that I share that ambition. So when the time is right, I too shall intervene. However, not just anyone is qualified to collaborate with me. Thus, I must test your strength. Even if you are powerful, your subordinates are not. A multitude of ants cannot kill an elephant. Those vermin-like pirate scum have no reason to continue existing, Baichen stated coldly. His conqueror's haki intensifying. Vice Admiral Baichen, if you genuinely possess a level of strength that earns my respect, what would it matter if I were to slay my own men? They are but ants. I hope you are not merely boasting, Arceus D. Baichen. Allow me to witness the confidence behind your words. With that, Rox's haki also grew stronger. Though Baichen's words were not overtly clear, Rox understood their implication. In the forthcoming battle at God Valley, they would undoubtedly stand on the same front, but initially, Baichen would undoubtedly unleash his wrath upon Rox's subordinates. Arceus D. Baichen and Rox D. Jibek stood facing each other, their auras growing increasingly intense, seemingly poised to consume everything around them. As their conquerors' haki collided, a massive shockwave erupted, engulfing the entire island, half red and half black. The surrounding flora and fauna disintegrated under the strain. Even those watching from afar trembled. Such a terrifying clash could only be invoked by true powerhouses. This is the strength of the captain and Baichen, and this is merely their haki. Shurji swallowed hard and addressed Newgate. Newgate, do not look at me. I am aware of the captain's strength, yet I did not anticipate Baichen to be equally extraordinary. This is the true essence of a formidable warrior. Newgate, equally grave, responded. Today, both Liya and Baichen have indeed delivered a profound blow to everyone. After all, Their ages and capabilities are strikingly incongruous, while others at 17 may still be fretting over survival. Liya and Baichen have already ascended to the pinnacle of the Ocean's hierarchy. However, Newgate and Shurji were unaware that both Baichen and Liya were merely 17. They only recognized their youth. Baichen and Rox were astonished by each other's overwhelming presence. Rox found it utterly outrageous, pondering the disparity in their ages. Conversely, Baichen felt exhilarated to finally meet a worthy adversary, excluding the encounters with his father and Uncle Tian Niao, whom he could not defeat a few years prior. This was the first opponent since setting sail that truly ignited his excitement. Indeed, a genuine thrill. Rox, you truly are invigorating, Baichen remarked, rotating his wrist and fixing his gaze on Rox. You too. There is not a single person aboard my ship who can evoke such a perilous sensation. With that, the two advanced towards one another. Bang, bang. Their fists met with palpable force, merely a test of each other's strength. Yet, the impact began to take its toll on the ground beneath them, which could no longer withstand the force. Following just a few tentative exchanges, the earth was marred by deep craters beneath their feet. It seems your D family's physique is quite remarkable, Rox, though perhaps still a tad inferior to mine, Baichen remarked, maintaining a light-hearted demeanor. No wonder I found in the annals of the D clan's history that our lineage is not the strongest. It turns out your family exists, but what of it? I am still Rox. Celestial Doom. Rox's form shifted dramatically, his fists now far more powerful than before, launching an assault on Baichen. Baichen responded with the pinnacle of his advanced haki. Colliding with Rox's attack, this moment, Rox's expression grew somber as he felt his fists being suppressed. Their clash, still confined to a physical confrontation, was not yet conclusive. Baichen recalled that in the anime of his previous life, there was no indication that Rox possessed any devil fruit abilities. However, fans speculated that Rox might wield the most nefarious power in the history of devil fruits, the dark fruit, known for its infinite gravitational pull. When activated, his hands would turn black, and his body would emit dark smoke, capable of absorbing anything that came into contact with it, compressing and shattering it infinitely. That it was even rumored that Rox had developed his powers to the brink of awakening. Yet, all of this remained mere conjecture, and Baichen felt no trepidation. Regardless of Rox's abilities, they could not bring about his demise. This was the confidence that Baichen possessed. Ugh! Rox was struck in the abdomen by Baichen's punch, inevitably spewing forth blood. Yet, to Rox, this hardly constituted an injury, truly terrifying. Yet this is only the beginning. After uttering these words, Rox's physique began to transform, his muscles becoming more robust, while simultaneously enhancing his speed. Body control. Baichen mused aloud as he recalled that Zoro, a member of the protagonist crew, seemed to possess a similar skill, harnessing greater intensity to develop his powers, though few could master such techniques, even with augmented strength. If you cannot land a hit on me, it is of no consequence. Baichen continued to evade Rox's onslaught through rapid movement, though each time he teleported, he would momentarily linger if Roger could seize upon this. Then Rox surely could as well. However, this was not a significant issue for Baichen. Even if Rox capitalized on the opportunity, he would still need to contend with Baichen's defenses. Rox activated all three forms of haki, particularly observation haki, constantly tracking Baichen's position. Right here, Celestial Doom. Rox seized the moment and attacked fiercely towards Baichen, who decided to test his mettle by attempting to take Rox's punch head-on. Physique shield of the gods. Perhaps this was a warrior's flaw. Always yearning for that visceral, hand-to-hand combat, Baichen braced himself against Rox's assault. Bang, bang, bang. The impact sent Baichen hurtling backward, crashing through small mountain peaks. Rox did not believe that such a simple exchange could lead to Baichen's defeat, his gaze fixed intently on the place where Baichen had been sent flying. Moments later, as the dust settled, Baichen's silhouette emerged, slowly hovering into view. Aside from his tattered clothing and a trickle of blood at his lips, it was evident that this punch had not been easily absorbed. Yet it was far from inflicting serious harm. This merely a minor injury. You truly are astonishingly strong, Baichen. Now, allow me to showcase my abilities, Arceus D. Baichen. I am Rox. Rox's hands darkened, emitting black smoke, not from haki, but from his devil fruit-powered AS. His hands touched the ground. Ripples of black waves radiated outward, sucking everything on the island into its grasp with tremendous force. Dark abyss. It had been ages since anyone had compelled him to utilize his devil fruit abilities. He would not disappoint you, Baichen. Rocks unleashed the dark abyss in an attempt to draw Baichen into its depths. Indeed, the dark fruit, when paired with Rock's formidable physique, was a formidable combination. Even so, the Battle of God Valley would still end in failure. It seemed the world government's trump card was far from simple, Baichen thought to himself. The dark fruit, rumored to absorb the energy of incoming attacks. But did it truly lack any limit? I am curious to test it out. Year Beast Transformation Burning Heaven. A fiery red unicorn materialized, unleashing searing flames towards Rocks, even as Baichen exerted pressure to levitate himself. He was gradually pulled downward by Rock's dark abyss, showcasing the sheer strength of Rock's devil fruit abilities. The new era's Blackbeard, Teach, paled in comparison to Rocks. While both wielded the dark fruit, Rocks was far more powerful. I never imagined you would understand the dark fruit so well. Let us see if your energy can withstand my might. Ha ha ha. Rocks, intrigued by Baichen's assault, braced himself as Baichen's flames approached. Rocks was engulfed in black smoke, his features obscured, as he transformed himself to absorb energy. Point one attacked while the other absorbed. Baichen relentlessly unleashed his fiery onslaught, while Rocks maintained his steadfast defense. After a full 3 minutes, as Baichen's beastly form neared Rock's dark abyss, an anticipated event unfolded. The black waves beneath suddenly vanished, and the black mist enveloping Rocks dissipated, revealing his original form. Cough, cough. Rocks expelled 2 large mouthfuls of blood that I truly did not expect, Baichen. To find myself in such a predicament, I had not anticipated that I could not withstand your energy. Rocks wiped the blood from his lips with his tattered clothing. It is merely me. No one else could achieve this. My energy is not so easily absorbed. Yet, to think you would be harmed by the backlash of energy, merely a minor wound. Truly terrifying. Baichen, reverting to his human form, reflected on the encounter in Baichen's eyes. Rocks was indeed extraordinarily powerful. No wonder he held dominion over the seas. Yet, Rocks remained unmoved by Baichen's words, for in the initial exchange of devil fruit powers, he had fallen to the back foot. You cannot always be the one attacking. Let us see if you can withstand my defense, and whether your dark fruit truly doubles the pain. Great New Year Heavenly Break. Baichen's fist relentlessly advanced towards Rocks. Release. While defending, Rocks did not forget to unleash the countless remnants of objects absorbed through the dark fruit, including the energy from Baichen's flames. Although he had been unable to endure Baichen's previous assault, the absorbed energy was immensely formidable. Even someone as strong as Baichen could not emerge unscathed from such an onslaught. For the released energy was no longer merely Baichen's flames. It also encompassed the energy of the dark fruit. While Baichen could resist flames, he understood that this was a different matter altogether. Observing this, Baichen realized that Rock's devil fruit abilities had likely awakened. The future Blackbeard could only release the objects he had absorbed, but Rocks could reconstitute and release energy, which was incredibly terrifying. After enduring the blow from Baichen, even with Rock's extraordinary resilience, he could not help but let out a pained cry. The agony induced by the dark fruit was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Rocks was gasping for breath as blood erupted from his mouth. Baichen, in his current state, was not faring much better. Blood streamed down his arms, and his hair was in disarray, marking perhaps the most disheveled appearance since he set sail. Although the dark fruit could absorb energy attacks, it was helpless against physical assaults, leaving Rocks to rely solely on his physical prowess for defense. Observing Baichen's condition, Rocks recognized that his attacks were indeed effective. Dark Cavern Technique. With his hands darkening, he began to touch the ground, seemingly intent on launching another attack. However, Baichen had no intention of pouring energy beyond Rock's threshold of endurance, though this would inflict injuries on Rocks. What was far more terrifying was his ability to release the absorbed energy once more. Transforming into his hybrid form, Baichen manipulated the air pressure to counteract the gravitational pull while continuously assaulting Rocks. Grand New Year, Sky Breaker, Dark Water. Rocks was compelled to adopt a defensive stance. Baichen's strongest hybrid punches were not easily received. Rocks was forced to retreat, remaining at a disadvantage. The spectators outside the island held their breath, witnessing a true battle of the strong. Even the proud figures of Shiki and Whitebeard had to concede that they were not yet qualified to partake in such a level of combat. Whitebeard, can you reach this level? Shiki inquired of Whitebeard. I am not capable of such feats. Both Captain Rox and Admiral Baichen are far beyond us. Truly, there are always greater powers, Whitebeard replied, shaking his head. In stark contrast to the serious situation on the battlefield, aboard the warship, Liya had ceased to observe the conflict on the island. Reclining on a lounge chair, she began applying a cucumber face mask, a tip she had received from Baichen. Ever since they took the Heart Lotus before setting sail, they could sense each other's life-threatening dangers, and Liya felt no immediate peril for Baichen. What a thrill! Admiral Baichen, after all these years, you are the first to push me to this extent, truly deserving of your reputation. I doubt anyone in the Navy can suppress you now. Especially with your dangerously audacious thoughts, and oh wonder you suggested the world government might seek to eliminate you, even now that you remain in the Navy. Let me show you how this move works. Dark cavern, black star, around rocks, small black orbs began forming, attacking Baichen at an unparalleled speed. These were energy spheres infused with the properties of the dark fruit. One could likely obliterate an island. Yet, they aimed for Baichen, soaring in the sky. This has been the most exhilarating battle since I set sail. Rox. Bring it on, Baichen declared as he charged toward the energy spheres launched by Rox. Skillfully dodging the onslaught even as the black orbs relentlessly pursued him. One hit from this could spell disaster. It's akin to a human nuclear weapon, Baichen murmured. The magnitude of Rock's strength exceeded Baichen's expectations. Yet until the final moment, no one could foresee the outcome. Grand New Year, Sky Breaker, Dark Cavern, Black Star. What Black Star? Watch me turn you into a raging gorilla. Year Beast Transformation, Flame of Heaven. The two clashed for 2 days and 2 nights, yet their stamina seemed far from depleted, and the island's resilience was nothing short of miraculous, considering the immense destructive power they both wielded. Standing defiantly, both appeared ragged, yet the aura they exuded was terrifyingly potent. After 2 days of combat, they had come to understand each other's capabilities thoroughly. Continuing like this lacks purpose, yet it has been exhilarating. The strongest opponent I've faced since setting sail, Baichen, with disheveled hair, laughed heartily. Indeed, Admiral Baichen, I never expected to find someone who could engage me to such a degree. This cannot go on indefinitely. Let us settle this with our final moves, Rox stated, wiping the blood from his face. That is precisely my intention. Let us proceed. With that, they began to distance themselves from one another. Rox remained grounded while Baichen hovered in the air. Each raised a hand above their heads, with the black smoke surrounding Rox growing increasingly dense, forming an enormous dark sphere that drew in everything around it. This technique had been employed by the future Blackbeard when capturing Ace. Yet compared to Rox's current display, it seemed like a mere childish play. Baichen's energy sphere also swelled, a skill he had previously created with Liya, now wielded alone. Perhaps using it solo rendered it even more powerful. However, Baichen had grown significantly stronger compared to 2 years prior. In contrast to the ominous black aura emanating from Rox, Baichen radiated vibrant life energy. The energy spheres in both their hands expanded, ultimately dividing the island into 3 parts, one half black, the other red, with a buffer zone in between. I hope you can handle this, Rox. Blood Shadow Devour. I am Rox. Who do you think you are underestimating? Come forth, Dark Star. With an unmatched ferocity, they hurled their condensed energy spheres toward each other. The colossal black sphere and the red sphere collided with tremendous force upon the island, a resounding explosion resonating through the surrounding seas. The sky ruptured with destructive power, the violent clash erupting in mid-air, sparks flying, energy waves surging, the earth trembling, mountains crumbling. The island shattered into countless fragments amidst this fierce confrontation, in the face of such overwhelming might. The figures of Baichen and Rox appeared insignificant, their eyes alight with fervent intensity and respect for one another. In that moment, it felt as if the entire world had come to a standstill, leaving behind a magnificent tableau, an immortal duel. Whitebeard, Shiki, the trembling voice of Shiki echoed, his back soaked with sweat, unsure of what to say to Whitebeard. That moment, Whitebeard remained silent, his expression grave, fixated on the unfolding scene. Gripping his weapon tightly, the veins in his hands prominently visible, the sight of the island's turmoil exerted immense pressure on the spectators. Before them stood an insurmountable mountain, suffocating them. Rock's 3rd Division Captain John and the crew, including Silver Axe, could only swallow hard and suppress their trembling bodies. The future Empress of the Sea, Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, and the Emperor Kaido were filled with terror, shaking uncontrollably, their faces pale, as if the Grim Reaper loomed before them. Liya on the warship had also stood up, gripping the ship as she surveyed the situation. Eager to glimpse a fleeting glimpse of the future through her observation haki, she was intrigued by the outcome of the battle. Knowing that both had consumed the Heart Lotus, Liya sensed Baichen was in no immediate danger, allowing her to indulge her curiosity, though she did not believe he would lose. What is happening? Liya murmured perplexedly after using her observation haki, casting a cold glance toward the pirate's direction, then transforming into a swarm of bats that enveloped the warship and ascended into the sky. Moments later, Whitebeard and Shiki felt an overwhelming sense of impending danger. The backlash of the attack is coming. Quickly, defend yourselves, Whitebeard shouted to the crew as he turned. By the time everyone reacted, a colossal wave towering hundreds of meters appeared before them. If struck by this wave, their ship would undoubtedly disintegrate. Those with lesser strength would likely perish instantly. Even those with devil fruit abilities would find themselves submerged in the sea. Earthquake. Whitebeard struck the air with both hands, unleashing the might of the tremor fruit to generate a force capable of splitting the sea, causing the waves to surge in the opposite direction, attempting to counter the residual energy from the clash between rocks and Baichen. Lion's thousand cuts. The golden lion Shiki wielded his sword with both hands, unleashing a strike with the might of a grand swordsman, delivering an assault more lethal than the slicing waves. He aimed to rend the colossal ocean waves asunder, attempting to create a barrier. After executing this feat, the golden lion swiftly ascended into the sky. This was more than sufficient assistance for his comrades. Given ample time, it is conceivable that Shiki would have generously levitated all his ships into the air to avert disaster. However, time was evidently short, and his foremost priority was to extricate himself from peril. The Rock's pirates were, at this moment, unprecedentedly united, with everyone exerting their utmost to withstand the oncoming tidal wave. Failure to do so could cost them their very lives. The overwhelming majority of the residual force was dissipated through their collective efforts. Yet, considerable waves still surged towards the Rock's encampment, claiming the lives of many weaker individuals. Even Rox himself was taken aback by the sheer force of the aftermath generated by this clash. Spectators from Rock's crew were numerous, eager to witness the display of Rock's formidable prowess. Shiki, you scoundrel! Upon Shiki's return to the ship, Whitebeard bellowed furiously at him. Hey, Whitebeard, I contributed as well. All right, I prioritized my safety only after exerting my strength. Why are you so incensed? Shiki replied nonchalantly. After some contemplation, Whitebeard conceded that it was understandable. Everyone prioritized their own survival at this juncture. The Rock's pirates were in disarray, many ships reduced to mere husks, while countless others lay in shattered fragments. This was merely the aftermath of their confrontation, and it was uncertain how Captain Rox would react upon learning of the consequences. That we must hurry to the island and assess the situation, John exclaimed breathlessly. Just as Liya maneuvered the warship to land back on the surface of the sea, a bloodied figure suddenly appeared on the vessel. Liya, let us depart. Captain Rox, you have finally awakened. You were unconscious for half a month. Captain, whoa. John rushed forward as he saw Rox regain consciousness. What transpired? Rox murmured groggily. Captain, after your battle with White Morning, we located you, but you were already in a coma. And we did not witness the presence of Vice Admiral White Morning. That despicable fiend inflicted such grievous injuries upon you. Captain, we must exact revenge, John declared with fervor. Rox gazed at John as if he were a fool, uncertain whether John's sentiments were genuine or feigned. Let us gather the crew for a meeting. Rox interrupted John, who was about to continue his expression of loyalty. Upon hearing this, John exited the room. Rox reflected on his battle with White Morning, recalling the confident gaze of White Morning in their final moments. Although he had lost, Rox did not seem particularly enraged. I never imagined that you would be the one to understand me best. Nevertheless, it is for the best. Even if I truly fail, if you still live, perhaps you can achieve what I could not. Yet, I also wish to witness the manifestation of that era, Rox mused with a bitter smile. He was aware that during his unconsciousness, the Rox pirates must have faced numerous tribulations, and he needed to swiftly prepare for the impending confrontation. He could only wonder what thoughts would cross Rox's mind upon learning that many of his subordinates had been affected by the residual force of his battle with White Morning. The slaughter that ensued following White Morning and Liya's arrival on Hive Island, compounded by the individuals caught in the aftermath, had severely diminished the lower-tier strength of the Rocks pirates. The decisive outcome of a battle is invariably determined by the strength of the upper echelons. However, the absence of lower-tier strength would inevitably disrupt the entire operation of such a vast pirate crew, especially one of this magnitude. Oftentimes, the suffering inflicted upon people is predominantly wrought by the minions of lower-tier strength. 7 days after White Morning and Liya departed Hive Island, their exploits had already spread across the seas. However, the news within the Navy headquarters and the world government was more immediate, as numerous undercover agents had been embedded within the Rocks pirates. Although most had since perished 14 days prior at Marine headquarters in Marineford. Although I do not particularly like that lad, he truly executed his plan beautifully, Garp exclaimed excitedly. Yet, can it be that even Rocks was bested? It seems there is no one in the Navy stronger than him. As he spoke, Garp's expression shifted to one of concern, for there was no one who could rein him in. This was decidedly not a good omen. Nevertheless, Sengoku and Admiral Kong exhibited no signs of worry, clearly privy to certain plans of the world government. However, Sengoku refrained from divulging anything to Garp and the others. Zephyr and Crane remained silent, their expressions grave. Zephyr believed that White Morning's strength was excessively formidable, yet his sense of justice could lead to such bloodshed. Crane, having contemplated White Morning's declaration of justice from the outset, harbored some unsettling thoughts upon realizing his current power. But he dared not voice them. Yet, upon seeing the untroubled expressions on the faces of Kong and Sengoku, Crane seemed to piece together something, though he could not help but feel a profound sorrow in his heart. 14 days prior, at the Holy Land of Marie-Joys, it appears that sending White Morning to confront Rocks was indeed a prudent decision. However, it was unexpected that even Rocks would be defeated. Nonetheless, we possess divine artifacts. And to avert any unforeseen circumstances, we must summon White Morning to deal with Rocks. The plan is proceeding smoothly. These two must be eradicated completely. Otherwise, it would severely disrupt the balance of our grand design. The world government's intent to eliminate White Morning was no longer concealed, especially after their king had made such proclamations 12 days prior, aboard the Roger pirate ship. Roger remained silent for a prolonged period after hearing the news from the Rocks pirates, stroking the wound on his arm as if reminiscing about his battle with White Morning. Roger, do not dwell on it too much. At least this is a significant blow to the Rocks pirates, Rayleigh suggested, unsure of how to comfort them. After all, White Morning had exerted tremendous pressure upon them, a pressure that had now surpassed even that of Rocks, especially given White Morning's intense animosity towards pirates. 7 days prior, at the North Sea Badar base, Sakazuki sat in a position of authority, with Eren second only to him, while below them sat Shuji, Vina, and Mark together. Have you seen these newspapers? Truly deserving of the title boss, White Morning. Sakazuki puffed on a cigar, a grotesque grin spreading across his face. Boss White Morning has indeed accomplished something monumental. We cannot allow the reputation of the Badar base to diminish. Although there are currently few pirates daring to show their faces in the North Sea, there are still many gray industries that I propose that the Badar base transition from a hunting phase to a law enforcement phase. We must eradicate all lawbreakers in the North Sea, Eren asserted boldly to the assembly. That is quite reasonable. Vina, Shuji, you two will be in charge of this matter. Your devil fruit abilities will complement each other, making any task manageable. Mark, you will take over the intelligence organization from Eren and provide support to the two of them. Collaboration is key. Understood. Shuji, Vina, and Mark all stood and saluted as they accepted their assignments. Sakazuki made the decision, and the current Sakazuki and Eren exuded a heavy aura of leadership, though Sakazuki remained receptive to Eren's counsel. On one hand, Eren had a knack for challenging Sakazuki, while on the other hand, White Morning had previously advised Sakazuki to heed Eren's opinions. Sakazuki might disregard others' advice, but he would unconditionally comply with White Morning's words. Some may have forgotten the identities of Shuji, Vina, and Mark, so a brief reiteration is in order. Shuji, colonel of the Badar branch base, possesses the wind fruit of the natural type. Vina, colonel of the Badar branch base, wields the pollen fruit of the paramecia type. Mark, colonel of the Badar branch base, commands the momo fruit of the paramecia type. 7 days prior, at the 68th Navy branch in the West Sea. Moria had now ascended to the position of base commander at the Navy branch. His previous superior had, as he wished, been promoted to headquarters. The Navy headquarters had initially intended to transfer Moria to headquarters as well, given that he was a user of the Thunder Fruit. However, Moria insisted that his training was insufficient and preferred to remain in the West Sea to further hone his skills. The headquarters felt quite gratified upon hearing Moria's words. Thus, Moria was allowed to continue honing his skills in the West Sea. Although Moria's achievements could not compare to those of the Betel Base in the North Sea, he was nonetheless a household name in the West Sea. Indeed, Boss Baichen, you truly are remarkable. The time is drawing near. I shall certainly clear all obstacles for you at headquarters. I aspire to be your right-hand man, Boss Baichen, Moria whispered excitedly as he gazed at the newspaper in his hands. He had not forgotten everything Baichen had told him, including their lack of contact and the advice not to enter headquarters too soon. Moria was constantly calculating the days at this moment. In a certain location in the North Sea, Stinky Baichen, stop moving. Do you wish to be beaten again? Liya exclaimed, her fist raised high. All right, little Liya, I won't move, but I truly am not hungry right now. I don't want to eat, Baichen replied in a tone of feigned grievance. Ever since Liya had seen Baichen covered in blood and wounds, her tears had flowed uncontrollably. For a full half-month, Baichen had been swathed like a rice dumpling, receiving meals prepared by Liya's own hands. Baichen repeatedly insisted that he had fully recovered, yet Liya stubbornly refused to let him move. Baichen remarked, without Liya's care, I might have recovered even more perfectly. I really don't wish to eat your divine cuisine. However, every time he recalled Liya's heart-wrenching cries from that time, he felt a pang of sorrow. Thus, he dared not utter a single word of protest and allowed Liya to fuss over him. After all, it was Liya's affection. Others would envy it, and Baichen could only comfort himself in this manner. In truth, Liya had long been aware that Baichen had completely healed. She was merely angry. Therefore, she felt it necessary to let Baichen experience some of life's hardships. In Liya's words, who told this rascal to end up like this? Stinky Baichen, we are already quite close to the Betel Base, but shouldn't we go back to see how they are? I wonder how Eren is doing now, Liya expressed with concern. Baichen glanced at his own body and replied, There's no rush, Liya. Let us stay a few more days before we go. Upon hearing this, Liya yanked off all the white bandages from Baichen. Humph, if it weren't for wanting my little Eren to continue experiencing this kind of life, I would let you off the hook. Let us see if you dare again. However, as Liya spoke these words, she seemed to have forgotten Baichen's previous mention of the Valley of the Gods. Perhaps unwilling to think of it, or maybe it was a form of preemptive revenge. I'm sorry, little Liya, Baichen said with a guilty expression, bare-chested. Let us set off. Let us return and see how that bunch of little rascals is doing now. I wonder how that fool Sakazuki is faring with Eren, Baichen commanded, pointing towards the direction of the Betel Base. You idiot Baichen, that is not the right direction. Are you stupid? A day later, Baichen and Liya's warship arrived at the gates of the Betel Base. Despite the sight of a military vessel, the guards did not permit entry until they confirmed their identities. However, when the guards caught sight of Baichen and Liya, they hesitated to confirm. Moments later, one guard picked up a nearby loudspeaker and excitedly shouted, Boss Baichen has returned. Sister-in-law Liya has returned. Open the gates. Brothers, Boss Baichen is back. Open the gates. Brothers, in the conference room of the Betel Base. After Baichen and Liya exchanged pleasantries with the excited crowd, they proceeded directly to the conference room to await Sakazuki and the others. Sakazuki, you've done quite well. How have things been while I was away? Did you heed Eren's words? Baichen said with a teasing tone while examining the documents in his hands. You and Eren have both performed admirably. It is wise to delegate authority to trustworthy individuals. Allowing Shuchi, Weina, and Mark to train more will benefit their future, Baichen continued. Yes, Boss Baichen. It's all thanks to your guidance, Sakazuki, who had initially worn a frown upon hearing the earlier comments, immediately transformed his expression to one of joy upon receiving Baichen's praise. Enough of that, Sakazuki. Have you learned to flatter now? How about you, Eren? Do you feel restricted in the North Sea with Sakazuki? Baichen turned his attention to Eren after addressing Sakazuki. Indeed, a bit, Boss Baichen. Currently, Shuchi and the others are more than sufficient for the North Sea. Sakazuki and I do feel somewhat limited. Eren candidly expressed her feelings. I understand, but the time is not yet ripe. Do you recall what I told you before I left? Do not forget, when the time comes, you will likely head to the Navy headquarters and the New World. Especially you, Aaron. I cannot trust those few, so you must supervise them closely. Baichen reiterated the seriousness of the matter. Understood, Boss Baichen. Baichen himself had not anticipated returning to the Beidou base. His original plan had been to remain at headquarters until the battle against rocks. All right, Aaron. Liya has been absolutely frantic thinking about you. Hurry and catch up with her. I'll first see if Sakazuki has made any progress in his training. You should come to the training ground later, Baichen said, leading Sakazuki away. Boss Baichen, my strength is now quite acceptable, so there is no need to trouble you. What do you think? Sakazuki said timidly. Knowing that he was in for a rough time, Sakazuki, I must insist, a man should seize the opportunity to grow stronger rather than cower in fear. Do you understand? Baichen saw through Sakazuki's hesitation and firmly rejected him. Understood, Boss Baichen, but do be careful. Sakazuki, realizing he could not escape, boldly began to act more arrogantly, knowing that regardless of the outcome, it would not change, so he might as well be a bit more brazen. Hee, I shall await your performance, Baichen remarked, feeling a deep sense of nostalgia for the Sakazuki before him, a man entirely transformed from the stubborn and rigid character in the original story. In the combat arena of the Beidou base, upon hearing that the returning boss Baichen was to fight Sakazuki, many people set aside their tasks to come watch. Ha! Commander Sakazuki is finally going to get taught a lesson for being so strict with us. Some could not help but exclaim. Everyone understood that Sakazuki's strictness was for their benefit, and their sentiments were more of amusement than genuine discontent. The actions of Sakazuki and Aaron in Baichen's absence had already won the crowd's admiration. Ha! Yes, how delightful. I can see my idol, Rear Admiral Baichen. Once more, I must boast to my parents when I return home. Ha! At this moment, Baichen and Sakazuki were surrounded by a throng of spectators, with some even placing bets on how many moves it would take for Sakazuki to be defeated. Baichen observed this and chose not to intervene. After all, everyone needed a bit of relaxation. Seeing Baichen's indifference, Sakazuki felt even less inclined to object. Sakazuki, the premise of our duel is that no harm may come to the spectators. Whoever fails to uphold this loses. This will truly test your control over your powers. Perhaps you should concede now, Baichen provocatively suggested. Were it not for the audience, Sakazuki would have readily agreed. However, with so many eyes upon him and the added humiliation of being bet against, how could a proud man like Sakazuki concede? Boss Baichen, there's no need to say such things to underestimate me. Seismic dog. Sakazuki launched a surprise attack, extending his molten arm towards Baichen. Ah, quite impressive. You've learned to take the initiative, and your power has grown stronger. It seems you have not been slacking off. Let me see just how strong you are now. Baichen transformed into his beast form and charged at Sakazuki. Not shying away from the magma, but instead countering with his own flames. Beast transformation. Flame of destruction. After taking Baichen's strike head-on, Sakazuki half knelt on the ground, sustaining numerous injuries. Boss Baichen, why can your flames hurt me? Sakazuki, perplexed, inquired. As the possessor of the magma fruit, I can be considered a master over all flames. Why then am I susceptible to the flames of white morning? It is due to temperature, White Morning explained. Your magma fruit does indeed allow you to withstand the majority of flames, as their temperatures do not reach that of your magma, while your magma possesses formidable destructive power. I believe there is still room for improvement in terms of temperature, by enhancing this aspect. Your strength would undergo a qualitative transformation. My flames, too, are focused on increasing temperature rather than range, after reverting to his human form. White Morning elucidated further. Upon hearing this, Sakazuki experienced a moment of clarity. Magma typically ranges from 700 to 1,200 degrees Celsius, but under certain conditions, it can exceed even that. For instance, the temperature of magma during a volcanic eruption can surpass 200 degrees Celsius. In contrast, ordinary flames range from approximately 500 to 900 degrees Celsius. If White Morning can elevate the temperature of his flames, why can't I enhance the temperature of my magma? It appears that the next stage of my devil fruit training should focus on raising the magma's temperature. White Morning's assertions hold true. Standing up with a clenched fist, Sakazuki proclaimed. Indeed, this mindset is essential for a true warrior. When faced with adversity, one should not succumb to despair, but rather cultivate it into an advantage. White Morning commended Sakazuki. White Morning, I have yet to concede. Great eruption. Sakazuki's arm transformed into a colossal fist of molten lava, simulating the impact of a volcanic eruption as he launched his fist forward, carefully restraining the range to avoid harming onlookers. Ever since aligning with White Morning, Sakazuki had seized his previous extremities, even sparing his own comrades. Clearly, the current Sakazuki was no longer a problematic youth, which was precisely what White Morning desired. White Morning continuously teleported to evade the onslaught. Although Sakazuki's attacks were undeniably powerful, they were entirely avoidable for someone agile. Do you not understand that when engaging with swift opponents, one must either restrict their movement or strike decisively upon closing the distance? Sakazuki? With that, White Morning surged forward towards Sakazuki. New Year's punch, shattering New Year. A punch imbued with the flow of cherry blossom haki surged towards Sakazuki, without employing the highest grade of haki, as White Morning feared that Sakazuki might not withstand it at this moment. How could I forget what White Morning has taught me? I have awaited this moment. White Morning. Canine bite of Crimson Lotus. The molten arm morphed into the shape of a dog's head, extending its lava-formed limbs toward White Morning. The dog-headed construct would attempt to bite White Morning as it struck. Sakazuki endured a punch from White Morning, and in turn, White Morning was struck by Sakazuki's attack. Commander Sakazuki. The onlookers gasped in shock. Bang, bang. Sakazuki's figure was propelled backward until finally, he was halted by the spectators. At this moment, White Morning gazed at the burn marks adorning his body, astonished, murmuring, "Remarkable, just as I mentioned. The temperature of magma has indeed been elevated to the point of inflicting harm upon me. No wonder such remarkable achievements lie ahead. Possessing this level of insight is rare, especially when combined with such unwavering resolve." White Morning's satisfaction grew as he observed Sakazuki approaching once more. This was the Sakazuki he envisioned. How does it feel, White Morning? Not so pleasant, is it? Ha ha, Sakazuki boasted. Quite impressive. It seems you have discovered your direction. Today's instructional session has concluded, but I have one final lesson. When facing those who vastly surpass you, do not provoke them. Little New Year's shattering punch, New Year's shattering. Great New Year's skybreaker. Each punch, infused with the flow of cherry blossom haki, rained down upon Sakazuki at an incomprehensible speed, particularly targeting his boastful visage. Woohoo! White Morning is teaching him a lesson. The surrounding voices fueled White Morning's fervor. Ah, White Morning, go easy on me. Have mercy. Oh no, White Morning, please don't strike my face. If this continues, I shall truly retaliate. This training session imparted to the observing Navy personnel the essence of humility. Before White Morning arrived, Sakazuki had been an imposing figure. Now, however, he appeared as anything but. White Morning pummeled Sakazuki for a full 15 minutes, each strike landing with precision, though he ensured to hold back. For the current Sakazuki could not endure such an onslaught. Commander Sakazuki, that is White Morning. How dare you act so arrogantly? You are about to face the consequences. Indeed, Commander Sakazuki, you cannot afford to show such arrogance toward White Morning. A lesson is certainly in order that a throng of spectators encircled Sakazuki, with two individuals assisting him toward the infirmary. At that moment, Sakazuki was unrecognizable, his face swollen and covered in blood. Yet, he continued to mumble, seemingly insisting, "You fools, do you think my humility will change the outcome? White Morning only seeks to strike me. The reasons may differ, but why should I not be arrogant?" The crowd, however, could not decipher his words. Nor did they recall the raucous cheers and shouts that had erupted during Sakazuki's pummeling. In the realm of brotherly camaraderie, they cheered the loudest while he was being struck, yet were swift to support him when he faltered. Why were all eyes on Sakazuki? Because after White Morning's departure, he vanished from sight, leaving the crowd to console Sakazuki. When White Morning had sustained an injury from Sakazuki, he had already been thoroughly satisfied. To be precise, he could have ceased then. However, unable to tolerate Sakazuki's arrogance, he deemed it necessary to instill in him the realities of human nature that, of course, one could also view White Morning's actions as a means of fortifying Sakazuki's physique. After all, if he were not seriously injured, enduring a beating could indeed enhance his physical resilience. Wasn't Erin supposed to join us? I wish to witness her progress and see how well she and Liya converse. Those two sisters truly share a deep bond. White Morning searched for Liya and Erin, he muttered to himself, failing to locate them within the confines of the building, and still somewhat at a loss for what to do after confronting Sakazuki. White Morning continued his search for Liya and Eren. Just as he soared toward the seaside, he suddenly heard the sounds of battle ahead, and the commotion was considerable. He hastily flew forward to ascertain the situation. What? Plastic Sisterhood. Why are they fighting? My goodness, Liya can be so brutal even with her sister. Did she not express a longing to see Eren before? He observed Liya and Eren engaged in close combat, their forms morphing into two hemispherical barriers in opposition. One was dark red, while the other was white. It took several minutes for the white barrier to gradually dissipate, revealing a breathless and sweat-drenched Eren lying on the ground. White Morning rushed over to assess the situation. What transpired, Eren? Were you two merely sparring? He inquired, assisting Eren to her feet. Eren mentioned she wanted to train with me. You scoundrel! Did you not realize that my fruit ability is better suited for teaching Eren? Liya explained to White Morning. Thus, I invited Eren to stay behind, and we engaged in combat. I never anticipated Eren's progress to be so significant. Liya, now in her human form, clarified to White Morning. Ha ha, Liya, I apologize. That was indeed the case that I did not foresee it at the time, but it seems both Sakazuki and Eren have made commendable advancements. White Morning scratched his head as he spoke to Liya. Eren, I believe your fruit ability still hinges on enhancing concentration and precision. It appears there is ample room for improvement in these areas. Liya took Eren from White Morning and added, Indeed, Eren, Liya makes an excellent point. Unlike Sakazuki, whose focus lies in increasing temperature, yours should be on enhancing concentration. Eileen nodded thoughtfully, truly devoid of the energy to speak. Baichen was uncertain how long Eileen had been engaged in her duel with Liya, but judging by the circumstances, it must have been quite some time. As Baichen and Liya escorted Eileen to the infirmary, they shared insights on enhancing their strengths, with a mischievous sense of humor. Baichen instructed the infirmary staff to place Eileen in the same room as Sakazuki. Ha! Sakazuki, ha! The feeble Eileen could not help but mock Sakazuki's pig-like visage without reservation. Sakazuki, silently turning away and ignoring Eileen, cursed Baichen in his heart countless times, pondering how he could face anyone after being so thoroughly defeated by Baichen. After finally managing to shoo everyone back to training, Sakazuki was taken aback by the arrival of such a roommate, a lifelong rival, no less. Meanwhile, after delivering Eileen, Baichen and Liya strolled leisurely along the seaside, feeling as though they had truly returned home to the Betel base. Liya, pouting with a hint of sadness, mused, I wonder how Mom and Dad are doing. Do they miss us? Little Liya, Uncle Tian Niao and Aunt Yetta must be incredibly proud of you. After all, our exploits have been reported across the globe countless times, Baichen reassured her. Uncle Diwu and Aunt Yinhan must also be immensely proud of you. Stinky Baichen, your reputation certainly eclipses mine. Liya retorted, we'll be back soon. Liya, Baichen suddenly stated. Upon hearing this, Liya seemed to recall Baichen's previous instructions, and her earlier sadness deepened, rendering her speechless as she walked in silence. Baichen understood that some matters were difficult to accept, but these were realizations Liya needed to come to on her own. Liya was conscious that certain actions were necessary, yet the thought of them inevitably brought sorrow. Especially since she had grown up alongside Baichen. The idea of him sleeping for an extended period was disheartening to this moment. On the island of Erstan in the South Sea, Tian Niao pondered. Diwu, when will Liya come back to visit me and Yadu? He worried whether Baichen had taken good care of Liya. It had been nearly 2 years since they set sail, and he felt a profound sense of melancholy. Can you stop running to me for refuge every time Yada scolds you? What if she scolds me too? Do you want to drag me down with you? Yinhan had already gone to comfort Yadu. Focus on yourself first before worrying about Baichen and Liya. Diwu reprimanded Tian Niao, but Tian Niao feigned ignorance. Am I wrong for mentioning Liya a few times? And as for being berated, what does my duty have to do with Baichen and Liya? She just wants a peaceful family life. As if I want this. Baichen and Liya awakened their conqueror's haki at 5. And Baichen has always known what he wants to do. Liya grew up alongside that rascal. How could we possibly control them? It's all that brat Baichen's fault. Yet it takes her frustrations out on me instead. As Tian Niao spoke, he shifted the blame onto Baichen. Ha! Yadu and Yunhan understand everything. It's just that you happened to cross paths with Yadu when she was in a foul mood. However, these two kids have truly exceeded our expectations. Countless stories have begun to be written about them as legends, especially in the North Sea, Diwu remarked, gazing into the sky. Indeed, at this rate, We might not even be able to take down that brat Baichen anymore. I am well aware of the strength of Rock's D. Jibek. He is from that lineage that I didn't expect Baichen to advance so swiftly, Tian Niao reflected, despite being on a rather remote island. They were acutely aware of everything happening across the seas, possessing comprehensive information on all events since Baichen and Liya set sail. Are you feeling better, Yedu? I know you miss Liya. I do too. It has been 2 years since these two set out to sea. I wonder how they're faring and if they've lost weight. Yin Han, having just consoled Yedu, found herself growing sentimental. We understand everything. It's just that Tian Niao is an incessant nag, driving me mad that I need to get rid of him to feel better. Yedu grasped Yin Han's hand. Puff, you two are still just like when you were young. A pair of little adversaries. Yin Han chuckled uncontrollably. What are you saying, Yin Han? Do you want me to tell Baichen and Liya about your and Di Wu's affairs? Yedu exclaimed, playfully tackling Yin Han onto the bed. And the two began to frolic. Observing their enchanting faces and playful antics, one could hardly fathom that their children had already grown so much. Shouldn't we hand over the forces we've inherited to Baichen? That kid is already so strong. How much longer must we wait? Tian Niao inquired, perplexed after a long silence. It's not yet time. The moment for our grand entrance has not arrived. Have a bit of faith in your son-in-law. Tian Niao, even without these powers, what of it? They are merely external factors. What truly matters is his own strength. What do you mean, my son-in-law? You rascal Di Wu. I never agreed to that. That stinky Baichen has been trying to woo my Liya since childhood. It infuriates me just thinking about it. The next time he returns, I must give him a good lesson. Tian Niao berated Di Wu, his previously delicate and beautiful features now contorted with rage. Ha! By the time they return, you might not even be able to take him on. Regardless, my daughter-in-law must be Liya. Ha ha! Di Wu gleefully responded, delighted by the look on Tian Niao's face at Marine headquarters. Marine Vice Admiral Baichen and Marine Vice Admiral Liya were presented with a plan targeting the Rock's pirates. The world government will also deploy formidable forces. All of our marine officers above the rank of major will participate. Admiral Steelbone Kong spoke solemnly to them. The core members of the Navy were present. Admiral Sengoku, Vice Admirals Garp, Zifa, and Tsuru. After spending a few days in the North Sea, Baichen and Liya returned to Marine headquarters. Before departing, Baichen made sure to reiterate his previous words to Sakaski and Eileen, particularly to Eileen, whom he saw truly took his words to heart, allowing him to leave with Liya in peace. With the Battle of God Valley drawing near, the meeting unfolded as Baichen had anticipated. After all, with such formidable forces as himself and Liya, it would be unreasonable for the world government and the Navy not to leverage their strengths. Especially since Baichen was now a member of the Navy. Understood, Admiral Kong, Liya, and I will remain at headquarters, ready to await orders, Baichen declared, donning his Vice Admiral coat before departing with Liya. Feeling disinclined to engage with the others any longer, although Sengoku and the others were dissatisfied with Baichen's demeanor, they could do little, as Baichen had never been one to be easily manipulated. Furthermore, given his current strength, he no longer needed to cater to their whims. Only Tsuru observed the expressions of Steelbone Kong and Sengoku with thoughtful contemplation. Liya, let us return and further enhance our strengths. In this chaotic world, nothing can be relied upon but our own might, Baichen stated earnestly, determined to ensure that this mission encountered no unforeseen complications. Stinky Baichen, I have a good idea. Liya chimed in agreement. Upon returning to their courtyard, Baichen and Liya commenced a new round of intensive training. Baichen felt his offensive capabilities were still lacking, while Liya continued to develop her devil fruit powers, one skill of which was crucial to Baichen's survival. Although Liya had already developed it earlier, Baichen had never permitted her to utilize it, as revealing such an ability could jeopardize their future actions. Caution was paramount. At this moment, Liya diligently refined her skills, for both she and Baichen understood that there could be no room for error. In the preceding half-month, they each focused on their training. Half a month later, they began to identify each other's shortcomings and continued to improve. That a month later, they engaged in daily battles, initially holding back, but gradually escalating in intensity. Their small courtyard could no longer contain them, compelling them to venture to the nearby Cypress Island for combat. First, there were others training on the island, but they gradually departed, as the clashes between Baichen and Liya would easily impact those nearby. As vice admirals in the headquarters, they naturally had no worries about food or other necessities, as provisions were delivered to them daily. Additionally, they received the latest intelligence from the world government and Navy headquarters regarding plans to confront the Rocks pirates. With no concerns about Baichen leaking information, everyone in the world knew of Baichen's profound hatred for pirates. He would certainly not inform Rocks, as he was merely exploiting the situation. It had been exactly 2 months since their training commenced, with no missions or disturbances from anyone during this period. Even the world government had not behaved as they once did, as neither faction wished for any unforeseen incidents. On Hachiho Island in the New World, set sail, commanded Rocks, flanked by his fleet captains, including the Golden Lion Shiki, Edward Newgate, and John. The future Yonko, Charlotte Linlin, directed the kitchen staff to hastily prepare the desserts she desired. While Kaido played the role of a mere background figure, AT this time, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin maintained a relatively amicable relationship. She valued this in turn, feeling that he suited her palate. Humph. The success or failure hinges on this one moment. Shiki, Newgate, what do you think the outcome will be? Rocks remarked, gazing into the distance. It's just the world government. What is there to fear? Ha! Shiki laughed arrogantly, though his true thoughts remained a mystery. Captain Rocks. We must exercise caution, Newgate said, his expression heavy with concern. Ha! Newgate, your worries are not without merit, but we cannot retreat now. We are the Rocks pirates. Ha! Rocks declared with formidable confidence, though our crew is dwindling. The last loss was indeed substantial, John interjected. Rocks, Shiki, and Newgate exchanged glances of disbelief. John's comment certainly disrupted the atmosphere at such a pivotal moment. Mary Geos. Are the offerings prepared? The Perming family hasn't caused any trouble. Have they? Jagor Lucius Satan, gripping his scepter, addressed the CP0 agents before him. Everything is proceeding smoothly, my lord. However, their family's supply of child sacrifices is dwindling, so we have supplemented from other families. The sacrificial children from the lower classes have also been prepared. A CP0 member respectfully replied. Good. Remain vigilant of all factions. This operation is of utmost importance. Yes, came the unified response. The Marine headquarters in Marineford, Admiral Kong, aside from Baichen and Liya, who are still training on Cypress Island. All other personnel are prepared, Sengoku reported, holding a dossier. Good. The number of soldiers is more than sufficient. After Baichen's intervention, the Rocks pirates likely have only a few thousand minions left. We need not concern ourselves with them. The critical factor is the high-level combat power. Everyone must be ready at all times, Kong instructed. Kapu, what is the outcome of the contact with the Roger pirates? What did they say? Admiral Kong suddenly inquired. They have agreed to join forces with us at a crucial moment to ambush Rocks. Kapu replied, unusually serious. All right, everyone, with nothing pressing for the next few days, take the opportunity to relax, but do not let your guard down. Do not forget the impending war. We must eradicate the Rocks pirates once and for all, Kong declared solemnly. Understood. Nearby on Cypress Island. Let us go, Liya. Let's unwind at a tavern in Sabadi Archipelago. We haven't been there yet. And I hear their drinks are quite good, Baichen gently suggested, taking Liya's hand. Baichen, I want to try a Bloody Mary. I wonder if they have it there, Liya responded cheerfully to AT this moment. Both Baichen and Liya had changed into brand new outfits, still in shades of black and red. Liya's long black hair was tied high, while Baichen's red hair remained tousled over his shoulders. Although they had just concluded a battle, there was no overwhelming pressure emanating from them. Instead, they seemed like ordinary individuals, their auras remarkably subdued. They did not inform the headquarters of their departure, as such trivial matters would not be scrutinized at a critical time. Wow, Baichen, this place is breathtaking, Liya exclaimed, bouncing with excitement at the sight before her. Witnessing beautiful scenery always uplifted one's spirits, and now they had set foot on Sabadi Archipelago. Little Liya, haven't you seen the intel about this place? It's all gold on the outside but rotten within. Baichen ruffled her hair as he spoke. How could that be? I've definitely reviewed the intel. I just happened to forget, Liya retorted, hands on her hips in a haughty manner. And why must we wear masks? Baichen chose not to expose her forgetfulness and slowly explained. The masks are merely to avoid any unforeseen incidents. Here lies the world's largest mangrove tree, the Yarchi mangrove. Its roots protrude above the water, forming Sabadi Archipelago. The island's most significant feature is that the roots of the Yarchi mangroves secrete a unique natural resin due to respiration. The resin expands into bubbles that ascend into the sky. These bubbles can only thrive within the climatic confines of the Yarchi mangrove. Once they leave the climate of Sabaody archipelago, they will burst from inability to sustain their power. Bubble cars, bubble Ferris wheels, and houses built atop bubbles. Bubble culture permeates every corner of Sabaody Island. No wonder there are so many bubbles, Liya exclaimed as she popped one, interrupting Baichen, after a brief pause. Baichen continued, the entire archipelago consists of 79 trees, each numbered, with towns and facilities on each. The 79 islands collectively form what is known as Sabaody archipelago. The region is clearly divided according to the tree numbers. 1 to 29 is primarily for human trafficking shops and auctions. 30 to 39 has bubble parks. 40 to 49 features sightseeing areas and specialty shops. 50 to 59 is home to shipyards and coating craftsmen. 60 to 69 is where the Navy is stationed. And 70 to 79 mainly consists of hotel streets. Baichen, how can there be human trafficking here so close to the Navy headquarters, which even has a Navy presence on the island? Liya asked, puzzled. That's why I said it's all gold on the outside but rotten within. Little Liya, the Navy, don't rely on them. This is the backyard of the celestial dragons. Their pigs revel in such activities. And the Navy wouldn't dare say a word, Baichen replied coldly. How infuriating. Baichen, why didn't you tell me sooner? I want to eliminate those people, Liya shouted in anger. Little Liya, our primary goal is to enjoy some drinks. We can deal with them after we've had our fill. Otherwise, who will serve us drinks? I assure you, by the end of today, all illegal activities here will cease to exist. Previously, the timing was not right. And we lacked the opportunity. But today is perfect, Baichen reassured Liya. Indeed, since Baichen set sail, he had been constantly on the move, and this was his first visit to Sabaody archipelago. He had intentionally chosen this time to come, knowing that with the impending battle, the world government and navy would not dare to confront him that in the past. Had he caused destruction here, it would have undoubtedly drawn trouble upon him. Although unafraid, it is indeed quite troublesome, especially given the lack of time. Baichen and Liya arrived at the area numbered 21, having heard much about a tavern renowned for its delectable cuisine and exquisite drinks. Baichen did not necessarily intend to bring Liya to this lawless district. In fact, once Liya activated her observation haki, her prowess would shine regardless of the location. Baichen genuinely wished to unwind with a few drinks. Indifferent to the surroundings, upon pushing open the door, Baichen and Liya removed their masks and took a seat at the bar, where the tavern was bustling with noise. Hey, do you even know where you are? How dare you act so arrogantly and disregard us? Bellowed a drunken patron, intoxicated with rage. That's Major Baichen. Someone stammered in horror. Clatter. Upon hearing this, everyone froze momentarily, several glasses crashing to the ground. Subsequently, they disregarded everything and scrambled for the exit. Panic-stricken at the thought of encountering such a notorious figure, bang, 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 one by one, people collapsed, frothing at the mouth. Since Baichen had decided to remove his mask, he had no intention of allowing anyone to escape. At that moment, the bartender trembled. Major, I assure you, I only mix drinks. I haven't done anything wrong, have I? Calm down. Just prepare me a Bloody Mary, and for you frightened souls, whip up the spiciest drink you have. If you do poorly, I shall scatter your ashes, Liya declared with conviction. For someone of Liya's relatively weaker stature, it was effortless to perceive the bartender's inner thoughts. He had committed no offense. But his boss was another matter. To operate a tavern in such a chaotic locale, one must possess considerable strength. I merely intended to intimidate the bartender. Our beloved protagonists were, of course, here to indulge and enjoy before unleashing chaos upon the owner. All right, Liya, if you frighten him further, we might end up without drinks. Never fear, just mix the drinks, showcase your finest skills, and we shall not harm you. Baichen understood that if the bartender were problematic, Liya would certainly refuse his drinks. What did you say? Major Baichen and Major Liya's ship left by Mu Island. When did this happen? What? You say they might be heading towards the Sabaody archipelago. Why didn't you mention it sooner? Sengoku shouted in fury that he rushed to consult Admiral Kong about strategies, knowing that had he been aware of Baichen's destination, he would have done everything in his power to prevent him from going. He could foresee that if Baichen arrived there, it could spell disaster. for Baichen was no ordinary individual. Due to the celestial dragons, the Navy headquarters had no means to deal with the Sabati archipelago. Allowing such a place to persist, many Navy personnel had vested interests in the archipelago as well. Admiral, this is the situation. Quickly contact the station Navy at the Sabati archipelago. Instruct them to stop Major Baichen at all costs. There's no rush. First, we must ascertain whether there are any celestial dragons currently on the Sabati archipelago, that if there are, that would indeed be troublesome. Admiral Kong picked up a transponder snail, his face etched with worry. This is Admiral Kong. Is this the case regarding the Sabati archipelago? Yes. Understood. Bang. After hanging up, Kong could not help but pound the table in frustration. What time is it? And the world government still does not manage those people. They are off to the Sabati archipelago for amusement. This time, Kong truly misjudged the world government. They had sternly emphasized that no celestial dragons were permitted to visit the Sabati archipelago recently. They were well aware that no unexpected incidents could occur, even on their territory, as they had to be wary of rocks. No one could have predicted that a fool would completely disregard orders, let alone that Baichen would venture to the Sabati archipelago. Kong's expression grew grave. This could indeed be a serious problem, given the personalities of Major Baichen and Major Liya. Should they meet, Sengoku, quickly contact Garp. The three of us must head to the Sabati archipelago, just in case. Ensure that if the Navy at the Sabati archipelago spots Major Baichen's ship, they stop it at all costs. We cannot allow those individuals to encounter Major Baichen. Gulp, gulp. Liya, this rum is remarkably different. The flavors are unlike any I've tasted before. No wonder this tavern has such a stellar reputation. It truly has some skill, Baichen exclaimed, placing his glass down in astonishment. He felt that this drink could rival those from his previous life. He had not anticipated such exquisite beverages existed in this world. Really? Let me try. Liya quickly seized Baichen's glass and took a generous sip. Wow, Baichen, why is it so good? Liya, equally captivated by the flavor, was left in awe. Foolish Liya, instead of asking me. You should have inquired of the young man over there. Baichen gently tapped Liya's forehead. Oh, right. Please, tell me how you made it. Liya pouted, rubbing her head, before turning fiercely towards the bartender. Bartender, this is a skill of mine when it comes to dining. Run while you can. They're coming. Quick, kneel. Just as the bartender was about to finish his sentence, a cacophony of noise erupted from outside, followed by an eerie silence. No way. Are they still letting those brutes out at this stage? Baichen wondered, already suspecting the presence of celestial dragons. Stupid Baichen. It's the celestial dragons. Liya, utilizing her observation haki, sensed the unfolding scene outside with incredulity. Let's go take a look. Baichen spoke, his face devoid of any smile. Baichen and Liya stepped outside, and as they did, they were greeted by the sight of people kneeling along the road. Everyone kept their heads bowed low, terrified of attracting the attention of the celestial dragons and being enslaved, a fate they deemed worse than death. Hey, pull that person over here. He looks like he would make a fine slave. Perming Saint, holding a pistol, rudely commanded the CP members nearby. Sir, the family head has issued a warning. There is danger on this island. We should return quickly. The CP member spoke in a subdued tone. Humph, that damned old man tells me not to go anywhere, claiming it is an honor to serve as a sacrifice. Nonsense. I just want to go out. I am a member of the Perming Saint family. Who could threaten me? Who dares? Hurry and bring that person over to be my slave, or I'll put a bullet in your head. Perming Saint pressed his gun menacingly against the CP member's temple. Perming Saint's robe was adorned with opulent decorations of gold and silver, complemented by jewelry inlaid with precious stones, exuding an air of noble elegance that starkly contrasted with the attire of the common folk. His head was encased in a transparent spherical oxygen mask, as though breathing the same air as those he deemed beneath him was an affront. How disgusting, to come here for a drink and be subjected to such repugnance. Liya, let us confront this brute and see just how formidable he truly is. Baichen was utterly revolted by the scene before him, and upon hearing it, Liya joined him in striding towards the direction of the celestial dragons. The celestial dragons considered themselves the progeny of creators, arrogantly deeming themselves gods, while viewing all others as mere mortals. Male celestial dragons appended the title saint to their names, while their female counterparts added mansion. They operated above the law, believing that any actions they undertook were inherently justified, free from any constraints. Furthermore, The celestial dragons perceived themselves as superior beings, exhibiting severe discriminatory attitudes towards anyone outside their ranks. Treating others as subhuman, they viewed any individual as potential property, subjecting them to slavery, and some would brand their slaves with the heavenly dragon's claw insignia. The status of these slaves was often less than that of the dogs kept by the celestial dragons. To prevent escape, they would inject them with tranquilizers and adorn them with explosive collars. They could choose any person they fancied as a spouse, discarding them at their whim. Whenever a celestial dragon passed through a crowd, all civilians were compelled to yield, creating a wide path, and must kneel with heads bowed until the dragon had passed. Even if a civilian were to be killed before their eyes, onlookers were powerless to intervene. Most celestial dragons were accompanied by personal bodyguards, wielding the authority to summon the navy for protection. Should they feel offended by a civilian, they would not hesitate to call upon admirals for assistance, and in extraordinary circumstances, even summon CP0 for their safeguard. However, internal conflicts among the celestial dragons were beyond the jurisdiction of the navy, and CP0. The nations allied with the world government were obligated to pay the celestial dragons a tribute known as heavenly gold. Failure to do so would invite dire consequences, leading many countries to face famine or even annihilation in their desperate attempts to meet their quotas at that moment, as CP members were forced to capture the individual that St. Perming had set his sights on. Baichen and Liya suddenly materialized before them. The abrupt appearance of the duo startled St. Perming and his companions. Upon gazing at the breathtaking Liya, Perming's desires ignited, and he disregarded Baichen entirely. He failed to notice why the two dared to remain standing. "Hey, you there! I want this woman before me to be my 38th wife. Seize her at once," St. Perming commanded his CP associates with urgency. His impatience palpable. "Sir, this is Baichen Zhong." One of the CP members attempted to interject, but Liya's voice cut through. "I want that too, but what if my man here disagrees?" Baichen, exasperated by Liya's mischievousness, merely wished to eliminate the repugnant figure before him to avoid further disgust. Yet, at that moment, Liya tightened her grip on his wrist, and Baichen understood. She still wanted to play. Internally, he lamented, "What the hell is this? What kind of demon are you?" Meanwhile, St. Perming began to sense something amiss, realizing that the two did not kneel, which suggested a deviation from the norm. "Who are they?" he inquired of his companions. "My lord, they are Navy personnel, Vice Admiral Baichen and Vice Admiral Liya," a trembling CP member explained. They finally comprehended why their superior had insisted they escort Perming away. They were in the presence of a harbinger of death. Even the normally haughty CP members dared not act arrogantly before Baichen and Liya. The CP members could only hope that Baichen would refrain from taking drastic action. Otherwise, they would all perish. Yet, Perming remained blissfully unaware of the tension surrounding him, eagerly proclaiming, "Oh, Vice Admirals? Perfect. Hand over your wife to me, and I shall ensure your promotion to Admiral. How about it? It's completely worthwhile. My father has the capability." In truth, whether he possessed such capability was uncertain, but he had grown accustomed to getting whatever he desired since childhood. "Darling, don't agree. Are you really willing to part with me just to become an admiral?" Liya batted her eyelashes, feigning a pitiful expression that tugged at the heartstrings of those present. A few CP members were at a loss, wishing to prevent Perming from continuing, yet feeling powerless to do so. They wanted to communicate something to Baichen, but words escaped them. Believing success was imminent, Perming continued to boastfully address Baichen. "So, I might even overlook your earlier failure to kneel." Upon hearing this, the CP members knew disaster was imminent. They never believed they could escape from Baichen's grasp, and were now experiencing the true meaning of being a burden. "Liya, I cannot continue this charade, especially at your expense. Let me see what this so-called pig-headed individual is truly made of." Baichen's expression darkened as he released Liya's arm. Pig-headed individual. The bystanders were taken aback by Baichen's words, shocked by his audacity. At that moment, the CP members near Perming began to grasp the gravity of the situation. There was no way Baichen would dare to utter such a thing in broad daylight unless he had the confidence to back it up. Just as everyone was processing this, Perming suddenly found himself lifted by the throat. Cough, cough. Ah, ugh. The sounds of choking and agony escaped Perming's lips as he dangled helplessly, his 2-meter frame unable to touch the ground. "So you wish for my wife to become your nth spouse, do you? Who gave you the audacity, you pig-headed fool?" With that, Baichen slammed Perming down onto the floor, his foot pressing firmly against the celestial dragon's head. The oxygen mask on Perming's head shattered upon impact, Baichen's foot pinning him mercilessly. "I am a celestial dragon," Perming cried out in pain, attempting to use his status to intimidate Baichen. Baichen glanced at the CP members who seemed ready to intervene, causing them to freeze in fear. "Which CP are you?" Baichen's cold voice cut through the air. "Vice Admiral Baichen. We are members of CP5, tasked with protecting the Perming family," they stammered. "Please, Vice Admiral, do not act irrationally. Everything can still be salvaged." The CP5 members were in a dire predicament. Confronting Baichen meant death, and returning empty-handed would lead to the same fate. Baichen held no pity for them. Having chosen to serve as the world government's blade, they had to be prepared for death at any moment. Whether they acted willingly or under duress was of no concern to him. The world was rife with suffering souls. Could he save them all? At least these CP members had lived lives of privilege. Their deaths would not be in vain. Run. Madness. Someone dares to lay hands on a celestial dragon. Run. The admirals may come. Panic erupted in the vicinity as chaos ensued. How could a member of the Navy dare to attack a celestial dragon? This was beyond anyone's imagination, and even the individual who had been marked for enslavement now fled in desperation, unwilling to meet his end. Liya, handle the lawless individuals in Area 1-29. Take care of them all. Otherwise, many might escape. Baichen commanded Liya while still standing over Perming. "You mentioned wanting to eliminate these people. Now is the perfect opportunity. They want to get away. This filthy, pig-headed fool must not die too easily." Liya retorted before transforming into a bat and departing. "You lot, dare to move and see what happens." Some CP5 members attempted to seize the moment to slip away, ignoring their master entirely. That IT was understandable. Staying would surely mean death at Baichen's hands. Even if Baichen spared them, they would still face execution for failing to protect their lord. They believed escaping would be more merciful, even if it meant living in hiding. However, with Baichen present, even escaping was a distant hope. Baichen, meanwhile, found himself in a quandary. Should he crush the pig-headed fool beneath his foot, or take Liya's advice and toy with him first? Encountering me, you are indeed fortunate. I do not share Liya's peculiar tastes. Baichen gazed down at the trembling Pulingming Shungnayakan and spoke slowly. "Can you perhaps spare me? I will persuade my father to elevate your rank to that of a general." At this moment, the celestial dragon truly began to feel fear. He was terrified that Baichen might genuinely have the audacity to kill him the moment you uttered such words to Liya. "Your fate was sealed. That I possess wealth. I am quite affluent." A dull thud echoed as a liquid of red and yellow burst forth. "How unbearable," Baichen disdainfully remarked, filled with a sense of malice. Anyone who dared speak such words to Liya, regardless of their identity, would not escape Baichen's wrath. Dead, Baichen, the vice admiral, had truly slain a celestial dragon. At this juncture, the members of CP5 were utterly numb. He had accomplished what others dared not even contemplate, and all of this transpired in broad daylight. It was sheer madness. Is it truly so strange to kill a pig-like person? Observing your pathetic demeanor. You are unfit even to be dogs. Go down and accompany your master. Domain Great Darkness. Meanwhile, Liya had slaughtered her way from Island 1 to Island 6, employing her observation haki to carry out targeted mass killings. Those whom Liya despised were relentlessly bombarded by her mental assaults, forcing them to experience the depths of despair. Initially, Liya thought this technique was excessively cruel. However, Baichen had remarked that when confronting scum, a touch of cruelty was inconsequential. Were they not cruel to others? It was only then that Liya utilized her powers without a shred of psychological burden. The messages between regions barely had time to be relayed. Perhaps only Liya could achieve such feats. Upon arriving in each area, she unleashed her domain to massacre, providing no time for anyone to react. This demanded an extraordinarily high level of proficiency in her observation haki. Others, even if capable of reading minds, could not match Liya's adeptness. Even those who would later be deemed the most formidable in observation haki, such as the solitary and proud Scarlet. Reading minds is not merely about knowing what someone is thinking. Even the deepest memories cannot remain concealed. Of course, this applies primarily to those of lesser strength. The individuals Liya was slaughtering were, in comparison to her, undoubtedly weak, lacking even the qualification to engage her in combat. What is happening over there? Why is it surrounded by a dark red barrier? Some onlookers from other islands questioned those beside them, having witnessed Liya's assault. Unfortunately, while they could see, the sounds did not carry over by the time they comprehended the situation. Liya would likely have already reached their vicinity. Heavenly conflagration. In the port of Sabeti Archipelago, flames ignited in numerous locations as Baichen arrived, lying in wait for his prey. Any vessel bearing a pirate flag, regardless of its crew, was sent to meet their demise in the underworld. He could not emulate Liya's actions. Merely distinguishing between good and evil was beyond Baichen's capability. Hence he opted to hunt pirates at the port. Sengoku, I have a dreadful premonition. Admiral Steelbone suddenly expressed his concerns to Sengoku. The Navy's fleet Admiral Steelbone, Admiral Sengoku, and Vice Admiral Garp were employing Soru to hasten their journey to the Sabeti Archipelago. Initially, they had traveled by warship, but as Steelbone and Sengoku's unease grew, they opted for Soru, which demanded immense physical stamina. However, Garp felt no such anxiety, as he had long harbored disdain for the celestial dragons. He remained steadfast in his post solely for the sake of his own sense of justice. Thus, Garp was not concerned about the encounter between the celestial dragons and Baichen. He merely worried about the severe repercussions that might ensue. The Navy headquarters, along with the world government, were well aware of Baichen's true nature. If those foolish celestial dragons were to cross paths with Baichen, it would undoubtedly lead to conflict. What they did not realize was that their fears had already materialized. The celestial dragons had met their end, and they were simply a step too late. 5 minutes later, upon arriving at the port and witnessing the scene before them, they understood that matters had turned dire. Their gravest fears had likely come to fruition. Damn it, what on earth transpired with the station Navy at Sabeti Archipelago? Why did they not intervene? Where are they? Steelbone exclaimed in fury. He was consumed by a desire to rend apart the Navy stationed at Sabeti Archipelago. Not a single figure was in sight. Vice Admiral Baichen, cease your actions immediately. Sengoku shouted as he spotted Baichen. Upon hearing the voice, Baichen halted his movements, and by this time, the pirates in the port had been largely eradicated. What of the celestial dragon Pulingming Shungnaken? Is he safe? Steelbone asked impatiently. Baichen looked up, bewildered, and replied, What celestial dragon? You scoundrel! Do you take us for fools? Steelbone questioned darkly, and at that moment, even Garp, who harbored no fondness for the celestial dragons, found himself at a loss for words. Are you referring to that fellow in the oxygen mask? I have no idea. I was solely responsible for slaying pirates. Perhaps he made his escape amidst the chaos. Well, of course, he might have also been killed by pirates during the turmoil, Baichen asserted with audacity. Upon hearing these words, Steelbone, Sengoku, and the others realized the truth. Baichen had indeed taken action. However, just as Baichen and Steelbone were at an impasse, the station Navy at Sabeti Archipelago was preparing to depart. Vice Admiral Ribate, the treasures have all been loaded onto the ship. We shall set sail now. The acting base commander of the base spoke into the Den Mushi. Those of the rank of lieutenant commander and above were already at the headquarters. Thus, the Navy base stationed at Sabeti Archipelago was being overseen by subordinate personnel, once Steelbone issued his orders. The Navy here had already contacted their superior to inquire about the course of action. Who among the ranks of lieutenant commander and above was unaware of Baichen's reputation? Without hesitation, they instructed their subordinates to disregard everything and flee with the money, planning to later provide a few scapegoats and use substantial financial resources to mend their connections. Everything could be resolved. The current individual in charge was not present at Sabeti Archipelago, but at the headquarters. Being summoned by the headquarters, they could absolve themselves of any blame that at most they would face demotion, but the wealth they obtained was the true prize. It seems that not only pirates are filthy. How dare you call yourselves the Navy? Your existence is a waste of resources. Leave your lives behind. Life force absorption. Just as the acting base commander of Sabeti Archipelago prepared to escape with the treasures, Liya's figure suddenly appeared, providing them with a swift departure to avoid delays. Vice Admiral Baichen, we now have reason to suspect that you have betrayed the Navy, Steelbone declared to Baichen. Steelbone, Sengoku, and Garp had encircled Baichen, ready for combat at any moment. I rid the people of harm, and you accuse me of betraying the Navy. What a grand joke. Do you not find it amusing yourself? In this moment, Baichen's words were, without a doubt, an admission. He sought to witness the grotesque visages of these individuals, to toy with them. By the way, you are searching for that celestial dragon. What was his name again? Ming Shungnaekin? He is dead. I assure you. His brain matter was splattered beneath my feet. Ha! What will you do? Will you seek revenge for such filth? Is this your sense of justice? Turning a blind eye to true evildoers while preparing to strike at me. Baichen's disdainful tone struck hard against them, and no matter what you say, Vice Admiral Baichen, I know you are powerful, but do you think the three of us cannot contend with you? Steelbones said, his expression grim. Are you strong? Are you not merely lapdogs? Your incessant proclamations of justice are truly nauseating. Ah, by the way, Sengoku, are you devoid of intelligence as well? Shouldn't you enlighten our dear Admiral about the repercussions of engaging in combat right now? After berating Steelbone, Baichen suddenly addressed Sengoku. Steelbone turned to look at Sengoku, who shook his head and quietly said, Admiral, we cannot engage. The Battle of God Valley is about to commence. If a true fight breaks out, several of us would be unable to participate on the battlefield. What then of rocks? I believe it is imperative to contact the world government and explain the situation to see how they wish to proceed. After hearing Sengoku's words, Steelbone found them quite reasonable and proceeded to take out the den mushi he carried to contact the world government. Ha! Steelbone, I respect you enough to call you Admiral. Without that respect, you are nothing. Step aside for Sengoku. Ha ha! You can no longer fulfill this position. Baichen mocked without restraint, laughing derisively. You scoundrel, you timed this perfectly. It was entirely intentional. The steel bones, within the confines of the telephone snail, bellowed furiously at the world government. Oh dear, Marshal Kong, you have completely misunderstood me. I admit my arrival in the Sabati archipelago was intentional. However, the celestial dragon was an entirely unforeseen acquisition. Ah, Baichen boasted with an arrogant laugh. The reason Baichen dared to act so defiantly at this moment was that he calculated the world government was undoubtedly planning to eliminate both him and Rox. Therefore, it was better to stoke the flames further. The celestial dragons were not to be trifled with simply because those who dared to provoke them lacked the strength to survive beyond the next day. Baichen was precisely the exception. With the imminent battle of God Valley approaching, if the world government could eliminate both Rox and Baichen at once, then the demise of that foolish celestial dragon would be in vain. The connection between Steelbones and the world government's telephone snail had been established, and at that moment, Baichen remained quite leisurely, waiting without a hint of concern. The telephone snail of Steelbones had been disconnected, clearly waiting for the world government to deliberate on their course of action. The puppet navy lived up to its reputation at the Holy Land of Moria. The current predicament regarding Baichen's unexpected presence was deliberated. Should the navy intervene, or should we send our own men to resolve the matter, or shall we wait until the time comes to deal with Rox in one fell swoop? Topman v. Walchuri spoke slowly. Even if the navy were to capture Baichen, they would undoubtedly suffer heavy losses. It would be wiser for us to wait until the time to confront Rox. Are you suggesting we take matters into our own hands? It seems Baichen is already aware of our intentions to deal with him. His mind works swiftly. The death of one fool is inconsequential. I propose we do not take any action against Baichen. When the Battle of God Valley arrives, it will undoubtedly be a clear showdown. It merely remains to see who emerges victorious. However, it is without question that with our king present, victory shall belong to us. Yet, it was unexpected how rapidly Baichen had grown. Indeed, one should never underestimate any individual bearing the initialed Izambalin v. Nasashir, wielding the supreme blade. The demon sword Yato Ikamanji suggested. Understood, Steelbones replied, his countenance visibly darkening after the call. He then turned to Baichen, saying, I hope you do not forget that you are still a member of the Navy, Sengoku. Garp, we shall take our leave. With that, the group departed. Upon hearing these words from Steelbones, Baichen felt a wave of disgust wash over him, both psychologically and physiologically. The developments unfolded precisely as Baichen had anticipated. The world government would not turn against him at this juncture. In fact, they were likely hoping that he would also take action against the Rox pirates. As for how Baichen would choose to act, it was evident he would opt for the course most disadvantageous to himself. Yet he was resolute in his decision. With a clear conscience, he respected his innermost thoughts, and that was sufficient. Stinky Baichen, come with me, Liya exclaimed excitedly upon finding Baichen, who had been aimlessly wandering around the harbor. Huh? What is it, Liya? Baichen responded as he followed her on their way. Baichen recounted the events that had just transpired. The confrontation with Steel Bones and the others had lasted merely a few minutes. During that time, Liya had been occupied dealing with the Navy's scum, unaware of what had unfolded on Baichen's end. What? Who do they think they are? The Navy? It's infuriating. They are nothing but the lapdogs of the celestial dragons. And they dare call themselves the Navy? Liya seethed with indignation upon hearing Baichen's account that I encountered a similar bunch of scum among the Navy. I wiped them all out. Liya excitedly recounted every detail to Baichen, including the Navy's nefarious deeds, how she had discerned their corrupt practices, and how much wealth they had amassed. Her words flowing endlessly. It was evident that while Liya was enraged by these individuals, she was also genuinely exhilarated. After all, she had absorbed so much life force. Baichen patiently listened to Liya's tale, nodding in agreement at the thrilling parts and shaking his head disapprovingly at the Navy's actions. Soon, the pair arrived at their destination. My goodness, Liya, I had no idea there was so much treasure to be found here. Baichen gasped as he beheld the dazzling array of gold, silver, and jewels before him. Although it paled in comparison to the gold he had acquired from Sky Island, it was still a considerable fortune. Once again, it seems fortune favors you. Little Liya, truly, those who kill and burn reap the rewards, while those who mend roads do so without corpses. As Baichen sighed in wonder, he waved his right hand, summoning all the treasures before him into his system space. Since his journey began with the Sky Island, Baichen had effectively transformed from a level 0 player into a fully fledged powerhouse, free from financial worries. Yet, who would ever refuse an abundance of wealth? By the way, Liya, is that bartender still around, or has he fled? Baichen suddenly recalled the bartender. Stinky Baichen, I knew it. After I dealt with his boss, I specifically instructed him not to run. Otherwise, if I caught him, it would be the end for him. He is too terrified to leave the tavern. Liya joyfully replied. You and your antics. Aren't you afraid of scaring him to death? But you did splendidly. I haven't had my fill yet. Come on, little Liya. Let us drink to our heart's content. Go. Oh yeah. Liya cheered, jumping up with delight, both of them embodying the innocence of childhood. That joyous night was filled with the laughter and merriment of Baichen and Liya within the tavern. Cheers. The following morning, Baichen declared, Let us go, Liya. We'll head straight to the vicinity of God Valley and skip returning to the Navy headquarters. He lifted Liya, who had drunkenly collapsed on the floor last night. Yesterday, Liya had believed herself invincible in drinking, insisting on competing with Baichen to a bitter end, the outcome of which was clear. She had ended up sprawled on the floor. Stinky Baichen. Let us go. Liya rubbed her eyes, just awakening. It's time to prepare for that battle. It's exhilarating. This legendary war? Baichen laughed heartily. The two had continued drinking until the early hours of the morning, with the bartender tirelessly mixing drinks and preparing meals, not daring to voice any objections. After all, they were the renowned Baichen and Liya. Before departing, Baichen generously rewarded the bartender with a sum of money that would suffice for a comfortable living for several years, a gesture of gratitude for his hard work, especially after Liya had terrified him throughout the day. Enjoying a drink while feeling the sea breeze is truly delightful. I senti it. Liya? Baichen stretched lazily on the deck of the warship. Stinky Baichen. Last night was my poor performance. Liya, reclining on a deck chair, fiddled with her jewelry in frustration. All right. Little Liya, I know your drinking capacity is remarkable, Baichen responded, going along with her words. As they conversed, a pirate ship suddenly appeared within Baichen's line of sight. A serendipitous opportunity indeed. He had not anticipated the chance to eliminate a band of pirates on their way back to headquarters. Liya sensed the situation of that ship. Baichen urged eagerly. Just one person, Stinky Baichen, and their observation haki seems quite formidable. It appears they are targeting us, Liya informed Baichen after activating her observation haki. Upon hearing that it was just one individual targeting them, Baichen relaxed, waiting patiently for the ship to approach. As the vessels drew closer, Baichen could discern the figure clearly, a smirk forming on his face as he thought, how fortuitous. A destined opponent for Liya. Before him stood a tall, slender figure with white hair styled into two braids cascading down their shoulders, clad in a crimson shirt and blood-red trousers, adorned with gold-trimmed black shoes. Draped in a voluminous crimson cloak with a checkered lining, a blue rose adorned their neck, and they held a slender, bat-handled umbrella. Their eyebrows were a striking red, and a golden chain dangled from their lips, bearing an alluring smile. This was the aloof and formidable Red Baloric Laidfield. In the original text, he was described as a peer of Roger, Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Garp, and Sengoku, possessing extraordinary strength capable of standing toe-to-toe with legends. From a young age, he possessed a formidable mastery of observation haki, which only grew stronger with the passage of time, allowing him to perceive the innermost thoughts of others. However, this gift also exposed him to the grotesque ugliness that lay within the hearts of those around him, leading to a profound aversion to humanity and the development of an introverted personality. Yet, at this moment, the solitary Red Baloric Laidfield was still quite young, and Baichen could not ascertain the true extent of his power. After all, how strong could he be? Perhaps merely on par with Newgate. Red Baloric Laidfield, once you encounter us, do not even think of fleeing. Let us engage in a spirited battle until your demise. Baichen declared. Ha! What an honor it is that Vice Admiral Baichen knows of my existence. I have come here specifically for you. I seek the challenge of the strongest. What of death? Ha! Laidfield proclaimed, brimming with confidence. Baichen, upon hearing this, found himself perplexed. Had he not faced Roger and his ilk? Are you acquainted with Newgate and Roger? Baichen inquired. Were they not all defeated by you? Vice Admiral Baichen, of course, I have no intention of seeking them out that I set sail for the Pirate King. I seek the strongest. The youthful Baloric Laidfield exuded an air of confidence, bordering on arrogance. Had he faced Roger and the others, he might not have been so dismissive. Baichen was caught in a dilemma, unsure whether to laugh or sigh in exasperation. Ultimately, he felt it would be better to leave this individual to Liya, especially since Liya had appropriated what was originally his opportunity. Liya, I entrust this person to you. It seems you share a certain affinity. Ha! Baichen said as he turned to Liya. Liya, not fully grasping Baichen's words, nevertheless felt no inclination to decline. That I hope your strength matches your confidence. Life force extraction. Liya initiated her attack. In an instant, Baloric Laidfield executed a swift evasive maneuver, pivoting to deliver a slashing strike with his umbrella-turned sword. Celestial Slash. Laidfield's speed was extraordinary, deftly evading Liya's assault while simultaneously counterattacking. Despite dodging Liya's attack, it was evident that Laidfield's swordsmanship was formidable. Foreseeing the future, Liya murmured, having discerned his capabilities the moment their clash began. It was impossible to react so swiftly otherwise. Indeed, it seemed that Laidfield had already anticipated her movements even before Liya initiated her strike. Ha! This is my capital for domination. To this day, I have yet to encounter anyone who can reach my level. Vice Admiral Baichen, if you are unwilling to engage with me, I shall defeat her first and then challenge you. Laidfield declared with bravado. Baichen and Liya exchanged bewildered glances at his words. Baichen turned to Liya, saying, Liya, is it that your previous opponents were not worthy of your observation haki? It seems you have nearly forgotten. Just look at the capital he boasts for his domination. Ha! In response to Baichen's words, Liya smiled faintly, removing the red hairband that had tied back her long hair, letting it cascade freely in the wind, a vision of beauty. Laidfield, perplexed by Liya's actions, watched as she gradually blindfolded herself with the hairband. What does this mean? Do you look down upon me? Laidfield asked, a mix of astonishment and fury in his voice. It's been a long time since I've faced such an opponent. Foreseeing the future, let us see if you can truly do so. I hope you can provide me with a worthy challenge. Liya replied calmly, remaining stationary. Yet, it felt as if Laidfield's body had been ensnared by an unseen attack. To the left. No, to the right. He swiftly dodged to the right, bewildered. Are you toying with me? How did you achieve this? Laidfield exclaimed, astonished at Liya's stillness. Simple that I intended to strike your right side, and the left was also valid. Your foresight appears quite accurate. However, it seems you are unaware that when my observation haki surpasses yours, misguiding you with false signals becomes a trivial matter. Liya explained kindly, having never encountered anyone whose observation haki posed a potential challenge to her strength. Impossible. How could you possibly reach such a level? Laidfield struggled to accept this revelation. Life force extraction. Liya disregarded his disbelief as her true offensive commenced. To the front. No. Where is it? He had never faced such a scenario before. Now rendered utterly flustered. Crack. Liya's nails pierced his neck from the left side. Void slash. Without hesitation, Laidfield enveloped himself in armament haki, unleashing a powerful slash towards Liya. Bat's transformation. Absorption. Liya did not evade. Instead, she retracted her hand and transformed into a bat, completely absorbing the strike. No energy was lost, as she absorbed and perfectly dissipated the force, akin to a drop of water returning to the ocean. It was truly an art of combat. What is this ability? Am I truly a frog at the bottom of a well? Laidfield mused, feeling the effects of Liya's strike rapidly deplete his stamina by at least 30%. Although he quickly responded by utilizing armament haki to stem the loss of energy. It was too late. Fighting without sight? This is the kind of battle I desire. Celestial slash. Laidfield, instead of feeling fear, was ignited with excitement as he charged at Liya. Adapting on the fly. Impressive. Liya stood her ground. Unfazed, his slashes whizzed past her, and had Liya chosen to evade, she would have surely been struck. At this moment, Laidfield finally comprehended the torment his previous adversaries must have endured. He now found himself in a similar predicament. Even with the abilities to foresee the future and read minds, he held no advantage and instead was played for a fool. Can you not discern my innermost thoughts? Liya inquired with a smile. How on earth are you achieving this? Laidfield exclaimed in astonishment, realizing she could even perceive his attempts to read her mind. This lack of secrecy left him with an overwhelming sense of vulnerability. Simple. As I stated, my observation haki surpasses yours that I possess the ability to foresee the future and read minds as well, Liya remarked casually, blindfolded. Initially, Laidfield found it hard to accept that someone could surpass him in this regard. But at this moment, he was convinced it appears we are operating on completely different levels. Vice Admiral Liya, I am aware of your and Vice Admiral Baichen's stance toward pirates. I shall expend every last ounce of my strength in my final moments. Even if my life is but a fleeting spark, it must at least burn brightly. You have opened my eyes to a broader horizon. Ah! At this moment, Laidfield gazed at Vice Admiral Baichen, who remained unscathed, harboring no thoughts of retreat. In his eyes, Baichen was surely stronger than Liya. Fleeing would be utterly impractical. Quite a man indeed, Baichen remarked in admiration. Domain. Shrouding heaven. Liya transformed her domain, enveloping Laidfield in a dark crimson barrier that gradually turned black. This was Liya's new technique, aimed at stripping Laidfield of his 5 senses, multiple starfall slashes. In that instant, Barrelic Laidfield unleashed a flurry of slashes toward the space before him. As his senses waned, he attempted to mimic Liya, fighting without his eyes. Liya, embodying her domain, sensed his predicament and couldn't help but internally acknowledge him, not for his identity as a pirate, but for his current state of battle. He was someone capable of growing stronger amidst conflict. Yet regrettably, he had not taken the time to develop his abilities step by step and was now challenging Baichen and Liya without the requisite strength. Regretful though it may be, Liya would not show mercy to a pirate. Bat domain. Energy absorption. Within the domain, Laidfield's energy was gradually siphoned away, even with his entire body cloaked in armament haki. How can this be? Where has it all gone wrong? At this moment, Laidfield, trapped within the domain, began to grow quiet, sitting on the ground as his stamina slowly ebbed away, seemingly waiting for the right moment. After several breaths, he exclaimed, Now, multiple starfall slashes. Laidfield anticipated Liya's imminent reversion, striking at the spot where she was about to emerge, ready to unleash his attack. Liya had not anticipated that Barrelic Laidfield could execute such a maneuver. Bat transformation, absorption. Having just reverted to her human form, Liya immediately transformed into a bat, attempting to absorb the incoming energy from the assault. There's still more coming from above, as she absorbed the attack. She sensed another strike looming above her head and chose to evade. Just as Liya dodged, a subsequent attack struck her directly from behind. Hiss! Liya emitted a sharp sound, feeling the impact on her back. The sensation was far from pleasant. Did he mislead my foresight of the future? How long has this battle even lasted? Truly a genius, Liya murmured as she touched the spot on her back where she had been hit. If he were not a pirate, perhaps Liya would have felt a sense of kinship with him, but there are no ifs in this world. Domain. Covering the sky. Bat domain. Energy absorption. Domain. Vitality drain. Liya transformed into her most familiar domain state, countering Laidfield. Gradually, she began to strip away Laidfield's 5 senses, absorbing his attacks. The dark red mist of the domain enveloped him. The bats continuously made contact with his limbs, siphoning his life force. In that moment, Ladefield found himself increasingly beleaguered. After gathering his strength, he shouted in fury, "Is there still such a gap between us? I will not concede." 8-direction slash. Countless slashes erupted from every angle, assaulting the domain that surrounded him, each attack laced with armed color, attempting to demolish Liya's domain through sheer force. Liya, in her domain form, did indeed feel a slight strain, but that was merely the extent of it. After 2 full hours of combat, the two engaged in a constant back and forth, each attempting to lead the other into error. Ladefield's observation color talent was remarkably potent, continuously improving. What a delightful game this is. Such a rarity. After reverting to her human form, Liya slowly removed the headband obscuring her eyes and spoke. Upon seeing Liya remove her eye mask, Ladefield realized that the moment of life and death had arrived. Even if he were to be outmatched, he could not afford to lose face. Overdraft technique. Channeling the energy within himself, he unleashed the most powerful strike of his life. Bat transformation, absorption. Liya chose to transform into a bat. Bracing herself to endure this blow, she no longer cared whether this attack could be absorbed or not. Just as Liya managed to block this strike. Before Ladefield could react, great darkness, Liya initiated a close-range assault, simultaneously attacking Ladefield with internal destruction using top-tier armed color while also employing mental impact. She aimed to catch him off guard. It was remarkably effective. What is this ability? Ladefield cried in agony, clutching his head. Anyone unaccustomed to such an attack would undoubtedly suffer. However, Ladefield's mental fortitude was formidable, even without the conqueror's haki to suppress it. He could mitigate some of the pain. Liya would not concern herself with notions of fair play. She would seize the opportunity to claim his life. Lantern Festival, Red Fist. Liya seldom engaged in direct combat using her physical prowess. But that did not imply weakness. Thud. Gag. Barolik Ladefield fell to his knees, expelling a mouthful of blood. Liya's fist, imbued with top-tier armed color, had completely pierced his abdomen. Yet, it was not over. Liya softly murmured, "Vitality drain." Energy continuously surged from Barolik Ladefield's abdominal wound, flowing into Liya's body. Ladefield's skin gradually became dry and wrinkled, while his hair began to turn white. The future Red Count ultimately did not even have the chance to utter his last words before collapsing. In the author's original conception, the future Red Count was meant to embody an elegant type, reminiscent of a vampire in a tailcoat, exuding aristocratic charm. However, I felt that perhaps a slight revision would render it more unique. Thus, we have Barolik Ladefield, who had yet to face off against figures like Roger or Whitebeard, embodying a nascent pirate still in the early stages of his journey. Cough, cough. After the battle, Liya too coughed up some blood, her lips a vivid crimson. "Are you all right, Liya?" Baichen approached, expressing concern. "I'm fine. You insufferable Baichen." I just took one of his hits directly and felt a bit overwhelmed. I wasn't able to completely dissipate the entirety of his attack power. However, after absorbing his life force, I feel much better. It seems the energy within me is still in motion. Perhaps you could lend me a bit of your abundant life force?" Liya said, wiping the blood at the corner of her mouth. Her gaze towards Baichen gradually became perilous. Hey, Liya, don't joke around." Baichen quickly retreated, shaking his hands. Half a month later, at the Holy Land Marigios, the 5 elders sat together. "How is the preparation of the Figurando family progressing? As the supreme commanders of the Knights of God, there should be no issues, right?" In a deep red suit, lacking a bow tie, with golden hair and a matching beard and a scar across his chest, Shepherd 10 Peter raised a question. "There are no issues with the Figurando family. All personnel are in position. The Navy is also fully assembled. The energy has been ensured to be ready for deployment, and the sacrificial offerings are prepared. Everything is in place. The only concern is whether Baichen will confront us directly or first engage with the Rocks pirates." The bald man, sporting a handlebar mustache and a birthmark on his forehead, Topman Watchley, stated solemnly, "No need to worry. In the face of absolute power, such minor issues will not alter the grand scheme. We must ensure that Baichen arrives at God's Valley." The imposing figure dressed in a dark blue suit, with long white hair and a lengthy beard, Marcus Maz Saint declared with authority. The Marine headquarters in Marineford is fully assembled with the admiral, soldiers, and generals ready to move at any moment, except for Rear Admiral Baichen and Rear Admiral Liya, who have yet to return. Sengoku reported sternly to Steelbone Kong. We need not concern ourselves with the two of them. This time, we must only succeed. Failure is not an option. Otherwise, the Navy's prestige will plummet. Sengoku, personnel assembly is your responsibility. Ensure there are no issues when the time comes. Garp, you must ensure that Roger's pirate crew faces no problems. Steelbone Kong clenched his fists, addressing the assembly with gravity. Understood. Sengoku, Garp, Zifa, and Crane all rose in unison, affirming their understanding. Near God's Valley, the Rock's pirates. Shiki, your ability must not falter. You must catch them off guard. Rox admonished the Golden Lion Shiki sternly. Ha! Rest assured, Captain Rox, do you still not trust me? However, let us keep this matter from the underlings. I will activate my ability directly when the time comes, Shiki replied, laughing heartily. Hoo. It's about to begin. Newgate stood beside them, equally laughing. Their laughter merely masked the anxiety brewing within them before the impending grand battle. After all, this was an unparalleled confrontation. The victor takes all. Witness how I, Rox, will reign supreme. Ha! Rox proclaimed, arms outstretched, exuding dominance. Near God's Valley, the Roger pirates. Roger, I ask you one last time, are you truly not reconsidering? We can deal with Rox. But allying with the Navy will undoubtedly draw scorn from everyone. We are pirates. Rayleigh adjusted his glasses, speaking earnestly. Rayleigh, there is no choice left. Once the Rox pirates are eliminated, we shall rise unimpeded. Do you truly believe that after becoming the Pirate King, our prestige would not surpass this alliance with the Navy? Trust me. History is written by the victors. Roger tightly grasped Ace, resolutely addressing Rayleigh, these words also serving as a directive to his crew. Thud, thud, thud. The synchronized footsteps of the naval soldiers resounded from the land of God's Valley. Long before the world government set their plans in motion, the five elders had instructed the leader of the Knights of God, Figurando Green Saint, to slay the king of God's Valley and conduct slaughter and plunder upon this land. Did the Navy know? Of course, they did. And then, there was nothing further to discuss. The Knights of God, an organization comprised of celestial dragons, possessed the authority to judge the celestial dragons. One of the most enigmatic and formidable organizations within the world government, they uphold the dignity and authority of the royal lineage, with their primary duty being the protection of the celestial dragons and the maintenance of their dominion. Admiral Kong, the voice of Fleet Admiral Sengoku, resonated with gravity. All generals above the rank of Rear Admiral have arrived. Except for Rear Admiral Baichen and Rear Admiral Liya, standing behind Sengoku were Vice Admirals Garp, Zifa, and Tsuru, along with other officers of high rank, and behind them stood a formidable legion of 10,000 elite naval soldiers. These soldiers, resplendent and impeccably aligned, formed an unyielding wall on the grounds of God Valley, their posture erect and gazes resolute, as if they were an indomitable fortress. Today marks the day of the sacrifice. Be prepared for the imminent arrival of the Rox pirates, Kong solemnly declared, eyeing the newly constructed altar before him. After years of meticulous planning, the world government's net was finally cast, heralding an open conflict between the world government, the Navy, and the Rox pirates. However, the unexpected variable of Baichen's involvement loomed large. At this juncture, no schemes or machinations mattered, only the sheer strength of one's might. On the other side of the Navy stood the CP organization of the world government. Numbering less than 1,000, yet none dared to underestimate them. The CP organization consisted of 8 divisions, namely CP1 through CP8, with CP9 cloaked in secrecy, while CP0 operated directly under the Celestial Dragons. Except for a few CP0 members engaged in special missions alongside CP9, all were present. The leading members of CP0 donned white suits paired with dark ties, their masks and eccentric attire serving as distinctive markers. The apex of the CP hierarchy was known as the most powerful intelligence agency in the world, CP, Aegis 0, commonly referred to as CP0. That the deployment of CP0 members signified that the situation had escalated to an extraordinarily grave level. Strangely, apart from the Navy and CP organization, no other forces were in sight. The Knights of God seemed to have vanished. It was evident that the world government was not prepared to commit its full strength all at once, perhaps indicating that the lives of the Navy and CP members were not comparable to those of the celestial dragon-formed Knights of God. In an undisclosed location within God Valley, 6 figures were seated in a circle. Fegalanda Glingu, you shall lead the Knights of God into the fray during the final stages of the battle. The staff-bearing Jiguru Sawan commanded the leader of the knights, Fegalandu Glingu. The 5 elders had all converged in God Valley. An extraordinary occurrence, as they rarely departed from Marineford. Yet this time, they had chosen to appear, seemingly compelled by an unavoidable reason. Moreover, they appeared unconcerned for the safety of Marineford, primarily because their king, Imu, resided there. No one dared to disrupt the peace. Even Baichen had not entertained thoughts of assaulting Moria, as such aspirations were unrealistic without the power to counter the celestial dragons. Meanwhile, the Rocks pirates were near God Valley, with the Golden Lion Shiki currently inspecting ship after ship. "Shiki, are you ready? We can set sail," Rocks bellowed to Shiki at this moment. Rocks, Whitebeard, John, Silver Axe, Charlotte Linlin, and all others, including Kaido, wore grave expressions. "Rise," the Golden Lion Shiki shouted, activating his abilities, signaling that the Rocks pirates were prepared to initiate aerial warfare. In a desolate area of God Valley, the Roger pirates gathered. "Roger, why didn't you tell me?" Rayleigh shouted at Roger in fury. Today, Roger had stealthily issued orders to each member of the crew to leave God Valley. A sudden decision on his part. "Rayleigh, had you known, you would have never permitted their departure. I understand your concern for my safety, but this battle is not one for others to partake in. Pointless sacrifices serve no purpose. Only today did I realize that everyone was ready to pave the way for me with a death wish. I am truly sorry, but I cannot comply," Roger declared with righteous fervor. Half a day later, in God Valley, a contingent led by CP0 members gradually approached the altar. In the forefront were dozens of elegantly dressed young boys and girls, each adorned with transparent oxygen masks. These individuals were the celestial dragon Perming family, who luxuriated in the privileges of their status and lifestyle, yet were bound to pay a price. The price was that when Imu required it. Any family must be ready to offer their lives at any moment. Following them was a throng of several hundred, clad in rags, with disheveled hair and malnourished bodies. These were the children of the common folk. They were also to be offered as sacrifices, kneeling in a circle around the altar, the celestial dragon children in the center and the common children at the periphery. All gazes were vacant, devoid of emotion, seemingly unaware of the impending events, ignorant of the methods employed by the world government. "Admiral Kong, what does this mean? Are these people to be sacrificed, including those common children? What must be paid? Their lives? How could you be such a monster?" Garp, seemingly oblivious to these developments, questioned angrily, his aura visibly intensifying. This was, of course, information that Kong and Sengoku had deliberately concealed from him. Sengoku understood his old comrade all too well. "Garp, calm yourself. Today's focus is the Rocks pirates," Kong reproached Garp, his expression darkening. Knowing Garp's temperament, he had refrained from informing him beforehand, hoping that given the gravity of the occasion, Garp would prioritize the bigger picture. Yet, he had not anticipated such a public outburst. The other high-ranking officers, including Vice Admirals Tsuru and Zifa, remained silent, their thoughts inscrutable. Just as Garp was about to voice further objections, a hand grasped him. And he turned to see Sengoku shaking his head. At that moment, Garp's intensity waned. He clenched his fists, lowered his gaze to the ground, and returned to his previous position in silence. Elsewhere in God Valley. "Liya, let us go. It is time to partake in this grand spectacle. After this, your efforts will be appreciated," Baichen gently remarked, stroking Liya's head. Liya remained silent, transforming into countless small dark red bats, indistinguishable from mist, gradually seeping underground. This was the technique Baichen had previously instructed her to practice, one she had not showcased to outsiders, and it also served as Baichen's contingency plan. Surrounding the altar, naval and CP members remained on high alert. The ceremony was about to commence, and everyone anticipated the imminent arrival of the Rocks pirates. As expected, just as the ceremony was about to begin, a cacophony of shouts erupted. The voices grew increasingly distinct. As everyone searched frantically for the source, those with observation haki activated their abilities to locate the origin. Above, indeed, it was in the sky. "Attention, the Rocks pirates have launched their assault," Sengoku suddenly shouted to everyone. Upon hearing this, all heads turned skyward, where pirate ships adorned with the Rocks pirates flag became increasingly visible. The CP members shifted from defense to offense, leaping into the air towards the direction of the Rocks pirates. The first to strike has the advantage. Offense is the best defense. All members capable of flying, follow me into battle. Admiral Kong commanded the naval troops. Subsequently, waves of personnel ascended into the air towards the location of the Rock's pirates. At this moment, evasion held no significance. It was a matter of life or death. Figures swiftly emerged, whisking away the individuals at the altar. Even as sacrifices, the identity of a celestial dragon remained immensely prestigious. Ha ha ha. How bold you are to dare wreak havoc in the skies. Do you not know who I am? I am the Golden Lion Shiki. The Golden Lion Shiki proclaimed, brandishing Sakura Tin in his left hand and Komoku in his right. He unleashed a barrage of sword energy powerful enough to cleave the vast waters like mountains, and upon hearing Rock's command, swiftly maneuvered the ship downward. Gulalala. Enjoy the skies while you can. Skyquake. Newgate wielded the power of the Tremor fruit. His fists clenched as he summoned a white sphere, shattering the space around him to create a seismic shockwave, attempting to send his enemies crashing back to the ground. Among the CP organization and the Navy, few fell victim to this assault, while the formidable forces of CP0 and the admirals continued to lead their comrades towards the direction of the Rock's pirates. Thus concluded the prelude. Let us proceed. Upon uttering these words, the aura surrounding Rock's intensified, and a wave of black pressure erupted forth. This was Rock's conqueror's haki, sweeping over the Navy and CP forces in the air. Concurrently, Newgate and Charlotte Linlin unleashed their own haki, directing it downwards to AT this moment. Linlin's conqueror's haki was not yet formidable enough to rival the other two, but it nonetheless added to the spectacle. Damn it, I never anticipated Rock's conqueror's haki to be this potent. Our estimations were entirely off. After hurling their angry remarks, the members of the CP organization had no choice but to retreat to the ground, and the Navy found themselves in a similar predicament. While several members of the Rock's pirates unleashed their haki, Admiral Sengoku also activated his own conqueror's haki in a bid to withstand the onslaught. Yet, only Sengoku possessed this formidable power among the Navy, rendering him unable to resist the overwhelming tide. Moreover, the strength of Rock's haki exceeded all expectations. This was a complete surprise to both the CP organization and the Navy. During their discussions about this battle, Sengoku had already warned that the enemy might take to the skies. Furthermore, prior to this, scouts had reported on Rock's situation during his skirmish with White Morning. Even the intensity of Rock's haki had not diminished. The world government and the Navy were aware of Rock's strength, yet they chose to strike first and initiate an offensive. It is worth noting that many among them were not weaklings. They believed that even if they were affected by Rock's haki, it would not be significant. This merely indicated an underestimation of their opponent's strength and an overestimation of their own capabilities. Even Sengoku, known as the strategist, found himself caught off guard that in the first round of engagement. The world government and the Navy found themselves at a disadvantage, which undoubtedly dealt a heavy blow to the morale of the soldiers below. Steelbone Kong looked back at the thousands of soldiers who had already succumbed, feeling quite helpless. However, this did not alter the overall situation, as these individuals were initially prepared to confront Rock subordinates. The true decisive battle always lay in the hands of the upper echelon. Charge. Kill. The moment the Rock's fleet landed, thousands of troops erupted into a deafening cheer as they charged towards the enemy. The true bloodshed had commenced. As Rox had previously stated, this was merely an appetizer as soon as Rox touched down. He immediately caught the attention of several adversaries, including members of CP0, Steelbone Kong, and Garp. Durur, Sengoku, I wonder if you are still my match now. Newgate brandished his sword, Song Yin Xia, as he advanced towards Sengoku. Vice Admiral Zifa and Vice Admiral Tsu surrounded the Golden Lion Shiki. Despite a 2-on-1 situation, neither side seemed to gain the upper hand. John, Silver Axe, and others found themselves targeted by members of the CP organization and several admirals. The outcome of this uneven skirmish was uncertain. Everything seemed meticulously orchestrated, with specific individuals entangled in battle. The moment Newgate landed, he sought out Sengoku, while Shiki was immediately engaged by Zifa and Tsuru. However, a peculiar scene unfolded. Charlotte Linlin was locked in combat with Kaido and the Navy soldiers, yet she did not exhibit the valor one might expect. Given Charlotte Linlin's current strength, such an arrangement seemed misaligned. At the very least, she should have been capable of handling a few admirals. Even if Rox recognized the issue, he had no time to discipline her, and no matter how powerful Rox was, facing these foes was no easy feat. Newgate, I do not require your betrayal of Rox. Merely engage me in battle. and there is no need for you to exert your full strength that I assure you of your safe departure afterward. Just as I mentioned before, Sengoku suddenly declared as he faced Newgate. However, Newgate remained silent, continuing to battle Sengoku. Though perhaps influenced by Sengoku's presence, he began to hold back slightly. Golden Lion Shiki, have you forgotten our agreement? How dare you strike against ordinary members? Zifa retorted angrily in response to Shiki's attack. Yet, Shiki coldly replied, that was merely a courtesy to you. Killing a few insignificant beings requires no such temper. Do you believe I would hesitate to unleash my full power against you? What does a mere vice admiral have to be so arrogant for? Do you think you are White Morning? Rox, no matter how strong you are, can you withstand a war of attrition? Steelbone Kong challenged Rox, as Garp and the CP0 members began to engage in combat. Noise, you clowns believe yourselves to be significant players in this arena. Among the Navy, only White Morning can earn my respect. You lot are merely lapdogs. Skyfall. As Rox evaded the onslaught from CP0, he launched a punch imbued with the highest level of armament haki towards Steelbone Kong and Garp. In contrast to the CP organization, who were nothing more than the Celestial Dragon's dogs, he harbored an even greater disdain for Steelbone Kong and Garp, who pretended to be honorable while acting as pawns. However, in the midst of the battle, an overwhelming surge of Conqueror's haki erupted forth. All combatants momentarily froze. Even Rox, those who had barely managed to withstand Rox haki moments ago, began to collapse one after another, foaming at the mouth and rolling their eyes. The few remaining plants and trees that had just withstood Rox haki shattered into fragments. A mocking voice echoed, familiar yet unwelcome to all present, quite intense. Isn't it? I wonder if I might join in, dear friends. Clad in his signature black and red robe, with his flowing red hair dancing in the wind, it was none other than White Morning. In that moment, everyone ceased their actions, gazing towards White Morning in the sky. After a brief pause, a thunderous cheer erupted from the Navy ranks. ITS Vice Admiral White Morning. Vice Admiral White Morning has arrived. We are certain to win now. Oh, Vice Admiral White Morning. The remaining thousands of Navy soldiers shouted in unison. This was a powerful boost for them, as they had always regarded White Morning as one of their own, an idol to many. Whose side are you truly on? Steelbone Kong murmured, frowning as he scrutinized White Morning's figure. Ever since White Morning had slain the celestial dragons at Sabati Archipelago, Steelbone Kong had doubted whether White Morning still belonged to the Navy. Yet, the soldiers below remained unaware of this situation. Only those ranked above commander in the headquarters were privy to such information. After all, the death of a celestial dragon was not favorable news, and that information had been thoroughly suppressed. Sengoku, Garp, Zifa, Tsuru, and all others distinctly sensed a shift in the atmosphere among the most powerful figures on the battlefield with White Morning's arrival. They were left pondering White Morning's true intentions. In such a scenario, I knew you wouldn't miss it. Arceus D. White Morning. Rox glared intently at White Morning. Rox, too, was eager to discover what White Morning would choose to do. Would he strike at his subordinates? The Navy? Or perhaps the world government? He could not fathom that White Morning would serve the world government, even as a Navy officer. As the members of CP0 focused on Rox, their gazes shifted to White Morning, a figure even more formidable than Rox himself. Who would dare to intervene? It seems you all are not particularly enthusiastic. This simply will not do, for we are amidst a war. White Morning made his move. With a sudden flash, he appeared beside Rox, instantaneously shifting. New Year's smash, he declared, launching a punch imbued with the highest level of armament haki directly at Rox. Steelbone Kong felt a wave of relief wash over him upon witnessing this. Though White Morning had killed a celestial dragon, truth be told, few wished to stand against him, for it was his reputation, forged through countless battles, that commanded respect. Captain Rox, we are in trouble, Newgate thought to himself as he observed White Morning's figure appearing beside Rox. All eyes were fixed upon the punch White Morning unleashed towards Rox. No, wait. White Morning's attack was not aimed at Rox. It was directed at a CP0 member, Junichi Watanabe, standing beside Rox. Junichi Watanabe, adorned with an odd mask, was struck by White Morning's punch, sending him spewing blood. The white robe stained crimson as he crashed into the ground, creating a large crater. One of the CP0 members besieging Rox, Junichi Watanabe, had remained on guard against White Morning. However, the preceding attack had seemingly targeted Rox. He never expected that the punch would pass through rocks and land squarely on him, be why the time his observation haki sensed the impending attack. It was too late to evade. After all, not everyone possessed the ability to foresee the future. Rocks, on the other hand, remained relatively unperturbed, seemingly harboring an inexplicable sense of trust. Perhaps it stemmed from their shared lineage of D, or perhaps they were comrades on the same path, albeit following vastly different methods. Upon witnessing this scene, Newgate and Shiki collectively exhaled a sigh of relief, despite their reluctance to fight fiercely, and even having made agreements with the Navy while being prepared to flee at any moment. They harbored no desire for their captain, Rocks, to confront White Morning. Such an encounter would undoubtedly spell danger for them. If the world government and the Navy chose not to deploy personnel against Rocks and White Morning, it would be their own demise. All contracts and agreements would amount to nothing. Who would adhere to such arrangements when they could end your life? Meanwhile, the factions of the Navy and the world government felt as though a heavy stone had lodged itself in their chests. For that was White Morning. The Navy soldiers below stood in bewilderment, completely oblivious to the situation. Wasn't Rear Admiral White Morning one of their own? Yet, no one bothered to explain to the subordinates, as those in higher echelons perceived them merely as cannon fodder to deal with the underlings of Rocks. White Morning, why do you strike against the world government? Why not take action against Rocks? Do you not despise pirates? At this moment, Sengoku, in a fit of frustration, shouted at White Morning. Observing Sengoku's clownish demeanor, White Morning slowly replied, "It appears you have truly grown accustomed to being a dog. Under your leadership, the Navy merely resembles a pack of hounds that bite." "Shut up," Sengoku retorted, his face darkened. Kong, listening to White Morning's words, found his mind drifting back to the images of the innocent children on the altar moments ago. He remained silent. "Let us begin, everyone. How can we allow this war to cease because of me?" After White Morning spoke, he gradually approached Junichi Watanabe, leaving no mercy for his enemies. "Annihilate the Navy. Kill, kill, kill." With these words, the battlefield that had just come to a halt erupted into chaos once more. Although White Morning had only joined the fray afterward, it felt as if he had been orchestrating the entire scene. Upon his arrival, the battle paused, and with his utterance, it reignited. "Gura, Sengoku. Individuals like you are not worthy of facing us." With that, Whitebeard swung his blade, torn from the clouds, towards Sengoku. "What qualifications do you, a pirate, have to utter such words?" Sengoku transformed into a golden Buddha, unleashing shockwaves to defend against Newgate's assault, his heart heavy with the weight of the situation. From the moment he learned that the world government intended to target White Morning while he remained an observer, he felt as though he was no longer a pure Navy man. Constrained by his position, he found himself powerless. "Ha! This is exhilarating. What a grand spectacle," the Golden Lion, Shiki, declared as he continued his relentless assault on Zifa and Tsuru. Exuding an air of confidence in his abilities. "10 calamities," Rocks exclaimed before resuming his attack against the remaining CP0 members, as well as Kong and Garp, Stormleg, Bone Crusher. The crowd retaliated against Rocks. Shave. Junichi Watanabe, weakly attempting to distance himself, found this to be nothing more than a fleeting illusion. "Shave? If that's what you call it, then behold what I am about to accomplish." White Morning's voice resonated ominously in Watanabe's ears. At that moment, he was engulfed in a wave of dread. Great New Year's Day, heaven-shattering. White Morning had no intention of taking his time. There was no one on the field capable of restraining him. Each individual had their own opponent, so it was imperative to eliminate the enemy with utmost swiftness. With a resounding thud, Watanabe looked down to see a fist protruding from his abdomen, his eyes behind the mask slowly closing. He could not comprehend why his body had momentarily frozen. Despite his instinctive reaction to evade, it seemed as though his body had betrayed him, remaining utterly stilled as a participant in the siege against Rocks. His strength was certainly formidable. Yet, having been struck by White Morning's punch, he now faced the full brunt of White Morning's assault, making his demise all the more humiliating. During the siege against Rocks, none could unleash their full power at once. They were all probing cautiously, for stamina was crucial in battles among the strong. When both sides were evenly matched, the victor was often determined by who possessed greater endurance and physical prowess. Having just slain Junichi Watanabe, White Morning surveyed the battlefield, contemplating whom to target next. At this moment, no one could limit him, presenting a rare opportunity. What is occurring? Did you truly believe that my actions against the world government would spare the pirates? White Morning mused, observing a curious scene ahead. His astonishment, Silver Axe, a member of Rock's crew, was heading in his direction. When Rock's fleet had just landed, Silver Axe had already been targeted by the CP organization as an adversary. Unlike Newgate and Shiki, he had never been in a position to be swayed by the world government. From the very start, he was marked for death. This moment, Silver Axe's silver armor lay shattered, blood streaming from numerous wounds, his hair disheveled, and his condition utterly tragic. It appeared he was on the brink of death at the hands of the CP organization, leading many to believe he sought refuge with White Morning to escape his peril. Fool, stay as far away as possible. Rox, noticing the situation, could only curse Silver Axe, ensnared by several foes and unable to extricate himself. He understood that if Silver Axe approached White Morning, he might evade the CP organization's grasp. Yet he would simultaneously bid farewell to this world. However, Silver Axe seemed oblivious to the warning, cursing as he continued forward. Damn it! If I am to die, then you shall not live either. Come at me if you dare. Unlike how others perceived the situation, Silver Axe was fully aware that approaching White Morning could lead to his demise, yet remaining behind would mean instant death. No matter the outcome, death awaited him. He had no choice but to take a few others down with him. Typically adorned in silver armor, projecting an image of a formidable general, he now appeared as a mere shadow of his former self. Withdraw. Immediately head towards Rear Admiral White Morning. Do not pursue any further. The CP members, hot on Silver Axe's heels, prepared to retreat, unwilling to accompany him to his doom. Yet, White Morning had already taken note of this intriguing scene and would not allow them to escape unscathed. Retreat. Such a fortunate circumstance shall not be granted. I shall kindly escort you all myself. Transforming into his beast form, White Morning unleashed searing flames towards the masses. Silver Axe, incapable of evading, in a moment of madness, turned and embraced one of his attackers, laughing maniacally. Ha! Let us die together, you hounds. In an instant, he was engulfed by flames, vanishing without a sound into the inferno conjured by White Morning. Shave. A figure emerged from the flames. White Morning was taken aback to find that one of those pursuing Silver Axe had managed to evade his fiery attack using Shave and Moonwalk, but such an escape was ultimately futile. Ah, you still possess the strength to flee? Impressive, but do ensure you do not encounter me again. Great New Year's Day. Shatter. Iron Block. Realizing he could not evade White Morning's fist, the CP member dedicated all his strength to his physical defense. Activating the Iron Block technique. With a resounding crash, only a headless corpse remained. Collapsing backward, his Iron Block was utterly incapable of withstanding the ferocity of White Morning's attack. Lacking sufficient training, his brain splattered. Iron Block? Do you not realize that those who rely on such defenses often meet a swift end? White Morning remarked, scratching his nose. At this juncture, all present comprehended the gravity of the situation. They unanimously believed White Morning had gone insane. He was opposing everyone on the field. He was a force unto himself, slaying the CP organization of the world government and the pirates of rocks. Although he had yet to strike down any Navy members, how could one continue to serve the Navy after killing agents of the world government? Truly a madman, Sengoku, engaged in battle with Newgate. Couldn't help but reflect on this. If this is the extent of your strength, I wouldn't mind slaughtering a few more petty sailors. Zifa, Fu, the Golden Lion, Shiki, declared arrogantly, his cruelty evident. He was a man who would fire upon his subordinates when enraged. At this moment, he sought to amplify the chaos, eager to create further carnage. Venomous Snake. Shiki relentlessly utilized the powers of his float fruit to levitate nearby objects, sending them hurtling towards the weaker individuals. Damn it, you scoundrel, I will not let you escape. Zifa bellowed in fury. Destructive tornado. Mind cleansing. Zifa unleashed a powerful blow to the ground using his armament haki, causing a fissure that propelled the Golden Lion Shiki into the air. Subsequently, Crane activated her superhuman wash fruit ability in an attempt to cleanse Shiki of his malevolent thoughts. However, the effect was minimal, if not entirely negligible. Shiki soared to an astonishing height, with both their moonwalks struggling to keep pace. At that moment, Baichen also witnessed the scene. In his eyes, a person like Golden Lion Shiki was doomed, as his penchant for slaughter alone sufficed for his demise. although Zifa's current sense of justice left much to be desired in Baichen's view. There was no disputing his immense future contributions. The individuals he had trained included the future 3 admirals, making Zifa indispensable in the fight against piracy. Thus, witnessing this situation, Baichen was compelled to assist Zifa, both emotionally and rationally. Even if Zifa were not engaged with Shiki, Baichen would have kept a keen eye on him. Happy New Year! Breaking heaven! Suddenly, Baichen teleported to appear behind Golden Lion Shiki in midair, delivering a fierce punch. Just before the impact, Shiki felt a chilling premonition of impending death. His body instinctively sought to evade, and his observation haki saved his life, though he could not completely avoid Baichen's attack, which intended for his head but struck his abdomen instead. Bang! Bang! Shiki's body was slammed from the sky to the ground, his golden locks stained crimson with blood. As the dust settled, a disheveled Shiki emerged. Vice Admiral Baichen, I haven't provoked you, so why have you suddenly set your sights on me? Isn't that Newgate fellow a more suitable target? Shiki lamented, feeling utterly unfortunate, utterly clueless as to why Baichen had targeted him. Given the choice, he would have preferred to face an onslaught from the world government and the Navy rather than confront Baichen. No matter how arrogant one might be, the strength of one's opponent must be acknowledged. And before Baichen, Shiki felt his pride utterly diminished. However, Baichen paid no mind to Shiki's foolish inquiries, turning his gaze to Zifa and asking, "Do you still believe in your no-kill policy now?" "What are your thoughts, Crane?" Zifa and Crane fell silent, unable to respond to Baichen's query. After a moment, Baichen looked back at Shiki and said, "I hear you are called Golden Lion. I think it would suit you better to be named Little Cat. What do you think? Before the strong, one must bow. Before the weak, one must strike hard. You've lost your dignity. You garbage." Upon hearing Baichen's words, Shiki seethed with rage, his face grave as he clenched his fists, weighing his options. Submit? His pride would not allow such an act of submission. Fight? He knew he couldn't win. Just as he was about to respond, Baichen's voice rang out again. "Oh right, Little Cat. I hope you can endure a bit longer in my grasp. Don't accidentally die on me. Ha!" Realizing the futility of deliberation, Shiki understood what was required. A fight. He hoped that Rox would think him of some value and find a way to rescue him. "Vice Admiral Baichen, don't underestimate me. I am Golden Lion Shiki." Roaring at Baichen, he chose to attack directly. That if evasion was impossible, he would confront. He was Golden Lion Shiki. His pride forbade him from retreating. Lion's might. Utilizing the powers of the float fruit, Shiki lifted the ground, transforming it into multiple lion head-shaped projectiles that surged toward Baichen. Zifa and Crane, witnessing this, sought trouble with others, knowing that with Baichen present, Shiki could not create any significant disturbances. Yet the emotional state of the two was vastly different from before the battle. What good is a powerful attack if it can't reach me? Shiki, it seems calling you Little Cat was indeed fitting. Baichen effortlessly dodged Shiki's attacks with rapid teleportation, even finding time to mock him. Shiki, meanwhile, sought to exploit any gaps in Baichen's momentary relocations to mount an attack. At the very least to buy himself some time. He knew he was no match for Baichen and hoped desperately that Rox could extricate himself from his opponents to assist him. At that moment, Rox indeed possessed the ability to disengage from combat and come to Shiki's aid. But would he do so? Certainly not. Rox was aware that the world government held trump cards. He would not engage Baichen at this juncture. Baichen shared this sentiment. Both were intent on pressuring the world government. Baichen, too, was utilizing Rox and had no intention of clashing with him. Moreover, did Shiki truly believe that Rox was oblivious to the unfolding events? To become a ruler, one must not underestimate others. If you treat them like fools, it only proves your own foolishness. Rox was well acquainted with his pirate crew. However, aside from this instance at God Valley, he felt he had no further opportunities. The crew's unity was faltering, and it would not be long before they disbanded. He had prepared for this day for many years. To see success in this crucial moment, or to continue waiting in vain for years, with no opportunities, would he return home? What choice would you make? While Shiki and his crew sought a way out, Rox was equally manipulating them. Even if it was mere theatrics, it had effectively stalled the enemy's forces. Kapu, your strength is certainly more than that of a mere vice admiral. Is it because you refuse to serve the celestial dragons that you remain unpromoted? Ha! You not only lack Baichen's strength, but also his resolve. You will live your life in his shadow. Let me see if I can awaken you, D. Dark Hole. Rox swiftly distanced himself from the group, his hands darkening as he touched the ground, emanating black smoke. What is this? Vice Admiral Garp, save me. Rox boss? I am Smoky Scar. I am your crew member. This was the power of Rox's dark fruit, the most sinister of all devil fruits. Do not touch the black waves. The air once again reminded everyone of Rox's fruit ability, information they had gathered during his previous battle with Baichen. Layer upon layer, the black waves rippled across the floor, visibly drawing in any object that came into contact with them, including people. Without sufficient strength to resist this gravitational pull, one could only be consumed. Garp, Sora, CP0, and other members engaged in battle with Rox frantically used moonwalks in an attempt to escape the pull. However, not everyone could break free. The area of Rox's dark hole was limited, confined to about a 20-meter radius around him. Yet the gravitational force was immensely powerful. Hellion Musi, a CP0 member exclaimed, watching as his comrade failed to escape Rox's dark hole's pull. At that moment, half of his body was already ensnared, struggling and calling for help, hoping for rescue. But no one dared to approach the black waves. Ha ha ha. What difference is there between you and pirates? When a comrade is in distress, you stand idly by. Even worse than pirates. Rox slowly retracted the dark hole, taunting the group, while the aforementioned CP0 member, Hellion Musi, became nourishment for Rox's next energy attack. You bastard. Rox, why must such a wicked ability exist? Garp shouted in fury. The earlier cries for help from the Marine left him feeling powerless, pushing him to the brink of breaking down. Sora, Garp, and you dogs. Come and try this move. Ha! Let's see what you think of this so-called wicked ability. Release. Rox waved his hand, unleashing everything he had absorbed to assault the five. Moreover, it was enveloped in his fruit power. Gravity. The strength was immeasurably amplified. In his previous battle with Baichen, Rox had employed this technique, utilizing his dark fruit to counteract other fruit abilities, making Baichen reluctant to face him again. A clear testament to its potency. This time, the gravity was added to ensure that everyone would be unable to escape, forcing them to attack. Steel Bone, Mountain Cannon, Fist Meteor, Storm Kick, Iron Block, Shave. Fools, don't try to tough it out or run away. CP0 Captain Martitus admonished the two with exasperation. Steel Bone, Sora, Garp, and Martitus all chose to attack. The other two CP0 members opted to brace themselves or flee. In other situations, perhaps bracing or retreating could work. But facing Rox Strike, any action other than an active assault was foolish. Their understanding of Rox's fruit abilities was still insufficient, and at this moment, it was a test of perception, which was unavoidable. How many could compel Rox to utilize his fruit abilities? Whether Rox genuinely intended to awaken Garp or was merely jesting remained a mystery. In the blink of an eye, the author had barely finished a few sentences when Rox's attack reached its target. Damn it. Undoubtedly, those who chose to withstand the attack or flee met a dreadful fate. Damn it. Steelbone Sora roared in frustration. Martitus and Steelbone Sora each gripped their arms, one holding his left, the other his right, both sustaining severe injuries. Perhaps Baichen's arrival had precipitated all of this. In the original text, Steelbone Kong does not bear this injury. Garp coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. Although he appeared disheveled, he seemed to be the least injured among them. Thus, of the members besieging Rox, 4 out of 5 CP0 members have fallen. Baichen dispatched one. Dark Acupuncture took care of another. And Liberation dealt with 2, leaving only 1 CP0 captain. At this moment, among the 7 attacking Rox, only 3 remain. CP0 Captain Martius, Steelbone Kong, and Garp. Furthermore, all of them bear heavy wounds. In contrast, although Rox is also injured, he does not seem to be in serious condition. The notion that Garp and Roger could jointly defeat Rox seems utterly implausible. It appears that the world government's divine knights truly possess formidable prowess. Observing the battlefield situation, Baichen murmured to himself, having completely dominated his battle with the Golden Lion. Thus, he found himself distracted, watching the skirmish involving Rox and his crew. After all, in this war, the most riveting spectacle is indeed the clash involving Rox. Others, to varying degrees, exhibit signs of fatigue. Whitebeard and Sengoku remain evenly matched. Charlotte Lingling and Kaido are being targeted by Zephyr and Crane, while John surprisingly gains the upper hand amidst the onslaught of the CP organization. Other naval officers are steadily losing ground against those under Rox's command. At this moment, the Golden Lion stands in tattered clothing, his expression grave, as his hands tremble in battle, desperately seeking a flaw in Baichen's defense. Noticing that Rox showed no inclination to assist him, he has relinquished all hope. He understands this captain better than most aboard the ship. Without value, one is destined to perish. There exists no camaraderie or friendship. Ha! Vice Admiral Baichen, though my strength may not match yours, it is no reason for you to be distracted. The lion, Shiki, brandished Sakura tin and withered wood, unleashing twin slashing attacks directed at Baichen. Aside from being the bearer of the float fruit, Shiki is also a master swordsman. These two slashes adeptly exploit the fleeting moment of Baichen's teleportation, striking with full force. Impact, just as Baichen's teleportation ceased. He had no time to defend against Shiki's two attacks. Splat. Blood sprayed from Baichen's chest as he was sent hurtling backward, revealing a cross-shaped wound across his torso. This injury was inflicted by Shiki's full-powered attack. Catching Baichen off guard. Is Shiki truly this formidable? Rox was astonished at the sight. Moments ago, he had unleashed all his strength, unaware that Baichen was distracted by their fight. Newgate, Sengoku, Steelbone Kong, and Garp all turned their gazes towards Baichen and the Golden Lion. One cannot underestimate the prowess of the world. This spells trouble. I will once again have to trouble Liya. She will surely berate me. However, it matters not. Even if she scolds me, it will be a matter for decades hence. Or perhaps I shall never hear her scold me again. As Baichen, propelled backward, comes to a stop, he drifts toward the direction of the Golden Lion. Muttering under his breath, whenever Baichen acquires scars, he chooses to directly excise them, forming new wounds, and then calls upon Liya to infuse him with vitality. He can swiftly recover to a pristine state. Though each time, Liya becomes infuriated with Baichen. After all, such self-harming behavior is entirely unacceptable to her. Upon reaching the vicinity of the Golden Lion, the bleeding from his chest wound has ceased. How can this be? It's gone? How is that possible? The Golden Lion is utterly incredulous, staring at Baichen, who appears unscathed, and bellows in rage. This was his full-powered strike, and it struck true. And yet, it amounts to nothing? Perhaps I underestimated you, little me. Though I was distracted, your power is indeed formidable. Baichen mused within, realizing that since he set sail, no one has ever managed to leave a scar upon him. Not even during his battle with Rox. In Baichen's eyes, this is a testament to the Golden Lion's strength. Are you mocking me, Vice Admiral Baichen? Everyone knows you are powerful, but must you belittle me so? The Golden Lion trembled with rage, seemingly at a loss for words. Tof struck him with all his might, and yet find Baichen unscathed, only to hear him utter praises, felt no different from insult in the eyes of the Golden Lion. Baichen, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained his composure, choosing not to offer any explanation. Think what you will. My words reflect my innermost thoughts that if you wound me, I too shall test the limits of your endurance against my attacks. New Year's Eve. Explosion. Baichen's fists flew towards the Golden Lion. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding explosions reverberated throughout the battlefield. This is a newly developed technique of Baichen's. Upon contact, his fists compress the surrounding air pressure and then release it, instantly resulting in an explosion. One could liken it to an explosive punch. Damn it. What sort of bizarre ability is this? Why does it explode? The Golden Lion shouted in panic, whether he could evade or not. As long as the distance was not great, he would be caught in the powerful shock waves of the explosions. At this moment, the Golden Lion is enveloped in swirling smoke. After a brief moment, his figure emerges, the right side of his face a bloody mess. Several fingers are broken, his hair singed, and his entire body appears to be coated in blackened dirt. Vice Admiral Baichen, just a slight increase in your seriousness has left me with half a face. The Golden Lion muttered to himself, devoid of emotion, while touching his disfigured visage. Ha! But what of it? As long as I possess strength, who dares to look down upon me? Lion's might. Territory. A series of tearing sounds echoed as the Golden Lion utilized the powers of the float fruit to manipulate the earth around him, transforming it into a whirlwind shaped like lion heads, seeking to engulf Baichen. He has now fully committed to his assault, utterly frenzied. It seems that after sustaining the damage to half his face, his mental state has completely unraveled. Shiki, this is your end. Newgate shouted, sensing Shiki's deteriorating state. I end their battles. No one would initially unleash their full power. Such combat does not endure. Among the strong, Days and nights of conflict are often marked by a careful management of stamina. Yet, at this moment, the Golden Lion has descended into madness, disregarding his stamina, consumed solely by the desire for revenge against Baichen. It is as if he cannot hear Newgate's warnings at all. Rox, witnessing this, ceased speaking, having reached a resolute conclusion in his heart. The truth is, if this continues, the Golden Lion will soon meet his demise, unless he can eliminate Baichen before exhausting his strength. But is that even feasible? One must always retain some reserve, standing unflinching before the might of the mountain. Furthermore, the ancient wisdom regarding the interdependence of the 5 elements holds considerable truth. Baichen, upon observing Shiki's state, instinctively recalled some ancient sayings from his past life. The concept of the 5 elements and their mutual interactions is lost on the people of this world. However, the principle that water extinguishes fire is universally understood. New Year's Beast Transformation. Inferno. The transformed Baichen exhaled torrents of flames, all directed towards the Golden Lion's attack. Boom! Boom! The resounding blasts echoed throughout the battlefield, the fierce flames causing the surrounding temperature to soar. The ground is now littered with black, gray, and dark gray minerals. The remnants of the soil, scorched and burned, typically take on hues of gray, black, or dark gray. By what right do your flames burn my earth? How dare you? Lion's might. Territory. The Golden Lion has spiraled into madness, seemingly intent on asserting his dominance. He refuses to accept defeat, since his face was marred. Shiki's state has become entirely abnormal. The Golden Lion, even in his rage, would never have acted thus, for it pertains to his very life. Baichen cannot comprehend why the Golden Lion has transformed in this manner. However, he finds himself uninterested. His sole focus is on the Golden Lion's life. New Year's Beast Transformation. Inferno. New Year's Eve. Explosion. The flames engulf the land controlled by the Golden Lion, while explosive punches continue to rain down upon him. Ah, damn it. Why are you so powerful? I am Shiki the Golden Lion. Wave slash. Lion's 1,000 cuts. After numerous rounds of combat, the Golden Lion is now utterly exasperated. Realizing that his fruit abilities pose little threat to Baichen, he reverts to his mastery of swordsmanship. Yet, at this moment, Shiki's entire face is no longer recognizable. His body is charred, not a single part remains unscathed, yet he defiantly continues his assault on Baichen, driven by a singular thought: to kill everyone before him. Let the world perish alongside him. At this moment, even the battle involving Rox has come to a standstill, for the commotion generated by the clash between the Golden Lion and Baichen is simply too great. A person who has completely lost their sanity is truly terrifying. One cannot predict the outrageous actions they may take at any moment. Since they have succumbed to madness, so be it. Allow me to test my techniques on you. Divine Burial. The Handblade. This is the technique spoken of by Baichen's father, Di Wu, and Liya's father, Tian Niao. By employing the conqueror's haki, I can immobilize the enemy's surrounding aura, rendering them unable to evade. At this moment, Golden Lion Shiki remains motionless, allowing Baichen's handblade to glide effortlessly across his neck. Under normal circumstances, a mentally sound Golden Lion would never yield without resistance, yet he is now utterly deranged. His mind does not resist at all that a profound silence envelopes the arena as all eyes witness the gleaming head of Shiki plummet to the ground, rolling to rest at Baichen's feet. The visage is now but a blur, with eyes that remain defiantly open, seemingly unwilling to accept fate. Indeed, it is the head of the Golden Lion, this once vibrant sky pirate, who persisted even in the new era, has now met his demise. The stillness is palpable, an overwhelming quietude prevails. No one would have imagined that just a day into the war, Golden Lion Shiki would already be dead. The spectators gaze upon the severed head, filled with shock. Shiki, is this truly the end? Newgate turned his head, gritting his teeth as he spoke. At this juncture, Sengoku refrained from attacking Newgate, swallowing hard as he cast a glance at the injured Steelbone Kong and Martius. Before turning his gaze towards Baichen, the trajectory of this battle remains uncertain, even for Sengoku himself. Baichen paid no heed to the astonishment of those around him. Instead, he turned to Rox and remarked, "With the current course of events, hope becomes increasingly elusive." The others did not grasp the meaning behind Baichen's words. However, Rox understood immediately. They must hasten to force the world government's trump cards into the open. How ironic it is, to have slain my crew, yet still issue commands to me. Rox mused with self-deprecation, surveying the battlefield before him. Below, his crew was being relentlessly pushed back by the Navy, with some already attempting to flee the sea, the Navy in hot pursuit. Newgate and Sengoku engaged in a friendly spar, while Charlotte, Lingling, and Kaido battled against Zephyr and Crane. However, the area of their skirmish was increasingly distant, undoubtedly preparing to flee from God Valley. Every individual's thoughts were laid bare before Rox. Even Newgate had begun to subtly distance himself from this location. Meanwhile, the once dominant John found himself surrounded by an ever-growing number of CP organization members. Outnumbered and overpowered, this battle had only begun with the upper hand. The Navy and world government were well prepared, using the celestial dragons as bait to lure Rox into their trap. The full deployment of the Navy and CP organization is something that few in this world could withstand. Rox, shaking his head in resignation, turned to the few before him and said, "Very well, let me see what you are truly capable of. Kong, Garp, and you, old dog. Dark Hole, Black Star." At that moment, black orbs began to coalesce around Rox, echoing the technique he had employed during his battle with Baichen. Yet, just as Rox was about to strike, a flying slash suddenly appeared behind him. Swoosh. With no time to evade, Rox was struck. A wound blossomed on his back, spilling forth a torrent of blood. Rox regained his composure and turned to confront the source of the attack. Two figures emerged, one with golden hair, clad in a black shirt and glasses, and the other draped in a red coat, wearing a straw hat, his mustache curling in waves. Yet, both bore only one arm. It was Rayleigh and Roger Data. Collaborating with the Navy, how very commendable. Roger, Rox sneered, regarding Roger with disdain. In Rox's eyes, a pirate allying with the Navy was an act that warranted being nailed to the pillar of shame. TSK, how pathetic, Baichen remarked upon witnessing the scene. Though ambushes are commonplace in battle, Roger's identity and actions at this moment would leave anyone feeling discontent. "Let me see if your remaining arm is as sturdy as it once was, Roger," Baichen declared, advancing toward the two. "Ha ha, General Baichen, I hardly think these individuals warrant such belittlement." Rox's emotions were in turmoil. His crew was desperately attempting to escape. Meanwhile, Baichen, his enemy, was there to help him shoulder the burden of his foes. "Do not waste time. I wish to know what other trump cards the world government possesses." New Year's Eve, explosion. With that, Baichen launched an assault against the two. At seeing this, Rox refrained from further comment, unconsciously increasing the intensity of his strikes. After all, being underestimated by his enemies was not a pleasant experience for him. He had always been the overlord of the seas. Rox. Garp observed the situation with a hint of concern for Roger. After all, it was he who had facilitated Roger's alliance with the Navy, and now it seemed that Baichen had set his sights on Roger. However, the current circumstances left him no room to intervene. Merely confronting Rox and the others was already pushing his limits. God of Void, illusory light. While Roger and Rayleigh evaded Baichen's attacks, they launched their own flying slashes towards him, their eyes resolute, seemingly prepared for death. Despite having only one arm remaining, Baichen sensed that their strength had seemingly ascended to new heights. They were indeed worthy of being the future pirate king. "Rayleigh, we must split up and flank him from both sides." "We cannot remain together," Roger urged Rayleigh, recognizing that Baichen's teleportation would leave a brief window of vulnerability. Separating would allow one of them to exploit any openings during an attack, in a certain part of God Valley. 5 figures sat in a circle. Fegal Dew Green, ancient sage, prepare to act tomorrow. The members under Rox had become insignificant. However, they had yet to find anyone capable of fully obstructing Baichen. Continuing down this path would undoubtedly lead to complications. Once Newgate was freed, Sengoku would likely join Roger's ranks to confront Baichen. "Let them exhaust Rox and Baichen's stamina today. You are to act tomorrow." Ensuring that both Rox and Baichen remain alive, the bald man with a handlebar mustache and a birthmark on his forehead, Topman Watchley Sage, spoke solemnly. From the outset, they had filled God Valley with audiovisual snail devices. Although most had been destroyed, some remained operational, relaying messages to them. They had initially expected Baichen to confront Rox, yet the situation had exceeded their expectations as long as Baichen and Rox remained alive. Even if everyone else perished, the world government would not claim victory. Yet at this moment, none could hinder Baichen in their view. Roger and Rayleigh, who had previously been defeated by Baichen and Liya, were insufficient. Even with Sengoku on their side, claiming Baichen's life would not be a simple task, as long as Rocks and Baichen lived, the likes of Newgate were of no concern to the world government, who would prefer to keep them alive for now. Their true aim was never to eradicate pirates entirely, but rather to maintain a faade of balance for their own interests. Newgate, are you frightened? Why do you find yourself retreating closer to the shore? Sengoku taunted as he made his move against Newgate. Sengoku, do not provoke me. I owe Captain Rocks nothing. The crew aboard my ship is nearly annihilated. Should I knowingly march to my demise? I still have my own ambitions left unfulfilled. From the clouds, quake. Newgate unleashed a powerful strike, enveloped in the energy of the tremor fruit and haki, aimed squarely at Sengoku. He sensed that, although the war at God Valley had only begun a day ago, if he did not find a way to escape soon, he would undoubtedly be trapped here. Facing Baichen, who had just slain Shiki, filled him with an unprecedented sense of pressure. He recalled the unease he felt upon first hearing the name Arceus D. Baichen. He could never have anticipated Baichen's rapid ascension in strength, now rendering him utterly incapable of contending with him. Great Buddha, air cannon. Sengoku transformed into his Great Buddha form, withstanding Newgate's assault before clasping his hands together to strike at Newgate's head. Sengoku's devil fruit is the human fruit. Mythical Zoan, Great Buddha form. The mythical Zoan fruits are by no means weak as the sun sets in the west and rises in the east. After a whole night of battle, the battlefield is now dominated by the Navy and world government. With the exception of Baichen and Rocks, the surviving naval soldiers, along with various generals, have descended into the fray, while the CP organization, aside from the CP0 leader, Embodies, has refrained from further combat. The high-level skirmishes have only just commenced. With Steelbone Kong, Garp, and Embodies continuing their siege on Rocks. Last night, Roger and Rayleigh appeared quite beleaguered after their encounter with Baichen, consistently finding themselves at a disadvantage. Sengoku, having concluded his battle with Whitebeard yesterday, has also joined the fray. Now, Roger, Rayleigh, and Sengoku are converging on Baichen. To be frank, Sengoku is reluctant to engage Baichen, for the circumstances surrounding Baichen differ significantly from those of Rocks. However, the current situation is beyond personal choice. Ultimately, it reflects a fundamental divergence in ideals. The crew of the Rocks pirates has either perished or fled, and those who ventured out to sea may yet survive. Yet, how many will manage to escape remains uncertain. John met a bitter end amidst the relentless assaults from the CP organization. He was perhaps the only member of the Rocks pirates not contemplating escape, though this may have been due to the sheer number of his assailants. Zifa and Crane have also struggled to subdue Lin and Kaido, ultimately finding an opportunity to escape from God Valley. While Baichen has been unable to intervene against the two. Of course, the most significant aspect is that Baichen has never truly regarded them as worthy opponents, even if they were to ascend to the status of the Four Emperors. What difference would it make? Strength is the foundation of Baichen's confidence. The battle between Whitebeard and Sengoku intensified yesterday. Sengoku felt he had a chance to detain Whitebeard. Any prior agreements have long since been disregarded. As he strikes furiously, hoping for reinforcements from the world government to assist in keeping Whitebeard at bay. Yet, even when the CP organization found itself with a moment's respite, no one arrived to aid Sengoku, leaving him both infuriated and helpless. In just one night, the lower echelons of the world government and the Navy can be said to have achieved a resounding victory. However, until Rocks and Baichen are dealt with, no one can afford to relax. You can't possibly restrain me with such meager power. Let me first dispose of one of you. Dark Star. Energy release. Rocks conjured a formidable black energy sphere with his left hand, the energy exhibiting an exceedingly volatile nature, seemingly on the brink of cataclysmic explosion. With his right hand, he absorbed incoming matter through the dark passage, re-energizing it with the powers of the dark fruit. Launching both attacks simultaneously at Embodies, he aimed to eliminate one opponent first. Steelbone Kong and Garp have developed a more seamless cooperation, making it difficult to break through. Thus, he focused his attention on Embodies, whose prowess as the captain of CP0 is indisputable. Yet, among the trio besieging Rocks, only he has not coordinated his efforts. Rock's current state is markedly superior to that of his adversaries. Steelbone Kong and Embodies already bore injuries, and coupled with the brutality of Rock's fruit powers, their stamina had significantly waned throughout the night. This moment, aside from Garp, Both of them were on the verge of being easily dispatched by rocks. Observing that rocks intended to target only Marutis, Garp sought to intervene and assist, but to his surprise, Steelbone Kong restrained him, shaking his head while looking towards rocks. Garp instantly comprehended the situation, and as Rocks initiated his attack, the two advanced towards him. Rocks, neglecting his own stamina in pursuit of a swift resolution, realized that even if Garp were to preserve Maruti's life, he would no longer be able to engage in battle, merely diminishing Garp's combat efficacy. Now, they must await the world government to send forth reinforcements to contain Rocks, and at present, no one from the world government has arrived. If they cannot restrain Rocks, they certainly cannot hope to deal with Baichen. Marutis, sensing the movements of Kong and Garp, felt a sense of futility. There was no evading Rock's gravitational assault. A black energy sphere hurtled towards Maruti's face, accompanied by countless materials resembling black magma. Attempting to engulf him, Maruti steadied his breath and calmed his mind, bracing himself for the impending strike from Rocks, which was now perilously close. 6 Form's ultimate move, Maximum Wheel. 6. King Spear. The air around Maruti's crackled ominously as he channeled his most potent energy through his intact left arm and his damaged right arm, launching forward. This represented the pinnacle of the 6 Forms. Originally, the 6 Forms were the forte of the CP organization, and as the captain of CP0, he had long mastered their essence. The two powerful energy attacks clashed in the air, instantly erupting in a dazzling display of fiery sparks and a thunderous roar. The contrasting black and white light blossomed like fireworks, seemingly cleaving the sky in twain. The energy fluctuations stirred boundless ripples, drawing everything nearby into the fray, obliterating all in their path. The black energy surged forth like a tidal wave, consuming Marutis, who struggled against the overwhelming force, letting out a desperate cry. Ultimately, his body fragmented into countless pieces, dissipating amidst the clash of black and white energies. Suddenly, a deafening boom resonated, and in that moment, Garp and Steelbone Kong's fists struck Rocks simultaneously. In an instant, blood erupted from Rocks, who was propelled backward like a cannonball, spiraling through the air before crashing violently to the ground. Kicking up a cloud of dust, Rocks, intent on swiftly eliminating one opponent, could not afford to consider every aspect, a price one must pay for hastily dispatching an adversary. Roger and Rayleigh found themselves in a similarly precarious position, as Baichen seemed to deliberately direct his attacks more towards them, while showing some restraint towards Sengoku. Seeing that Rocks had eliminated one opponent, Baichen began to grow anxious, fixing his gaze on the trio before him. Gradually honing in on Rayleigh, in an instant, Baichen unleashed his full power, attempting to slay Rayleigh. Previously, he had spared Rayleigh, believing that Roger's ascension to Pirate King depended on his assistance. Such foresight was aimed at ensuring that the future war would not be marred by unforeseen complications. However, given the current circumstances, if he could not swiftly neutralize his foes, how could he compel the world government to reveal its trump card? His objective was Heavenly King. If this battle did not yield that energy, all would be for naught. Even if Rayleigh were to perish, Roger might still realize his dream of becoming the Pirate King, and with a stroke of fortune, the future war could still unfold. Baichen was oblivious to the fact that the world government had already planned to deploy the Knights of God at this moment. Baichen needed to swiftly eliminate his opponent, compelling the world government to reveal its trump card. Ultimately, he sought that energy, divine burial. Handblade. What is happening? My body is inexplicably losing control, Rayleigh exclaimed in shock. Such a state could cost lives. Realizing that his movements were no longer fluid, he understood he must confront Baichen's attack head-on. Striving to control his body with immense mental fortitude to evade critical strikes, this was the tyranny of divine burial, more domineering than Rock's gravitational force. At this moment, Rayleigh endeavored to maintain his composure. While Roger and Sengoku also recognized the gravity of the situation, Roger prepared to unleash a powerful slash, while Sengoku transformed into a colossal Buddha, ready to strike at Baichen. They had to thwart Baichen's blow. Otherwise, if Rayleigh were to fall, the situation would become increasingly dire. However, just as Roger and Sengoku were about to launch their attacks, the battlefield experienced a sudden upheaval. With a resounding duong, Baichen's assault was unexpectedly intercepted by a figure. Yet, Baichen remained unfazed, and upon closer inspection, One could even discern a slight smirk at the corner of his mouth. Ah, so you finally made your appearance. It seems you too are beginning to feel the pressure. The Knights of God composed of celestial dragons. Before Baichen stood a figure clad in a black coat, sporting glasses, with hair styled dramatically upwards, his sideburns similarly protruding, and even his beard taking on a pointed shape. It was none other than the leader of the Knights of God, Figurando Grinke. If you had not appeared sooner, how could I have left you, dear Vice Admiral Baichen? As Figurando spoke, two more figures emerged upon the battlefield, clad in glimmering silver armor, exuding an air of majesty. So, as the world government's trump card, only 3 of you have come, including yourself. Is that not a tad dismissive? Baichen coldly retorted. Ha, Vice Admiral Baichen. Allow me to introduce these two. They are our first squad leader, Saint Merlis, and our second squad leader, Saint Cuckoos. We shall contend with you while the others handle rocks. Do you truly believe we cannot restrain you? Figurando boasted with authority. Who knows? We shall see, Baichen replied nonchalantly. Our forces were indeed prepared, but who could have anticipated that Rock's crew would prove so unreliable? They were utterly defeated before we even arrived. Ha! Our subordinates are simply insufficient to deal with both you and Rocks. However, now that we have made our entrance, you shall leave your lives here today, Vice Admiral Baichen, as Fagiolandu Jalingasing spoke. The captain of the 1st Division of the Knights of the Divine, Saint Malais, and the captain of the 2nd Division, Saint Kekusi, approached as well. At this moment, Sengoku, Roger, and Rayleigh had all gathered around Rocks. Adding pressure to him, Steelbone Kong, Garp, Sengoku, Roger, and Rayleigh were all attacking him, while Fagiolandu Jalingasing, Saint Malais, and Saint Kekusi focused on Baichen. The atmosphere in the arena was eerily quiet, as if everyone was waiting for Baichen to deliver his final words. Rocks, if you find it too difficult, just give me a signal to make my escape, Baichen jestingly remarked, turning to the bloodied Rocks. Ha, Vice Admiral Baichen, why not run now? Those few with you are no simple foes. As for my side, merely frogs at the bottom of a well, Rocks replied. First addressing Baichen before glancing at the 5 surrounding him, he displayed an air of invincibility, exhibiting no fear of his adversaries. Ha ha ha, just as I expected from you. Rocks, let us savor this rare battle. Baichen laughed heartily. Come on, allow me, Rocks, to witness whether your navy and pirates can indeed keep me here. Both Baichen and Rocks found exhilaration in the current circumstances. Laughing with abandon, Vice Admiral Baichen, where is Vice Admiral Liya? Sengoku, ever observant, inquired about Liya, who had gone unnoticed by the others though. Sengoku, you're quite perceptive, but what does it have to do with you? Do I need to report to you? Nevertheless, it's fine to inform you. I'm afraid that if I perish here, Liya will have already returned home. Ah ha ha ha. Someone has to remain in this world, Baichen bantered. Addressing Sengoku.it cannot be that simple, Sengoku pondered. Considering what hidden cards Baichen might possess, despite feeling quite confident after the arrival of the Knights of the Divine. Ha, Sengoku, why overthink? After Baichen meets his end here, will you still fear Vice Admiral Liya's reprisal? Fagiolandu Jalingasing remarked to Sengoku. Sengoku found it quite unusual to hear Fagiolandu Jalingasing speak in such a manner. Typically, celestial dragons carried themselves with an air of superiority. Even the dogs of celestial dragons considered themselves above others. Yet here was the leader of the Knights of the Divine, lacking any trace of arrogance. While the others may be unaware, the high-ranking Navy officials understood the immense power wielded by the Knights of the Divine. They were responsible not only for external security, but also for maintaining order among the celestial dragons, administering punishment to those who erred. They possessed the authority to directly deal with the celestial dragons. It would not be an exaggeration to call their power among the most elite. Baichen, observing the situation, had his own speculations. True top-tier celestial dragons would not behave with such disdain. Only those considered sacrifices, ready to lose their lives at any moment, would act so foolishly. The ones stirring trouble outside were precisely these foolish individuals. Upon reflection, Sengoku realized Fagiolandu Jalingasing's words held merit. As long as Baichen fell here, there was no need to fear Liya's vengeance. In the silence, Baichen and Rocks exchanged glances and nodded. Hell flames, dark star, falling star fist. Baichen transformed into the form of a year beast, unleashing fiery attacks against the 3 members of the Knights of the Divine. Rocks mirrored his actions, his fists enveloped in the energy of the dark fruit. charging towards Steelbone Kong and the others. The battle resumed after a brief pause. The Knights of the Divine, with just the three of them, managed to entangle Baichen. Their strength was indeed formidable. However, eliminating Baichen would not prove easy unless Rox fell first. Both sides were testing each other, with Baichen and Rox probing how to counter multiple attackers or even turn the tide against them. Meanwhile, the surrounding attackers coordinated their formations, each attempting to claim the life of their opponent. What a monster, Vice Admiral Baichen. If it weren't for your profound enmity towards the world government, your achievements would be boundless. Fagilandu Jalingasing genuinely praised Baichen. After all, in this world, he was the only individual of such age to reach this level. Ha, what nonsense. This is a life and death battle. Dominating Flame Fist. Baichen's fist emanated waves of red, igniting the very air around him. He ruthlessly charged towards the trio of the Knights of the Divine. This was the Conqueror's haki that Baichen had mastered since setting sail. It allowed him to envelop his attacks or weapons with Conqueror's haki, enhancing their power. He could launch substantive attacks on his enemies from a distance without direct contact. Only a select few top-tier warriors could achieve this. An advanced application of Conqueror's haki, first form, second form, third form, combined Gale Slash, Fagilandu Jalingasing, Saint Malais, and Saint Kekusi all executed their sword techniques in a coordinated manner to counter Baichen. The trio displayed impeccable synergy, as if they had endured countless battles together. This was quite perplexing. Logically, such a level of cooperation should only arise under rare circumstances. Why did they work so harmoniously? Boom, boom. Baichen's Conqueror's haki-imbued fist collided with the slashes in midair, the pressure palpable. A domineering aura spread, causing the surrounding air to feel as if it had solidified. Baichen's fist radiated a fiery brilliance. While the slashes exuded a chilling frost, sharp as ice, the two forces intertwined, resulting in a thunderous explosion, their aftershocks reverberating. Indeed, not to be underestimated, Baichen remarked, observing the unfolding scene, where both he and the trio emerged unscathed. This strike was evenly matched. However, Fagilandu Jalingasing and the others were utterly astonished. They knew all too well that their sword array strike would inflict considerable damage even on a vice admiral. Baichen's prowess had evidently reached the pinnacle of the seas. Fagilandu Jalingasing mused. Pinnacle, who knows the true strength of the five elders and their king? Baichen thought to himself, secretly considering his own thoughts. You all lack the qualifications to kill me. Endless darkness phantasm. Under the power of the dark fruit, Rox was enveloped in black smoke, transforming the surrounding hundreds of meters into a realm of darkness. An aura of malevolence emanated from him, sending chills down the spine. His eyes glowed with a red light, as if burning flames revealed his inner malice and fervor. The slight smirk curled at the corners of his mouth, proclaiming his strength and invincibility to the world. In that moment, he resembled a specter, his figure becoming indistinct, capable of vanishing into the darkness or appearing anywhere shrouded in shadow. It bore similarities to Liya's domain. Great Buddha's light shining. Upon witnessing this, Sengoku immediately transformed into the Great Buddha form, becoming a resplendent golden statue that illuminated the entire battlefield in an attempt to dispel the darkness brought by Rox's powers. He also surrounded himself and his comrades with a protective shield of golden light to guard against Rox's assault. However, in the face of the darkness stemming from Rox's abilities, Sengoku's Great Buddha form appeared somewhat powerless. Bang! Bang! Not nearly enough? Rox bellowed wildly, his figure relentlessly crashing against Sengoku's protective barrier, utterly unafraid of Sengoku's golden light. With a crack, the barrier shattered in an instant, barely holding against Rox for a few moments. And everyone fell once more into Rox's darkness. Die, you disgrace. Falling Star Fist. Rox's ghostly figure materialized behind Roger. If one were to ask who he most desired to kill in this moment, it would undoubtedly be Roger. The members of the Navy were already his enemies, and yet you, Roger, dared to ally with them. Danger. God's avoidance. Roger's observation haki sensed an overwhelming danger approaching from behind, prompting him to turn and strike without hesitation. Roger's attack collided fiercely with Rox's fist, erupting in a thunderous roar. Sparks flew, energy waves surged, and the battlefield was thick with a palpable sense of battle fervor. Yet, before Rox's immense power, Roger found himself unable to withstand. He was violently struck by the fist, sent flying, Just as he was about to plummet, Rayleigh swiftly appeared, catching him with his remaining arm. Roger coughed up blood, his body racked with pain, yet his expression remained grave. His eyes still shining with unwavering determination. Upon witnessing this, Garp, Sengoku, and Steelbone Kong immediately joined forces, launching a coordinated assault on rocks. The trio struck with ferocity, each blow infused with devastating power, unleashing waves of energy. The energy clashes between them created a breathtaking tableau. Garp, Steelbone Kong, and Sengoku appeared resolute in their mission to suppress the malevolent rocks on this battlefield. Rocks seemed to grow increasingly frenzied, even resorting to trading blows with the others at the cost of his own injuries. This was undoubtedly an unwise choice. Let us see who ultimately prevails. Dark Impact. As Rocks engaged in combat with the others, he unleashed his fruit abilities once more in an attempt to deliver a crushing blow. A lunatic, utterly deranged. Everyone, avoid these attacks, Garp shouted to the group, bewildered by Rock's sudden willingness to risk everything. Could he possibly desire to eliminate several of them in such a short span? That was simply impossible. Meanwhile, Baichen's battle had also reached a fever pitch. This is exhilarating, but I wonder if your attack power can be any stronger? Just tickle me. Baichen taunted the three before him with unparalleled arrogance. Compressing energy tides, Baichen gathered the air pressure around him, condensing energy into a colossal offensive. With energy fluctuations surging like a tempest, the entire battlefield was enveloped in oppressive air pressure, yet Fegalandu, Jilingu, and Sheng remained undaunted, passionately engaging in combat against this overwhelming force. Three-comb, sword slash, Fegalandu, Jilingu, and Sheng executed a tightly coordinated maneuver, their forms flickering like lightning as they wielded their combined sword slashes against Baichen with ferocity. Their sword techniques were razor-sharp, the sword energy fierce, leaving deep, invisible rifts in the earth as they passed it on this battlefield. The lines of good and evil had long since blurred. All that mattered was the life of the opponent. The onslaught from both sides continued to collide violently, the thunderous impacts echoing deafeningly. As the air filled with smoke and flames, sizzle, a long gash appeared on Baichen's chest, blood gushing forth like a fountain. The injuries inflicted by the Golden Lion pale in comparison to the current assault. Simultaneously, Fegalandu, Jilingu, and Sheng were sent hurtling backward. Bang! Bang! The three crashed violently to the ground, blood spilling from their mouths, the silver armor of Ma Lacey and Kuku-si gradually deteriorating. The bone in Fegalandu's lower leg was clearly visible. Baichen's attacks were primarily focused on him. Everyone was injured. Even Baichen, of the invincible Arceus D clan, was not faring well. He used armament haki to staunch the flow of blood from his wounds. The battlefield was thick with the stench of blood as both sides descended into madness. The might of Baichen and Rocks exceeded our expectations. Is it time to utilize that energy? Shepard, adorned in a deep red suit with a scar across his chest, suggested that I believe it is not yet the time. This battle will not conclude so swiftly. They still harbor the hope of defeating Baichen and Rocks. I propose we wait until their stamina wanes before we join the fray, then strike them down with a thunderous force. Marcus, clad in a deep blue suit with long white hair and a lengthy beard, replied that no, we cannot join the battle. Our replacements have not yet emerged. Should any unforeseen events arise, do we want our king to personally control that energy? I propose that if the battle persists and we cannot eliminate Baichen and Rocks, we should then unleash that energy to obliterate the two. After using that energy, we can gradually accumulate it again. Is it conceivable that in merely 20 years, figures like Rocks and Baichen would arise again? Topman, with a birthmark on his forehead, opposed. Should Baichen overhear their conversation, he would understand why these individuals rarely separated. It seems that the control of the Celestial King must be wielded by these five. For if even one is absent, only their king can take command. This also explains why the five appeared together in the Valley of the Gods. They held the last line of defense. The Celestial King, furthermore, utilizing it once demands a full 20 years of energy accumulation. Hence, they would never employ this power until the final moment, even if all combatants perished. Since the onset of the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, they had fought tirelessly for 5 days and nights. During this time, the land had endured unprecedented destruction and fragmentation. The intensity of the conflict exceeded all expectations. Their silhouettes darted through fire and smoke. their attacks sweeping across half the Valley of the Gods like a torrential storm. The ground split beneath their feet, and the valley collapsed under their onslaught, transforming the entire battlefield into a desolate wasteland. Rocks, besieged by Garp, Roger, and the others, grew increasingly deranged, radiating boundless malevolence to Rayleigh's strength. In comparison to the others, seemed somewhat lacking. His left leg had been obliterated by the frenzied rocks, rendering the scene utterly harrowing. Garp, Sengoku, Roger, and Steelbone Kong bore numerous wounds. Their garments tattered and stained with blood. Rox was drenched in blood, his hair disheveled. At that moment, his aura resembled that of a survivor emerging from a sea of corpses. Baichen bore several prominent scars on his chest. Injuries that would have surely claimed the life of another. The silver armor of Malacy and Kukusi had been reduced to dust. The two now trembled even while gripping their weapons, their flesh and skin appearing as though ravaged by countless ants. The entire battlefield was suffused with the aura of death. The existence of Baichen and Rox seemed solely for the purpose of annihilation. Fagalandu surveyed the others, their state contrasting starkly with that of Baichen. That he gazed at Baichen and remarked, "I never anticipated we underestimated you, Vice Admiral Baichen. Yet, no matter how powerful you become, ultimately, you cannot escape death." Upon hearing this, Baichen contemplated deeply. Perhaps only the presence of the Celestial King could embolden him so. "Rox, we can no longer delay. Cover me. It is time to confront those old geezers." Baichen, unperturbed by the possibility of Rox declining, shouted, needing to swiftly unleash the power of the Celestial King. If they continued like this, and their stamina was depleted, they would fall into absolute peril. Baichen could not allow his plan to falter. "Ha! Vice Admiral Baichen, are you finally revealing your trump card? Rest assured, it's merely a few more opponents. It makes no difference." Upon hearing Baichen's words, Rox instantly understood that Baichen sought to rid himself of the others. This battle had dragged on for far too long. With a speed that caught everyone off guard, Rox transformed through the shadows on the ground. Positioning himself beside Baichen to provide cover, Baichen raised one hand high, gathering countless energies into his palm. "He has grown even stronger," Rox mused, recalling the familiar sensation. "Quick, stop him." Fagalandu shouted urgently to the others. He was the closest and sensed an ominous feeling. Realizing this move was incredibly perilous, Sword Array, Azure Light, / Fagalandu, disregarding the condition of Malacy and Kukusi, ordered directly. The trio launched their combined attack towards Baichen. Divine Avoidance, Flying Wings, Great Buddha Form, Buddha's Shockwave, Fist of the Meteor. The others unleashed their attacks against Baichen and Rox. "Ha ha ha, it won't be so easy. You must first pass my test." Dark Star, Dark World. The black smoke emanating from Rox thickened, a torrent of powerful dark energy surging towards the Group's attacks, igniting an earth-shattering collision. The battlefield was instantly shrouded in darkness, as deafening explosions rang out incessantly. The attacks of Steelbone Kong, Garp, Sengoku, and Roger bombarded the black energy one after another, yet they struggled to obliterate it. At this moment, Rox was putting his life on the line to shield Baichen. In truth, Rox had long since lost hope. The five elders had yet to make their appearance. Had it not been for Baichen, he would have likely perished in the northwest. Rox held off the group for nearly 10 minutes. Completely disregarding his own injuries, the air superiority had always belonged to Rox. Because Baichen was in the sky, he had to maintain his guard. As the crowd observed the red energy sphere in Baichen's hand swelling larger, an increasing sense of unease gripped their hearts. There was no more time to delay. "Everyone, unleash your full might against Rox." Garp, drenched in blood, urgently shouted at the group. Sword Formation, Azure Light, / Divine Avoidance, Sky Severing, Great Buddha, Shockwave, Iron Fist. Sensing the overwhelming power of the energy in Baichen's grasp, they understood they had to strike with all their strength. All their attacks surged towards the airborne Rox and Baichen. 30 seconds, Baichen suddenly spoke to Rox beside him. "Ha! Then I'll go all out. If you have the capability, take my life." Rox laughed maniacally. "This is the first time I've used this move. Ha! I hope I don't die." Wiping the blood from his lips, Rox declared fervently, "Dark energy, devour." The onslaught of their attacks crashed upon him like a tidal wave. However, the formidable dark power emanating from Rox consumed everything in its path. The intensity of the energy unleashed by the 8 fighters was enough to rend the very fabric of existence. Rox's body began to tear slowly, his skin shattering like withered leaves, blood flowing profusely. This energy far exceeded what Rox could endure. The power of darkness was tearing at his very being. Yet, in his eyes shone an indomitable spirit and resolve that if Rox could evade, he certainly would. But he had to endure. The 8 warriors pressed their assault with unrelenting force. He was on the brink of collapse. One more time. Roger was the first to notice Rox's deteriorating condition. Eye in the air. Rox's battered figure glanced at Baichen, just as everyone was gathering their strength for another all-out assault on Rox. A cold, indifferent voice resonated. That's enough, Rox. Blood shadow devour. At that moment, the red energy sphere in Baichen's hand had swollen to an astonishing size. Hurtling down towards the crowd below, it radiated an overwhelming heat and an awe-inspiring pressure. Standing before it felt as if one might be obliterated by an irresistible force. Run! Quick! Run! Steelbone Kong shouted to the group. Everyone could sense this energy. If struck by it, death was a distinct possibility. They scattered in all directions, desperately seeking to escape with utmost speed. Run! Roger! Don't worry about me. Rayleigh bellowed at Roger beside him. Rayleigh, with only one leg and one arm remaining, knew he could not escape. Get away! Hurry! Roger, determined to try once more to save Rayleigh, was forcefully pushed aside by him. Rayleigh! Tears streamed down Roger's face as he moved forward. Constantly glancing back at his comrade at that moment, the captains of the Divine Knights, Malaise and Kuku-Si, exchanged wry smiles as they watched the retreating figure of Fei Galanduo Gulingu. Their injuries were grave, yet if Fei Galanduo Gulingu could lend them a hand, they might have had a chance to escape. Humanity's true nature was laid bare in the face of peril. At least for now, the Divine Knights were no match for the pirates. Baichen's blood shadow devoured descended like a deity of destruction. Upon making contact with the ground, a powerful shockwave radiated outward in all directions. The resplendent red energy sphere illuminated the entire battlefield, erupting with explosive flames. The intense energy waves swept through, engulfing everything in their wake. The earth cracked, and the air twisted and contorted under the weight of this staggering force. As if seeking to annihilate the world itself, Rayleigh, Malaise, and Kuku-Si were overwhelmed by the force of the attack. Their figures vanished without a trace the instant the energy sphere touched the ground. Utterly erased, Baichen's gaze was resolute and cold. In that moment, he embodied the very essence of fate itself. Rox looked at Baichen, silent and contemplative, as if he had quietly resolved something within. The battlefield fell into an eerie silence, lingering until the dust settled and a few returned to the scene. Yet, the figures of Baichen and Rox were already absent, and Roger was in a frenzy. Rayleigh! Rayleigh! Where are you? With the remaining hand, Roger clawed at the ground with his sword, crying out in anguish like a child. Garp, witnessing this, was at a loss for how to console him, still trying to reach out to Roger. Should we pursue? Sengoku's voice suddenly rang out, directing his gaze toward the few individuals nearby. Fei Galanduo Gulingu swallowed hard, shaking his head in silence. There was no trace of remorse in his eyes. As if the deaths of his subordinates were of no consequence to him at this moment, they had suffered a complete defeat. With only a few from the navy untouched, Fei Galanduo Gulingu understood that following this battle, his standing would likely plummet. Regardless of whether it was due to Baichen and Rox's overwhelming might, the fact remained that he had failed to prevent their advance. Baichen, I can still release the energy I absorbed earlier. However, my body may not endure much longer, Rox informed Baichen. The energy Rox had absorbed had already surpassed his limits. To release it again would certainly inflict further harm upon his body. Even Rox, who had always been confident in his physical prowess, recognized that he was nearing his limit. Rox, you knew from the outset that the probability of success was exceedingly slim. This is merely your obsession. After all, as a member of the D clan, after preparing for so many years, even if you must face death, wouldn't you want to witness the king? Otherwise, wouldn't it be a regrettable fate? Baichen spoke slowly. The king? Are you suggesting that the king is in the hands of the world government? Hasn't he been destroyed? Is this your speculation or a concrete fact? Rox inquired urgently. Just a speculation. Oh, by the way, the 5 elders are not the true leaders of the world government and celestial dragons. Above them, there is another king. Even the 5 elders must kneel before their king. Baichen continued at that moment. Baichen's words struck Rox. revealing information he had never heard before that he realized Baichen had no reason to deceive him. If you know all this, then why proceed as you have? Rox understood he had been completely used by Baichen. Baichen had never disclosed this information to him before. Otherwise, the plan might have been altered. However, nothing could be changed now, and Rox was not foolish enough to question Baichen further. Instead, he voiced his true curiosity. If what Baichen said was accurate, then why was Baichen still proceeding in this manner? Was it not akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot? With the king and the 5 elders combined, it seemed no one could overthrow the world government. Haha, my apologies, Rox. Though we are allies at this moment, I cannot divulge everything that I have my own plans. And regardless of the outcome, I am certain I will survive, Baichen replied mysteriously. Rox, upon hearing this, ceased his inquiries, his resolve only strengthening in his heart that it should be just ahead. If we go any further, we're likely to be sensed, Rox stated to Baichen. The two had evaded the onslaught of the others in search of the 5 elders. Had Baichen not said this, Rox would have undoubtedly fought to the death in the previous battle. Yet, faced with the 5 elders, he understood Baichen's intent. Do you possess a unique observation haki? Baichen asked, surprised. The strength of the 5 elders must be formidable, yet Rox had managed to evade the myriad attacks and detect their presence ahead of time. Which was quite remarkable. Not exactly, Rox replied, nodding and shaking his head. That time, my clan was down to just me and my grandfather. He told me that if we honed our physical prowess and observation haki, we would be among the world's elite. After meeting you and Liya, I realized that our clan's potential might be a synthesis of your abilities and the Malak D clan, albeit not as strong in a singular aspect. Baichen, upon hearing Rox's explanation, marveled at the D clan's extraordinary nature. After a brief exchange, Baichen turned to Rox and said, "Prepare yourself. There's no need to hold back any longer. Let us strike with full force and catch them off guard." Rox nodded, and subsequently, the two began to gather their energies. After a span of several minutes, they each held a sphere of energy, one black and one red, radiating an overwhelming pressure that shattered the objects nearby into fragments. Curiously, these energy spheres were not particularly large, resembling instead a complete compression of their destructive potential. Dark Star, Blood Shadow Devour. They unleashed their attacks towards the distance. Half an hour earlier, what was that surge of energy? Did Fagalandu and the Saint of Gringoth fail? Shepherd Tenpeter looked at the others and said, "It seems so. They won't be able to restrain Baichen and Rox. What a bunch of useless fools." Topman Walchuli's Saint remarked, his expression grim. "Humph, let them come. We'll show them what true invincible power looks like." It was unexpected that it had come to the point of utilizing this energy, Jagarushius Satan decisively concluded. Though the others wore somber expressions, they remained composed, as if waiting for Baichen and Rox to arrive. What was happening? Danger, spatial exchange, just as the 5 Elder Stars sensed 2 exceedingly dangerous energies about to strike them. Topman Walchuli's Saint utilized his Devil Fruit ability to transport everyone to a distant location. They witnessed Baichen and Rox attacks arriving with a thunderous roar. The ground where the 5 Elder Stars had stood moments ago instantly collapsed, creating a deep chasm, riddled with cracks, resembling a gateway to hell. The shockwaves from the energy swept across the area, snapping trees and causing mountains to crumble, rendering everything before this endless power as fragile as paper kites. The level of destruction this time was even greater than the attack previously unleashed by Baichen. How infuriating! They had approached us without a hint of their presence. How did they manage this? Had it not been for Topman Walchuli's Saint, we would have been in grave danger, Shepherd Tenpeter exclaimed, glaring at the spot they had occupied. The power of space? This was troublesome. Upon sensing this force, Baichen furrowed his brow, in his past life. Baichen had encountered numerous novels, who was unaware of the principle that space reigns supreme. He wondered whether the spatial powers in this world were indeed so formidable. No, at most, it was the upper-tier fruit of the Dorg fruit. The world of pirates could not possibly harbor the energy systems found in the world of cultivation. Otherwise, what role would Emu play? Although it posed some complications, it was not insurmountable. One could break through myriad laws with sheer strength. Moreover, in the future, he would not be caught off guard. Baichen mused inwardly. Let us go, Rox. We are at the final step. Let us witness the might of the 5 Elder Stars. Baichen turned to Rox and said, in this world, it seems only the 2 of us can reach this point. What is death to us? Rox responded with a boisterous laugh. Baichen, no. I should now address you as Baichen the traitor, along with Rox D. Jibek. You truly are an unexpected pair, the leader of the Knights of God, along with the CP organization and the Navy, indeed. Even Roger's crew could not contend with you two, perhaps for centuries. Only you two possess such strength, holding the Supreme Blade, one of the 12, the demon blade known as Yado. Izambalan V. Azure Saint slowly regarded the two standing before him. Enough with the idle chatter. Let us see the extent of your abilities. Ha ha! Baichen declared arrogantly. God's funeral. Handblade. Without hesitation, Baichen launched himself at the group. The conqueror's haki locked onto their essence. Dark hole, black star. Rox, unwilling to be outdone, conjured small black energy spheres that surged toward the group. Their power was so potent that we could barely evade it. Indeed, it was formidable. However, it seemed it could not suppress the abilities of the devil fruits. Spatial exchange. Just as their attacks were about to reach the group, Topman Walchuli Saint activated his devil fruit ability. Suddenly, the five in front of Baichen found themselves repositioned to the other side. Staring back at him and Rox, they are indeed formidable opponents. This power of space, Baichen remarked, contemplating their situation. Let us see how you fare against my next move. Void Break. In an instant, Baichen appeared before them. Delivering a punch, pure power, devoid of any embellishments. Spatial extra. Crack, crack. Just as Topman Walchuli Saint initiated his ability, the group was astonished to find the space beside them beginning to shatter. Power, hundredfold, in a flash. Shepherd 10 Peter retaliated with a punch aimed at Baichen. Their fists collided with a fierce intensity, unleashing a colossal shockwave that reverberated through the surroundings, sending debris flying. The air was filled with a deafening roar. Moments later, both retreated, but Shepherd 10 Peter found himself pushed back further than Baichen. His fist was drawn back, trembling slightly. Baichen had shattered the space with sheer strength, catching them off guard, even with Shepherd 10 Peter's quick reflexes. He was a fraction too slow. They were already down 3 points before the match truly began. Power. What kind of fruit is this? It resembles the upper tier of the Momo fruit, Baichen pondered, struggling to recall any such fruit from the narrative. Rox, today will not go well for us. Baichen turned to Rox and said, Humph, what is there to fear? Discovering their abilities is also a significant gain, is it not? Baichen found it difficult to grasp Rox's perspective. From Rox's viewpoint, it seemed likely that they would both fall here. What was the use of probing the devil fruit abilities if the information could not be conveyed? After all, Rox had no idea what other trump cards Baichen possessed. Despite Baichen's earlier assurances that they would not perish here, who would genuinely believe such words? Stop overthinking it. Let us charge ahead. Ha! Rox suddenly exclaimed. Endless darkness. Phantasm. Rox unleashed his devil fruit ability, enveloping the surrounding area in an inky blackness for hundreds of meters. Void Break. Observing this, Baichen ceased his contemplation and charged forward with a fist wrapped in Conqueror's haki toward the group. It was pure power once more. He sought to prevent Topman Walchuli Saint from using his abilities to whisk everyone away again. Holy light purification. At that moment, a figure clad in a deep blue suit, with long white hair and an equally long beard, Marcus Mas Saint revealed his capabilities. It appeared that he was specifically designed to counter Rox's darkness. Baichen recognized this as resembling the upper-tier abilities of Admiral Kizer's light fruit. This could explain why everyone had seemed so dazed during the ritual. It was likely a result of his abilities. One style, Iato slash, spatial exchange. Izambalan Vita Nazru Saint launched a flying slash at Baichen. Marcus Mas Saint's abilities were purifying Rox's darkness, and then Topman Walchuli Saint activated his powers once more, causing the group to vanish. With a resounding crash, Baichen's fist met the gale-like slash, the air seeming to solidify momentarily. Ultimately, Baichen's strength ruthlessly shattered the strike, but he bore a fresh scar on his shoulder. Baichen glanced over at Rox. At this moment, both felt as though they had struck a punch against cotton. The 5 Elder Stars were not engaging them directly. The spatial fruit, in conjunction with the others' assaults, darted about like rats, inciting great irritation. Yet, it could not be said that there were no gains. Baichen and Rox had managed to probe the abilities of their adversaries. Baichen contemplated inwardly. Izambalan V. Nazru Saint, a swordsman. Generally, swordsmen disdain consuming devil fruits. Topman Walchuli Saint, possessing a space-manipulating fruit. Most likely, it is the upper tier of the Dorg fruit. Shepherd 10 Peter, currently amplifying his force. Most likely, it is the upper tier of the Momo fruit, Marcus Maz Saint, possessing purification abilities. Most likely, it is the upper tier of the Wash Wash fruit. As for J. Garcia Saturn, one of the 5 elders, Baichen possesses a modicum of understanding. He faintly recalls from a comic he perused in a past life that he transformed into a creature resembling both a spider and an ox. Moreover, flames akin to those that appeared upon the awakening of the Lucci fruit manifested behind him. Judging by this imagery, his fruit should be categorized as a Zoan type, mythical beast resembling an ox. At this juncture, Baichen has comprehended the abilities of all the 5 elders. It appears that the elders have never considered concealing their powers, perhaps feeling assured of their advantage over the 2. In this moment, Baichen and Rox stand together, gazing at the distant crowd, and Baichen remarks, "Is this all they can do? Merely hide?" However, the 5 elders do not respond to this inquiry. Instead, they pose a question they know to be impossible. Baichen, Rox, you both possess formidable strength. Are you truly unwilling to serve the world government? We can bestow upon you the rights of nobility, allowing you to stand tall even before the celestial dragons. J. Garcia Saturn, wielding a scepter, addresses the 2. It seems they have developed an affinity for talent, daring to inquire despite the futility of such a proposition. In truth, even if the 2 were to acquiesce, trust would remain elusive. Isn't it rather ludicrous to utter such words? There is no need for such elaborate theatrics. If you possess the capability, simply strike us down here. Rox retorted sharply. Alas, you truly do not comprehend. Some powers transcend human capabilities. What a pity, Saturn said, shaking his head, his expression tinged with regret. World within a world. Just as Saturn concluded his statement, Topman Wokuli waved his hand, unleashing his fruit's ability. This time. They have completely vanished. What does this mean? Baichen inquired, perplexed. They are concealing themselves in the air, Rox suddenly exclaimed. Rox, the Force can break through all laws, even space, Baichen declared to Rox. All right. With that, the 2 ascended into the sky. Baichen manipulating the air pressure while Rox employed moonwalk. Within the world inside a world. First, let us see if they can shatter this space once more. Izambron V. Najuro Saint. Unleash a slashing attack upon them. If that fails, I shall have to continuously shift the space at that point. You 4 must sacrifice more of your energy. Topman Wokuli instructed those nearby. Understood, they all replied in unison. This is the spot. Rox suddenly halted and proclaimed loudly. Following that, Baichen and Rox prepared to strike and breach the space. Just as they were about to unleash their attacks, 2 slashing strikes suddenly appeared in the air. It was evident that Izambaron V. Najuro Saint had initiated the assault. Baichen, leave it to me. Rox called out to Baichen upon witnessing the incoming slashes. Dark Star, Abyssal World. The dark smoke emanating from Rox thickened. Powerful waves of dark energy surged forth to collide with the slashes. Overbearing, break the void. Baichen, in turn, unleashed a punch towards the sky. At this moment, he had faith that Rox could handle the attack directed at them. Rox radiated an aura of breaking through all things, conjuring an invisible tempest that enveloped the opposing slashes. Boom! The 2 forces collided, producing a thunderous roar and a howling wind, just as Rox's assault met the enemy's slashing strikes. Baichen's fist was already in motion at that moment. Crackling sounds erupted, and the space began to fragment. The figures of the 5 gradually became visible. They emanated a silvery glow, interconnected by strands of silver. Their lips uttering words that did not seem to belong to this world, as if summoning something. The Celestial King. They were invoking the Celestial King. Baichen shouted to Rox at this moment. Baichen finally grasped why the 5 had simultaneously arrived at the Valley of the Gods, and why their figures always appeared in unison. It was because summoning the Celestial King necessitated the combined effort of all 5. Just as Baichen prepared to strike again, Topman Wokuli's incantation suddenly slowed in pace. The group vanished once more. Clearly, Wokuli had become distracted and was once again employing his fruit's ability to create a world within a world. Rox. Baichen cast another glance at Rox. The positions are constantly shifting. I must discern the pattern. Rox replied, his expression grave at 10 o'clock, 600 meters. At 1 o'clock, 900 meters, Rox muttered their coordinates. This was the nauseating ability of space. Even if Rox could pinpoint their location, it could change at any moment. After Rox had his eyes closed for nearly a minute, he suddenly shouted, quick, 9 o'clock, 1500 meters. Overbearing, break the void. Without a moment's hesitation, Baichen instantly teleported to that location. Crackling sounds reverberated once more, but the figures of the five merely flickered before disappearing again. Ugh! At this moment, within the world inside a world, Topman wokily spat out a mouthful of blood. He had been in a distracted state, especially while sacrificing his own power to summon the Celestial King. After the space was shattered, he recklessly employed his ability once more, resulting in injury and bloodshed. Directly behind, 1800 meters, at 8 o'clock. Meanwhile, rocks continued to report their coordinates, as Baichen unleashed punch after punch. It was akin to a game of catching mice, but merely a few minutes elapsed before the sky shifted ominously. There is no time left, Baichen said to rocks, gazing upwards. That it seems we have reached the end. No wonder those fellows have refrained from engaging us. That to act is to court death, while to remain passive guarantees victory. At this moment, Rocks also came to a realization, shaking his head. Can you feel it? We are completely locked in, and no matter where we go, we cannot evade this attack. Baichen stated expressionlessly to Rocks. Ha! Arceus D. Baichen, you truly are unafraid, even when death looms so close. Rocks laughed heartily at Baichen. Drawing nearer. Why are you getting so close to me? Baichen furrowed his brow. Strangely, despite knowing the Celestial King's energy could annihilate them, the two felt no urgency to escape. Baichen may have a hidden card. But what about Rocks? Ha! You needn't worry. Who would have thought that after my brutal journey at sea, I would end up harboring such thoughts? Rocks replied, his demeanor eccentric, as the sky darkened and ominous clouds gathered. It resembled a colossal black veil shrouding the earth. The dense clouds exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression, swirling like a tornado across the entire sky, instilling a sense of dread that a formidable pressure descended from above, gradually distorting the surrounding air, producing a disconcerting crackling sound. Above this shroud of dark clouds lurked a suffocating aura. Energy surged like a tide, imperious and potent, an intangible force radiating outward, causing tremors deep within the soul. Boom! Gazing at the heavens, one could observe fierce lightning flashing amidst the clouds, piercing the sky and illuminating the enveloping darkness. Each bolt seemed to carry boundless power and destruction, akin to the wrath of a vengeful deity. This was the power of the Celestial King. In this world, none could withstand it, truly overbearing. This is the true hidden card, Rocks remarked, observing the sky. Despite the dire circumstances, no trace of anxiety appeared on Rock's face. Instead, he bore an expression of relief and pride. Is this akin to technology, concealed in the air, perhaps beyond the atmosphere, the boundless technology of the pirate world, or that legendary technology of the kingdom of gods? Baichen mused inwardly, astonished by the myriad secrets the pirate world still held. Boom! The furious lightning within the clouds appeared even more rampant. It's coming, Rocks, Baichen stated calmly. Just as Baichen finished speaking, two bolts of lightning, imbued with the essence of annihilation, descended from the sky. Baichen and Rocks found themselves locked in, unable to evade. Ha ha ha. General Baichen, do you still remember that I possess some energy yet to be unleashed? I wonder if this act will allow you to survive. However, if fortune smiles upon you and you do endure, please, do not relinquish hope. What does it matter if these powers are formidable? With that, Rocks leaped above Baichen, raising both hands. As energy surged within him, and a multitude of dark energies spread forth. All the energy he had absorbed beyond his capacity enveloped his fruit abilities and surged towards the lightning. A clandestine awakening, life unleashed. Rocks exerted all his strength, striving to counter the impending lightning that bore the essence of annihilation. At that moment, the entire environment seemed ensconced in an overwhelming aura of dominance. With Rocks radiating an oppressive pressure, refusing to retreat, Baichen's mind faltered, as Rocks endeavored to shield him with his very life. Perhaps the two had never been comrades, merely utilizing one another for their own ends. It is possible that Baichen had never regarded Rocks with respect, viewing him merely as refuse upon the vast ocean. Yet at this moment, Rocks was willing to sacrifice himself in a bid to ensure Baichen's survival. Anyone in such a predicament would likely find their mind blank. Yet Rocks believed that it was better to help Baichen withstand this onslaught than to perish together, should fortune allow survival. Baichen would undoubtedly excel beyond him. In this moment, there were no so-called enemies or allies, merely a shared conviction between the two, that though their paths were entirely divergent, their objective remained the same: to overthrow this world. Come. The dark energy unleashed by Locks roared like a colossal dragon, fiercely lunging at the obliterating lightning. The clash of these two potent forces in the air ignited a series of explosions and sparks. The battlefield was swept by a tempest, as though the apocalypse had descended. Locks' dark energy, however, proved insufficient against the force of destruction, appearing feeble in comparison. The power of the Heavenly King ultimately pierced through Locks' dark energy entirely. Like a merciless blade, it cut through Locks' assault and surged towards both Baichen and Locks. Without hesitation, Locks shielded Baichen with his own body. The instant the lightning made contact with Locks, his body convulsed violently, blood staining his garments. In an instant, Locks' form gradually grew ethereal. As the dark energy coalesced around him in a last-ditch effort to form a barrier, he poured forth every ounce of his strength, striving to create a glimmer of hope for Baichen's survival. Even if the odds were minuscule, Baichen beheld the scene before him, his thoughts a tumultuous tangle. The power of the Heavenly King descended like the wrath of a god of destruction, piercing through Locks' body and advancing toward Baichen below. The overwhelming energy stirred the air, its searing brilliance blinding and dazzling, as if the very world were quaking. Ultimately, the power of the Heavenly King proved insurmountable. As if the fates had conspired to render the two to mere ashes, they seemed to leave no trace of their existence in this world. Their bodies disintegrated into dust upon the ground. Merging with the earth, they resembled two meteors traversing the cosmos, fleeting yet resplendent, before vanishing into the endless void of darkness. The battlefield lay in ruins, a testament to desolation and mercilessness. The figures of Baichen and Locks had been obliterated by this force of destruction. Whoa! At that moment, hidden like mist within the land of the Divine Valley, Liya felt a pain in her heart that was inexpressible. This was the resonance from the Heart Lotus, as countless parts of Liya seemed to weep, causing the ground to emit a faint humming sound. Sorrow spread like a dense fog across the land of the Divine Valley, as if the very earth were echoing its grief. Yet Liya remained motionless, adhering to every directive Baichen had entrusted to her. She believed in him, trusted the circumstances he had shared, convinced he would not simply perish. Alas, lamented Marcus Mas, exhaling a breath of discontent. What a pity these two have turned to ash. Such is the inexorable power. Let us also recuperate our strength here, for summoning a Heavenly King demands a great sacrifice of our own energy. Inform the Navy to take control of this area and seal all information regarding Locks and Baichen. Henceforth, their name shall not be uttered upon these seas, declared Topman Vacheli and the others. In the distant South Sea, Yunhan gasped, clutching her heart tightly as tears streamed down her cheeks. A searing pain surged from her core, as if something were tearing at her very soul. What is it? Di Wu inquired anxiously, grasping Yunhan's hand. I do not know. I only feel an unbearable discomfort. Di Wu. Could something have happened to Baichen? Yunhan choked out that Di Wu's heart sank. He and the Heavenly Bird were aware of Baichen's journey to the Divine Valley, yet he dared not reveal his concern, instead comforting Yunhan. How could that be? Baichen possesses the strength to protect himself. He must be fine. Perhaps you have simply been lacking rest. As he spoke, Di Wu's gaze brimmed with worry and anxiety, the unease in his heart intensifying. Ding! Host death detected. Activating the 5th innate skill. Ding! Preserving soul memories. Commencing body reconstruction. Ding! Heavenly King energy detected. Beginning absorption. Here it comes. Liya swiftly employed her observation haki to sever the familiar aura that had appeared out of thin air. Countless bat-like figures faded from crimson to transparency, then refracted the surrounding environment as they emerged from the earth, encircling that energy. From a distance, all appeared normal. This was a new ability Liya had honed under Baichen's guidance. Her formidable observation haki nullified all forms of detection, controlling the color to reflect the environment. It was as though she had formed a new space, completely concealing what lay within, rendering it undetectable. This ability had never been demonstrated before others. Specifically for this moment, It was also the reason Liya had not revealed herself earlier. No one could have anticipated that she had remained hidden in the land of the Divine Valley, prepared for the eventuality that someone might still exist after the battle concluded. Otherwise, should the world government learn that Baichen was not dead, but merely in a dormant state, he would no longer be safe. However, such a feat was perhaps only within Liya's capabilities. Baichen had been emboldened to participate in this war without trepidation, knowing of Liya's developed ability to them. Did any of you suddenly sense Baichen's presence? It vanished in but an instant, remarked Izambaron Vida Nasu Shrew, frowning at the others. Baichen, surely you do not believe he can survive beneath the power of the Heavenly King. Is it merely a hallucination born from the excessive sacrifice of energy? Or is the pressure Baichen exerts too great? Furthermore, how could one who has turned to ash possibly be resurrected? Not even our king can accomplish such a feat. Shepherd, Saint Tin, and Saint Bit returned to their paths. Saint Nazulong, upon hearing this, found it reasonable and ceased to ponder further. Unbeknownst to them, at that very moment, Baichen's body was gradually recovering, while Liya concealed all signs of anomaly. Moreover, they were merely a few hundred meters away from the five elders. Half a month had passed since the fierce battle at God Valley concluded, resulting in the utter defeat of the Rock's pirates and the annihilation of Rocks and Baichen by the power of the Celestial King. Edward Newgate, Charlotte Linlin, and Kaido managed to escape, along with a scant few of Rock's subordinates. Roger survived against all odds in such dire circumstances that it remains unclear whether it was the collective desire to avoid further conflict or the world government's absurd mandate for balance that dictated their actions. Ultimately, the wheels of fate began to turn. Roger stumbled upon two infants on the land of God Valley. Garp was thrust into the limelight and hailed as a naval hero. The world government ordered a complete blackout of all information regarding Rocks and Baichen. Yet, how could such a blockade be entirely effective? The news of Baichen and Rock's demise inevitably leaked. They could only strive to control the flow of information, hoping that time would render these events forgotten. Baichen's plans, apart from Liya, remained a mystery to all. Only those who participated in the battle at God Valley and survived were privy to Baichen's true actions. However, recalling those scenes left them speechless. Compounded by the world government's warnings, no one dared to disclose the specifics. Even the few who escaped from Rock's crew remained resolutely silent. The Navy's 68th branch in the West Sea, bang, bang, Moria, in a fit of rage, slammed his fists onto the office desk, producing a deafening noise. Papers flew, documents scattered across the floor, as a storm raged within him, intertwining anger and despair. His eyes were bloodshot, and his furious roars echoed throughout the room. His subordinates, utterly oblivious to the situation, dared not approach. Damn it! How is this possible? I refuse to believe it. How could Captain Baichen possibly be dead? It must be the world government's doing. I am heading to headquarters. I must uncover the truth. No matter who stands in my way, I will make them pay. In his frenzied state, Moria could only voice these thoughts internally, refraining from revealing any hint of his connection to Baichen. He vividly recalled Baichen's words from that day, and he had indeed upheld his promise to remain unacquainted, keeping his knowledge hidden from the world. Yes, and there's also Sister Liya. Everything will eventually be clarified. As this thought crossed his mind, Moria gradually regained his composure, sitting down to rub his temples and steady his breath. In the conference room of the North Sea's Beidel Navy branch. Eileen, Vina, what do you mean by this? Why are you obstructing us? I want to confront the Navy headquarters and demand answers. Why has Captain Baichen died? Those useless fools at headquarters are still alive. How could someone with Captain Baichen's strength possibly perish? Sakazuki gritted his teeth, fuming as he addressed Eileen and Vina, who stood in his way. The magma coursing through him seemed poised to obliterate everything around, completely beyond his control. Standing beside him, equally enraged, were Shochi and Mark. Sakazuki, be quiet? Eileen's voice brimmed with anger and restraint, slicing through the air like thunder. She glared at the individuals before her. Have you forgotten what Captain Baichen said at that time? Turning to Sakazuki, her gaze sharp as a blade, she shouted, Shochi, Mark, what do you intend to do? Betray the Navy and become pirates? Eileen's voice escalated, her fury boiling over. How will we explain this to Captain Baichen? Have you all forgotten how he spoke to us back then? Look at these documents. Is anger even useful? With that, Eileen hurled the documents forcefully at them. Dissolve the Beidel base. I will accompany Eileen to Navy headquarters. Mark will head to the New World, while Shochi and Vina will proceed to the Grand Line. The personnel dispersed accordingly. Sakazuki, Shochi, and Mark exchanged glances at the documents in their hands. This was the world government and Navy's latest arrangement for the Beidel base. If the base were dismantled, They would have to comply with orders, awaiting Captain Baichen's return. Yes, Captain Baichen must still be alive. He certainly hasn't perished. This must all be false information, Sakazuki muttered to himself, his voice rising, anger gradually giving way to excitement at that moment. He and his companions began to recall what Baichen had told them. Meanwhile, in a certain location of the New World, aboard the Roger pirate ship. Rayleigh, your long-awaited revenge has been realized. Those two scoundrels are dead, and you can rest in peace. Rest assured, I will not succumb to despair. As Roger spoke, he poured a drink from his hand into the sea. His eyes glistening with moisture on the island of Erstan in the South Sea, Baichen had orchestrated this plan, harnessing the power of the Celestial King to develop a certain ability, set to awaken after 36 years. During this time, I will continuously infuse Baichen with life force through my abilities, including for everyone else at this moment. Diwu, Yunhan, Tianyao, Yadwa, and Liya sat closely together. On the bed beside them lay Baichen, appearing no different from a normal person in slumber. Following the conclusion of the battle, Baichen's body had been completely reformed by the third day. Upon hearing his heartbeat, Liya's previously anxious heart was finally at ease. It wasn't until the 10th day that she had the opportunity to take Baichen away, erasing any traces that might have been left behind. This brat, such a monumental event, yet he didn't even consult anyone. Diwu remarked, stroking Yunhan's head as he spoke to Liya. And you dare say that? When you first heard the news, you wanted to storm Mary Geos. Tian now interjected without hesitation. As long as little Baichen is all right. And with Liya by our side, we are already fortunate. Moreover, with Liya around, decades hence when we reunite, we need not fear aging. Yadwa consoled everyone, then turned to Liya. It must have been arduous for our little Liya to agree to Baichen's course of action. By evening, everyone returned to their respective homes, while Diwu and Tianyao ascended to the back mountain. Tianyao, would you care to accompany me to Mary Geos? After all, to the world, Baichen is already considered dead. Should we remain indifferent? Furthermore, who do they think they are to bully my child? The power of the Celestial King had already been invoked. None could detain us, not even that individual. While I may not be able to embark on a slaughter spree, I can certainly eliminate a few. Diwu, smoking a cigarette, spoke with a menacing aura directed at Tianyao. That is precisely my intention. When have our Aruz D and Malak D families ever been so oppressed? After informing their families, Diwu and Tianyao set sail for an entire month. No one knew what transpired, and no news emerged from Mary Geos. All that was known was that when Diwu and Tianyao returned, they were battered and bloodied, muttering, I never expected such a capability. It seems Baichen's path ahead will not be easy. Each held an object in their hands that would likely send a higher-tier individual into shock upon sight, severed heads. Upon closer inspection, one can ascertain the identities of the two severed heads. They belong to none other than the esteemed figures of the 5 elders, Shepherd Saint and Marcus Saint. In the year of the Sea Circle 1485, Moria, Sakazuki, and Aaron were reassigned to the Navy headquarters, bestowed with the rank of Rear Admiral. Mark was transferred to the Navy's GL Division 5, commonly referred to as G5, where he held the rank of Colonel. G5 operates as a branch under the Navy headquarters, situated within the New World, which subsequently fostered an unconventional naval force known for its insubordination to headquarters commands and its notorious actions, including the brutal execution of pirates. Shichi and Vina were reassigned to the Navy's GL Division 3, known as G3, also holding the rank of colonel, stationed along the Grand Line. Personnel were gradually dispersed, integrated into various divisions or scattered across the East, South, and West Seas. In the year of the Sea Circle 1486, Zephyr assumed the position of admiral, earning the moniker the Non-Killer Admiral. By 1489, Kaido was relentlessly recruiting new allies, his influence expanding significantly. In 1490, Zephyr suffered personal tragedy as his family was murdered by pirates, igniting a profound hatred for them. He tendered his resignation, but was persuaded to remain by his superiors. Still harboring hope for the Navy, retaining his rank as admiral, he transitioned to the role of instructor, with his first batch of students including Kizaru, age 26, that in 1491, Sengoku, at the age of 48, discovered a child whom he believed to be orphaned and brought him into the Navy. Later, upon learning the child's true identity as Don Quixote da Flamingo's brother, he dispatched him as an undercover operative. The codenames assigned during this operation were Razanandi, codenamed Little Fruit, and Sengoku, codenamed Great Saint Shell. In 1492, Zephyr's third batch of students included Kizaru, Aokiji, age 19. But at the mere age of 9, Shanks was already serving as a crew member aboard the ship of the Pirate King. Gold. Roger, alongside Buggy. Roger gifted Shanks the straw hat during this time. In 1494, under the suggestion of Kaido, the Beast Pirates allied with the Wano country's general, Kurozumi Orochi, transforming Wano into a weapon-producing nation. By 1496, the Roger Pirates clashed with the Whitebeard Pirates, resulting in a 3-day stalemate. Shanks and Buggy's notable performances caught the attention of Whitebeard, and during this period, Shanks met Marshal D. Teach, intrigued by his peculiar habit of never sleeping. In pursuit of historical truths, Roger sought to undermine the Whitebeard Pirates and even knelt in supplication, leading to the eventual joining of Kazuki Oden to the Roger Pirates. In 1497, Roger, 52 years old, and his crew dominated the Grand Line, earning the title of Pirate King. Following this, the Roger Pirates clandestinely disbanded, with Roger being the first to depart. Leaving his crew's whereabouts unknown, he shared many a drink with the Whitebeard Pirates captain, Edward Newgate, under a multitude of cherry blossom trees, intending to reveal the path to Laugh Tale, only to be rebuffed by Whitebeard. Roger wed Portgas de Rouge on Badarilla Island, spending nearly a year there during this time. He was described by locals as behaving like an ordinary person and husband despite being the Pirate King. Kazuki Oden returned to Wano, launching an assault on the flower capital against Orochi, only to be intercepted by Kurozumi Semimaru. Kaido and Orochi captured numerous individuals as hostages, striking a deal with Oden, should he relinquish his dignity and perform a naked dance beneath Orochi's castle weekly. They would release 100 captives and construct a ship for everyone to depart Wano in 5 years. In 1498, Roger, 53 years old, was executed, and his final words incited a fervor for the sea among the populace. Do you want my treasure? If you seek it, you can have it all that I have left everything there. This declaration ignited a fierce competition among pirates for the One Piece, heralding the onset of the Great Pirate Era. At the age of 15, Shanks appeared beneath the execution platform during Roger's execution, weeping while clutching his straw hat tightly. Meanwhile, Buggy, aboard the same ship, harbored an intense resentment towards Shanks, believing he had been betrayed by him, leading to his consumption of a devil fruit. Thus, Buggy's hatred for Shanks deepened, prompting Shanks to embark on a solitary journey. In 1499, the Navy launched a demon-slaying order against Barrett, age 22, enlisting the aid of both Garp and Sengoku. As Barrett grew fatigued from the relentless pursuit, the very pirates he had previously defeated mounted a surprise attack, ultimately leading to his capture and imprisonment in Impel Down. During his time there, Barrett resolved to surpass Roger and become the world's strongest pirate king, vowing to eliminate all formidable opponents, including the 4 emperors and navy admirals. In 1500, Sengoku, aged 57, as an admiral, granted CP9's Chief Spandine, father of the current Chief Spandam, an opportunity to employ the demon-slaying order against O'Hara. Sengoku, the orchestrator of O'Hara's destruction, acted under the orders of the 5 elders. When Saul questioned the Navy's actions, Sengoku bellowed, "Are you questioning the government's judgment?" thereby silencing Saul's forthcoming objections. Sakazuki and Kazan hesitated to engage the civilians, delaying their orders until Sengoku commanded the cannons to fire. O'Hara was obliterated by the demon-slaying order, with the 8-year-old Robin narrowly escaping. That same year, Portgas de Ace was born. In 1502, the deceived Kazuki Oden led the 9 Red Scabbards in an assault against Kaido. Oden severely wounded Kaido with his Oden two-sword style, leaving a permanent X-shaped scar on his right flank. However, Kurozumi Semimaru utilized his imitation fruit to transform into Momonosuke, distracting Oden. Seizing the opportunity, Kaido ambushed Oden from behind, defeating him and subsequently executing Semimaru. 3 days later, Oden was subjected to boiling, having wagered that if he could endure for an hour in the pot, they would be released. Oden withstood the heat for an hour. Yet Kurozumi Orochi reneged on the agreement, opting instead to execute Oden. Momonosuke and the others were sent 20 years into the future. In 1503, Monkey D. Luffy was born in Fuchsia Village. Hancock and her 2 sisters were sold into slavery by human traffickers. Branded with the Celestial Dragon's mark, and forced to consume the sweet fruit. In 1506, Fisher Tiger stormed Moria to rescue slaves, leading to the liberation of the Empress. In 1507, Virgo infiltrated the Navy as an undercover operative. Entering the G5 division under Mark. In 1509, Shanks encountered Luffy in a tavern in Fuchsia Village, sacrificing his left arm to save him from a sea beast, upon learning of Luffy's aspiration to become the Pirate King. Shanks entrusted his straw hat to Luffy, promising to meet again in the future. Fated to be the protagonist, Luffy embraced his determination to become a pirate. That same year, Law departed from Doflamingo. Mark, Shichi, and Vina were promoted to the rank of Rear Admiral, while Virgo, under Mark's command, was elevated to Commodore. In 1510, Luffy and Shanks parted ways, and ASL forged a brotherly bond, while Sabo, after suffering amnesia from a cannon blast, was taken in by Dracula Mihawk. Sengoku continued his service as Admiral, with Moria, Sakazuki, Eren, Kazan, and Borsalino holding the rank of Rear Admiral for many years. In 1512, Tom was executed, and the plans for the Pluton blueprint fell into the hands of the Iceberg. In 1513, Zephyr's training ship was attacked by pirates, resulting in the slaughter of his beloved students, save for Ein and Binz, and his right arm was severed by Whitebeard. In 1517, at the Navy headquarters in Marineford. On what grounds? Rear Admiral Sakazuki roared, his voice reverberating throughout the conference room. He pounded his fist upon the table, exclaiming, "In terms of military merit, Eren and I are the most qualified. In terms of experience, Eren and I are the most deserving." At this moment, Sakazuki exuded an aura of ferocity that deterred any would-be approached. In the conference room of Marineford, the elder generation, Steelbone, Sengoku, Garp, Crane, and Zephyr, convened, while the new generation, comprising Moria, Sakazuki, Eren, Palyasolino, and Kazan, was also present. The atmosphere brimmed with tension, palpable as if a conflict could erupt at any moment. Sakazuki, this is the decision of the world government. We have no authority to alter it. Sengoku glared at Sakazuki, his voice imbued with unwavering conviction. In a fit of rage, Sakazuki slammed his hand on the table, the sound echoing through the chamber. Marshal Kong has been promoted to Commander-in-Chief of the world government's military. You, Admiral Sengoku, have been elevated to Marine Admiral, and now 3 admirals are to be promoted. Moria interjected, "I have no objections, but pray tell, what merit do Palyasolino and Kazan possess to warrant such elevation?" The room was thick with tension, the opposing sides glaring at each other. Sakazuki continued, "In terms of military achievements, neither of them can compare to me or Eren. In terms of tenure, they fall short as well. Why should they ascend? Is it merely due to their lethargy and ambiguity? Ah, how terrifying. Vice Admiral Sakazuki, did you not hear what Admiral Sengoku proclaimed? This is the directive of the world government, and you have no right to oppose it," remarked Palyasolino, clad in a yellow and white striped suit with a purple tie, his demeanor laced with sarcasm. "Sakazuki, cease your protests. Let us accept this arrangement with equanimity," Eren stated, seemingly unperturbed by the situation, perhaps influenced by her experiences under White Morning's command. With that, she grasped Sakazuki's arm and led him out of the conference room. Sakazuki was acutely aware of the underlying reasons. They had once served under White Morning. The world government had never fully trusted them, even to this day. Yet, he could not quell his indignation at the thought of Palyasolino and Kazan's promotions. What justified their ascension? Who would have thought he still wields such influence? Sengoku mused, rubbing his temples. The others present fell silent, lost in recollections that were anything but pleasant. Kizaru understood precisely whom Sengoku referred to, being a native of the North Sea, a region that still whispered of incredible legends in the mouths of the elderly. Kazan, on the other hand, was bewildered, unsure of the context of Sengoku's words. "You are indeed correct, Vice Admiral White Morning. I was too benevolent in my past. Alas, I realized my folly too late." Zephyr clenched his fists under the table, pondering silently. "I apologize, Sakazuki, that I must secure this position to effectuate greater changes. Yet there is no confirmation of Sister Liya's demise. One day, I shall be of use." Moria internally expressed his regrets, fully aware of Sakazuki and Eren's affiliations with White Morning. Yet he could not reveal his own ties. Both he and Sakazuki had been diligently investigating the truths of that era. Unbeknownst to the Marines, Moria too was a disciple of White Morning. As the wheels of history turned, the three admirals remained unchanged, yet Sakazuki found himself transformed into Moria. Only now did Moria comprehend the strategic moves orchestrated by White Morning back then. Over the years, Moria had forged a formidable reputation through his sheer physical prowess, dominance, and the capabilities of his devil fruit, earning him the moniker God of Thunder. His thunderous methods instilled fear in all. Even Sakazuki found himself wholly in awe of Moria. Has there been no news of our leader White Morning after all these years, Irain? Sakazuki inquired as they exited the conference room. Not yet, but I firmly believe that White Morning will not go back on his word. Even after all this time, I have, however, gathered substantial information regarding the events of that era. I have located survivors under rocks, and truly, White Morning was remarkable, Irain replied. This is not the place for discussion. Follow me, she instructed, leading Sakazuki to an undisclosed location in a tavern located somewhere in the Sabati archipelago. An elderly man with graying hair trembled as he recounted the events of that time. Even after years, the memories evoked terror within him. Ha ha ha, truly, White Morning was extraordinary. The world government is nothing but a farce. Irain, must we continue to endure indignities within the Navy? Over these years, I have garnered numerous powerful allies. Sakazuki exclaimed, laughter escaping him once the tavern was left with just him and Irain. Sakazuki, my singular thought is to wait. Everything White Morning has spoken of has come to pass, and I believe this instance will be no different. His prolonged absence must serve a purpose. Perhaps he is awaiting the right opportunity. Have you forgotten Sister Liya's devil fruit ability? I shall gradually reconnect with those from our past. I have a strong premonition that it will not be long. Irain stated gravely to Sakazuki. All right. Humph. Whoever it is will inevitably pay the price. Is the Navy still the Navy without White Morning? A mere gathering of ineffectuals. Sakazuki resolutely concurred with Irain. Throughout these years, Irain had played the role of a sage, and Sakazuki recognized her superior capabilities in this regard, often heeding her counsel. In the year 1518 of the Sea Circle calendar, on an uncharted island in the West Sea. Only 2 more years, White Morning, Liya murmured, gently caressing the slumbering face of White Morning.